Station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. There is so much stuff to get to today. The cup overfloweth of things. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hi, Seth Payne.
I'm my cup full.
Yeah, man.
It's if I had a like an old school baseball cup, that would be full too.
Dude.
Can't find one big enough. That's how excited I am about the combine and free agency and the draft.
We are.
My cup would be away from my body right this moment.
Large man cup.
Hovering a respectable difference away from my body.
That's right. Yeah, man. There's a lot of stuff to get to. People were excited about some of the things DeMeco said, or certainly moved emotionally on some of the things. I thought he gave us more yesterday than we were expecting. To the point where I had a few people hit me on Twitter. Man, I can't wait to hear you guys break down some of this DeMeco stuff tomorrow.
Oh, that's pressure.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. It's a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
I thought some of it was in the breakout stuff afterwards, too. I thought some of the better stuff was in when some of the reporters grabbed them afterwards.
Yep, and we've got that, too.
Of course you do, Sean.
Yep. So we got it. We got it all for you today, baby. We got it all for you. I'm amped. I'm ready to go. I was at the Cougs game last night. I'm still feeding off of that energy, so it's good. It's good. All right, so the thing that I saw with DeMeco that raised my eyebrow, that generated a text from Seth C. Payne during the press conference.
Yeah.
That got, I think that I saw people reacting to this was, and this was what you and I said at the end of the show, like, I'm anxious to see what he says when he's asked about free agency and specific people. And this is what we do. We read into things here. All right, so the Devin answer versus the Dalton answer. Okay, here is the answer from DeMeco Ryans, and we have a Jonathan Grenard answer as well that we're going to get to. That was from the local breakout that Seth's talking about. Here was DeMeco Ryans' answer yesterday when he was asked about Devin Singletary, free agent running back.
Yeah, very pleased with Devin. I remember sitting in a free agent visit with Devin, and just, man, his personality, his demeanor, it was a guy I knew I wanted to work with right away. Right, Devin is made of the right stuff. He's a hard worker. He's a leader. He shows up every day in practice with a great attitude, and the guys around him feed off of that. Right, so Devin was a great guy. We'll see what happens in free agency, but just because of what he brought to our team, he was definitely a bright spot for us in that running back room.
Love to have Devin back. Now, he was the first free agent that was asked about. So when I heard, like, love to bring Devin back, there was nothing surprising in that answer to me, Seth. In a vacuum, that answer sounded like an accurate answer on Devin Singletary, right?
That sounded like if you're reading, I'm reading kind of enthusiasm level, and all of that. I felt like that was about as good as you can get in that setting.
Yes,
you know, it wasn't. I don't need him sounding like he's had 3 margaritas, you know, and a nice burrito or something, and he's just really letting loose. That was pretty enthusiastic about Devin Singletary. Said we'll see what happens in free agency.
But we would love to bring him back.
We'd love to bring him back.
Yeah.
Yes. He added that onto it. We'd love to bring him back.
So that was the first free agency answer we got. So now we've got a benchmark.
You're right.
And then 6, 7, 8 questions later, whatever it is, DeMeco Ryans was asked about free agent tight end Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, Dalton did a really nice job for us in the passing game. When those 2-minute drives where we were able to win a few games, Dalton really showed up. In a situational football, third down, he showed up making big catches for us. So we'll see what happens with Dalton in free agency, but I'm very, very proud of what he did for us last year.
Okay, so a nice answer, right? I mean, you can tell he likes Dalton Schultz. Did some good things in the 2-minute drill. Really proud of the season he had. What was missing from the Dalton answer that was missing from the Singletary answer? The big one was we would love to have him back. I think they would love to have Dalton Schultz. I think it might be maybe an indicator. Maybe DeMeco's giving hints as to where the negotiations are going right now with Dalton Schultz. Could that be? That maybe it's a bit more of a standoff with Dalton Schultz in free agency than it is with Motor?
He said we'd love to have him back with Dalton.
No, he
right?
did not.
He did not say that with that. Okay.
Say that. Yeah.
He said we'll see what happens with free agency.
Yeah.
I just did a word count on Dalton Schultz. It was 65 words.
Yeah, much shorter.
65 words on Dalton Schultz, and just looking at the transcripts, I'm guessing it's at least 180 words on, or possibly more, on Devin Singletary.
Talked about sitting down with Singletary before free agency. Talked about coming to practice every day with the practice habits and everything.
Okay. Is it possible that the change in tone of voice, aside from the 29 other things it could be, but let's focus in on this.
Yeah.
Is it possible? I like your theory that maybe it's a matter of either the contentiousness of the negotiation or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That maybe they've decided, all right, we got to play hardball with Dalton Schultz because it's not a great year. Not a great year in the draft for tight ends like it was last year. There might be a little bit more competition. He might be feeling like, oh, okay, I've got a little bit more leverage this year. We don't want to let him know that.
Yeah.
We don't want to let him know that we know that he knows that we like him.
Yeah. I think it's a logical thing to read into it that maybe they're not as far down the road with Schultz as some may think they are to getting a deal done.
If well, what would it mean for Singletary?
That both sides are working towards something here. That Singletary could very well be coming back pretty soon. I don't think the market for Singletary is going to be nearly what it is. And I know it's apples and oranges. It's tight ends and running backs. But put it this way, Seth. I think there's a great chance they get Devin Singletary back here on a deal that looks pretty similar to the deal they signed him to last year. Even though he had a phenomenal second half of the season, he was great. I think there's a decent chance that Devin Singletary's back here on a 1-year, $4 or $5 million deal, maybe like a bump up of like $1 million from what he got last year. I think Dalton Schultz wants not Kelsey Kittle money, but I think he thinks, to your point, very few good tight ends in the draft, unlike last year. Very few good tight ends in free agency, unlike last year.
Yeah.
I think Dalton Schultz, 7 years in or whatever he is viewing this offseason as his chance to finally get a 3 or 4 year deal at $10 to $12 million a year. And wherever he signs, that's, this is the runway to the end of his career, and this is his last big payday. And that's why I think that the franchise tag is a distinct possibility for Dalton Schultz.
I think it makes sense. Look, it was 65 words for Dalton Schultz.
Yes.
It was 112 words for Devin Singletary.
Okay, it felt longer than 112.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, 112 is almost a full minute. The average person speaks at about, I think, 130 words per minute.
Okay.
I speak at about 225 words per minute.
Yes.
And so I thought about this. I was trying to be objective about it, and that's why I wanted to get the transcripts side by side. I feel like the words are equally Devin Singletary.
Yep.
It really was about tone of voice and body language and everything.
Yeah, man.
So we're at the outer limits, pushing the boundaries of actual analysis, and yet, as we know, most communication is not based on the words themselves.
Indeed.
But it is based on it's the visual things. It's the tone of voice. It's all of those.
Do you want to dig into the Grenard here? Should we mix that in? The Grenard. He talked about Grenard in the breakout session.
Yeah, and then we'll rank them 1 through 3.
Okay, I like this.
And then I'm going to do a dramatic reading of Dalton Schultz's blurb, but with more enthusiasm.
There you go.
And
a British accent, yes. Here's DeMeco Ryans. This was not during the press conference with the full-on media. This is they have breakout sessions with the local media. So this is DeMeco Ryans with the Houston media on Jonathan Grenard and his free agency journey.
JG did a great job for us this year. He's very productive this year, played physical, did the things we asked him to do. And we'll see where free agency plays out. But love JG and love what he did for us this year.
Okay, that's 3 on the list of the 3.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't think they're anywhere close with Grenard right now.
Well, Grenard, I mean, yeah, and Aaron Wilson was talking about how there's a growing sense of enthusiasm amongst various league officials, realizing, oh, wow, John Grenard might be the real deal.
Yeah.
And as much as you like to look at some of these projections that show, hey, he might be a 3-year, $50 million guy, somewhere around $15 to $18 million per year. And there's a lot of other projections that he might go for a lot more than that.
Yeah. A full healthy season last year.
Okay, I don't know if I would put
what's your ranking? Give me the Seth Payne ranking.
I think DeMeco loves Jonathan Grenard.
I agree.
I think it's Devin Singletary.
Mm-hmm.
based on nothing but emotion,
Okay.
I would say Devin Singletary, John Grenard, Dalton Schultz.
Okay.
But then based on practicality and signability and all of that, that's where Grenard gets knocked down to third because he plays a premier position.
Yeah, I think Schultz is the easiest one to retain because you can just use the franchise tag on him.
Yeah.
You know, like if functionally he's the easiest one to retain. Now, let's pretend the franchise tag didn't exist, and I feel differently about it. I feel like Dalton Schultz is going to go test the market. And by the way, he could go test the market, and I don't know if it's good or bad. If he like deep down, if he wants to remain a Texan, but he's also trying to max out. The Texans don't have any other solutions really at tight. I know Brevin Jordan did some good things last year, but that is not a deep position for the Texans.
It's not a deep position for the Texans, and there's nothing to get excited about in free agency. Dalton Schultz is probably the best free agent out there, unless you want to take a swing at Noah Fant or somebody like that.
Yeah.
And he already has that relationship with CJ. So I think whether you retain Dalton Schultz and then get a guy in the draft or maybe sign another free agent or something, I think Dalton Schultz has probably got to be a part of that equation. This is the thing that I thought about Singletary and Schultz, Sean, when I separated the tone and the emotion from it. DeMeco very much talked specifically about the way Dalton played on the field.
Yeah.
As far as Singletary, he's a swell fella.
The whole shebang,
Like, okay, let me redo DeMeco's Dalton Schultz comments.
Okay.
Yeah. Dalton Schultz did a really nice job for us in the passing game. On those 2-minute drives, were we able to win a few games? And I'd add in the Colts game where he was bulldozing people on the sideline. Dalton really showed up. In a situational football, third down, he showed up making big catches for us. We'll see what happens with Dalton in free agency, but I'm very proud of what he did for us last year.
People can't see it unless you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, but Seth was pointing. He had a lot of hand gyrations going.
I was in full Mussolini.
Yeah, you were. You were one tick away from taking your fists and pounding them on the table in front of you.
If I were to read the transcripts and judge it based on the content of the actual words, I would say that was way more bullish about Dalton Schultz, the football player, than Devin Singletary.
Yeah, maybe. And Singletary, the guy behind the scenes, like a lot of mention of the coming to work every day kind of stuff.
Right. Well, and I think the big part about Singletary where that's important is that as long as he's with the Texans, if he comes back again, I think he's going to be part of a committee, ideally.
Yeah. Yes.
You don't want him to. He became the bell cow by necessity in the second half of the season, but you don't necessarily want that for an entire 17 games.
All right, speaking of committee in the backfield, so some Saquon numbers got dropped yesterday by Pro Football Focus. Potential salary. Boy, got a lot of people talking. Seth has a Derrick Henry, because I think if this were a political race, P&P are endorsing the party of Derrick Henry, and several other shows are endorsing the party of. Has a definitive, authoritative argument on Derrick Henry versus Saquon Barkley, and it is really, really good. We are going to get to that, including some DeMeco audio that might back up the Henry case coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Free.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. John Harris is going to join us live from the NFL Combine in the 8 o'clock hour. So we'll get
Hot diggity.
Johnny's thoughts. Yeah. Workouts start tomorrow, I believe. Man, we're getting a lot of good nuggets from I forgot how many good nuggets, like league-wide nuggets, that you get from just all the GMs and the coaches being in one place.
All over the place, especially. Yeah. I mean, you go into yesterday with reports that Saquon Barkley was definitely going to be let go. Now the Giants say that they're still exploring the franchise tag with him.
Yeah.
So there's some rumors shot down, some GMs like belligerently defensive. A lot of good stuff.
We'll get to it. We'll get to some of them in headlines. You even get. I mean, the real coup de grace. You get where you get gems like this one right here.
Nick, do you think Jalen needs to be more of a vocal leader next season, and how do you think he did last year leading the team?
You know, everybody, there's not a book that is written on this is how you lead, right? People lead in different ways.
Yeah, dude, there's like
5 million books.
There's like a whole wing at Barnes & Noble on leadership books.
Oh, my God. That's like a classic comedy sketch. I can't remember where it started, but like somebody saying, they don't give you a book on how to parent, and the kid is like, there are like hundreds of books on how to parent.
Google it. You'll be there all day. There's not a book on how to lead. He is he is stupid.
There's not an entire wing of the bookstore devoted to books on leadership.
Dude,
listen,
I'm going to tell you right now, the Eagles are going to be a disappointment again this year, and we're like 2 years away from there being a 30 for 30 on how the hell that guy got a team to a Super Bowl. We're way closer to that than we are to them going back to a Super Bowl.
That was awesome.
Yeah, isn't that good? Isn't that good?
Yeah, that was really good.
There's no book on how to lead. Really? Okay. All right, let's get to Saquon v. Derrick Henry. A lot of the internet was going a buzz yesterday because PFF dropped a graphic that said Saquon Barkley, 3 years, $36.8 million. $20.1 million guaranteed. What say you? And I said I was out on that. I'm not out on Barkley, but I'm out on Barkley at that price. Obviously generate a lot of replies of people telling me I'm stupid, a lot of people backing me up. All that said, we're going to get into your Henry v. Barkley here in a second. is at least now we're attaching a price tag to things. Like, I can get with arguments where you're going, okay, here's what the price is. Now what do you think? As opposed to just blanket, like, I want this guy, I want this guy, I want that guy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Right. And I think the difference that we still don't know right now, if we're talking about, like, Derrick Henry, who I prefer over Saquon Barkley, is I think there's an assumption that Derrick Henry will probably get less money than Saquon Barkley just because he's older.
Yep.
I'm not so sure that assumption is correct, but if it is, then it's still a check in my favor for Derrick Henry because I still think he's the better back than Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
Always has been, and I expect that he will be this year. Maybe depending on situation a little bit, but especially if you can get Derrick Henry for less money than another team's willing to pay for Saquon Barkley, by all means. I don't mean to act like Saquon Barkley isn't a good running back. He very much is. I just question if sometimes the myth and the lore about him is way overstated and people get way ahead of themselves based on highlights.
Yeah.
Because Derrick Henry has been astoundingly the more consistent and the better running back over the course of the last 5 years. Like, astoundingly so. So if we look at, like, okay, I took DeMeco's first sound clip yesterday and just pay attention to what he says about what kind of mindset he wants from his players.
For me, every season you start over, right? Last year was last year. It was a good run for us. Didn't end the way but it was a good run for the 2023 Texans. Now, for me, it's a clean slate. We start over 2024. Now, who are we going to be, right? And we have a lot of great matchups versus a lot of great teams this year, and I'm excited to, first off, build our team, again, the proper way of guys who are just looking to compete, guys who have their relentless mindset, guys who want to go out, play for each other, guys who want to hunt, guys who want to play with relentless effort and finish. Like, that's what I'm looking to build as we start this offseason.
Okay, I can't wait to see where this goes. Give it to me.
Well, yeah, relentless. Yeah. And I'll just remind everybody, because age seems to be a big concern. I'll get to the age part, but just Saquon's had one season over 1,000 yards in the last 4 years. You can make excuses for him based on the offense he was on last year. He had 962 yards rushing last year. Derrick Henry was behind the worst offensive line in the league, and he was second in the league in rushing.
Yep.
But that's neither here nor there for now. When I hear relentless mindset, and I think about, okay, the gritty the gritty running back stats, these would be yards after contact, missed tackles. There's a stat called success percentage, basically like what percent of your runs are successful, where like it's, on first down it's 4 yards plus. It's a percentage of distance to the sticks based on down.
Yeah, 3rd and 1 you convert, things like that. Yeah.
How consistently are you churning out yardage? Because look, Derrick Henry in a lot of ways was better than Saquon Barkley in his, I'm told, Saquon Barkley had a magical 2022 season.
Mm-hmm.
Our the relentless type stuff, out of 31 backs.
So this is for 2022.
2022. And frankly, for a lot of these stats, Derrick Henry still beats his 2023 numbers still beat Saquon Barkley's 2022
But you're giving
numbers.
Saquon the benefit of his best season.
I'm giving Saquon a break. We're just going to go back to 2022. His magical, beautiful, carried the team to the playoffs somehow season. Yards after contact per attempt. Out of 31 running backs, Derrick Henry was 3rd. Saquon Barkley was 25th.
Okay.
Yards after contact per attempt.
It's a big delta.
So if you've ever watched Derrick Henry and thought like, wow, it's kind of all or nothing with him. Yeah. Total yards after contact. Derrick Henry was first with 1,257 yards after contact. Saquon Barkley was 6th with 862. This is actually respectable by Saquon Barkley, but not even close to Derrick Henry. Missed tackles forced missed tackles by Derrick Henry in 2022. He was 3rd in forced missed tackles. Saquon Barkley, magical, wonderful unicorn Saquon Barkley, was 17th out of 31.
Out of 31.
This is in the best season Saquon Barkley has had in the last 4 years. That's where Saquon Barkley was. When you want gritty, when you want relentless, when you want tough, when you want all those things, Derrick Henry is doing it. Saquon Barkley is not. Success percentage. So basically the consistency of grinding out yards. Derrick Henry in 2022 was at 46.7%. Saquon Barkley was at 38.2%. Just to put that in context, Derrick Henry's career average for success rate, 50%. Saquon Barkley has never been at that in a single season.
Okay.
Like, it is not even close when it comes to mindset, ability to grind out yardage consistently, durability, toughness, all those things. Like, it's not even close. It's not. Saquon Barkley would be super exciting to have on this team. But based on everything DeMeco says he wants in an offense, and what this offense needs is a rushing offense compared to what they were last year, Derrick Henry is it in loads versus Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley would be an improvement. Don't get me wrong. It's just that Derrick Henry, it's not even close.
Yeah, those are really interesting numbers. Really.
So the other big argument is that, well, Derrick Henry's going to be 30 years old, and don't you know running backs all fall apart? Yes, they do. They do all fall apart.
Most of them,
the modern version of running backs, they're like Derrick Henry. Yeah. They're good for 1 out of 4 seasons. Ooh.
You mean they're Saquon Barkley?
Saquon Barkley. Yeah. They're the modern version of the NFL running back is Saquon Barkley. They're good for 1 out of every 4 seasons.
Yeah.
The thing about running backs is this, though. There are outliers. There are guys who are durable, more durable than everybody else.
They're just built different.
They're built different. It's like the movie Unbreakable, when Samuel L. Jackson looks and looks and looks to find this person who is just unbreakable, and he discovers Bruce Willis after he survives a train wreck in which everybody else dies. Derrick Henry is Bruce Willis, who's survived a train wreck year after year after year. If you look at the category of player he's in now, in my mind, it's Curtis Martin, it's Frank Gore, it's Adrian. Curtis Martin, what did he do after the age of 30? Well, age 30, 1,308 yards. Age 31, led the league in rushing with 1,697 yards. Frank Gore, ages 30 through 33, he had 1,000-yard seasons in 3 of those 4 seasons. Adrian Peterson, age 30, led the league in rushing. Age 31, got distracted by some issues.
God, he was 31 when that happened?
I I believe so. Wasn't it right after his big year?
It was after his big year, yeah. That's because it feels like he was around for like another 6 years after that.
He kind of like bounced in and out.
Yeah.
Adrian Peterson would be the one that's an argument against it. Who knows what he would have done? Because remember, he was playing injured in that year when he was age 30. Yep. So maybe that was his body starting to break down, but then all the poop hit the fan with all the other stuff.
Then he stuck around for a long time, and was, moderately productive.
So when I look at Derrick Henry and I look at how productive and consistent he's been, including last year, we're like, this is objectively, he was behind the – I say objectively – I watched the Titans' offensive line, and I thought, man, that's a bad offensive line. Then I went and looked for lists and rankings of the offensive line from various websites, and the Tennessee Titans are consistently the last-ranked offensive line, where Derrick Henry was still second in the league in rushing. So, like, everybody wants to give Saquon Barkley a break for last year. Like, all right, fine. I'll take Derrick Henry's stats in this past year where he was running behind the worst offensive line in football, and a lot of those grittiness stats, he's still way better than Saquon Barkley. It's like, it is not even close. I am astounded. It's the fact that Saquon Barkley was in a number 2 overall pick, that he plays in New York, that people are so... They fall for the PR campaign or the highlight reels. He's just not a consistent churn out yardage type of back.
No. And stylistically, there may be teams out there that might prefer Saquon's style. Just given body type, ability to catch the ball. Henry can catch the ball too out of the backfield.
Oh no, he was better as a okay. I forgot to give you those stats, Sean. In 2022, Saquon Barkley was 8th in receiving yards. Derrick Henry was 9th.
Okay, so right
Derrick Henry for yards per reception better than Derrick Henry yards per reception better than Saquon Barkley. All that stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
He's been in some regards he's been as good or better than Saquon Barkley as a receiver in the last 2 years.
Fair. Then then I stand corrected. The point I was making was I like the point, because really all that matters is what do the Texans think about these guys. And I think you make a really good point, like stylistically, not just relentlessness, grittiness, but scheme. Derrick Henry has shown great success running in a very similar scheme to the one the Texans want to run too. And I think that's, if we're handicapping and take price out of it, like you did, like you said, let's just take salary out of this thing, because Derrick Henry might end up winning that too if you're the Texans. He might very well be cheap, probably will be cheaper than Saquon Barkley. I think you make some really good points, man. I think you make a really good case for Henry here.
The scheme part especially, I think, has into other guys on the team. You know, as Damian Pierce told you and Clint in the post game about just how hard it was for him to pick up this scheme and all the different, you know, he's accustomed to old school running where it's like the hole's going to be there, go hit it, versus this shifting, fluid, not quite sure where the opening's going to be on an outside zone scheme. Derrick Henry has had some of his best years in that specific scheme. He got Arthur Smith a coaching job in Atlanta.
Yeah.
If you're an Atlanta Falcons fan, you should be mad at Derrick Henry for getting Arthur Smith that job in Atlanta. So, like, I think there's a perception that because he's this huge defensive end looking dude that he wouldn't be good in an outside zone scheme. No, he's awesome in an outside zone scheme.
A lot of react on the text page. Guys on the afternoon and evening shows are not going to like those stats you just brought up, Seth. That's good.
It's not about those guys. Like, honestly, it's too much of me. I realize, I'm thinking about it last night. I'm like, man, Saquon Barkley he's very, very talented, and his high end is incredibly high.
Yeah.
And I'm making it too personal because I'm in this grudge match against other people.
Yeah.
The simple fact of the matter is that Derrick Henry is the type of running back that I want on my football team because of everything he represents as a physical, consistent football player. And, like, there's a reason the Ravens were trying to trade for Derrick Henry and not Saquon Barkley. I don't like Derrick Henry. Who do you want your players to be like? More like Baltimore Ravens types or New York Giants types? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. Seth, smart, tough, dependable. Thanks for bringing the logic. I don't know. Smart, thoughtful, and dependable. Smart, thoughtful, dependable. Yeah.
Yeah, bring smart, tough, dependable. You can't tell whether that's an insult.
Right.
Backhanded compliment.
People like the fact you're bringing the numbers to kind of back this stuff up. It's a good argument.
Well, it is. Look, this is where I've been skeptical of Saquon ever since he was in college because of this whole like boomer bust element to his game, where it was just kind of tiptoe. If everything's right, then whoo, here we go. Mm-hmm. But there's no grind to it.
Yeah.
And supposedly he's been working with his coaches the last 2 years on, getting vertical more quickly and everything. I don't need my guy to be a guy that needs to have that drilled into his head. Like Ted Johnson used to say, if a dog doesn't bite as a puppy, it's not going to bite as a grown dog.
Yep.
Like I'm skeptical that all of a sudden Saquon Barkley is going to have a different mindset and a more durable body. The other thing too is I'd heard some people say, well, he hasn't actually missed that many games. It's almost worse. I feel like when he has nagging injuries, it affects his play.
Yeah.
Look at that magical 2022 season. I implore you, people, go look at the difference of the first half of the season versus the second half of the season. It was night and day. Mm-hmm. He was healthy and good for a half of that season, and then he fell off a cliff. It just wasn't the same dude.
All right, let's get to headlines. DeMeco at the Combine. We got news on one other quarterback. This class of quarterbacks I already hate. I'm glad we have our quarterback. And we've got basketball to get to, college and pro here in town. A lot of stuff to get to in headlines, and we will do it coming up next.
Kirk Holmes is your third generation.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
And we got a lot to get to. It's really good to be with you on a Wednesday. DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday. Nick Caserio meets with the media at noonish today. We'll talk about that a little later in the show. What are we expecting to hear from Nick Caserio? And what is, I think, so far kind of a unique offseason for him, kind of approaching this from the perspective of being a rapidly ascending team with cap space. We'll get to Nick. Here's DeMeco on the AFC South this upcoming season.
Yeah, our division is definitely really good. You think about the young quarterbacks in our division. With the Colts, the Jags, right, the Titans, and us, we all have really young quarterbacks, all have bright futures. And so really, 4 really good teams in our division. Is going to be a battle each and every week that we play each other. But I'm excited about it, right? You want to play against really the top competition to see where you stack up, right? And I'm excited to see our team, right, develop and grow throughout the year and see where we end up.
Okay, I think he inadvertently just power ranked the quarterbacks in the AFC South right there. He said the Colts, the Jags, the Titans.
Ooh, shade at Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, it's shade at Trevor Lawrence. We saw 1 quarter of Anthony Richardson, and frankly, it scared the crap out of us. Trevor Lawrence, we know what we're facing in Trevor Lawrence. That's my head coach decoder.
Yes.
And what he was thinking on the inside was, look, Anthony Richardson scored 2 touchdowns pretty easily versus us before he went out with a concussion, and he's going to come back and take a team that faced us down for our play-in game for the playoffs with Gardner Minshew. If this kid can stay healthy, he's going to be a real headache. And Trevor Lawrence, okay, he's better than Will Levis.
Yeah, he's better than Will Levis. Well, I would say take the quarterback out. Well, don't completely remove the quarterback. If we just make the argument about teams, if the Texans are the presumptive favorite over the next, say, 5 years in the AFC South, which I think most experts would say they are, just based on the trajectory of the team and the quarterback and the coach. So if I'm coming at it from that standpoint, where I'm now rooting for the favorite in the AFC South, the Colts are the scarier team to me over the next 5 years.
Yeah, I think the biggest test for them is really going to be, okay, what is Shane Steichen as a head coach? I think he's a very, very capable offensive coordinator. If you look at his work with Justin Herbert, if you look at his work with Jalen Hurts, and now if you look at his work with Gardner Minshew.
Yes.
And they ran a lot of RPO last year with Gardner Minshew. The RPO becomes 3 times scarier when you've got Anthony Richardson running it. It's just a matter of whether Anthony Richardson. 2 things. Can he stay healthy? But then also, he is erratic. I get so tired of seeing a highlight throw from Anthony Richardson and then people saying, thought he couldn't throw.
Yeah, those are the best.
No. Everybody knows that he can make the really good throws at times.
Time to time.
It's the really bad throws that he makes as well. Yeah.
Texans hire a new linebackers coach. His name is Bill Davis. He's got history with this staff, coached with Matt Burke in Arizona, and he was DeMeco Ryans' defensive coordinator during his time as a Philadelphia Eagle. So quick mention of a hire on the staff there.
There's been no news of a hired defensive line coach, has there?
No, I've not seen anything.
The guy I'm kind of keeping my eye on, although it would be a lateral move, is Chris Kachurik. He's
San Francisco, right?
The San Francisco 49ers defensive line coach, who's from Texas, not too far from here, somewhere between midway between here and Austin or something like that. He's. I'm intrigued by that, but I don't know what his contract situation is or anything.
He's very well thought of. I know that his name comes up a lot when their position comes open. Seemingly every couple of years, his name gets brought up. As far as the combine goes, I would say news items from yesterday. We're going to get into some of the nuggets that came from other GMs and head coaches in the 7 o'clock hour. As far as things that I would say 2 things here that I want to hit on in headlines. 1, Drake May, North Carolina quarterback, will not be throwing at the combine. So the top 3 quarterbacks are basically the top 3 quarterbacks, Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jaden Daniels, are basically just going there to meet with teams, and that seems to be it. I don't even know if they're getting medicals done at the combine, but the big thing is they will not throw, which increases my love for C.J. Stroud yet again, because C.J. Stroud is the marquee quarterback who likes to compete and throw at these things, not turtle up and say, I'm going to throw at my pro day with my receivers. Yeah.
Well, and, as Daniel Jeremiah pointed out, he had one of the best combine session he's seen.
Yeah.
And all of those, that's what bothers me about some of these guys. They act like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna go to the combine and I'm going to be throwing to guys that I'm not familiar with. Right, just like every other quarterback there. Like, what are you worried about?
Oh, like you will in the NFL in your rookie year,
Right, yeah. Like, somehow is Caleb Williams all of a sudden going to have nothing but USC receivers out there with him at the combine if he had chosen to throw?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
I honestly don't understand, other than that they're terrified of the few bad throws that show up on social media.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, but yeah, the public can understand that. Who the hell cares?
That's right.
My God,
That's
Drake
right.
May.
That's right.
You can't go to North Carolina and then not throw at the combine.
Got to throw at the combine,
TJ
man.
Yates will tell you that.
Especially your number 2, Carolina legend, TJ Yates will tell you that. Ryan Poles, GM for the Chicago Bears, he's got some decisions to make here pretty imminently. One of those quarterbacks we just mentioned might be on his team next year. They've got the number 1 pick in the draft. They also have Justin Fields as their quarterback right now. Poles said yesterday, here was Ryan Poles on if they do choose to draft a quarterback, how he plans to handle the Justin Fields situation.
If you decide to draft a quarterback, what is your motivation to trade Justin before free agency starts, knowing that there might be a premium on that?
Yeah, again, it just depends on what opportunities pop up. I will say this, I think you guys know me well enough now. If we go down that road, I want to do right by Justin as well. No one wants to live in gray. I know that's uncomfortable. I wouldn't want to be in that situation either. So we'll gather the information. We'll move as quickly as possible. We're not going to be in a rush and see what presents itself and what's best for the organization.
All right, so next week and a half, I would expect there to be some resolution in this Justin Fields thing.
I will, you and I both express a lot of skepticism over Ryan Poles at times because we like to be petty about things. I will say he's pretty damn active on the phones.
Yes.
Like I feel like if he wants to get a trade done, he's going to get it done. I feel there's a little bit of Daryl Morey in him, and in the good way, that I think he's just always probably got his ear to the ground and knows what the potential scenarios are.
Yeah, I think he's made good moves. I just think it's hilarious that anytime any outlet wants to talk to him about his move, he loves talking about some Ryan Poles. I just find it funny more than anything else.
By the way, one of our listeners who actually worked with Kachurik, the defensive line coach from San Francisco, worked with Kachurik when he was in Detroit, calls him the best defensive line coach in the league.
Okay. Wouldn't mind getting him.
So now I desperately want and need him.
Yeah. Cal, if you're listening.
Listeners tell me he played at Tech or something. I can't remember.
All right.
He's a white defensive lineman. I should have much better tabs on it. I used to keep a database.
Those are your people.
Used to keep a database of the kids who used to look up to me for inspiration.
Let's rapid fire some local scores here. Astros lose in spring training yesterday to the Nationals 10-3. Jordan in the 2-hole, 1 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout. Jose Urquidy, a couple shutout innings. Dylan Coleman, who was one of the Astros bullpen pickups this offseason, not a great day for him.
Dylan Cole.
Yeah, Dylan Cole, man.
Linebacker with a lot of tattoos.
Yeah.
What did Dylan Coleman do?
He gave up a lot of runs, 5 earned runs in a third of an inning yesterday, and could not find the plate to save his life. It's kind of fun having Astros games on in the afternoon in the background while just working and stuff like that. It's it's more fun if they win 10-3, but they lose 10-3. Rockets lose last night. Late game, a 9 o'clock start. I think it's because it was on TNT. I didn't see a minute of it. 112-95. The Thunder beat the Rockets last night in OKC. I was at the Cougs game last night, Seth. They beat the Bearcats of Cincinnati 67-59. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not breaking any news here, but being in the building to watch this team play defense, if you like defense at the collegiate level, the Cougs game at home, the Super Bowl and Lollapalooza all wrapped into one. They D up every possession. Their hands in the passing lane. They're blocking shots. They make defense fun, man. It was a good time there last night.
It was and that's they're worn out. They've had some big games. And then you get elevated to number 1 overall.
Yeah.
I thought that for Shed going 2 for 11, like the true test of the core constitution of a team is even when you're exhausted, can you still play defense? Even when your legs are tired and numb, are you still playing defense? And they very much are.
They do. They're relentless. And Shed. I like Jamal Shedd a lot. I had him more than 16.5 points on Prize Picks last night, so he was a goose egg at halftime. And he finished with, I think, 9 points. And even with that level of emotion that it was costing me money, I'm like, this kid is still playing a really good game. He was 2 for 11, and he played, I thought, a great game. He had 11 assists, D'd up. He was a plus player out there, even shooting as poorly as he did. So that was fun last night, man. That is a great, great atmosphere out at the Fertitta Center. All right, those are your headlines. We got a lot to get to here. DeMeco Ryans had a lot of things to say. Players on his team, boy, I feel like there's a pet project that DeMeco Ryans is very, very proud of on his team. And I think he gave some validation that the plan that he and Nick Caserio had at draft night last year has worked out maybe even better than they thought they would.
Ability trees. You know what? Your trees will look better than you.
Odyssey Station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We had some good stuff from DeMeco Ryans yesterday at the Combine. Nick Caserio will be meeting with the media today. We carried DeMeco's press conference yesterday. I would assume we're carrying Nick's press conference today on the station. Christian Harris, I thought one of the really bright spots on a team full of bright spots last year. Second half of the season, Christian Harris was really, really good. Got better as the season went along, played some of his best football at the very end of the year in the playoffs. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday saying, sky's the limit for Christian Harris.
No, sky's the limit for Christian. Christian is one of the fastest linebackers that I've had a chance to work with. Very explosive, instinctive player, so I'm excited. I see last year as Christian's rookie year. That was his first year, and I'm excited to see him build off of what he did last year.
You know how people with multiple kids, Seth, don't like to necessarily say so-and-so's my favorite. They're all my favorite. Right. They're all tied. Yeah. Secretly, I think DeMeco as a coach, maybe especially a defensive-oriented coach, may be the same way, but I feel like if you were to feed truth serum to DeMeco Ryans, he's got a soft spot in his heart for Christian Harris. Linebacker, Alabama.
He just gave him a mulligan on his rookie season.
I know.
I say that last year is his rookie year. He basically said, hey, look, play standards. You just really learned how to play football last year,
man.
Lovie Smith, and
okay, I wanted to ask you about that. If I'm Lovie Smith and I'm driving around Houston, I don't know if Lovie still lives here or not, but let's say he's driving around wherever he is. He's listening to Sports Radio 610 on his Odyssey app, listening to In the Loop. Lovie the Loophole is listening to In the Loop, and they're playing the DeMeco press conference, and he hears that answer. Does Lovie just take his Starbucks and throw it at the radio? Is that shade?
No. Let me stop you. It hasn't happened all year.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
It is. He's told us that 86 times.
Somebody reminded me that the other day, and I don't know why. I blocked out all my memory of him saying divorce is a good thing.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
He said it. For every guy that ever got cut. And they cut a lot of guys.
No. Remember, he said it, that we started to use it as a gauge for whether or not he liked the guy.
Oh, yeah.
Because it seemed like he would say it with guys. There was a little bit of a correlation with guys that may have had locker room issues or might not be the most solid dudes. He would say sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Christian Harris kind of flying under the radar as a reason why the Texans can take a big step up defensively this year?
I don't know if he's even flying under the radar because they're at the end of the season. He had some huge games in big circumstances. Was it the Colts game or the Browns game?
Browns game, he had the pick six against Flacco.
And he had a super productive day too. Yeah, that was one of you guys' game show.
Yeah, maybe. I think we may have. Yeah.
He was wearing a sweater by Lululemon. I remember. I was sitting in the studio. And,
that's right. That's right. That's right.
Look, this is the thing about Christian Harris and him being, according to DeMeco, a second-year player because he looks at last year like it's his rookie year.
Yeah.
The big thing with linebackers is, all right, you got to have a green dot guy. The guy that gets where the speaker to be the play caller.
Yeah.
And he's going to make the calls. He's going to line everybody up. And I don't know if Christian Harris is that guy yet. So that's one of the factors you have to look into when you start looking at linebackers sign in free agency or perhaps taking the draft. I think they need a guy that can be the play caller. So Christian Harris can still focus on learning exactly how to play football. Maybe 2 or 3 years down the line, he can become the green dot guy. But right now, I think that a guy like Lavonte David, if you could pry him out of Florida, which I don't think you probably will.
I like that a lot.
I think he could be really good because Lavonte David he's not as awesome as he once was in coverage, but he's still very productive and still good in coverage last year. I like that idea. It's one of the things that gives me a little pause about Patrick Queen because I think that in Baltimore, I think they looked at him as a guy also that shouldn't be the green dot guy. He should be a guy that can just focus on playing football.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That comes down to like if DeMeco wanted to go big and go after Patrick Queen is that side of it. Are you going to have a green dot guy? Is very complete football player, not as athletic necessarily, but the kid from Carolina.
Yeah.
I brought this up on my live stream yesterday, and I said, I don't know if he's in coverage what these guys are looking for. And multiple people made the point that he looked pretty good in coverage versus the Texans.
He did.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was all over the place, wasn't he?
He did.
So I might be overthinking it there. So either Luvu or Patrick Queen would be like the big ticket items that would be exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Lavonte David is a guy that wouldn't be exciting necessarily, but man, I think he'd be a great influence on Christian Harris and maybe get him ready to be that full-time play caller.
He would be pretty inexpensive, too. He's not – Patrick Queen's going to cost you top of the market. And I'd get excited if they signed Patrick Queen. But I think Lavonte David is a signing you can make, and then your splash signing can go be maybe somewhere on the defensive line with Wilkins or Josh Allen or somebody like that.
Okay, for whatever it's worth, the one PFF projection for Lavonte David's contract is 1 year, $5 million.
I saw that.
I think the Bucks. I feel like that's a sweetheart deal for the Bucks if you were to take that. I think I'd be cool with the Texans giving him a 1 year deal, more lucrative than that.
We should mention the Bucks are another team that's starting to dump guys because they got to open up cap space. They're trying to pay Mike Evans. They're trying to pay Baker Mayfield. So Shaq Barrett is going to be out on the market now. It turns out you can't do everything. Eventually you got to make some cuts. CJ and Will, the two anchors, that's what DeMeco Ryans called them yesterday. The 2023 draft night.
Wow, that was an exciting draft last year to be able to get two of the top players in the draft class last year to get CJ and Will and two anchors for our team, for our locker room. That was very important for us to get both guys. How do we follow that up this year? We continue to add guys who fit the Texans culture. And that's guys who are made of the right mindset, guys who have that relentless mindset, guys who are true competitors, guys who love football, guys who love pushing their teammates to be their best, guys who want to be the best at what they do, right? If we add those type of players to our locker room, that's how we follow up a great draft last year.
That the two anchors thing at the beginning is what jumped out to me because I felt it the night sitting at the draft party. I'm like, man, this is like I feel like there was a point in the week leading up to the draft where like DeMeco and Nick like looked at each other and like, are we going to do this? Yes, we're going to do this, man. We are going to make a move. There's going to be a lot of people that aren't going to like the second move we make because we're going to give up a lot of stuff to go get Will Anderson. But this is going to be a transformational day for the Houston Texans where we are going to get our leader on the offensive side for the next 15 years at the most important position in team sports. And this kid who was our first visit of our 30 visits to the building, Will Anderson, who we loved from the second he set foot in the building and who everybody at Alabama said was a culture setter for Alabama, he's going to be that for us too. And we're going to give up whatever it takes to go get him. Two anchors, man. And it worked. Even better than
Sean. Apologize.
You do?
Didn't want you to think I was distracted by the text line or anything. I've got a bloody nose, but I'm gonna power through it and tell you that the splash signing, like this year, the splash would not be as great or as big as obviously last year, which was an all-time splash maneuver.
Yeah.
And trading up for Will Anderson. Can you hear the nasaliness here?
Yes.
We've talked about Brock Bowers, that if Brock Bowers, the tight end out of Georgia, fell to the middle of the first round, that maybe that the Texans might trade up for him. I swear I saw a mock draft yesterday that had the Texans somehow getting Byron Murphy.
Yeah, it was Bucky Brooks.
Tackler. Yeah,
Bucky.
Like that would be awesome. And they didn't have to trade up for him, right?
Nope, picked him at 23 in Bucky Brooks mock draft.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, would be excited about that.
Who?
Our next guest, John Harris.
John Harris? Yeah, we'll ask him in an hour or so. He's going to jump
ask him
on
if
with
that's
us.
possible or not.
Yeah,
if that could happen.
Yep. Bucky Brooks had him going to the Texans. Byron Murphy from Texas. Here's another one from DeMeco Ryans on C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud's demeanor, his calmness. When did you first notice that?
Well, it started right here at the Combine, right? When you were evaluating young players, you see CJ come into our room in the formal interviews and just see, he had that calmness about him, right, in the room. And you can tell, for me, I can tell instantly, like, if a guy, has what it takes. And I saw that in CJ when he first sat down and he began to speak to us about college experience. And then you see, right, his teammates and how they spoke about CJ. I remember being here last year and every Ohio State teammate that sat in our room, they spoke highly of CJ and the type of leader he was and what he meant to them and the things that he did to those guys to help them. So it's you can't hide, right? Your true character always will show, and it showed that CJ was a really great guy, raised the right way, and he was the same guy throughout the entire year. He didn't change, right? And that's true testament to his upbringing, his family, his parents, and the way they raised him.
Yeah. DeMeco, and we may talk about this later in the show, but I hear stuff like that, and I see these coaches that don't go to the Combine. DeMeco strikes me as a guy who wants to be in a room getting the vibe on these guys.
It was interesting when he said you can tell the moment a guy walks in the room. I wonder if he was talking specifically about quarterbacks versus other guys.
Maybe.
Because almost every other position, I would say, man, there's all different types. And I think DeMeco would probably agree with me on this. I mean, there's some guys that are incredibly introverted. There's some guys that are incredibly extroverted, but they're awesome football players. With quarterback, there's just a presence about good quarterbacks. There's like it's different. There's a certain command they have and a confidence they have that I feel like that's valid to judge it in that situation. The biggest thing with CJ, I think, for why coaches would want to be on the Combine is just what DeMeco said about what are CJ's teammates saying about him. Offensive lineman in college football, when asked about his quarterback leading up to the draft, is going to say at the very least, yes, I very much admired this quarterback. Yes, he was a leader of men. Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, he did everything right. Like, they're not going to sell the guy out.
No.
But I think with CJ, there's specific stories people can tell.
Yeah.
And they can talk about CJ having them over for dinner. Not to mention, like, CJ kind of taking care of them on the NIL side of things.
Amen.
Like, CJ just not just saying the right things in his own interview, but like CJ's teammates giving stories, not adjectives.
Yeah.
Like, anybody can say, yeah, he's a hell of a guy. But like when you have a story about why he's a hell of a guy, that resonates a lot more.
No doubt. DeMeco met with the local media as well. He did his national media session. I don't know what order they went in, but there's some cuts, too, from meeting with some of the local folks on the Texans beat. This was the biggest layup answer out of all of them. DeMeco was asked, hey, would you rather build using veterans or would you rather build, veterans or rookies? Do you have a preference on building through either of those avenues?
Not necessarily so. I always look at it, I'd say the young guys, they can step up and they can lead from the start if they are the right guy for that position. So I don't feel like you have to have a veteran at one particular spot on the team. I feel like there are a lot of rookies who come in and they excel from the start in this league just because they have the right mindset, they're made of the right stuff. So I don't limit, like, okay, I need to have a veteran at this spot or that spot. Whoever is the best guy, that's who I want out there. Whoever can help us, the best rookie, 8-year veteran, whoever's the best to help us win, that's who I want.
Okay, I'll say it, DeMeco, because you didn't say it. Sometimes rookies come in and they're just the best guy and they're good leaders.
Right.
Like you, DeMeco.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that was the biggest layup answer out of all of them. DeMeco is an example of a rookie who came in. You were there. Your last year with the Texans was his first year with the Texans.
Yeah.
You saw it up close.
DeMeco's not going to be the high school coach who plays you just because you're a senior.
That's right.
He'll start a sophomore over you.
He will.
You know? Like, yeah, I know you've been here. Yeah, oh, great. Yeah, you did all the required things, and that somehow guaranteed. No, you suck.
Cool story, bro. Yeah. DeMeco was good yesterday, man. He was good. We got a lot of texts from earlier, Seth. You did. We'll do the segment again later. Seth had a really good breakdown of Derrick Henry versus Saquon Barkley. Had some stats, had some comps, things like that. There's
the authoritative guide to why Derrick Henry would be a better signing than Saquon Barkley.
It was good stuff. We'll do it again later. But there are some folks out there saying, "Hey, man, Josh Jacobs, why is he not in here as the third man in this conversation?" Y'all are sitting here comparing Barkley and Henry in 2022, where the guy who actually led the league in rushing that year is also a free agent.
Right, yeah. I like Josh Jacobs better than Saquon Barkley as well. When it comes down to all those grittiness factors, by far, I very much like Josh Jacobs. I think that the appeal for me about Derrick Henry is this. I still think that he's very much still in his time. He's in that category of Frank Gore's and Curtis Martin's and Adrian Peterson, if he hadn't run into legal troubles, that can very much thrive in their 30-year-old season and 31-year-old season. And he's been way better than Saquon Barkley. But I do think that he's not going to be as pricey as Josh Jacobs or Saquon Barkley, and I think you can get more reasonable terms on there. And the other part of it, too, is he's the right kind of veteran leader. And this depends on him and what he wants. If he's cool with not being the absolute bell cow, and sharing reps with a Devin Singletary or somebody, or a Dameon Pierce perhaps, he's very much thrived in an outside zone running system before.
Yep.
Very much. And it's not so easy for running backs to figure it out all the time. I think he can be a really good mentor for those younger guys. Even if not, he doesn't have to take them under his wing and, buy him lollipops or anything. But just in seeing how it's supposed to operate, I think he can be a huge asset for the offensive line as well. Because, Arian Foster wasn't just good as a running back. He was good at communicating with the offensive line about things. There's a lot of back and forth between the O-line and the running back in a system like this.
We heard DeMeco talk earlier, and we'll play the audio again later in the show. That he would love to have Devin Singletary back. I love the idea of a Derrick Henry, Devin Singletary backfield, because now Devin Singletary is put in the role that you originally signed him for last year, which I thought deep down they wanted Dameon Pierce to be their hammer on first and second down, and Devin Singletary is your versatile third down backfield. Yeah. It didn't work out that way. You get Derrick Henry in here as not your bell cow, but your guy who's he's your conventional running back, and then Devin Singletary comes back here and plays that role. I put it this way: I'd rather have Devin Singletary and Derrick Henry for a combined $12 million than have Saquon Barkley come in here for $12 million and then whatever else is in the running back room after that.
Yeah, that projected contract for Saquon Barkley, 3 years, $36 million, that at least makes sense. And I'm guilty of this. I'm guilty of not remembering that, man, the running back discount is probably already baked into the contracts these guys are going to get. I don't know if the Nick Chubb contract or the
Christian McCaffrey.
Alvin Kamara.
Yeah.
They're up there contemplating whether or not to cut Nick Chubb right now in Cleveland.
And Kamara in New Orleans.
Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't think that contract's happening.
Yeah.
And I will confess that the thought of that, Saquon Barkley getting that type of contract is what was really scaring me.
Yeah.
I'm doubtful that if the Texans compete on that level, I'll be very disappointed in the Texans.
Yeah.
If it comes down and it's a reasonable level, then okay, that's a different conversation.
Yeah, 8 or 9 million, maybe 10. That's 12. 12 feels like a lot. Maybe I'm nitpicking. All right. Free agency nuggets from the combine yesterday that impact the Texans. We got the GM in Tampa Bay speaking. We got the GM in Baltimore speaking. We've got franchise tags that are getting doled out. These things all impact the Houston Texans, and we'll dissect coming up next.
If you have been in an okay.
Turf.com. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We were just talking during the break. These I don't know why. Maybe it hits different this year because the Texans are super relevant. You know, they're an ascending team who's got a bright future and a lot of cap space. So maybe the combine and all these GM press conferences and head coaching press conferences hit differently this year because as we're about to demonstrate, things that other GMs are saying affect the Texans. But I just said to Seth during the break, I'm like, man, between like Raheem Morris saying like, well, if the quarterback was good last year, I probably wouldn't be here as the new head coach. Between Sirianni, Ben, can you get Sirianni queued up again? Is that too hard to find? Between Nick Sirianni yesterday.
Jalen to be more of a vocal leader next season, and how do you think he did last year leading the team?
You know, there's not a book that is written on this is how you lead, right? People lead in different ways.
Oh, dude, there's like 1,000 books written about it. Like between that,
so many books.
Like all the little nuggets. All the little nuggets from the other GMs, I'm like, man, this combine isn't like they could shut down the combine after today, and I'd be like, that was an amazing combine, and people would be like, Sean, nobody even worked out. I'm like, who cares? It was awesome. Like we got a lot of stuff these last couple days.
I think this is part of it, Sean.
Yeah.
It's you can enjoy a party and life a lot more in some respects when other things in your life are going well.
Yeah.
Look, money doesn't make you happy, but money does remove a lot of obstacles that can stand in the path to happiness. So, you know, like if you still got other obstacles, it's not going to make you happy, but it removes a lot of obstacles. And I feel like the Texans right now, like when we watch the Texans at the combine or watch the combine in general, it feels like they just paid off their mortgage. Yeah. They don't have any student loans or anything, and they're just enjoying a nice cocktail party.
Yes.
Versus 2 years ago, it was like, oh, credit card debt out the wazoo.
Right.
You got you're loaning money to your uncle even though you know you shouldn't. It was a big old mess.
This is how I felt the last check that I wrote for college tuition for one of my kids.
Yeah,
this is how I felt. I'm like, this is it. This is the last check. This is the last penny that any of these undergraduate institutions is going to get. That's what this is, Seth.
Yeah.
Great analogy.
A weight has been lifted. What is?
Yeah.
The Texans are rolling through the combine
Yes.
with let's call it a 750 FICO score.
Hell
they're
yeah.
not up in the 8s yet, you know, but they're like it's a good place to be.
Yeah.
They've got credit.
Yes,
Yeah.
I can relate to that. Not the 8s so much, right? Yes, I can. Yeah. 7s, I could get there. I love getting those credit sesame emails saying your FICO score increased. It's a rush. Kind of like Nick Sirianni and GMs and coaches and whatnot at the combine. Here is, okay, then some of you are going to need to sit back and listen here. And I think I say this, I would love Mike Evans on the Texans. I don't want Mike Evans at what peak market is going to be for him. And the Buccaneers are going to have a lot to say about this. Here is Jason Light, the GM of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, when asked yesterday about free agent wide receiver Mike Evans.
You know, that was obviously out there. Decided to table him and then focus on the year. And, man, did he focus on the year. He had a hell of a year. And I'm happy for him. And bet on himself, too. He's an unprecedented player that we want him to be a Buck for life. We're working towards that. And, you know, it obviously takes two sides. I know he wants to be a Buck. But, I mean, to get the deal done, I mean, we'll probably have to strain a little bit, but we're working towards that right now. And, you know, a good deal is always, you know, it takes some time. So for both sides.
I think the one thing I might tie to this, Seth, is that the Buccaneers are cutting Shaq Barrett. So they are doing things. I don't know what their total cap situation is. But things clear out space. They've got Baker Mayfield they've got to figure out as well. Baker Mayfield was there on a one-year prove-it deal, and he had a good season last year.
This is another one with Mike Evans where I feel like I've let like various personal arguments flow over into like the way I'm talking about the player. And I'm on record as, you know, before all of this, loving Mike Evans as a player.
Yeah.
And like I like him as a free agent. My objection mostly is that I want the Texans to spend, you know, carefully but aggressively, but in positions of need where they have more need. Landry made a good point yesterday, which was that, like, hey, you know, the wide receivers for the Texans don't have the gleamingest track record of health, you know, and that's a very good point, I think. But the issue is that I still feel there's more glaring needs in the spots where you don't even have starters right now. That's where I am on it. As far as so I just don't want to spend on what I think for Mike Evans would be a really pretty lucrative contract for him, even at his age, because he's still been so productive. So that's where I am. If the Texans did it, I wowould be critical of them for the way they're managing their cap, and yet I'd also be kind of like, you know, like, oh crap, they got Mike Evans. Holy crap!
Yeah, no, I mean it would scare the hell out of the rest of the AFC South. I can tell you that right now. And by the way, hey, who knows, man? Like, look, the Evans thing isn't something you're looking at, and what's it going to be like 5 years from now? If you're just looking, I'm kind of slightly, I guess, making a case for maybe Mike Evans paying more than I would want to for him. if we're okay, I was going to say, if we're looking solely at 2024, you're going against a bunch of quarterbacks where you might need some heavy artillery to hang in those games. But you know what also helps? Guys on defense against good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So I'm more workshopping this thing here with Mike Evans. I guess with Evans, what if the marquee guys on defense dried up? Like, there's no Matabike available, and we'll get to that in a second.
Yes.
Josh Allen, there's no Josh Allen, there's no Christian Wilkins, there's no Patrick Queen, there's all the guys that are in that $20 to $25 million range. And I'm on the record, as you are, of saying, wouldn't mind the Texans getting one of those guys. I need to go hog wild, but one of those guys would be really, really good. If everything on defense dries up, but they got the cap space to go do it, does that change the calculus at all?
That's the huge part of just trying to say exactly what you want in free agency, because the Texans can say the same thing, as they're meeting right now, but they know that some guys are simply either going to re-sign with their own teams. The guys that you like, like let's say we have our little power rankings of various free agents and everything, but there might only be a couple of the marquee guys out there on defense that they feel really fit their scheme. In that instance, then that's another thing. I'll hold myself back in beating the Texans up over the head with this. Depending on who's actually available and out there in free agency, it might end up being that, all right, spending on a running back or a wide receiver makes more sense. I have wants. I have needs.
Yeah.
Sethy needs to take care of his business. Okay?
I know.
I want Christian Wilkins on this football team.
I would be shocked if the Texans weren't able to get one of those guys. We'll play now. Especially on defense, DeMeco Ryans is going to be your head coach, especially if you're a defensive lineman or a linebacker. You're in the front seven. I think they are going to get one of those guys if they want them, if that's what they want to do. Now, one of them they may not get, Seth, as we continue with some free agency nuggets from the Combine that impact the Texans. Eric DeCosta, the GM of the Ravens, says that the team will likely use the franchise tag on Justin Matabike if they need to. So the Matabike dream may be over for Texan fans.
I feel like, for whatever it's worth, it seems like kind of sentiment had started to shift over towards the Ravens not letting Matabike go no matter what. It's interesting because I like Patrick Queen a lot, and yet, I always get a little bit nervous when you look at how other teams are making their decisions. And it might be as simple as hey, Matabike is just a more valuable position, defensive line, than off-ball linebacker, and maybe that's why they want to keep him. But for whatever reason, they might be choosing Matabike over Patrick Queen.
Yeah. How much, in looking at, because Patrick Queen's an interesting one because we brought his name up before. I like Patrick Queen. How much does it factor in that he's playing next to maybe the best inside linebacker in football, Roquan Smith? How does that change things?
How much does it factor in the Ravens wanting to keep, or us judging Patrick Queen?
Us judging Patrick Queen. Does it make him look better that he's out there with Roquan Smith?
Yeah, I think it's impossible for it not to.
Yeah.
So and
how
Patrick
much
Queen,
does it factor in?
Right. Patrick Queen is he's a tricky one because over 4 years. His first couple years, it was dicey. And then these last couple years, he's really started to thrive. And like a lot of guys on that defense, they looked better when Roquan Smith got there. That Ravens defense last year, when they got Roquan Smith all of a sudden 2 years ago, it was like it flipped the switch. I was like, oh, it's back to being a Ravens defense again.
Yep.
It kind of been shoddy, and then there we go, back to being a Ravens defense. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
That makes me want Levante David even more.
I do.
Give me Levante David on a 1 year deal.
Yes, much less risk. He's been the guy for many, many years, older. Yes.
And as we talked about before, too, I think between Christian Harris and Patrick Queen, I don't know if either of those guys are the guys that you want to be the signal caller.
Right.
Christian Harris might be next year or the year after, but I'm wondering, just in DeMeco yesterday saying that he looked at last year like Christian Harris's rookie year, it feels like he's saying, he's still, he's got a great future ahead of him, but he's still on the rise.
Yeah.
And maybe he's not quite ready to, and my interpretation would be, maybe he's not quite ready to be the signal caller.
Last one here of nuggets from yesterday. L'Jarius Sneed, the top shelf cornerback for the Kansas City Chiefs, had a great season last year. According to Matt Verderam, NFL reporter, and I'd seen some other rumors of this as well. I saw 80% chance L'Jarius Sneed gets the franchise tag from Kansas City, which is interesting because they've also got Chris Jones, whose option they exercised so that they could potentially use the franchise tag on him.
Yeah.
So they've got some decisions to make. March 5th is the deadline to put a franchise or to off a player. They've got about a week to figure this thing out here.
If you're trying to talk yourself out of L'Jarius Sneed, or you just want them to spend money elsewhere, I think there's a couple things about any player from Kansas City. It's that Spagnuolo is so good, and they run such an aggressive scheme, and and they do such a good job coaching up their defensive backs that I don't know if you can necessarily transfer or expect that same performance. And L'Jarius Sneed also has had I can't talk myself out of him. He's had a boatload of penalties, but other than that, I think he's a really
player,
good quarterback. Yeah. The part about Kansas City coaching guys up is I think people wondered whether they would look at it and say, like, okay, well, we can develop another L'Jarius Sneed, but maybe they got to the point where they're like, all right, well, let's be honest with ourselves. Let's pat ourselves on the back for developing him, but he's also really, really, really good.
Yeah. Good player. All right, so those are some of the nuggets from the Combine from other GMs, other teams that I think impact the Texans. I think all those guys are guys who are on the radar hardcore for the Houston Texans in free agency potentially. All right, did DeMeco Ryans tip his hand on any of the Texans' own free agents yesterday? Devin Singletary he was asked about. Dalton Schultz he was asked about. Jonathan Grenard he was asked about. Seth and I will we will discuss, maybe even power rank the chances of these guys coming back based on DeMeco yesterday. That is coming up next.
Landry's putting his foot down. There's one.
7-4.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I will do the 8 at 8. 8 stories to get your day going in a story-heavy day. It's fun. Combine going on. Nick Caserio meets with the media at noon today. You'll hear it right here on Sports Radio 610.
Oh.
John Harris joins us at the Combine. Johnny's texting me right now. I said, we're good for 8:20 or 8:25 whenever he's coming on. He said, yeah, if I can pull myself away from this Liatu Letu press conference right now. The kid from UCLA. He's snapping pictures and sending them to Disney World right now.
So we get players today. All right.
We get, player press conferences today.
We didn't have any yesterday, right?
Not that I know of.
No, yeah. Oh, that's exciting.
Which quarterback are you most interested in hearing from? Is it Caleb Williams? Is it just by default?
You know what? That's an excellent question, Sean. I haven't even thought about like the personality side of things. I'm kind of intrigued by J.J. McCarthy. Just because I know very little about him in terms of actually I haven't watched him do interviews or anything.
Yeah.
And I always anticipate a certain level of Jim Harbaugh weirdness to rub off on a guy. But beyond that, Drake May, I need to hear Drake May answer for himself on why he doesn't feel like he needs to throw
Me
at
too.
the Combine. All three of these guys. I mean, Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jaden Daniels aren't throwing at the Combine. I know, it's the least physically taxing thing. Honestly, it's the least physically taxing thing anybody has to do at the Combine. And I would put it even below the S2 test itself, which apparently involves some little level of video game playing.
Right.
It's the easiest thing you can do. And everybody will forgive you if you've got some errant passes to receivers that you've never worked with before. But it was C.J. Stroud last year. It was just another check in the box for C.J. of oh yeah, this guy, people don't know how he's going to, if he can use his athleticism effectively versus a good defense. What's he do? He just goes off versus Georgia and trucks them with his legs and scrambling for time and whatnot. And then they're I don't know. How's he going to hold up to the pressure of the Combine? Hey, he throws. He throws, and he has one of the best performances.
This Combine.
How's he going to withstand the scrutiny of the S2?
This Combine.
He's going to destroy the Panthers by them taking the guy with the high S2 score
That's
test.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, this Combine might make me like C.J. Stroud even more than the Combine C.J. Stroud actually participated in. Because these three quarterbacks are being wussies about it. Throw! Just throw. Be a competitor.
It's throw. You're throwing the football.
Throw!
It's the easiest thing to do physically. I mean,
man.
it's hard to do it well. But in terms of exertion level, it's the easiest thing anybody does at the Combine.
Yep.
My God.
All right, let's dig into to DeMeco here. DeMeco was asked both in his national press conference and his breakout with the local media. He was asked about 3 of the primary free agents with the Texans. All right, so let's do the little game we play where we read into the audio here and try to figure out where the Texans are at with these free agents right now based on DeMeco Ryans' answers. Here's the first one. He was asked 2 questions in about Devin Singletary. Here is DeMeco Ryans on free agent running back Devin Singletary.
Yeah, very pleased with Devin. I remember sitting in a free agent visit with Devin and just, his personality, his demeanor, it was a guy I knew I wanted to work with right away. Right? Devin is made of the right stuff. He's a hard worker. He's a leader. He shows up every day in practice with a great attitude, and the guys around him feed off of that, right? So Devin was a great guy. We'll see what happens in free agency, but would love to have Devin back just because of what he brought to our team. He was definitely a bright spot.
A lot of behind the scenes answer there. The first time I sat down with Devin, would love to have him back. Was the big size 72 font cut right there. Would
love to have him back.
Love to have him back.
Yeah, very enthusiastic. Now, this was the fourth question.
Early in the press conference.
Relatively early in the press conference,
Yep.
yeah. So keep that in mind, I think. There's some factors we got to take into account when we hear him answer other questions about people.
Because a lot of people have been comparing the enthusiasm and that quote, we would love to have him back, about Devin Singletary with what we're about to hear, right, Seth, from about Dalton Schultz. Okay, so here was DeMeco asked several questions later about tight end Dalton Schultz.
13th question.
13th question. There we go. 9 questions later.
Yeah, Dalton did a really nice job for us in the passing game. Thought when those 2-minute drives where we were able to win a few games, Dalton really showed up. In a situational football, third down, he showed up making big catches for us. So we'll see what happens with Dalton in free agency, but I'm very, very proud of what he did for us last year.
No love to have him back, but I don't think that doesn't mean DeMeco doesn't want Dalton Schultz back. I do. My read, Seth, into this is that the negotiations with Dalton Schultz may not be going as smoothly right now as some seem to think they may be going.
Like somebody asked him, like, how you doing? Like, how's if they'd ask him directly, like, how are the negotiations going with Dalton Schultz? Internally, he might just be kind of like, ugh.
Yeah. And I think that elicits a we'll see sometimes. Like,
we'll see. Back. Maybe he's just pessimistic about it in general.
Yeah.
That he doesn't feel like maybe Dalton Schultz's people have already told him, like, look. Now, okay, because I think some people took it almost like it sounded like he didn't love didn't love Dalton Schultz as much as Devin Singletary.
That's how a lot of people took it. Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and say Devin Singletary was the fourth guy he was answering a question about.
Okay.
Whereas Dalton Schultz was the 13th guy.
So you think DeMeco is getting fatigued?
It was the 13th question.
Right.
I think if I read the transcript.
Yeah.
If I read the transcript.
I love this.
It actually looks, if anything, it actually sounds like more of an endorsement for Dalton Schultz, the football player.
Okay.
And for Devin Singletary, it sounds like an endorsement for Devin Singletary, the person.
Yes.
Because what did I tell you earlier about what do you want to hear about what teammates say about their players at the Combine? Like with C.J. Stroud, like all these stories that C.J.'s teammates told DeMeco. You know, they weren't just saying nice things like, oh, he's swell, what a great fella.
Right.
They were like giving specific stories about ways that CJ had been a good leader.
Yeah.
Likewise with Devin Singletary, there was a whole lot of like, oh, he's a hell of a guy, his energy, all that stuff. Didn't really say much about what he did on the field. With Dalton Schultz, if I do it with the appropriate enthusiasm, like if this was the fourth question answered, yeah, Dalton Schultz did a really nice job for us in the passing game. On those 2-minute drives where we were able to win a few games.
Yeah, wave your hands more.
Yeah.
Wait.
Dalton really showed up in situation down. He showed up making big catches for us. We'll see what happens with Dalton in free agency, but I am very proud of what he did for us last year.
I feel differently now. You're right.
Yeah.
You know what? I actually feel a whole lot better about Schultz coming back.
A slam dunk endorsement.
Yep.
Meanwhile, listen to what he said about Devin Singletary. Yeah, very pleased with Devin. I remember sitting in a free agent visit with Devin and just, man, his personality, his demeanor. It was the guy I knew I wanted to work with right away.
Okay. Now, if we're to extrapolate this into real life, and we take it in a language we can speak, women.
Yeah.
He did kind of say Dalton Schultz is a hot chick, and Devin Singletary's got a great personality.
Yeah, it's what he's saying. He's made of the right stuff. He's a hard worker.
Yeah.
Try saying that about a woman.
Right.
Yeah. What do you like most about your wife? Oh, she's a hard worker.
She's a hard worker. She's really
Never
solid.
a complaint out of that one.
She's really
she knows
solid.
her place.
We had it written into the vows, actually, for me. The first time I met you, you were an angel from the sky. You were solid. Yeah.
Okay. My interpretation, honestly, like reading through Devin's, it's hard to actually put a bad tone of language.
No. I feel like there's a good chance Singletary's back after hearing
Yeah, there's like
that.
2,700 compliments packed into those.
Right.
How many words was it?
112.
112, yeah.
He packed 1,000 compliments into 112.
I did the word count. It was 112 words for
Yeah.
Devin Singletary, and it was 45, I think, for Dalton.
Here is DeMeco Ryans with the local Houston media when asked about Jonathan Grenard's free agency.
JG did a great job for us this year. He's very productive this year, played physical, did the things we asked him to do. And we'll see where free agency plays out, but love JG and love what he did for us this year.
I don't even need to read into DeMeco, and like he was obviously way toned down there. He wasn't at a podium in front of 1,000 people. He was with like 5 reporters next to a curtain off to the side. So I can't read too much into the tone. I just think inherently this is the toughest negotiation the Texans have in free agency. Is Jonathan Grenard.
Man, like pass rushers are so hard to come by, and I think teams have a tendency to undervalue their own guys if they weren't top draft picks. It's not, that's not a criticism or anything. It's just sometimes when they're homegrown and they kind of emerge in their last year, I think there's more skepticism almost from the team that has them versus the other teams that are out there. They're like, look, he's on the right trajectory. We got to get this guy because our guys suck. Everybody thinks their own pass rushers suck. But I could see the Texans thinking, all right, look, we look at him as like a 3-year, $50 million guy, somewhere between $15, $18 million a year, whatever it might be. There's other teams out there that desperately need a pass rush. They're like, yeah, we think that's what he's probably worth too, but we're willing to go 4 years, $80 million.
You know what, too, Seth, with a guy like Grenard, who was injured his first 3 years to varying degrees? Even his which was 21, he had 8 sacks in 12 games, I want to say. He still missed 5 games. And in the other 2 years, he missed a bunch of games. And where I'm going with this is, I think you're right. I think maybe there's a tendency of the team that had the free agent in their building for 4 years maybe tamps the value down a little bit, especially with a player who had injuries, because the Texans lived through those injuries.
Yeah, they felt the brunt of them.
Yeah, and so that I think that can't help but at least subconsciously factor into what you think the value of the player is. Whereas, let's take Chicago as an example, the Bears. That's a team I've seen Grenard tied to as a free agent, potentially landing there in more than one place. I could totally see Ryan Poles and the Bears sitting there going, okay, well, yeah, he was. They're just looking at the back of the football card. Like, yeah, he missed some games here. But, boy, he went back to work, and by his 4th year, just look at the film. Like, he's one of the best defensive ends in football, that kind of thing.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
It is. You know what? It really, really is, Lovey.
With the Justin Fields thing, I could see that. Honestly, with quarterbacks in that situation up there, sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Yeah.
Given that, now you've got the point where Justin Fields, has to sit there and hear all the speculation and watch the Bears evaluate all these guys, all that. Maybe divorce is the right thing there.
Best cut from a GM so far at the Combine. I don't know what it is yet. Nick Sirianni's certainly in line for telling us there's no book on leadership. Yeah. This one was pretty good, though. This one is one that Texan fans probably listen. Okay, we lived that before. Here was Brandon Beane, Buffalo Bills GM, on trading up for Josh Allen back in 2018.
I mean, we got criticized a little bit for how much we gave up for Josh, and I'm like, well, if he doesn't work out, I'm not going to be here anyway, and if he does work out, nobody's going to give a shit.
I mean, that's
I see all these Bills fans. I see all these Bills fans in the comments going like, yeah, that's right, yeah.
Really?
And I'm like, yeah, that's honestly, even having seen it work out, what kind of a BS selfish attitude is that?
That's selfish. I was just going to say the same thing.
What kind of custodianship do you have of that team? Honestly, I've heard some GMs, and I'm not trying to kiss Nick's butt here or anything. I've heard a lot of GMs say this, that part of the responsibility of a GM is feeling like you need to be the person that's taking care of this business, not just for the short term, but for the long term for your owners. And, I don't know, maybe that's something that, Belichick preaches. I remember Scott Pioli talking about it when he was in Kansas City. And, obviously, Scott Pioli is a GM in Kansas City, whatever. But, his part of his philosophy was that he needed to treat the owner's money like it was his own. And so, with Beane, it's like, all right, it worked out. But, that's the exact same thing that Bill O'Brien did when he was making his splurge in 2020 and trading away DeAndre Hopkins and doing all this other crazy stuff. He knew damn well that if it didn't work out, he was still going to get paid because his contract's guaranteed, and he wasn't going to have to be here to clean it up because he would have gotten fired. It's honestly, it's the wrong life attitude.
Yeah.
And, if you're the GM of a football team, you should have some level of stewardship and a sense of responsibility to the long-term viability of the team. Not this if it doesn't work, I'll just get fired. I don't know, man.
I guess the closest move that Nick would have made to something where you could ask yourself that question would be the Will Anderson trade, probably.
Right, yeah.
Right?
I think the difference with Will Anderson, or maybe so, in action, maybe that is the same thing.
Yeah.
The thing about Will Anderson is that for the amount of price they paid to get up to where they did, I think the biggest thing, when I've heard some GMs talk about this, it's you're in that top 5, you start to think more about all right, who are the guys with the high floors? Like, because if you're talented enough to be up there, you're a legitimate, bona fide top 5. But then there's a Kayvon Thibodeau type, and then there's a Will Anderson type.
Mm-hmm.
And Kayvon Thibodeau, there's a lot of people wondering, man, I don't know. I think so, but I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
With Will Anderson, there was zero. In terms of, is the guy going to play his ass
Culture
off? Is
risk.
Is the guy going to stay focused? All that stuff. So, and I'm not trying to bust on Kayvon Thibodeau. He seems to be working out pretty well. But I think that Will Anderson was the level, the perception of where his floor was resoundingly and almost unanimously that he was going to be a really good football player. It's just, okay, does he work out in terms of being worth a top 5? And I think they were almost paying that premium for security and safety in that regard.
You know the wild thing about that? Everybody was criticizing the Texans for giving up their first in 2024 in that deal. Everybody thought it was going to be a top 5 pick. Everybody was wrong. And Nick even said to us, we thought we were going to be a pretty good team going into the year. The Texans had a much higher impression of what they were going to be in 2023 than the rest of the league did, and they ended up being right. The crazy thing is now you look at it, Seth, and the two premium picks they gave up in that Will Anderson trade, and I'm not counting the 12th pick in that because you're moving up from 12 to 3. And, I always look at it, you're paying all the picks you give up to move up 9 spots. That's how I look at it. The picks they gave up to move up from 12 to 3, the premium picks were the first rounder this year and the 33rd overall pick in the draft last year, their second round pick.
Yeah.
That second round pick, actually, if you pull out the draft chart, was actually a more valuable pick than the 27th pick in this year's draft. A high second round pick in the moment is worth a first round pick, a middle of the first round pick.
You get a big discount for
next
going to the
year.
next year.
Yeah. In retrospect, that ended up being on the draft chart the more valuable pick, and I think it wound up being Joey. I think the Steelers wound up taking Joey Porter Jr. with that pick, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been Will Levis. I can't remember. But anyways, it's just it's wild how things work out. That first round pick wound up being 27th overall in this draft. All right, man, we got a lot to get to here. Let's get to it here. You're listening to KLT Odyssey. Let's do the 8 at 8. All right, let's start with the Combine. DeMeco Ryans' press conference yesterday. Here is the Texans head coach on the competition over the next few years in the AFC South.
Our division is definitely really good. You think about the young quarterbacks in our division. With the Colts, the Jags, the Titans, and us, we all have really young quarterbacks who all have bright futures. And so really 4 really good teams in our division. Is going to be a battle each and every week that we play each other. But I'm excited about it, right? You want to play against really the top competition to see where you stack up, right? And I'm excited to see our team, develop and grow throughout the year and see where we end up.
What's the game in the AFC South you're most looking forward to next year?
Okay, looking forward to is a tricky way to put it. The one that I look forward to with excitement and trepidation are both of the Colts games.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, same. Mostly out of Anthony Richardson curiosity than anything else.
Yeah, Anthony Richardson and Shane Steichen. I think that, DeMeco and Shane Steichen have played against each other now at least 4 times as coordinator and or coach. Because DeMeco, the first game DeMeco was a defensive coordinator, they beat the Eagles.
Okay.
Then he lost in the NFC Championship game.
Yep.
He lost in the first game this year and then beat them there. So the 4 games that I know for certain that they played, he's 2-2 against them.
Yeah.
So the grudge match between those two is one that, aside from the quarterback, that's going to be fun.
Should be a whole lot of fun. The Texans also have a new linebackers coach. His name is Bill Davis. He coached with Matt Burke in Arizona, and he was DeMeco Ryans' defensive coordinator in Philadelphia during his time there. So a little familiarity with this.
He was DeMeco's defensive coordinator when DeMeco was a player in Philadelphia.
In Philly, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Somebody yesterday was drumming up. You could tell that they're writing some article about nepotism and coaching hires because they asked 2 questions of DeMeco about his process for finding coaches and whatnot. And I wonder how she's going to treat. I don't know how the author is going to treat DeMeco in the article because I think DeMeco He's done a good job of, like, Matt Burke he had never met before he ended up interviewing him. I think he's done a good job of trying to go out and, ask around and find guys. He didn't just hire all of his buddies the way some people did when they got here.
Yeah, especially on one particular side of the football.
He didn't just hire a bunch of guys who had never coached in the NFL
coached
before.
At Penn State as a graduate intern or something. Yes. All right, Combine news. Drake May will not throw, so that means the trifecta of quarterbacks at the top of this draft.
I didn't see the way you had written it in the show prep.
Yeah, I'm not going to read that on the air.
Trifecta of a dirty word.
Yeah.
It is the 2024.
Not throwing. Sometimes I put those in there for you.
Like you're calling them wussies, aren't you?
I am. Yeah, trifecta
you are,
of
yes.
that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 2024.
The trifecta of wussiness.
QB class. That's exactly what I wrote verbatim. my love for C.J. Stroud is amplified yet again. Let's hear from Ryan Poles, Bears GM, who could be taking one of the trifecta, Caleb Williams possibly at the top of the draft. Justin Fields is right now, as we speak, the quarterback of the Chicago Bears. Poles said he is going to be respectful of Justin Fields if indeed they move on from him.
If you decide to draft a quarterback, what is your motivation to trade Justin before free agency starts, knowing that there might be a premium on that?
Yeah, again, it just depends on what opportunities pop up. I will say this, I think you guys know me well enough now. If we go down that road, I want to do right by Justin as well. No one wants to live in gray. I know that's uncomfortable. I wouldn't want to be in that situation either. So we'll gather the information. We'll move as quickly as possible. We're not going to be in a rush and see what presents itself and what's best for the organization.
All right, so Atlanta and Pittsburgh are the two big ones, it sounds like, right now for Justin Fields, Seth.
Atlanta and Pittsburgh. Atlanta where what's his name? Raheem Moore yesterday just basically said, I wouldn't be here if the quarterback play had been better.
Yeah, with the quarterback still on the roster.
And then Kenny Pickett. Neither of those guys. I guess I feel bad for Desmond Ridder. Maybe he was given a raw deal. I don't know. Kenny Pickett. Nobody ever genuinely loved you. Even Steelers fans who threatened to kill me, I could tell that they were pulling their punches a little bit when they were defending Kenny Pickett. Nobody really believes in Kenny Pickett.
I think Mike Tomlin hates all his quarterbacks. I think he wants Justin Fields really, really badly.
I just wonder, though, what is it with Pittsburgh trying out the guy Mitch Trubisky, maybe we'll make a go of it with him.
Yeah.
Justin Fields, we'll make an honest fellow out of him. Yeah.
An honest fellow. All right. The recycle bin is starting to fill up at the end of the driveway of various NFL teams. The two names yesterday, Seth. All right, let's take this from a Texans perspective.
Yeah.
And I know price matters in all this. Would you? Let's start with Shaq Barrett, who looks like he's going to get cut by Tampa Bay. 45 sacks in 5 seasons for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
How many sacks in 5 seasons?
45 sacks in 5 seasons for Tampa Bay.
45 sacks in 5 seasons, 8 sacks in the last 2 seasons. And yet still, I think a good and solid player, just not as productive on the eye-popping stats. I would on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
I totally would on a 1-year deal as a veteran player, then come in and be a rotational player. Jerry Hughes is got to be 36 years old coming into this season, and he's a free agent.
Yeah.
Our fella there from Philadelphia.
Derek Barnett.
Thank you.
I'd bring him back. I was
getting very nervous about saying Derek Barnett and Shaq Barrett in the same paragraph.
I thought the exact same thing. I'm like, they signed both these guys. Seth's head's going to explode by week 5. Barnett and Barrett.
We had Shaq. If we had Shaq Mason and Shaq Barrett on the same team,
man, you got Derek Barnett and Derek Stingley Jr. Maybe Derrick Henry. Oh boy!
But Derek Barnett's a free agent too. So you want to run a rotation. That's another part of, when I talk about holes on the roster right now. Your best 3 pass rushing deeps. You got some work to do. So veteran guys like Shaq Barrett, who's probably going to be 31 or 32 years old next year, but still a productive player, just not as good as he once was. Yeah, I would be all about him coming in, being one of those rotational guys.
On a 1-year deal. Yeah. What about Jonnu Smith?
Jonnu Smith, I feel like we've got Dalton Schultz is my current experiment. I don't want to get involved in another experiment with. I need somebody that's a little.
Jonnu's actually gotten paid. Like Dalton would be jealous of Jonnu Smith. Probably like, yeah, you actually got a big deal from the Patriots. I got to admit, Jonnu Smith was a big miss for me when I watched Jonnu Smith play for the Titans, and he was only getting spot duty, and he would make plays in spot duty. I'm like, man, if somebody gives that guy a chance to go get 50, 60 snaps a game, they're going to get somebody who's really, really good. And I was wrong.
Well, he might be the guy that in this offense, who knows, maybe like you're just not going to spend any money on him.
Right,
I don't know.
right.
People keep mentioning, hey, Arthur Smith's up in Pittsburgh, so maybe that's a reunion there. I would feel a lot better about Shaq Barrett than I would about Jonnu Smith.
Same.
But I don't expect to actually pay more than a 1-year deal for either of those guys.
These guys are all recycle bin prices for me.
Yeah.
I take them on the team, but don't repay them. Don't overpay them like other teams have.
4.
Astros lose to the Nationals yesterday in spring training, 10-3. I know it is what it is. I know. How much did you have on that game, Seth?
Hits keep coming. Damn it.
The Astros. Kind of an underplayed story. They've been horrible at spring training so far.
They haven't been. You know better than that.
No, it's just I was -1 on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm saying their record sucks.
But as far as just looking at outcomes and what have you.
Yeah, they haven't been winning at all. But who cares?
You're not a true baseball fan until you act like nothing at all actually matters in spring training. Yeah.
Right. Now the things that mattered in this game: Jordan, first game in the 2-hole, 1 for 2, had a walk and a strikeout. Jose Urquidy, this to me a bigger story. I know Jordan in the 2-hole is a big story for everybody. I think Jordan can bat anywhere, and he's going to be an MVP candidate. Urquidy, 2 shutout innings. We like seeing that. So now you've gotten a couple good performances from some back end of the rotation guys here early in spring training. Urquidy and Hunter Brown. And Dylan Coleman, one of your bullpen acquisitions this offseason, came in and gave up 5 earned runs in a third of an inning yesterday.
These things happen.
Which is an ERA of like 100 and something. So that was your Stros yesterday.
5.
Cougs win. I was there last night at the Fertitta Center. Amazing atmosphere. Lived up to the hype. If you like defense, go watch a Cougs game at the Fertitta Center. Because it's not even one of those things like Iowa football where they kind of like talk themselves into defense and like wearing punting on their sleeve like it's a proud thing. Like defense is actually exciting. Like the Cougs play defense to a degree where it's like super exciting just because they're so active, hands in the passing lanes, they block, they do everything defensively, and it turns into some fun at the other end, like a lot of easy buckets at the other end too.
It's probably the same way as like back when Syracuse was in their most Syracusean ways. Like watching that defense was fun. Yeah, because it was limbs everywhere. You see limbs everywhere. So if you bet like all the limbs and lanes, there you go.
They got some long bigs for sure. The Cougs do.
Kelvin Sampson, like honestly, I feel like maybe over the last stretch of 4 games where they've had some pretty damn impressive victories, the fact that they came out and did not play well, didn't get awesome performances out of their stars offensively, but went out where it would have been easy for this to be a letdown game.
Yeah.
Super, super easy.
Yep.
And, they came out and they were gritty on defense. And, like Shed goes, what was Shed, 2 for 11?
2 for 11,
Yeah. And it didn't matter ultimately. Now, if they'd been playing against a top team like that, it would have been tougher. But they had 3 really, really brutally competitive and impressive games over the course of a week. They come back, you're ranked number 1 overall. That would be classic trap game, and it wasn't. Yeah.
Kelvin Sampson's got a great chance at Coach of the Year. It's number 1 team in the country, so they're a good team. But the step up in competition to the Big 12, and they're going to win the conference, is pretty remarkable.
This is one little thing, since this is a theme now for a couple days, on Kelvin Sampson being old school in a lot of ways. And I'll stick up for these Zoomers because they do respond to tough coaching and tough love. You always got to balance it, right? Kelvin Sampson's tough, but he acknowledges, quote, our kids are exhausted mentally and emotionally. We've got to get them refreshed.
Okay, that's good.
And the best way to get refreshed is with suicide.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah,
blowing the whistle.
Yeah.
6.
This was a late game.
What do they call? Sorry, Sean. What do they call suicides now? I'm sure they don't call
probably
them
not suicides anymore.
Yeah, I'm 100% guaranteed.
Something more politically correct. Yes. Yeah. Weren't these suicides before? Yeah. Got canceled.
You're allowed to round the corner and just get close to the line.
Yeah.
Just don't feel obligated to touch the line. Just kind of, get close enough and then come on back. Yeah.
It's fine, okay? Thunder 112, Rockets 95 last night in OKC. I don't know much on this game because the game started at 9 and I got home from the Cougs game and I was exhausted, so I didn't see any of it. I just know that I'm going to guess that Ime Udoka was was very upset after this game, and that defensive effort was an issue at times. Shooting the basketball was an issue. They lose 112 to 95.
7.
All right, a couple more here in the 8 at 8. The NFL Competition Committee is we're at that time of year where they're going to start taking a look at ways to improve the game. One of the things that the Competition Committee is going to pitch is the rule change for kickoffs that models the XFL model, in which the kicking team lines up at the opponent's 35 and the return team lines up at the 30 with only the kicker and returner allowed to move until the ball is touched. It's basically, I know that's a lot to visualize when you're in your car. I think just to net this out, it's a way so that there's not 11 guys running at top speed at guys.
Yeah.
They don't get nearly the head start that they get, or they wouldn't get nearly the head start they currently get under the kickoff rules.
So if you're asking, like, wait a second, justify the kickoff enough?
Yes.
Of 2,698 kickoffs last year, only 587 were returned.
Dude.
With 1,970 touchbacks and 92 fair catches.
Fair catches were a thing, yeah.
On kickoffs. 92 fair catches. It's a banner year for fair catches on kickoffs.
On kickoffs, yeah. Welcome to the party, fair catch.
The issue is that it's still like the highest percentage injury play in football. So that makes sense. I get it.
I didn't like it when they wussified the kickoff rules. I like kickoff returns, and yet, like, it was one of those things, like, I found myself when Kaimi Fairbairn just kicks it out the back of the end zone 6 times a game or whatever it is. I'm like, nah, okay, 1st and 10, let's go. So this would be interesting if they did it this way. If they line the guys up, like, right practically on top of each other.
They're right on top of each other, and then there's a kick, and then okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
8.
All right, 8. I'm going into business for myself here a little bit, but Survivor premieres tonight. I've never watched a single episode of Survivor. I'm gonna preface it by saying this. This is the 46th season of Survivor, and the reason I'll be watching is because my daughter's boyfriend, longtime boyfriend, who it's probably heading in that in that direction where eventually we'll be family.
Don't put any pressure on the kids.
It'll
Sean.
be fine. They'll be good. He is one of the 18 Survivor contestants, Charlie. We played some of the audio from his intro video. You're excited?
I'm excited for it.
I am
really,
too.
I'm invested in this. I want him to do well.
Have you ever watched Survivor before?
We did. Brandy and I watched like the first few seasons.
That's who's watched it says, I used to watch it all the time. And I've yet to ask anybody. Maybe it's an age thing. I'm asking people that are, in their 40s.
Right?
And
50s. Yeah. Well, yeah. I would imagine it's like anything else. I mean, it's an investment.
Yeah.
I remember I didn't like when it started getting super cutthroat, and like in the first few seasons, I don't think there was as much of like backstabbing and selling people out and everything, and then it became people that were fans got really good at playing the game and the Machiavellian side of things. I didn't really like that part. I don't like betrayal. I generally I'm not a fan of it. And yet your future son-in-law potentially now is hoping to major in betrayal.
He is,
and if he does well in this game, he'll be the best at betrayal.
He's
the kid that's going to marry your daughter.
He's done an interview where he's talked about utilizing the tribal council to his advantage. He's a future lawyer, so that's either going to get him to the very end, or he'll be eliminated by 9:00 tonight.
He's lucky he's such like a sweet-faced kid. Like I'm sure, I mean, they'll eat him alive on the show. But in terms of America liking him, the future lawyer from Harvard, that like you got 8 checks against you immediately. If he showed up like some smarmy little I'm smarter than you and I know it type of guy, he'd get destroyed by America. I think America's gonna love him.
Yeah, well, he's leaned heavily into his fandom of Taylor Swift, which has already paid dividends for him. He's been in multiple articles.
It's going to be a polarizing one.
It can be, but he's got a very loyal, big group of people behind him with these damn Swifties,
I didn't realize you was part of the Swiftie cabal.
Big
All right. For the show that Judy, there's a picture of Judy at the very end of this trailer.
She made the cut, man. Yeah, she made the boy. She was so excited. She thinks she's a big star now. She's at the end of she's on a trailer for 1.8 seconds at the end. She's like, I'm a big star.
She getting recognized in airports?
Yeah. She has to wear a hat now so people don't bother her.
How do her knees feel and everything? Because she was her joints. Because she was for those of you who don't know, she was a cross country runner in college.
Yeah. I think she feels good.
She never had any issues or anything.
No complaints. No. Yeah, no No major injury issues for her.
I guess I always forget about that. Like, they're not like normal joggers or something.
No.
They float along the earth.
It's incredible.
Running 5-minute miles like it's no big deal.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it. I don't know. I don't want to look at the results of the paternity test.
Your
either.
genetics is all it is.
Yeah, sure it is. Yeah. All I know is she shared a womb with a kid who's way more like me athletically.
Yeah, no, she was twins with Sammy.
James.
James, yeah. And James and Sammy look like you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's not, yeah.
Yeah, it works out. All right, John Harris. He is at the NFL Combine. We're going to try to pry Johnny away from the player press conferences for about 10 or 15 minutes. Get Johnny's thoughts on what he's looking for this weekend at the Combine. Early thoughts on free agency for the Texans, especially in light of franchise tags starting to get handed down. John Harris joins us next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's go out to Indianapolis to the NFL Combine, or as our next guest likes to call it, Disney World. John Harris, Texan sideline reporter, draft analyst extraordinaire, footballtakeover.com, the place to go to for awesome draft analysis. Johnny joins us live from Indy. Johnny, how are things in Indianapolis, man?
Things are fine. I am looking at my orca. That would be Leatu Latu from UCLA. So that would be the whale, hopefully, that we end up with in Houston.
Okay, well, maybe you're answering my very first question right out of the chute then, because I wanted to lead in here. Like, the players are starting to meet with the media today. They start working out tomorrow. Give us one name on offense and one name on defense for the Texans that you are super excited to dive into these next few days.
Man, boy, the corner group, and there's been, I've listened to you guys from afar, and, there's been some talk about whether they're going to do a corner, and this is a pretty deep corner group, and I think I'm really curious about how this group works out, how it runs. There's a lot of depth and versatility in this cornerback group. I love Quinion Mitchell from Toledo. He's my to see how he runs. I thought he could run in the low 4.3s. He had a tremendous Senior Bowl. I'm really excited to look at him. Just some of these guys on the defensive line. I want to see what Tavondre Sweat comes in at. At the Senior Bowl, he walked past the scale and just said, "Nope, not getting on it." So I'm curious to see what his
How much do you think he weighs? How much do you think he weighs?
He was not a biscuit short of 370 at the Senior Bowl. I can promise you that. He was 370. So I think, Seth, he gets down to 345, 350. He's got an opportunity to be a really good player. He's been conditioned. He can stay on the field for 3 downs. He's got to get his weight down. So we'll see whether he's able to do that. On offense, I'm going to give you one because there's been so much talk about running backs. I'm going to give you a guy that not a lot of people are really talking about. So I just went Landry and John. No one's talking about guy. Jalen Wright from Tennessee. I really kind of off my radar screen. He was supposed to be at Senior Bowl, didn't show up. I started working on guys that were at the Senior Bowl I had a chance to see. And so I'm going through my running back list, and I'm like, oh, man, hey, Jalen Wright, let's go get some film. Let's study him. And one of the first games I watched, he took off on a run and popped a seam and was, holy cow, he's running away from everybody. So when I looked it up, oh, yeah, he runs like a 6.55, 60-yard dash or something, 55-meter dash, set a record indoor track. Like, whoa. Let's check this guy out. Apparently, he registered 23 miles an hour on a GPS. And that's a running back not a lot of people are talking about. He's 5'11", he's about 200 pounds, and could fly. And, if you want to add a home run hitter to this offense, maybe Jalen. But he runs in the 4.3 range, as I expect him to, because he's got track speed. You may not be able to get him in the 3rd round. But, man, that's a guy I'm really excited to see from out of Tennessee. Just didn't pay a whole lot of attention to him throughout the year, paying attention to Cody Schrader at Missouri and some other running backs. But Jalen Wright, a guy with decent size for a running back and then able to have track speed, he's going to be really fun to watch, I think, at the Combine. So those are just a few of the guys I'm kind of paying attention to what they do this weekend, kind of off the beaten path, if you will.
John, if Leatu Latu, the edge rusher from UCLA, was available at 23 and somehow Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle from Texas, was available at 23, which is, because I know you like both those guys. Which one would you take?
Well, I've got Murphy rated a little bit higher.
Yeah.
The thing about it is I think some of it, and, everybody hates the word. Well, it depends. I think it does depend a little bit on what they do in free agency, Seth. I mean, if they go out and, okay, well, they got a good deal and they're able to sign, a defensive end. Maybe they re-signed John Grenard and they were able to sign another defensive end. Okay, well, maybe Latu is not as important at that point as Byron Murphy is, but they're pretty close in my estimation. In fact, in my Harris 100 that hopefully will be done in the next few weeks, my 2nd or 3rd iteration, I think they're really close. Like one's 14, one's 16. So I think pretty highly of both of them. Murphy is one hell of an athlete. Could go and play fullback or tight end on your offensive goal line sets if you need him to do that. But inside, he's just a destroyer. I mean, he started his career at DeSoto at like a running back, and then he moved to a linebacker, ended up being the most dominating defensive tackle, I thought, in the country last year. So I would probably lean Byron Murphy, but if they don't re-sign Grenard or sign a defensive edge player that really is kind of the top shelf that they're going to need, and Latu's sitting there at 23. That's who I ended up going with in my mock draft, footballtakeover.com. I did a 2-round mock, and I went with Latu for the Texans. And I love him as a pass rusher. He's got such skill, and he's got that Euro cross-chop move.
Yeah.
Jump through cross-chop. I mean, it's fun to watch. When he hits it, holy cow. And when you see him up close, you're like, this guy's doing that move? Like, he's 6'7". And, I mean, he's legit. Like, he was towering over me when I was talking to him at the Senior Bowl. So I would probably go Murphy, because I just feel like you got to be strong inside, and I do think they'll sign somebody on the edge. But if they get something signed with somebody interior-wise, then I'm going Latu, and I got Latu and I've got Will Anderson. Man, over the next 3-4 years, I'm going to be dominant off the edge.
Well, that's, and DeMeco was pretty open at the end of the season about saying they're going to spend resources on defensive linemen. So that could mean draft picks. That could mean free agency. Do you feel pretty good about there being at least one really, really promising prospect available at 23 by the time they get there at defensive line?
I do, because I do think there's going to be a run on quarterbacks, there's going to be a run on wide receivers, and there's going to be a run on tackles. I feel like those are the three positions where there's going to be a run now, because there's depth there and there's quality players there. So I do think we're going to go get it. We're going to go get Byron Murphy. We're going to go get Latu, because all these other teams are going to push him down the list. And, maybe, I don't know, Indianapolis is sitting there at 15 and there's all this talk about corner, but then all of a sudden somebody leaves Byron Murphy on the board. They've lost Grover Stewart, and they're like, you know what? We're going to take Byron Murphy because everybody's taking wide receivers, tackles, and quarterbacks, and so they're going to jump in there. You hope they don't, but they may end up doing that. But I think it's going to push at least a few of the edge rushers down to the Texans at 23. And it just kind of goes to show a little bit the fact that last year, when I did this draft stuff last year, I looked at it and said, it's a 4-player draft. It's Bryson CJ, and it's Will Anderson, and it's Jalen Carter. Those are the 4 elite players in this draft. But I always look ahead. I knew in the 2024 draft, even if everybody declared and everybody went out in the draft as was supposed to, it was going to be an offensive player draft. There was no Will Anderson in the 2024 NFL draft. Even Latu, as much as I love him, Latu is not the number 3 overall pick in this draft. You had to go get Will Anderson last year because he was the best defensive player, not only in that draft, but he's going to be the best defensive player in the next couple of drafts. So making the move and looking ahead a little bit helps you, because you knew. And I think it's going to work this way for some teams with quarterbacks, because they're going to look at the group of quarterbacks for 2025 and go, ooh, no, we need to get a quarterback this year, because if you got to rely on a young quarterback next year, you're talking about Carson Beck, potentially, Quinn Ewers, Texas, and that's where it really stops. Wow. And then you kind of like, man, we're so if you're looking for a quarterback, you better be thinking, I got to get one this year, or I got to go out and get a free agent, and I got to get my stock happen. And I think that's what happened last year with Will. I think the Texans looked ahead a little bit and said, there's not the defensive game changer in next year's draft. We can sit here and hang on to this pick, and if we're good as we think we're going to be, we might be drafted in the 15, 20, 25 range. We aren't getting that defensive player that we're going to get like we could with Will Anderson. So if you look at it, take it all in totality, it was a even smarter move than we thought, because I do think the defensive players in this draft are going to move down, and down, which is going to make the Texans happy at 23.
Yeah, the Will trade worked even independent of that, but that's a great backup reason to continue to argue on behalf of it. John Harris joining us live from Indianapolis at the Combine. All right, so Johnny, one of the things that Seth and I have allowed ourselves to do is look at some of these mock drafts and watch Brock Bowers drift into the teens in some of these mock drafts. So I ask you, have you allowed yourself to envision what Brock Bowers would look like in an offense with C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell, and Nico Collins? And at what point, if Brock Bowers begins to drift into the drafts, would you ponder moving up to go get him, or would you ponder at all if you were the Texans? Are we crazy here?
No, not at all. I think what's happening with Bowers is kind of the NFL. It really has nothing to do with Bowers, to be honest with you. I mean, Bowers is probably going to run in the 4.5 range. He's 245 pounds. He can play any of the quote-unquote tight end positions. He can play Y, H, F. He can do pretty much anything that you want him to do as a tight end. Man, there's some dude on the Raiders network that is just losing his freaking mind. He's driving me crazy. Anyways.
I would too if I was on the Raiders network. Yeah.
I would absolutely entertain the thought. I think that when you look at the franchise tag of like $12 million, and then you think, okay, Kyle Pitts is with the Falcons, right? He was the 4th overall pick. Well, what's his number going to be in his 4th and 5th year? It's going to be well beyond that franchise tag number. So I don't think I think NFL teams are looking at it going, wait a second. Yeah, he's a tight end. Maybe we should think about what the true value is. And I also think that quarterbacks and tackles are going to push him down the board. And they got these wide receivers, so they'll push him down the board. So I think that Bowers is going to end up, even though for me he's going to be like player number 5 or 6 in my Harris 100, I think he's going to end up falling into 14, 15, 16 range. And then those teams that didn't make the playoffs are thinking, man, are we one player away? Man, I don't know if we can do that with Brock Bowers. And so now all of a sudden he's now in the 18, 19 range. That's when I start to think, okay, Nick, get on the phone, make some calls, and see what you can do. Because I think this offense with Brock Bowers ends up being a total different dynamic and really, really fun. I mean, we've been talking about, okay, which wide receiver would fit in between Tank and Nico? And then you think, boy, what would the ultimate X factor in Brock Bowers fit in between? I mean, it'd be a field day. I mean, Georgia used him in so many different ways. Georgia used Brock Bowers like San Francisco uses Deebo Samuel. They would run him on sweeps. They threw now screens to him. They used him as a blocker and bunch sets. I mean, they used him the exact same way that Deebo Samuel was used in San Francisco. And obviously, put the connection together, Bobby Sloak is in San Francisco, blah, blah, blah. I absolutely think if Bowers is kind of in that team range and he's still there, I do think that you start making some calls and seeing what it would take to get up and go get him, because you talk about a chess piece that would change things. Like, he's George Kittle, probably without the great blocking. He's a decent blocker, but I think he becomes even more dynamic as a pass catcher in that offense. It would be fun.
John Harris thinks okay, good. Johnny, you know I value your opinion. I like hearing that. All right, yes. So we John Harris live from the Combine in Indy. So we got Nick coming up today at noon. I'm assuming, are you guys getting Nick on Texans All Access as well?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Absolutely. He is. We had DeMeco last night. He was great. And Nick is coming up tonight, so we'll have him fresh out of the chute at 6 o'clock tonight.
All right, there you go. So 6 o'clock tonight, be listening for that. At J Harris Football, and, of course, footballtakeover.com. Go there. It is well worth it. Johnny's got great stuff on his website there, footballtakeover.com. Texans sideline reporter and NFL draft analyst extraordinaire John Harris. Johnny, enjoy Indianapolis, and we'll see you when you get back to Houston. Appreciate you making time, my man.
Absolutely, boys. I appreciate you having me. We'll talk soon.
All right, you got
Bye-bye.
it. Thanks, Johnny. See you. That's the great John Harris joining us here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. All right, so Seth, he likes the Bowers plan.
Yeah,
Johnny does.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
good.
It's hard not to get excited. It's just I feel like it's so
It's a pipe dream.
That, it's a pipe dream. Is what it is.
It's a pipe dream, but it's fun to think about. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back to DeMeco Ryans. Some coaches, they have started more and more not to go to the Combine. I think DeMeco Ryans gave a window yesterday. Why he goes every single year. Something he had to say about what they seek, the Houston Texans, in their future Houston Texans. We'll have that for you coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
DeMeco and Cordell.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, DeMeco Ryans is, I won't say he's part of a dying breed, because I think most of the coaches still go to the Combine, but there are coaches who are continuing, the list is dwindling. Robert Saleh doesn't go. Sean McVay is not going this year. Mike McCarthy doesn't go. DeMeco Ryans is there. And I think if you're wondering why, like I know I would want to be there. I would want to talk to guys face-to-face as opposed to on Zoom. That's just how I like doing business.
Yeah, I guess the more relevant question is, okay, why not? Because there's still the extreme minority that doesn't go. Robert Saleh, Sean McVay, and Mike McCarthy. And I think a lot of it, from what I've read, with various guys, are going to have their own reasons. But the scouting combine, kind of the scouts can do their thing and, like, get all the information they need and have their time with the interviews and everything. So where coaches can work on bringing the new coaches into the fold, getting ready for practice, all of that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've thought about this, and I'm like, okay, am I being grumpy old man and thinking the coaches should go to the Combine? I would say no, and I think that DeMeco backs me up on this, on exactly what value you can get out of it.
Here's DeMeco on, I think something he said about approaching free agency resonated with me about what this week means to the Texans.
When you talk about free agents, when you have that firsthand look of the guys who you've spent day after day with, you know them. You know their strengths, you know their weaknesses. Right, you know how are when things get hot and heavy, like how do they handle it? So I think there is an advantage to, man, I know exactly who this guy is. I know exactly how he will respond, as opposed to reaching for someone you may on another team that you may not have much info about. So there's a lot that goes into it. It's like while we're here at the Combine, we're trying to gather as much information on these players and their backgrounds as much as we can to identify who they are as a person. Right, and in the free agency process, it kind of gets sped up, and sometimes you miss out on truly figuring out, man, who is this person that we're bringing into our building? So for me, it's always person over player, right? And bringing the right person in is of high importance to me.
Yeah, and I just think it's better. That's better served doing it in the same room, talking to somebody, than it is over a Zoom call. I just think you get a better feel for it.
Yeah, it's I think in free agency, obviously, is a whole different beast than in the draft, because there's so much projection that goes on in the draft. I think in the dicey thing is that, like it is in any business, you can also read too much into an interview, and people, it's a different environment than the actual work environment. I care about it for quarterbacks. I think the interview really matters for quarterbacks, because that's actually that's the kind of artificial environment that quarterbacks find themselves in all the time.
Yeah.
And there's a certain charisma that most good quarterbacks have that you can sense immediately. So as far as defensive linemen go, or anything, especially defensive linemen, I don't care. I like some of my favorite.
That's true.
Awesome, horrible personalities. So not bad people, but just bad personalities. Some of them were like the funniest guys on earth. There's just no telling.
I'm probably projecting my previous life into this opinion a little too much.
Yeah.
Where, as people who know my background, I've interviewed hundreds of people for jobs back in the day when I was in sales. That actually is an environment where you're like, okay, I do want to see how this guy does in an actual interview, since a sales call is kind of basically a sit-down interview with somebody.
Yeah.
Obviously, the shoe is on the other foot when you're doing a sales call, but you want to see how they present themselves in a professional environment, kind of thing. And you're right, not as applicable in football, probably.
Landry's point about not going is I disagree with him on one. He had texted us. He said McVay had no picks. Saleh and McCarthy's nerdy. I don't know if he wants me to read it verbatim. Basically, say they don't have a lot of say in what's going on with personnel. I agree with that. I think with the whole thing about the Rams, though, is that they've had a boatload of picks and draft picks. They've traded away some of their more premium draft picks. So I think because honestly, the first rounders and the second rounders, you're going to see those guys at their pro day and everything. A lot of the mid round picks are what's more important for the combine environment. But yeah, I think the separation between the coaches and the personnel people in some places is way more stark. And the point Landry's making, I think, is that with the Texans, look, DeMeco and
very
Nick
involved.
Have a very close relationship,
Yeah.
I think, when it comes to this stuff.
No,
And they respect each other's opinions.
It's a fair point. I guess what I would want to know is the guys who are staying home, Florsham Park, New Jersey.
Doing?
Yeah, like
McCarthy,
honestly,
who admitted to lying to Jerry Jones about having watched every snap of the Cowboys as he was interviewing for the job. Yeah,
who had an expose done by Tyler Dunn a few years ago about how the dude loved to just go get massages when he was the coach in Green Bay at various times.
To be fair to McCarthy, he had some kind of a back issue, and he was getting like a non-Deshaun Watson type of massage.
Fair enough. I'll eliminate what I just said. I still think McCarthy's probably sitting at a donut shop right now. Okay.
Yeah, there's a reason he's got a back issue. It's not because he was running too many miles per week.
I'm not here to fat shame the guy. I just don't think he's doing anything productive as we speak.
Did you hurt your back power cleaning there, McCarthy? Is that what you did, huh? Yeah.
Sure looks like it.
You just squatted a little too heavy last week.
Chiseled from stone, this guy. Here's DeMeco Ryans on C.J. Stroud. When did you first really get the sense that Stroud was as even-keeled and calm as he is?
Well, it started right here at the Combine, right? When you were evaluating young players, you see CJ come into our room in the formal interviews and just see, he had that calmness about him, right, in the room. And you can tell, for me, I can tell instantly, like, if a guy, has what it takes. And I saw that in CJ when he first sat down and he began to speak to us about his background, right, and his college experience. And then you see, right, his teammates and how they spoke about CJ. I remember being here last year and every Ohio State teammate that sat in our room, they spoke highly of CJ and what he meant to them and the things that he did to those guys to help them. So it's you can't hide, right? Your true character always will show, and it showed that CJ was a really great guy, raised the right way, and he was the same guy throughout the entire year. He didn't change, right? And that's true testament to his upbringing, his family, his parents, and the way they raised him.
See, I think for me, Sean, the reports from other people is always way more important to me than the actual interview with the guy himself.
Sure.
Because I bet is awesome in interviews face to face, Sean. Johnny Manziel. I bet he would meet people at the Combine and be like, oh man, what a charismatic dude.
Yeah.
His teammates all love him. Why do they love him so much? Because he's Johnny Football.
Well, he's also really good at lying.
Yeah.
So.
Right. So, but when it comes to what do people say about him, what do people say about that player and what do the teammates say, there's a different level of, reading between the lines.
Yeah.
That everybody, remember Connor Cook, they had a couple of his offensive linemen come out and say, no, he's a fantastic fella.
Connor Cook wasn't a captain. Remember, that was a big thing.
Yeah. No, but even his offensive linemen were going to throw him under the bus.
Yeah.
Especially when you don't want to look like a jerk yourself. I think that with CJ, there was more actual stories about how exactly CJ operated and what made him different perhaps than other quarterbacks. And I think that part's valuable to actually get the feel a consensus on how a guy's teammates feel about him if it's different.
I still think there's a chance the Texans had CJ number 1 on their board. I do. I hear stuff like that, and I like because all the rumors were they were going to take Bryce Young if they had the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
I think they knew they were going to be picking second, so they probably knew they were going to be taking C.J. Stroud. I wonder if they had the number 1 pick and they truly had to get super introspective about it or start to dig in. If they wouldn't have arrived at C.J. Stroud with the number 1 overall pick, I don't know. I'm just glad he's the quarterback.
The biggest thing with Bryce, honestly, the biggest thing with Bryce that I wondered about still is there were a lot of anonymous scouts or what have you, or people that aren't in the game anymore that could easily overlook Bryce's size. That's a whole different story when you're up there with your finger on the nuclear button.
Yeah.
It's just seeing Bryce Young in person and not to mention just listening to him talk. Is that your leader of men?
Right.
I don't know. And I think that there are more teams probably than whatever the anonymous executive polls and everything would show that just flat out at the end of the day would have preferred to go with a more prototype-looking guy.
It didn't help Bryce this season because I would watch a lot of Bryce's post-game press conferences just to see how he was handling things.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I'm always intrigued by. Like, how do guys who won constantly in college handle losing at the professional level? What he didn't help himself with is his go-to sort of attire for post-game press conferences was a sleeveless T-shirt.
He looked like he should have been out playing under the pavilion Yeah, or at the least, like playing basketball under a pavilion in the summer or something, you know. But definitely a teenage boy.
Yeah, dude, put a hoodie on or something, or put a button-down shirt on. Like he's got his tiny little bird arms popping out of a sleeveless T-shirt.
That, yeah,
mopey look on his face because he just
I didn't think about the small arm part of it.
Yeah, dude, he's got these skinny little arms and his baggy sleeveless T-shirt. I'm like, you look like you're 13 years old with a fake mustache and beard right now. Like you're like you're trying to go buy beer. Like
he does have the facial hair of somebody who's trying to look older, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's got beer for his buddies. Yeah.
He's got that convenience store mustache.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it. All right. Derrick Henry versus Saquon Barkley. If you missed it earlier, Seth puts together a phenomenal. If we were arguing this in court, I would want to be part of Seth's legal team arguing the case for Derrick Henry over Saquon Barkley for the Houston Texans. That is next. I was mentioning earlier, I was at the Cougs game last night, and I had fun at the Cougs game.
Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get to it. Saquon Barkley is definitely the apple of many a Texan fan's eyes. Good player. I get it. I don't fully agree with the value placement on Saquon Barkley, but that's why we're here. We're here to debate and discuss and ultimately try to make the Texans a better football team. Right, Seth?
I think I understand that, and I understand the appeal, and I think he would add an element and a threat to the team that the Texans don't currently have right now. The big for me with Saquon Barkley at this very moment is that he's had one impressive season in the last 4 seasons. And a lot of people will make excuses for him for 2023 because he was in such a bad situation. And that's valid. That's fair. He still ran for 962 yards in a bad situation. Mm-hmm. That's fair. But it's really important, though, to note, like, on the sum total of it, he's had one good season in the last 4 years. With Derrick Henry, the biggest objection seems to be about his age because there's zero basis for Saquon Barkley being better than Derrick Henry in any of these past 4 seasons, including the season in which Derrick Henry was injured. So, it's really astounding when I went back and looked at it how much better Derrick Henry has been than Saquon Barkley over the last 4 years.
And yet, I feel if I put up a poll, maybe I'll do that today, just independent of cost, because I think Henry's going to be the cheaper of the two as well. I feel
that's a big part of it. Yeah,
but let's pretend. Let's put that aside. Let's just say the two players and everything that comes with them as players. I think if I put up a poll, and I'll do that today, I'm giving myself a reminder right now. I bet that most of the followers, I don't know how drastically it would be tipped in Barkley's favor. I think Barkley would win that poll among Texans. Just which guy would you rather have, Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry? I think Barkley would win, and you feel differently.
So in terms of who's the right guy for this team, I want you to hear DeMeco talking about the types of players they're looking for in this next clip, and just take note of the mindset that he wants.
For me, every season you start over. This year it was a good run for us. Didn't end the way we wanted it to end, but that was a good run for the 2023 Texans. Now, for me, it's a clean slate. We start over 2024. Now, who are we going to be, right? And we have a lot of great matchups versus a lot of great teams this year, and I'm excited to, first off, build our team again the proper way of guys who are just looking to compete, guys who have that relentless mindset, guys who want to go out, play for each other, guys who want to hunt, guys who want to play with relentless effort and finish. Like, that's what I'm looking to build as we start this offseason.
So that relentless mindset, and I think that's something that we very much saw on defense last year. There was a certain attitude that defense had. I think offense as a whole, despite the impressive performance by C.J. Stroud, wasn't quite that same relentless mindset. I'm going to be honest with you. I was kind of astounded by how glaringly Derrick Henry was better than Saquon Barkley when I went back and looked at what I like to call the grittiness stats, the yards after contact, the missed tackles, things like that. And I went back to 2022, Sean, because that's the season that's been painted out to me as the magical, wonderful, Saquon Barkley is just everything we ever dreamed he would be.
Saquon Barkley's magnum opus, 2022.
He had 1,312 yards rushing. Derrick Henry had 1,538. So, okay, whatever. Saquon Barkley's got value as a receiver, right?
Yeah.
Supposedly. Yeah. We'll get to that. As far as the grittiness stats, you go in that 2022 season, after contact per attempt, Derrick Henry was third out of 32 backs who had a minimum of 175.
It matches the eye test, I would say.
Yeah, so yards after contact. Saquon Barkley's always had a reputation as a guy that's kind of like, all right, if things are good and if he can pop it, he's going to pop a long, explosive run. Yes, he's got more explosive potential than Derrick Henry. Yards after contact per attempt for Saquon Barkley in that magical season in 2022, 25th out of 32 backs.
Wow.
Total missed tackles forced. Derrick Henry, third in the league out of 32 qualifying backs. Saquon Barkley, 17th in the league.
Okay, middle of the pack.
Yeah. Receiving yards, of course. Saquon Barkley was much better that year, right? Yeah, he was 8th in the league in receiving yards to Derrick Henry's 9th.
Among running backs, yeah.
Yards per route run, Derrick Henry was first amongst running backs. Saquon Barkley was 13th amongst running backs.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I mean that's a bit of a nerdy stat, but it does show. Like, yeah, when they put him, when they send him out to go do something in the passing game, bleep happens. You know?
Yeah. And not, that's the receiving side. That's not as much the grittiness side. To get to like total yards after contact, Derrick Henry had 1,257 yards after contact, first in the league.
Jeez.
Yeah. Saquon Barkley had 862 yards, which was sixth in the league. So, like when it comes to like the true gritty, tough part of playing football, Derrick Henry is better than Saquon Barkley. The one that I really like this is a nerdy stat, but it's success rate, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Success rate, which is a stat that tells you like how often. How frequently a guy has a good run. So, like on first down, do you get a certain percentage of yardage to the sticks? Second down, third down, all of that. Saquon Barkley in 2022, in his magical season, had a 38.2% success rate.
Okay.
Derrick Henry had a 46.7% success rate.
So he, in terms of things that reflect the mindset of DeMeco Ryans, relentlessness, grit, work ethic. I'll put work ethic aside. Relentlessness and grit. Statistically, he trumps Saquon Barkley by a fairly sizable amount.
Yeah, no, and just, without getting too nerdy about that success percentage, but like call it just grinding out yardage, Derrick Henry, 46.7%. It's kind of a down year for him.
Yeah.
His average is 50%. Saquon Barkley has never had that in a single season.
Okay.
So Derrick Henry has had
career
that.
Average.
His career average is better than Saquon Barkley, this boomer bust guy who's had one impressive season in the last 4 seasons. There's that. So there's that. As far as the age dynamic, I get that. I 100% believe it. And running backs are fragile as hell. We've just talked about how Saquon Barkley's only had one impressive season in the last 4 years. Some of that due to injuries. The second half of his magical 2022 season was actually pretty damn disappointing because he just couldn't keep it up for the whole season. Derrick Henry's done well enough up to this age that I put him in the category of a Curtis Martin, a Frank Gore, and Adrian Peterson. You might say, well, those guys are outliers. Yeah. Derrick Henry's an outlier. Mm-hmm. Derrick Henry was the second leading rusher in the league last year as a 29-year-old after having heavy usage and the most carries in the league for several of the last few seasons. So he is an outlier. So he'll be 30 years old this year. Curtis Martin at age 30 ran for 1,308 yards. At age 31, he ran for 1,697 yards. Frank Gore, ages 30 through 33. In those 4 seasons, 3 of those 4 seasons, he rushed for over 1,000 yards. Adrian Peterson, at age 30, led the league in rushing.
Yeah.
Age 31, he had a little bit of a run-in with the law.
Okay.
So as long as Derrick Henry can stay away from child-rearing issues.
Treat his kids right, yeah. This backs up my hypothesis, which is based in zero science that I've unearthed, but there probably is science out there for it, where I feel like NFL running backs, it's a little like that stat with human beings, where if you live to a certain age, you're probably going to live to 80. You got to forget what the number is. If you live to 58, chances are you're going to live to be 80. I almost feel it's that way with running backs. Like if you're still running productively at age 29 or 30, I feel like you're going to be doing it till you're 32 or 33 at least. Like you've crossed over the threshold to where you are, some sort of rag doll.
Right, yeah. And even like it's with Saquon, with Derrick Henry, even the missed tackles this last year where Derrick Henry was running behind what almost everybody considers the worst offensive line in the league, last year's Titans offensive line, he was still better than that 2022 version of Saquon Barkley and all those gritty stats that I brought up. It's just been like hands down, undeniably a more impressive 4 years for Derrick Henry. And it's not even close. That's why I get frustrated. Like, I feel like maybe it's a matter of Saquon Barkley. The highlights are spectacular. They're amazing. But it's just the evidence of it week in and week out compared to Derrick Henry. It's just not even close.
Yeah. I'll tell you the bit of slander that I saw floating around yesterday on X, formerly known as Twitter. There was someone on there, Paulo Alves, says, would Saquon Barkley be the best running back in Texans history? And there was a reply on here. It had several replies to it, both pro and con. But a reply from a guy named Jeff Scholl who said, lots of Texans fans lying to Poalo, SMH. Saquon is better than Arian Foster, but it's not like Saquon would go breaking team records. Let's stop right there. Saquon Barkley is not better than Arian Foster. And maybe in 2024 he is. I don't know what Arian's chops are these days. But if we're taking Arian Foster when he was at the same stage of his career that Saquon Barkley was in, there is not one thing that Saquon Barkley, that peak Barkley, does better than peak Arian Foster. Peak, and both of them had injury issues, so that's even. Yeah. Let's put those injury issues. Arian had his injury issues. Let's agree that both are somewhat injury-prone running backs. So we're only evaluating the peak versions of both, and I feel strongly about this. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say Saquon can't hold Arian's jock or something like that. But there's not one thing that Saquon Barkley, in his best version, does better than the best version of Arian Foster. Period. End of. Maybe run faster. And maybe if you got the two of them in a 40-yard dash, Saquon would beat Arian in a 40-yard dash. But it ain't a decathlon, and it's not the combine. It's football. And that bugged me. I don't know why. I don't know why, because there were several Texan fans saying, do you remember what you were watching with Arian Foster?
Honestly, it's the same dynamic that you get with Aaron Rodgers versus Tom Brady. Yeah. It's like there were people that would be just dead set that Aaron Rodgers is better than Tom Brady based on the highlight reel. And I think I think sometimes that's what people base it on, is like, oh, okay, well, this guy's got a better highlight reel. He's the better player. I don't know. I like results. I like actual guys that perform well over a long period of time. I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. I like people that are actually go out and win football games for their team. It seems like that's the best way to do it. Scoring points, for instance, like with Aaron Rodgers versus Tom Brady. Aaron Rodgers would fluctuate between a top scoring offense and then back down into the mid-tier offenses, whereas Tom Brady's offense is consistently year in, year out were top 3, top 5 offenses.
Some arguments here on the text page about the Saquon Derrick Henry dynamic here.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple of arguments has the same impact on the passing game that Saquon Barkley has, and I also think Henry has a few more issues as far as number of carries on his body than Barkley. To me, it's a toss-up either way, the Texans.
I guess that's the thing is, yes, like theoretically, if you're looking at a big, huge group of people and you say, well, Derrick Henry's got more bodies, more mileage off the tires than Saquon Barkley does, sure. But you got to remember that, look, Saquon Barkley has not been good in the last 4. He's had a the sum total of the last 4 years has not been an impressive one for Saquon Barkley. He's had one impressive season in 4 years, and a lot of that is due to little nagging injuries that he doesn't seem to play too well through. All this stuff, yardage after contact, everything, that's a man stat. You know? Yeah. This is why I like Josh Jacobs better than Saquon Barkley, too. Because Josh Jacobs will run through contact. Josh Jacobs doesn't have to just rely on his athleticism when the conditions are right. Yeah. He'll actually make some stuff happen in imperfect circumstances. And I don't know if you watched the Texans last year, but there were some imperfect circumstances in the run game.
Yes.
Yes. The other third and final argument for Derrick Henry over Saquon Barkley is that a lot of people assume because of Derrick Henry's size that he wouldn't be good in an outside zone system. That couldn't be further from the truth. He has thrived in an outside zone running system. Arthur Smith got his job in Atlanta because Derrick Henry was so good in Arthur Smith's outside zone running system. And I think that would be really, really good for as a older guy for younger guys to learn how to do it from. I don't even mean like in a leader, actually watching him do it, and it helps the offensive line out as well, obviously.
How many players at Henry's age, this is a text message, how many players at Henry's age, but especially number of carries, do well after the age of 30? Seth just outlined that. There are some. That. You hit that. Subtract. Okay, I meant to do this yesterday, and I'm going to do this just so I see what the numbers look like.
And again, sorry, Sean, that's just okay. Real quick. I put Derrick Henry in that category of Curtis Martin, Frank Gore, Adrian Peterson, because he's proven it already. He's in that category of guys where the average age arc isn't the same. He's already way outside that.
Just look at him.
And
you know
meanwhile,
I mean?
Yeah, I know.
That's my answer. Look at the guy.
And meanwhile, and I cannot stop asking this question. What are we really doing here when Okay, that's fine if it was your argument versus Derrick Henry versus a younger version of Derrick Henry.
Right.
But this is Saquon Barkley, who has not produced consistently over these last 4 years, regardless of his age. Some guys age sooner than others.
And you're talking about a Henry that I think even like the diehard Henry people are like, yeah, okay, if the price of poker starts to get up into 10 or 11 million a year for multiple years, then no, I'm out. But like Henry. Yeah. Or maybe not. I don't know. But I anticipate Derrick Henry is going to be less expensive than Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley. That's what I anticipate because of these concerns that people are bringing up on the text page. I meant to do this yesterday, and maybe I'll do this today. Texter says, subtract Henry's yards against the Texans, and how does he look?
Yeah, that's a good. Actually, you know what? You're exactly right. I should do that.
I'll do it today.
I have to point that out, though. Look. But everybody, anybody that has huge, awesome stats, because it's easy, because that's what good teams, good players do.
They do.
They would say that with J.J. Watt and his sacks. They would say, well, he had to play these bad teams. Every guy that's got a boatload of sacks racks up sacks versus the bad offensitive tackles.
The NFL. Yeah. That's you take advantage.
But it's fair enough. It would be a fun experiment. Subtract the Texans.
No, I'm going to do it.
You got to remember, these last two performances versus the Texans weren't so hot for Derrick.
They weren't. So maybe that'll impact it a certain kind of way. All right, so I'm writing it down now. Henry.
I do feel that's affected some people's perception of Derrick Henry, though.
100%. The Bill O'Brien effect of seeing somebody tear your team up can have a reverse effect, too, when you see your team shut that guy down.
Right, yeah. You're just like, okay, and it's twice. It was twice in short order.
Twice in 2 weeks.
Honestly, and it was like – that offensive line was so bad. Yeah. Kudos to the Texans defense for doing that, and I was so happy that they did. But for everybody that wants to make excuses, and I'm not even taking shots at anybody or anything. If you want to make an excuse, it's a valid excuse that Saquon Barkley was not going to have a magnificent year this year. But even Derrick Henry, with the worst offensive line in the league this year, still did better in most respects than Saquon Barkley in 2022.
Yeah,
it's just hands down. I was honestly surprised when I went into it. I was like, all right, I'm going to be objective about this. I'm going to see if maybe I'm looking through rose-colored glasses on Derrick Henry or something. I was kind of astounded at how pathetic the performance came to the manlier aspects of running the ball.
Still average, not that 4.2 yards per carry is any great shakes. Not that that's. I mean, at his peak, Derrick Henry's a 5 yard per carry guy, but 4.2 yards per carry behind that offensive line is pretty good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday. One position we've not dug into. He was asked, without getting specific with names, what he looks for in wide receivers. Does this evaluation, or does DeMeco Ryans noting exactly what he's looking for in wide receivers affect what we think the Texans do in free agency of the draft? We'll hear from the Texans head coach. Also, Ryan Hoyer has responded to Johnny freaking Football and Johnny Football's contention that Hoyer made it a tough quarterback room. We've got that for you next as well. Stay there.
Bayway Chevrolet is so easy to get to from
apply. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. This text is a good lead into what we're about to talk about here. DeMeco Ryans commented about wide receivers and what they look for yesterday. We just got done talking about Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, two big names on the board for the Texans. A lot of you want Saquon Barkley. Seth put together, I thought, a really good argument on Derrick Henry over Saquon Barkley. And part of that was that, yeah, Derrick Henry's 30, but he fits more into that anomaly category of 30-year-old running backs that Peterson, Frank Gore, Curtis Martin fit into. Text message, I'm with you, but can you at least acknowledge that Mike Evans is the same sort of anomaly? Okay, so Ben, can we acknowledge? I'm going to acknowledge.
Acknowledge me.
I'll acknowledge the same sort of anomaly. It's the contract. Right.
Well, it's more than just that. It's like first and foremost, it's the position, just in that because there are, as I've pointed out multiple times, right now currently on the Texans depth chart, there are 10 positions that have no starter. And in most of those, I don't think the Texans feel comfortable with the backup becoming the starter. In many of those positions, there's no backup either. Running back, the only running back on the roster is Dameon Pierce. So, like, you're going to have to fill some receiver. Even though, look, I'm never going to argue that it's not great to have more wide receivers. And Landry made the good point yesterday that, hey, both those wide receivers have been injured in the last couple of years. But in terms of where you're spending and with your needs, it's trumped by all those other needs for me. And then, sure, the age is less of a factor with Mike Evans. But he's going to get paid, I think. I think he's going to get paid like a younger receiver. And age is less of a factor for wide receivers. It's still a factor, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But it's less of a factor for wide receivers than it is for running backs.
Yeah.
Many more examples of guys like Mike, which is why he's probably going to get a pretty lucrative contract. So, yeah, part of my argument for Derrick Henry is that I think there's a discount that's going to be baked into whichever deals you have to compete with.
You're going to be shopping in a different aisle if you're shopping for Mike Evans than if you're shopping for Derrick Henry. That's just the bottom line. But yes, we'll acknowledge, like, physically, both guys are freaky. No question. And Mike Evans is the model of consistency. 1,000 yards at least he's between 1,000 and 1,400 yards every year of his career.
And that's where, again, though, too, like, I'm accounting for age with Derrick Henry, and like, I don't want to give him a 4-year contract.
Of course
not. So that's as impressive I am with Mike Evans. It's like age 31 and 32, where even that's when it really falls off, even amongst the outliers. So there's some risk there, and that's where the short-term deal really matters more than anything else.
Here's DeMeco Ryans yesterday asked, what are you looking for in wide receivers?
With the receiver position, we're looking for guys who are separators, right? Who can separate, right? And if you have that one redeeming quality that you can separate, right, that's what we're looking for. Especially that shows up on third down, right? How do you win third down? How do you stay on the field as an offense, right, and continue to produce and move the ball down the field? It's about third down, right, and being able to convert. And the way you convert is guys who are savvy enough to find a way to always get open.
Okay, so no DeAndre Hopkins is what he's saying.
Yeah,
DeAndre is still productive, but not separation, not his strong.
Not
suit.
Not a strong suit. Okay, so does that speak to any of the? I don't have all those separation stats in front of me and whatnot. Like, is there anything you heard there, Seth, where it colors your wide receiver view in free agency at all with Mike Evans or anybody else?
At first it did, and I started thinking about, like, well, okay, who are the speediest guys out there? And the problem is that it's also, truth be told, it's not all about speed with getting separation. It's about route running too. So as far as like Mike Evans obviously would be fine. Marquise Brown, is it Calvin Ridley if he makes it to free agency? I don't think it really tips his hand. Like almost by definition, anybody who isn't like a DeAndre Hopkins type that you're going after is going to create good separation.
Yeah, and I wonder, too, I mean, it's a blanket answer as to what they look for philosophically as a team. I wonder if in his head DeMeco was thinking more about the draft than free agency in answering the question, because he's standing there at the combine answering the question. And when I hear that, I think to play a draft, I do the combine, in that I think that answer is basically like, look, you may have some teams that philosophically they've got dimensions that they look for in receivers for certain roles. Like, the answer to that question would be something about size or speed or something else. And that answer to me says DeMeco's not married to any 40 times or heights. Or I think Tank Dell's an example of that, honestly.
Yeah, especially when it comes to body type. And, the old perception would be, they want big physical receivers, which they do. But there's plenty of examples of, like with Gary Kubiak, they love David Anderson because he was a speedy little dude.
Yep.
They don't need everybody to look like Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
So it's more of a matter of, they're going to look at separation first and foremost, however a guy comes by it, and then worry about all the other stuff secondarily. It's funny too with Tank Dell. If you go back to this time last year, it was like obvious that Tank Dell had the athleticism and the ability as a wide receiver. It's important to remember, though, that it was still a projection that he'd be able to do it on the NFL level and that his size wouldn't be an issue. Because he did have to learn, he had to learn from training camp in those first few weeks exactly how to get open versus press, how to handle some of the more physical stuff. There were times during training camp where you'd look up and you'd be like, man, Tank's laying on the ground underneath some nondescript cornerback. I don't even know who that guy is, but he's on the ground. So it's not such a slam dunk. I think it's easy to look back and say, well, yeah, look at his college film. Of course he was going to be awesome in the end. I think that's credit to both Caserio and DeMeco that they're willing to take that gamble on somebody that was going to have to show that he could overcome those size disadvantages to be able to utilize his speed, and Tank Dell did that.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. We know last week Johnny Manziel did a sit-down with Shannon Sharp on Club Shay Shay, where we got our new favorite hotkey from Shannon Sharp, right? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Among the things Johnny Manziel talked about was Brian Hoyer. When he was a rookie, Johnny Manziel, he was in a quarterback room with former Texans quarterback Brian Hoyer. Brian Hoyer would become the starter for the Texans the following season in 2015. But in 2014, they shared a quarterback room in Cleveland together, and Johnny Manziel said that was not a very welcoming quarterback room because of Brian Hoyer.
Brian Hoyer had been waiting on opportunity to be able to go really provide for his family, get an opportunity. And he saw how much of an upper hand he had on me, and he didn't hold back when it came to that. So there was instances in the quarterback room early on where I would ask the same question a couple times, and he'd be at the head of the table and go, again? We're doing this again? Wow. Keep him out of it, right? Let's just cut that off. And I don't have a bad word to say about Brian Hoyer. That is just fact of what happened in that room. So when that happened...
So if we were to ask another quarterback that's in that room...
Go ask Connor Shaw. Played at South Carolina and was with us in Cleveland. Go ask him how Brian Hoyer was in that room.
Okay.
Go ask Dow Loggins.
Okay, yeah, because Connor Shaw and Dow Loggins are the barometer for all that's good in the world.
I refuse to believe that those are actual humans anymore. I feel like those are just examples of names of early 2000s names Dow and Connor.
Dow Loggins was one of the coaches.
I know.
Connor Shaw was Connor Shaw. I know you know they're real people. Connor Shaw, I know nothing about Connor Shaw other than he played at South Carolina and he was an undrafted free agent or whatever, a low-level pick, and he played for the Browns. I would be willing to bet every dollar I have that Connor Shaw probably looked at Johnny Manziel and said, this guy is a bleep up. Johnny's making it sound like Connor Shaw was on his side in the whole thing.
Not to mention, there's nothing worse than pulling somebody into your argument without their knowledge, Like, hey, by the way, go ask Connor Shaw probably got DMs from writers last week. We're like, hey, care to chime in?
Yeah.
Care to bash Brian Hoyer?
Connor Shaw's like, man, he's probably like an insurance agent in Columbia, South Carolina, and he's like, wow.
I love that in the middle of him complaining about Brian Hoyer. This is Johnny Manziel, who has admitted that he didn't watch a single bit of film on his iPad away from the facility.
He literally said
that he was
zero.
a complete mess.
Yeah.
That he was like, he's admitted and confessed to being an absolute train wreck. Feels like somehow he wasn't treated nicely enough when he asked the same question a second time. like Johnny's in there hung, not paying attention, asked the question a second time, and all of a sudden it's up to Hoyer to be like, okay, buddy, is it okay? Do you need me to get you some Advil?
Yeah.
Are you all right here? Yeah. Yeah, you should get sighed at, you lazy SOB. This is why you lasted 2 years in the NFL, and you're still blaming people. He goes, I see all these people sticking up for Johnny, saying, like, no, this interview, he really accepted responability. Did he?
No,
Did he?
In that cut,
oh, my God.
He's like, I wouldn't say a bad thing about Brian Hoyer. I'm like, you just said 100 bad words about him. What are you talking about? Here was Brian Hoyer yesterday on Good Morning Football responding to Johnny Manziel.
I'm on my vacation last week in Florida, and I get a text from Mac Jones who goes, hey, funny, I didn't get this treatment as a rookie. And look, I'll be honest, Johnny's right. That was an opportunity for me to go out and be the starter of my hometown team. But I was kind of apathetic towards him, I would say. I didn't go out of my way to, be a jerk to him. But in the same sense, I was trying to win this job and go out and perform the best I could. I feel sorry that he feels that way about it. I always looked at it like, I never had any animosity towards Johnny. If anything, it was towards the owner and the GM who were always trying to push him ahead of me when clearly he wasn't ready and I was going to be the starter. So, it's unfortunate that, that left a bad taste in his mouth. But, like I said, never had any animosity towards Johnny. And, I feel bad that he feels that way. But, I don't really recall it being that way either. So.
Was that the first time you watched it?
When Max sent it to me.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Max sent it to me. He texted me. I'm on the beach. I'm like, oh, God, here we go.
I loved it just now with us that you were like, I don't think I've ever sat at the head of the table.
No, I sat on the left.
We're going to fact check this.
Yeah.
John, I don't trust Johnny's memory of a damn thing.
No, I don't either. I thought
scenario,
the same thing. He was probably still drunk.
Yeah, and not to mention whatever filter he was seeing everything through. Where in his mind he's Johnny Football, and yet all of a sudden now he's in competition with this Jamoke and this Brian Hoyer, and oh my gosh, probably anything but the utmost deference would feel like an insult to Johnny Manziel.
I love that somehow Mac Jones found his way into this saga. That Mac Jones is the one texting Brian Hoyer about the rookie treatment. What
if Brian Hoyer were still acting the way Johnny claims that he acted to Mac Jones when Mac Jones was like the first round pick again, and like Brian Hoyer's all over. I see my chance again,
dude.
Hey Mac, you want a little cocaine? How do you? Brian tries to get Mac Jones hooked on the yaya.
Hooked on the smack. All right, so a little fun with Manziel and Hoyer right there. All right, quote from a GM at the Combine that might give Texan fans some PTSD. He said it. We'll have it for you coming up next.
Landry's putting his foot down. There's one position the Texans need to address.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of people were touting this as their favorite cut from the Combine this week from a GM. But if you've ever lived in a city where a GM has had this mentality but not said it out loud, it might make you a little angry. This gave me some PTSD. Here's Brandon Beane, Buffalo general manager, on what his thought process was when he traded up in 2018 to draft future Pro Bowl quarterback Josh Allen.
I mean, we got criticized a little bit for how much we gave up for Josh, and I'm like, well, if he doesn't work out, I'm not going to be here anyway, and if he does work out, nobody's going to give a
I mean, okay. You're not supposed to say it, man.
It does. Just because it works out, I feel doesn't mean that the attitude was right.
Yeah.
I really do. I do think that some GMs very much feel like they are the steward for the team and that it's their responsibility to do right by the team, you know, even after they're gone. And it's Nick Caserio said this, but a certain responsibility. A lot of times you're taking a team over, in some instances where it's an absentee owner, they don't even live in that city or what have you. Like those guys feel an obligation that, all right, like I'm in charge of this multi-billion-dollar asset. It's not up to I can't just try to win this year, and if not, hey, everybody's getting paid. It's kind of a selfish attitude, Billy Beane. I don't like it.
I'm looking at the trade. Buffalo traded 2 2s in that draft, the 53rd and the 56th pick, to move up from 12 to 7.
Did they get that much criticism at the time? I don't remember there being a lot of criticism.
You know what the criticism was? I think more not so much what they gave up, but Josh Allen was a very polarizing prospect. People forget that.
Yeah, he's very inaccurate. Wildly inaccurate. I don't think people forget it. Yeah, no, Sean, if anything, I don't think people forget it. I think they use Josh Allen to talk themselves into inaccurate quarterbacks.
They definitely do that now. Yeah. But in 2018, what were they saying about it? I think it was more about Josh Allen than it was about giving up two second-round picks to move up. That's actually not that bad. To move up 5 spots high in the first round to get a quarterback.
And those tweets surfaced right the night before the draft, too.
There was that,
so that was there,
Probably would have had to give up another second-round pick if Josh Allen didn't have those tweets.
Those old tweets. Yeah, I wonder who. I wonder if somebody was supposed to leak it on behalf of the Bills and forgot to, and then all of a sudden did it after the trade had already happened. Like, oh, you idiot!
The draft is the best.
You're supposed to do this before we traded.
The draft
Damn
is
it!
The best. Didn't you see what they did a couple years ago? But the reason I say PTSD because I think that Ben, cue it up one more time. Play that cut. Play that cut and just fill in. We can fill in Laramie Tunsil trade instead of the Josh Allen trade, right? And pretend that this is Bill O'Brien talking right here.
I mean, we got criticized a little bit for how much we gave up for Josh.
Laramie Tunsil.
And I'm like, well, if he doesn't work out, I'm not going to be here anyway. And if he does work out, nobody's going to give a
Bingo.
The thing is, though, the Laramie Tunsil trade wasn't my complaint about, of all the things that Bill O'Brien did, Laramie Tunsil was at least a very good football player.
Yeah.
People and I defended Bill O'Brien when people would criticize them for not having a contract already negotiated because that happens not all the time, but not infrequently. It's like sometimes when a trade's going to get executed, you don't have time to spend 48 hours haggling with the guy you're about to trade. So that's just the way it works. That's how it happened with Jalen Ramsey out to the Rams and many other people in league history. So I was okay with that. It was the sheer volume of sketchy trade values that they had with DeAndre Hopkins. Honestly, Jadeveon Clowney, given at the time, I think people kind of in the opposite direction forget that Jadeveon Clowney's trade value should have been a lot higher than it was by the time he actually
left. In the
left.
moment, yeah.
Especially if they had traded him before the draft. And then the multiple contracts they dished out to guys who were already on the team that ended being off the team within 2 years.
Yeah.
That was the sum total of Bill O'Brien acting like, well, it's either going to work or if I'm out of here.
You're absolutely right. The Laramie Tunsil trade was Bill O'Brien thinking he had a better team than he did, I think, at the time. That was a finishing touches kind of move. I think it's honestly how a lot of people feel about paying Mike Evans, top dollar. Man, we're right there. You can win a Super Bowl. I think it's similar. Bill O'Brien just I don't think had a real good grasp on where they were in their building process. Yes, 2020 was the YOLO. like, okay, let's just try this and try this and try that, and then Nick Caserio will come in and clean it up 2 years later, and it'll be miserable for Texan fans. Like
there was a reporter. There's a reporter I know that's like kind of like he's a national guy, so he gets a lot of like the really good juicy stuff.
Yeah.
Who his opinion was that like the Texans knew 100% like how that it was a high risk strategy, and that it was either like, all right, this is either going to work out or we're out of here.
Yeah.
Which is why that Billy Beane's little quote here.
Brandon Beane.
No, he's Billy Beane, as far as I care. He's never won a championship.
That's
Sean.
true.
Just like Billy Beane.
Just like
damn
Billy
it.
Beane. Moneyball.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Brandon Beane, it's not so cute to me. I see a lot of Bills fans acting like, oh yeah, what a badass.
No.
Yeah, sounds selfish to me.
It is. Yeah, hey, Bills, you're going to be bad again someday. All right, and if you
it
get
might
a
be
GM,
this year. They got free agencies issues up in here.
big time.
They got
now,
Stephon Diggs issues.
Yeah. Now, while everybody's celebrating Brandon Beane's cut there, my new favorite one from the Combine came from Nick Sirianni yesterday. He was asked about Jalen Hurts' leadership style.
Nick, do you think Jalen needs to be more of a vocal leader next season, and how do you think he did last year leading the team?
You know, there's not a book that is written on this is how you lead, right? People lead in different ways.
Dude, there's an entire wing of Barnes & Noble that says leadership at the top of it.
I'm looking currently at a list of the 15 best leadership books of all time.
There's at least 15.
That's what he meant to say. There's more than just one book written about leadership.
Sure he did.
You know what? I like this from Nick Sirianni. You know why, Sean? He's not one of these coaches that reads a book in the offseason and then decides to change his whole methodology and philosophy and everything else. And then...
Hey, Nick, they changed things up in the cafeteria this year with the Eagles. What do you think about what the workers in there are cooking for you? Well, here's the thing. There's no book out there on cooking. So, no, there's actually, it's called a cookbook, Nick. There's a whole wing of Barnes & Noble with leadership books, bro.
I'm looking at this book of leadership, Sean.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, one thing I've noticed, I'm looking through the titles, and Extreme Ownership, that's a good title.
Okay.
That's by Jocko Willink, the former Navy SEAL. You've probably seen him on your YouTube shorts at some point.
Extreme Ownership. Okay, who else? What else you got there? Give me some more
Start
titles.
With Why by Simon Sinek.
Yeah.
I hate that guy, so there's no way in hell. He infected a lot of coaches at one point along the way.
I'm not a big fan of people asking what the why.
Oh, no, I despise it.
Yeah.
Plus, Simon Sinek's one of these guys who will like take some quote from Aristotle and just like change it just a little bit and then put it out there like it's his own.
Can't do that to Aristotle.
Screwing over Aristotle is what you're doing.
Yeah.
He's got to get his royalties. His family's got to eat, damn it.
Person. Somewhere Socrates is laughing his ass off right now. All right,
Leading inclusion. Let's see. Dare to Lead. That's a good title.
Okay, yeah.
The one that I found I'm a sucker for in general, though, when it comes to nonfiction self-help books, you got to give me a number. You got to give me a list of the 21 irrefutable laws of leadership.
Oh, a list. Yeah.
Follow them, and people will follow you. This is what I need. This is what I need when I become warlord. I need to have a blueprint. I can just check off these 21 laws.
You need to read a book
and be sure that people are then following me. I don't have to look behind to see if they're actually following. I just walk forward with confidence.
The best one I read, if there's any of you out there that are looking for leadership, when I was put in a position of leadership back in the day, the CEO of my company, who I reported to, recommended a book called The 5 Temptations of a CEO by a guy named Patrick Lencioni. Patrick Lencioni.
You know, I like it already. You know why?
Why?
5.
Yeah.
You got a list here.
It's a good number. Yeah,
right.
5, 10. It's a short read. It's an easy read.
What's it called? 5 Temptations?
5 Temptations of a CEO. I remember 3 of them off the top of my head. It's been a long time since I was.
Is one of them Tawdry?
No, no.
I feel like their temptations.
That's
aren't
the
all
6th temptation.
The five business world temptations of a CEO.
Yeah. They were. I know one was focus on results. Like there's a temptation like to ignore results sometimes. Hold people accountable. They're pretty basic, but they're framed with like stories, anecdotes that this particular author had.
Here are the 5 temptations of a CEO.
Okay.
Choosing status over results.
Yep. That's bad. Yeah.
That's bad.
That's bad, yeah.
So these are the mistakes and/or
Yep.
temptations.
Yep.
Choosing popularity over accountability.
Yep.
Okay, this is interesting. Choosing certainty over clarity.
Yeah, choosing certainty over clarity. Okay, I'd have to go back and remember.
Which I guess maybe that almost sounds like if you're like, okay, you just want to be certain more than you want to be correct or accurate. Like if you genuinely want clarity, then, okay, if you seek clarity, then you might have to also be accepting that, okay, I might be wrong on this. I need somebody to explain it to me.
Yeah, the one thing I
don't want to be 100% bullheaded confident without knowing all the information.
The one thing I remember about the clarity chapter was there was a lot in there about constructive conflict. Like, let's have open, frank conversations about what we disagree upon.
You've jumped ahead to rule number 4, choosing harmony over productive conflict.
It might have been that one then. That might have been the 4th temptation. The 5th temptation was read the book again, Sean. Yeah, go ahead. What's the 5th one?
Choosing invulnerability over trust.
Okay, that's a temptation. That's
Vulnerability. If you get to a CEO position and you don't know how to delegate and really trust people underneath you, you're pretty much dead in the water.
Big time.
Aren't you?
Yes.
It's like that's the reason you're a CEO. That's the reason you get to be the guy that doesn't do any work.
You hire people smarter than you. Yes.
Yeah, like directing the people that are doing the work for you.
Bingo. All right.
My little, it's not a leadership book, but the one that I've found most helpful in my life is the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People.
Stephen Covey, that's a good one too.
And it's more on the personal side of things. It helped. My wife and I loved it for just kind of like becoming better parents and stuff like that.
How to be? Oh, okay. So there's a good life applicable.
There's a lot of when you read that as a young man.
Yeah.
You look at all the business parts of it that can help you, and then when you read it as an older person, at least in my case, I'm like, oh. Do you know there's a bunch of family crap in here? This is actually very applicable.
Very applicable, yeah. How to Become a Dictator by Kim Jong-un.
Choose the right parents in his case. I don't know about that one.
That's on the text page, right?
How to Stay a Dictator.
read Deshaun Watson's book on leadership.
Oh, damn it.
He has one.
I had his book.
Yeah.
I lost
not the coffee bean, not the book he highly recommends. He wrote a book.
He... air quotes, wrote a book. Yes.
Yes. What is the title of it again? Because he talks about being a servant leader in there. Deshaun Watson, award-winning author. Let's see. Pass it on. Pass it on. Hard work, serve others.
I like that little double entendre there. Play on words, pass it on, you know?
Dude, yeah. He was back in the day. There was a time. Deshaun Watson illustrates how the 7 qualities of a servant leader can lead to a more successful life.
There's not a book that is written on this is how you lead.
Yes, there is. It's called Pass It On. Work hard, serve others. That's
what is
the
it,
book.
Deshaun Watson 7 what?
This is the description of the book. Deshaun Watson illustrates how the 7 qualities of a servant leader can lead to a more successful life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we want to see do we have time to see if Deshaun Watson actually follows those seven laws?
There's 5. Probably not. In the Loop just walked in. We'll save it for tomorrow.
All right. Yeah, that's my project for the day.
Yeah, that's good. So you're going to do that, and I'm going to subtract all of the Texans games that Derrick Henry had from his rushing stats to see if he's a for real or fugazi running back.
I feel like buying a Deshaun Watson book on the internet this afternoon is going to get me flagged on some kind of a list.
Yes. John Lopez Landry Locker in the house.
I donated it to the book drive, dude. I got weird looks. I brought it we had like 5 books. We had a book drive downstairs, and I grabbed the 8 or whatever Deshaun Watson books we had, and I donated them. I got looked at like I was a damn pedophile.
I wonder why. That answers my question.
I wonder why.
As to when the book drive was. Definitely after 2020.
Yeah, I think it was like 2022, like something like that downstairs.
That's hilarious.
Generosity, empathy, self-sacrifice, service, commitment, strength, and values in action.
Through tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard. Nick Sirianni said that there's
the dumbest quote of the combine.
Book out there on leadership. We just listed 100 of them. So did you guys listen to DeMeco Ryans' press conference yesterday and do some reading into the free agency power rankings?
This guy right here is so thirsty for Mike Evans. It's ridiculous.
It's not even.
So he said that he wanted receivers that could get open. Lopez was on the Mike Evans. And then he said he wanted people who were good people. He wanted people who were good people, and Lopez was like, well, Mike Evans is a pretty good person.
That's what you're supposed to do, John. That's what you're supposed to do. But as far as like the Texans in-house free agents, did you read anything into what he was saying about
I've got him ranked. I got him ranked.
Okay, we did earlier.
Reading between the lines of DeMeco's
quotes. Good.
Oh, good.
I've got him ranked like who he really wants and who he's like, eh.
I thought he kind of. I think that with my thing on it, and I'll just spoil it right now, and we'll carry it in.
Yeah.
But I think Singletary. I don't think Singletary is going to get a better opportunity. So I think bringing him back, I don't think he's going to get a better situation. So you don't have to tip your hand. But Schultz, there's going to be a lot of suitors. So you don't just want to come out and say we really want this guy.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of teams that are probably want Schultz because the market's so thin. But with Singletary, with how many running backs there are, and the fact that he was originally brought in here to be the backup, I think you can say we want this guy because he's not going to get like more opportunity elsewhere.
Got to play a little poker with Dalton Schultz, it sounds like.
Yes.
Okay, I like that.
That's a really good angle because I was looking at it more from like their actual negotiations with Dalton Schultz himself. They might have been playing like hard to get or whatever, but you're right, tipping your hand to the other teams is a big part of it.
For sure. All right,
let's float some bad information about Dalton Schultz.
Yes. Do that in the next 4 hours.
Drive down his value.
He's a gamer. He's been cussing at 8-year-olds online.
Yes, yeah. We need AI to do something with Dalton Schultz here. All right. That was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Seth, I will see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and one of our listeners recommends Burn the Boats as well.
Burn the Boats.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Getting a lot of leadership. Okay, well, John
Is that
Lopez.
PJ Fleck? Is that PJ Fleck or is that?
I don't. Oh, yeah. Then I'm out. The college football coach who wears a tie and a quarter zip sweater. I'm out. All right, we're out of time. We're done. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
I'm going to ask you guys a question. I'm going to ask you guys. And there's going to be a different answer for different people when it comes to this. I'll start with you, J-Lo. Mm-hmm. What is a good person? What do you consider a good person? What is the right type of person for
I've got a lot of thoughts on this.
Rich.
As
okay.
a parent.
What else?
No, not rich.
What else? Rich. Now let's go. All right, let's add the other qualities.
I can go through the litany of things that I've told my kids over the years.
Okay.
And that's a good person.
Okay.
Number one is my go-to saying, whatever you want to call it, philosophy. Let them know you were here. I've told you that. I've told my kids that repeatedly. Let them know you were here.
So like fart in the room? Or
no,
what?
not in a bad way. In other words, do something in your life. Your kids and generations down the road will know that you did something.
That
you
could
were
be
here.
bad, though.
No, I said not bad.
Okay.
Like do something good, like whether it's charitable or productive or whatever. That's one of my absolute.
So like the second mile with Jack Easterby, like that.
No.
That was Sandusky. Dang it! The greater champion.
Mine is more is that. That's one. The second one is that I've told my kids a lot over time. Don't do something for the accolades.
Okay.
Don't do it like Jack Easterby.
Okay.
If you're going to do something important, don't do it for the accolades. Do it because it's important to you.
Okay. So there you go. That's your list.
I got one more.
All right.
That I've always told them. I'm telling you, you came to the right person.
Yes, I'm here.
You came to the right person.
I'm here, baby.
Give more than you receive.
Okay.
Give more than you receive.
Okay.
So I think Sean just harumphed.
All right.
I think that was a harumph.
All right. Figgy, what's a good person to you, sir?
Somebody that's respectful to you, somebody that's willing to go above and beyond for you, and somebody that's just cool to be around, man. No bad energy.
Okay.
Be real.
Okay. Keep it real.
No, be real. No, be real. Don't be a fraud.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Like you are what you are. I am what I am. We're different, but we're not frauds.
Yeah, no, yeah. I just authenticity.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's hard to tell until stuff gets real.
Yes, very much.
And
so.
then you can see the men in the mice.
Yeah, and that do the things like the charities and all that. Like it's like, okay, yeah, you're
look at me.
clearly,
I'm giving money to a charity.
Clearly, yeah. I see you.
Yeah.
I ask all this because DeMeco Ryans said this yesterday, and it got me to wondering, what the hell does DeMeco mean when he says this. This was DeMeco Ryans live at the Combine. We'll go back out there at noon. This was him talking about getting to know prospects at the NFL Combine in Indianapolis.
There is an advantage to, man, I know exactly who this guy is. I know exactly how he will respond. There's a lot that goes into it. It's like we're trying to gather as much information on these players and their backgrounds as much as we can to identify who they are as a person, truly figuring out, man, who is this person that we're bringing into our building. So for me, it's always person over player. Bringing the right person in is of high importance to me.
Why are you smirking?
I just don't know what it means. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, who does this cancel out? What does this mean? There's a lot of these kids are young men. They're 21, 22 years old. They're not finished products. Is it just how dismissive are you of someone? How much goes into it? Like, what is the perfect person? What does that mean? What is DeMeco saying? What is he telling us? Does that mean like any knucklehead is like off limits? Do I need to start looking at free agency different? Like that's what I'm trying. That's what I wonder. That's what I would like to know from DeMeco. Like, with that said, like these kids aren't finished products, right?
No, not even close. I think he means for them.
Okay.
For the necessarily knucklehead tendencies.
Okay.
But someone that when you're around them, you really get to know. Like, how many people in our lives do we know? I know you and Figgy know these guys. That you're like, man, that poor guy. He's always getting in trouble, but he's not a bad guy. You know?
Oh, I know way too many.
Yeah, like he's always in something, or people think this or that of them, but I know him, and he's a good dude. He's got a good core. I think that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe we need to strike this up, Figgy. Let's get it going, man. I mean, this might be the new way of things around here. Strike up that choir, man.
What are we doing?
It's a choir.
I like a good
choir.
Got
the choir boys, man.
Who doesn't like a good choir?
Get the choir boys going here.
Yeah. You don't want choir boys. You don't want nothing but choir
boys. I'm okay with it. I just hope it's not. I hope it's negotiable. I hope you think you can get the most out of somebody.
Yeah.
Look at that. I think that's their first round pick right there.
I don't think they've dropped yet.
Damn, that's a swell young man.
I don't think they've dropped yet.
That's a swell young man right there.
Come on now.
I mean, like, if we get to the point where, let's say that there's a situation where there's like a Randy Moss that falls down. Like, are they just going to say no, thank you?
It's a great example.
Like, is that like?
No, that's a great example.
Tyreek Hill.
Yeah,
well, I don't know if that's a good example.
On that one.
I don't know if that's a good example.
Tyreek Hill?
I'm good on that.
See the latest on Tyreek Hill?
I'm good on him. That is a guy who just
broke a person's leg. A woman.
For me, there's levels of trouble, and then there's just dumbassery.
Yeah.
Like, if you go to a club and something pop up, but then getting into it at a marina with that 40-year-old white guy or whatever
Didn't
that was.
Did he break a woman's leg, allegedly?
They were doing backyard drills or something, getting 3 women pregnant at this. I'm good on him.
Yeah, there's
a line in the sand. And we're not even mentioning what he did.
Well, at least Kansas City got that Super Bowl.
They did.
We're
not even.
They got rid of him.
And then they got rid of him.
We're not even mentioning what happened coming into the draft, which is the
I think he said
worst
Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
He's actually just been caught in a bad situation, but he's a good dude. How about Tyreek Hill?
That's my line in the sand.
But Randy Moss is a good example.
Yeah, like if he falls to you, like what are you gonna do? Like, can you get the most of him? I do wonder that
because he matured. He had relatively good qualities, in some instances, and he was kind of just a different kind of guy. He's a country guy, just from a different place. So that's a good example.
Yeah. So I just wonder what that means when DeMeco says that. I'm intrigued. I do like the line in the sand. I just wonder if it's flexible or not, because these are kids. These are kids at the combine.
One other thing, and for those who have been around the Texans from the very start, there was always a big eye roll about they have to have the right type of person here. Like, they've got to get basically choir boys. But it was too.
Well, and they ended up with the Easterbys of the world.
Yes, but it was to a fault, is what it was.
And the Bill O'Briens who can't get anything.
Let's get David Johnson there.
And there were frauds. They were. I'm not saying David Johnson. I'm saying, but there were frauds, and it was to a fault. I think DeMeco has that balance of can I get to this guy? Can he fit? And I'm in. That's good. By the way, all the players that they've brought in, whether it was free agents this past season or draft picks, they've been all solid dudes. This was one of the most fun years I've had being around this team. talking to some of the guys.
Oh yeah, they got
Right?
some characters. Yeah, it was really fun talking to him, getting to know him. I just don't know, like, what does it look like? We'll hear from Nick Caserio at noon. I'm intrigued to hear what he's got to say.
Yeah.
Hopefully, like, we know what C.J. Stroud is. Can we just get to it?
I was disappointed.
He was good.
yesterday.
The draft was fun. Like, we get it. Like, let's
Nick, how
get to it.
satisfying was the 20? Get out of here.
Like the walk away. Luckily, Stutz asked him about Grenard and stuff, and there was the Schultz, the Singletary, all that. Let's get to it. We're at the combine.
How do you feel about C.J. Stroud being a leader?
His development.
We can get to it.
If they say the words for C.J. Stroud and development in the same sentence,
Let's move on.
Yeah.
Do you think he could take the next step this year?
We
God.
get it.
Oh,
we get it. Yeah, how do you follow that up?
Yeah.
How do you follow that up, Coach?
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
you think you could draft another rookie like C.J. Stroud in this draft?
Yeah. How do you follow up? What's it like? What was the other thing he got asked? And I was like, what is this? Oh, going from being the hunter to the hunted. I was like, what?
Brother.
The combine, bro.
It's the combine.
Dude's working out over here.
It's the next generation. It's interviews. Cody's been kicking butt, man.
Yeah, he's on top of this combine. We'll talk to him at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
We're going to talk to Aaron Taylor at 11:20. He's covered some of them in the trenches. He's also got some project where the kids are learning football now at a small age.
Good.
I guess 3 NFL teams have taken it on.
Good.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great, man. Remember this one, Jimmy. Landry Lock and John Lopez. Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Yeah, the combine, it's exciting. There's a lot of speculation. I heard John Harris today. He seems pretty set for this potential edge guy or perhaps a defensive lineman. Byron Murphy out of Texas, he's brought up. He says that he would love to play for the Texans. This is with Stutz. Said he prefers a 4-3 defense, and his effort on the D-line is unmatched. That kind of seems like something that would fit them all. Don't know if he's going to fall to the Texans.
Somebody like that's going to fall.
Seems like something that might.
You see Mel Kiper's latest today?
He still does stuff? I had no idea. What did he do?
Mel Kiper dropped his latest mock draft.
Another tackle?
A tackle. What is going on here, man? Another offensive tackle. And it's not like Mel Kiper doesn't know the situation. That's what I was saying yesterday.
That's how unknown Titus Howard is.
No, I think he knows him.
No, I don't think so. There's no way. There's no way.
I'm
Do
like,
they just think he stinks? Because I don't know if he's really that good.
well, that too.
But, dude, everybody thinks they need a right tackle.
I'm talking first round pick, 23 overall.
Yeah, I know. This is like the 5th mock draft I've seen, like on a credible site where they have him taking a right tackle.
I said he's not going to. I saw him post it, and I'm like, it's not going to be a tackle. It's not going to be a tackle. Well, dang it, it's a tackle. It was.
I mean, it's not happening. It's just hilarious. And
Tyler Guyton.
Yeah.
Guyton.
Yeah.
From Oklahoma.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
I don't think so either, but everybody's saying
it's
it.
Not.
Y'all sure?
Positive.
No, I'm not sure.
All right.
I'm positive. We'll see what happens with Tyson. I think this time next year we might be talking about it. I'm not confident. I don't know what he's going to be.
Doesn't it also fit into your theory that you just talked about yesterday? Like, bolster the position even if it seems like it's set.
Yeah, but not at right tackle. You just started this contract. We got to see it for 1 year, right?
I mean, what were they saying?
And how much you put into the offensive line.
Yeah, we got it. We
got
to
put another first round pick.
Look, I totally agree with you guys, but how often is this going to happen where we start thinking maybe there's some fire where that smoke is?
Figgy, did you hit the rodeo yesterday?
Nah, I didn't.
I thought you were looking for a parking pass.
Yeah, I was kind of looking for a parking, but I ain't find one. But
okay.
I'm gonna just go Friday.
I thought you were hitting it. Yeah. You were trying to get some Bumbees things that he's doing.
So Trailburger's partnered up with Killen's Barbecue.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh wow!
So they got like some brisket fries,
some heavyweights right there.
Yeah,
I saw those fries, man.
And
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig.
Handle.
No,
You washed up, man. You can't eat nothing like that no more, man.
It just didn't really look like something that was necessary.
It's past your time, man.
It just didn't seem like it was necessary.
It's a young man's game.
You know?
Yeah.
That's a do it for the gram type of thing.
Yeah.
Which Figgy, of course, just do it for the gram. Act like you like it. You're not, even if he doesn't like it, he's not gonna say,
"Hey, man, that's my job. That's my job, man."
If you take a bite of that and you don't like it, there's no way you're gonna say you don't like it. That's right. That's why I can't. Like when you do a Killings Bun B thing, like Figgy will go out there on the streets.
I'm a big fan of Killings. I love Killings.
Okay, and I like El Tiempo and Carrabba's, but I don't want them collaborating and like making like some nachos.
But those nachos might be fire though.
They might be.
Like, let me try.
They might be, but if they aren't, I'm going to say they aren't. If you take a bite of that, you're going to say, spoiler alert, Figgy's going to say that these fries are good no matter what.
Don't do that to Figgy.
What if you know that? He's not going to say they're bad fries.
Figgy, you need to be honest, man.
He's not going to be honest. He can't be honest with Killings and Bun B.
Them fries look fire, man. I'm telling you. I don't think those fries going to be nasty.
I got to see these things.
I think you should just ask for brisket on the side with some fries.
Why? They're not loaded. They call it loaded fries for a reason.
Dude, that's not fries. That's a meal, man.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm not getting a burger with that on the side.
What are we doing here?
That's enormous.
It's a lot, isn't it?
That's a lot.
How much are those? 28?
I have no idea.
30?
I have no idea.
You're putting that much?
Man, you washed up, man. You out the game. Just say you out the game. You can't handle that, man.
When I was in the game, I'm not going down
you the fast food expert, man.
Nah,
hey, you mean to tell me you can't handle no loaded fries? You can't handle no loaded fries?
That ain't fast food right there.
You
that's
washed
going
up,
too far.
man.
That's going too far.
Just hang it up, man. You out the game.
I'm washed.
You out the game, man.
I'm washed, but I'm not going to get an honest review.
I mean, look at that.
That's my problem. I'm not going to get an honest review.
Red onions and jalapenos.
So you mean to tell? So you looking at that and saying it's not going to be good?
I'm not going to get an honest review from Figgy. That's what I'm worried about.
You looking at that saying, nah, that ain't it?
Yeah, I am.
You wildin', man.
I am. I'm going to go get me a turkey leg, a sausage on a stick, maybe even a cheesecake on a stick, and it's going to be the same price as those fries.
Yeah. Hey, stick in that. Hey, just stick in that lane, man.
Let me get a big corn dog, please. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, wow, there's cheesecake on a stick.
Yeah,
let me get one
of
those.
Corn dog for a corny dude.
Oh, wow.
You stay over there, man.
Oh, wow, twisted taters. Let me get some twisted taters and spray some ketchup and stuff on it. Maybe like a side of cheese.
Man, that is a lot. That is a lot.
I'm excited, man.
You down with it?
It would have to be a whole
You're
meal.
a little older too, man.
No,
so
I'm saying,
I understand if you don't want to go in there.
No, I wouldn't. I like spicy food.
No, I do too, but and that's a lot.
And my thing is that would be like the whole meal. Like I would have to skip.
But see, the thing is, this the only time it's happening.
Yeah,
it's not like it's going to the store or anything. It's only at Rodeo.
Yeah.
So unless y'all too washed up. Because last year I had a pork belly, bacon wrapped pork belly on a stick.
Well, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's a good thing. That's good. This is
a good thing.
That's good.
A good thing.
Yeah, I get down with that. On the text line, the 832, Landry would want a huge corn dog. That's really good one. Dude.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God.
Wow.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Thought of that himself.
Oh my God. A big corn dog. Oh my God. You got me, man.
Because nobody likes corn dogs.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Holy crap.
Yeah. I had a venison burger day before yesterday. Man, it was good.
Woo. Woo. Where at?
I made it.
Oh God.
Of course I made it. What are you thinking? My guy Captain Dean gave me some ground venison meat. I put just about 2/3 of that.
Better than beef.
It's leaner. It's really delicious.
But it's good.
I put 2/3 of that and then about 1/3 of 80/20 beef because you needed some of that fat. Woo! Baby, it was
living
good.
on the wild side.
Hey, man. I was living on the wild side. It was delicious.
Venison.
Say I'm washed.
Beef.
Hey, venison hamburger,
it's
man.
Okay to be washed.
Some washateria in there, man.
You give me $30. You give me $30 to go to the fair. I'm not. I respect your establishment, but I ain't.
Hey, man, that's two heavyweights, man. Trail burgers and killings.
Yeah. Hey, that's fine.
Yeah.
Stay on the sideline, man.
I am. I'm sitting
That's the
on
big
the
dogs
sideline.
right there. You, you Toto.
Hey, I'm in the background.
Stay over there, Toto.
I'm in the background.
Yeah,
I'm like
Figgy is feeling it.
I'm
today.
like Chad in the Neptunes.
I've
man.
never heard Figgy like this.
Like, well, give me an honest review. So I'm upset he's not giving me an honest review.
No, I'm actually shocked. You think that don't look good?
And then they put it on the burger too, like the legendary Trill Burger Smash Burger, which is the face of fast food establishments here. It is off the hook. Everybody wants to have it. It's perfect. We're throwing brisket on it, bro. Bun, you got the 10 out there. You got all that. We're throwing brisket on it, sir.
That by itself, if I skip lunch, I could do.
They got brisket on it. They got an onion
burger.
And the onion ring.
On a burger, no.
No, he's putting the brisket on the burger.
And the onion ring.
He's not making like a brisket sandwich. He's putting the brisket on a burger.
Don't put a brisket on burger. I'm not a big fan of bacon on a burger.
He's putting an onion ring too.
And I know that's blasphemous.
That's called the Trillin'.
Rodeo
chili
burger.
On a burger?
Trillin' burger.
Don't put chili on a burger. No, none of that crap. And I'm a huge blue cheese fan. Don't put blue cheese on a burger.
That's what we got, man.
Don't do it. This is where we are.
That's what we got. Spoiler alert. It's going to be fantastic, man.
Y'all need to go to McDonald's or something. Get that 99-cent burger then.
Shoot. I don't know when the last time you went to McDonald's was, homie. I don't know when the last time you went to
Clearly, I ain't been if I think it's 99 cents.
Yeah, you're way out. You're probably a couple dollars off with the McDoubles now. Coming up, the must-keeps for the Texans, and could there be a new target on the market that we're all too familiar with? In the Loop continues next.
All right, guys, let's get to the Low T Center. That'll be one of my confessions. It's kind of interesting, but when you get into your older years, into your 40s and 50s, you start to feel a little different. Well, it's not something that is not treatable, and that's low testosterone. You're going to get a simple blood test at the Low T Center. $25, man, for peace of mind. That's a bargain, and it's covered by most health insurance providers. You're going to get that information. You're going to do with it what you want, and then you're going to, if it is testosterone that is making you feel sluggish and worse than usual, they can treat you. Only your first 2 visits are in person. The rest are in the comfort of your own home. All you have to do, go to lowtcenter.com.
Is in Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
DeMeco Ryans, he wants Devin Singletary back. This is what he said yesterday at the NFL Combine right here on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, very pleased with Devin. I remember sitting in a free agent visit with Devin and just, man, his personality, his demeanor, it was a guy I knew I wanted to work with right away. Right, Devin is made of the right stuff. He's a hard worker. He's a leader. He shows up every day in practice with a great attitude, and the guys around him feed off of that, right? So Devin was a great guy. We'll see what happens in free agency, but would love to have Devin back just because of what he brought to our team. He was definitely a bright spot for us in that running back room.
I just don't see him getting a better opportunity elsewhere. It was what he was brought here to do. I don't see him getting much more opportunity elsewhere. I think it's going to make sense even when, not if, when they add a free agent running back to go back to Devin Singletary and see what's up. I don't think that if you sign Saquon or whoever, it prevents you from signing Devin Singletary. I don't believe that you have to choose between one or the other, especially with how the layout of the roster is right now. Mm-hmm. It's one thing to say, well, you're going to pay $20 million for Mike Evans because of the layout of the roster or something like that.
Yeah.
But given Devin Singletary $3.5, $4, whatever $1 million to run it back as the backup and still get a lot of touches, I don't think that I don't think you're prevented from doing that by going and getting another running back. And I don't think he's going to get a situation that is more appealing than being the backup at a place he already knows, because I don't see anyone making him their starting running back next year.
Yeah, no one will do that. But I think there is that last part that you talked about. I think there is a limited number of teams that can offer him the same thing that Texans can offer, because he's not in the business of. I mean, he knows what winning is now. I mean, he did before, obviously in Buffalo, but I'm saying he knows that the Texans can win, and I don't think that's going to change. He's not going to just get money whipped by a mediocre team. So I think there's a number of teams like the Texans that can put him in that role. So it's not just the Texans. You know, we will have options, but it's limited.
But it's limited, and it's also not what he's familiar with.
Correct.
So that's something that I think he's comfortable here. He always seemed very happy when we spoke with him and when they spoke about him. So I don't maybe you can have a similar-ish role, but you don't know what you're getting into.
Right.
And you know what you're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
Dalton Schultz, that's another one that we've talked about. I know Sean Pendergast has thrown out the question as to whether or not the Texans should franchise tag Dalton Schultz. Boy, Sean loves this squad. Goodness.
Sean, Seth both.
Running back.
No, I don't know if Seth does. I think Seth is more like improve the roster like all the way around. But, man, Sean, between wanting to give Nico Collins $25 million and Dalton Schultz, I think, what is it, 11, 13?
Yeah.
Man, he wants to put about $40 million in your tight end and wide receiver.
I mean, you better save some for Dieter Iselin. Does he know what he's saying?
Here is DeMeco, though, talking about Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, Dalton did a really nice job for us in the passing game. 2-minute drives where we were able to win a few games. Dalton really showed up in a situational football third down. He showed up making big catches for us. So we'll see what happens with Dalton in free agency, but I'm very, very proud of what he did for us last year.
See, the franchise tag conversation about Dalton Schultz, okay. I mean, I don't want to dismiss what Dalton Schultz has done, and I understand that the tight end market is slim pickings, it seems like. But when we start talking about, 11, 12 million, is that really is it that serious without Dalton Schultz?
I think it's serious without a tight end in this offense.
Yeah, but you can find. I mean, and it's a matter of who can you find.
Yeah,
I get. Jonnu Smith, we're very familiar with him. This was Mark Vandermeer. This was Jonnu Smith a few years ago. This was Mark Vandermeer before Jonnu Smith. He's been on two teams since, but this was Mark Vandermeer calling a Jonnu Smith touchdown.
2nd and 2 at the Titan 39. Mariota to throw. Here comes pressure. He gets rid of it over the middle very well. Smith. 50, 40, 20, 20, 15, 10, still going, and he's all the way to the end zone.
He had 50 catches last year for 532 yards, 3 touchdowns, 6 catches against the Texans. I wonder if maybe he's a name that they're intrigued by with Jonnu Smith. Around the same age, probably a little bit more explosive. I don't think either one of them are like the prototypical blocking tight end, but I do wonder, like, if Bobby Slowick or DeMeco Ryans like any of these other tight ends.
Absolutely. I wonder that Hunter Henry is another one that has been mentioned as a free agent.
Yeah.
And you'll hear his name
Noah
again
Fant.
in a little bit. I feel like they're going to have to get a tight end for this offense in free agency. I don't think a tight end in the draft is their priority.
No, I think if it falls in their lap, it falls in their lap.
Yeah.
Like if they get an opportunity to pounce on a tight end, I think they're going to do that. But I think they're going to try to set it up to where they have at least a guy who they feel comfortable starting, and they feel comfortable about Schultz.
Yeah.
I just when it comes to, I don't think Nick Caserio is going to let the market decide whether or not he overpays someone. The franchise tag's one thing because that's a 1-year thing.
Mm-hmm.
But
what is it, 12?
Yeah. But a 3-year commitment to Dalton Schultz, does that seem a little crazy to you?
That's why I'm not opposed to a tag on him. It's more, what did he make, 9 last year?
Like 7 to
was it 7?
8, 9, something like that. Less than 10.
It's not, and I'm not here spending freely. I've said that repeatedly, but I think when you compare an extra $2 or $3 million versus I'll put $2 or $3 million.
Well, the other thing is, like last year, the only reason he got here is because the market spoke to him.
Yeah.
And they said, okay, now it makes sense. Are they going to let the market speak to him, and now you're going to I don't know. Like, what do you think the value is of Dalton Schultz? That's the question I'll ask people on the text line. Like 713-572-4610. Do you think that the value of Dalton Schultz is such to where if he leaves, you're just screwed? Now, last year when Dalton Schultz was out, it sucked. But you had Brevin Jordan, you had Andrew Beck, and Tegan Quintariano was hurt. So, yeah, you were thin at the position. So you clearly –
You're thin this year.
Missed him. Yeah, and they're going to have to do something about that.
Isn't there a real sort of Devin Singletary correlation here? Like, you can let him walk, and you can find another Dalton Schultz type. I
don't know if they can, though.
I was going to say the market is just smaller. Like you hate to say dime a dozen because these are professional athletes, but you can find a Devin Singletary, whether it's via the draft in a later round or the streets or whatever. Timing is everything for Dalton Schultz. He picked a good time to be a free agent. Like it's a really good time for him to be a free agent because there's just not a lot of them out there.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, who they want. Baseball Spo, Adam Spillane. What the heck are we doing with Yordan Alvarez in the 2-hole? I got a feeling Baseball Spo is about to get analytic on us. We'll let you know, though, coming up next.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want?
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Baseball.
Adam Spillane in the building. We're a month away. Astros opening the season against the Yankees. Yordan Alvarez in the 2-hole. How do we feel about that?
I mean, the game has evolved, and I know people like Landry would like to see you get the leadoff man on, bunt him over, and then try and drive him in that way. But while Landry maybe has not evolved, baseball has evolved, and so it is. There's a bit of an analytical approach, and it's just simply you get your best player between 40, 50 extra plate appearances every year.
That's what
the
I
reason
mentioned to Landry. It's got to be just more at bats.
Yeah, that's basically the sole reasoning for it. And it also allows them to, if they want to, they can split up the two lefties at the top of the order and still keep them in the top four. And last couple of years, you'd always maybe had Kyle Tucker bat fifth because Dusty Baker was a little reticent to hit those two guys back to back. So,
So you support this?
That's fine. You know me.
It's fine. Do you like it or not?
You know me. I don't really worry about the batting order. You know what I mean? It's never been like something that I get all upset over. I'm not like a lot of people.
You don't worry about the batting order?
No, it's whatever. Guys are going to hit.
It's never important.
If they hit, they hit.
I mean, it matters though, right?
I guess.
So what would your lineup be?
No, I think the way that they're doing it is fine. I really do. I've always liked the idea of maybe Bregman in the leadoff spot just because of his ability to work counts and really make a pitcher work early, but doesn't really have the speed. And Altuve obviously is really good when it comes to just ambushing pitchers to start games. So I think it's fine the way that they've done it.
The bottom of the lineup is a little tenuous, though, all of a sudden. Now, that would have been the case no matter...
that's every team.
Yeah, no matter where. But so it's going to be Altuve, Alvarez, Bregman, Tucker.
Yes.
And then you get into Jose Abreu.
Yeah. Yainer Diaz.
Yanner.
McCormick.
Then McCormick, Pena, and Myers.
Yes. On the days where they DH Alvarez.
Yeah.
And then there will be days where Alvarez is playing left field, and you can have another DH. You can bring, maybe you DH Caratini sometimes, or, maybe you bring some other guy off the bench. So, yeah, they have other options. I'm
going to ask you about something that's not numbers related or spring training related. Landry and I think we said it off air. Landry said something along the lines of, and I'm paraphrasing, so correct me, Landry, if I'm wrong, but something along the lines of, I'm kind of worried that this is going to be a year where the Astros fall off. And I said, you know what? Me too. And I don't know why. That's based on nothing.
When did I say this?
You said it off air yesterday. You said you think maybe that they're gonna, and I'm paraphrasing,
fall off.
Like they're not gonna be that dominant team.
No, I think they're gonna. I think the bullpen's gonna keep them in more games.
Crawfish.
I don't remember saying this.
To whom did I say I do too?
I have no idea.
It wasn't you.
I picked them to win 90 last year. How many did they win?
90.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Which, by the way, was a fall off. If you think about it, I mean, they lost more than double digit.
I think they'll be in that range this year. I don't know about fall off. I do think I think we might have been talking about the starting pitching.
Maybe.
I think I might have said that I think the starting pitching is going to fall off.
Maybe that's what it was, and I said I do too. But
I said Presley was going to fall off.
Yeah,
I said I think Presley's going to decline hard this year.
Why?
It's a different role. There were times last year where it just felt a lot more stressful than I felt it needed to be. There were times where there were awards. I just feel like Presley is going to kind of come tumbling down this year.
Yeah, I don't. There's nothing that I saw from Presley that makes me think that. I think that he was, he gave up more base runners last year than he had in the past. Sometimes, though, that's just luck that goes into it more than anything. I thought the stuff was fine. I thought he was able to stay healthy. I thought the velocity was okay. So there's nothing that would make me think that Presley's going to fall off. Just that he's older. He's a year older. That's the only thing.
My bigger point is, but I have no science behind this, no stats, no data, no spring training. It's just new manager. Aging players, especially Jose Abreu. I'm worried about him. I mean, was it lightning in a bottle that he caught at the end of the year, or is that what he is? Who knows about the bottom of the? I just there's nothing behind it about except maybe just kind of a sinking feeling that time is catching.
You were around for the 06, 07, 08, 09 Astros when they completely fell off a cliff. I don't think that that's going to happen here. I do think that the offense will be fine, just because even if Abreu is bad, as long as those guys at the top stay healthy, they're going to be okay and they're going to hit. And the expectation is that Jose Altuve won't miss half the season. Jordan Alvarez won't miss 60 games or whatever it was. So that's important that's the case. I think the starting pitching, though, is an area of concern, just because even if Verlander is healthy for opening day, which it doesn't seem like he will be at this point, he's 41. And just talking to a scout last year, I was talking to a scout back in September. He's like, for me, he's a 3. And that's kind of...
I think that's right.
And I think that is... You're probably going to see that more, and it's, the stuff isn't the same. The stamina isn't the same. The one thing that this scout told me that keeps him to the level that he's at is just how competitive he is.
Yeah.
But he's not the same. He's 41. There's going to be a drop-off. Nobody can, what he did in 2022 with a sub-2 ERA, that's never happening again, and he knows that that's never happening again. So the key is, can Framber Valdez step up and give you a full season? Can Christian Javier step up and give you a full season?
He's lost some weight.
Can Jose Urquidy stay healthy and give you a full season? Can Hunter Brown take that next step? Do they have somebody else who can step in when one of those guys?
Right, Lopez.
when one of those guys eventually
you were
gets
talking
hurt.
pitching, and I took it as the team.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that they need to address.
Are we good on Framber? Because of all that stuff, that's a lot of big ifs. I just thought that could be our certainty. Where this is.
He should be. Again, I haven't seen it yet, and he started out last season great. He was probably the Cy Young favorite at the All-Star break, and then he fell off a cliff. So it's one thing to do it for 3 months. It's another thing to do it for 6.
Yeah.
The good thing for the Astros is that he's done it for 6 in the past, so you know that it's there.
Adam's
Forrest
playing with us.
Forrest Whitley's a wash.
Here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
He's got to be.
I mean, they're not expecting anything from him at this point. He's already been shut down in spring. He's a reliever if he does make the team. It's basically for him a make or break type of thing.
That was the last 2 years was too.
They were able to get an extra option year out of it too. So it's baffling to me just because I remember they played an exhibition game against the Pirates right before the 2019 season at Minute Maid, and Whitley started it, and he was pretty good that game. And you just kind of imagine, okay, he's going to go down to AAA for a month, maybe a month and a half, and then he'll be right back up. And here we are 5 years later, and he still hasn't pitched in the big leagues. It's one of the more. There are a few others that I can compare it to, but it is one of the more confounding cases that I think that I've ever seen.
He's been in the organization
since 2016.
Since 2016, he was
drafted.
Organization.
He was drafted the year after Bregman was drafted. Think about that.
Good Lord!
The year he was
2016.
Bregman made his debut in the major leagues, a month and a half after they drafted Forrest Whitley?
Yeah.
And Whitley's just kind of been in this AAA limbo injury list for a long time now.
Good Lord.
It's unfortunate for him just because he's worked hard and you feel bad for the guy. It's just how it just hasn't been meant to be so far. So you're hoping that he can be healthy and that he can make some sort of an impact somewhere, whether it's with the Astros or with another team.
What's the state of this division? Adam's playing with us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610, about a month away from the start of the Stros. What is the state of the AL West?
The A's are really bad, and they will be very bad. The Angels are probably one of the 2 more hopeless situations in the entire sport. And then you have the Mariners and Rangers, and I don't really know what to make of Seattle because they had a strange offseason where they salary dumped some guys, but then really didn't bring in anyone of a whole lot of impact. But they should still be good, and they've got a lot of pitching. And then you have Texas, who really didn't do anything over the offseason, and they've lost one of their, at least so far, they've lost one of their best starters with Jordan Montgomery. I don't know if they plan on re-signing him. And they're just kind of banking on DeGrom and Scherzer being healthy over the summer to really help that staff. They got a lot of young talent, though, on that team. They've got a lot of guys that they can trade to make upgrades with on that roster, or they can just bring them up like they did with Evan Carter. So I think right now there's
I forgot about him.
there's a very clear top 3 within the division, and the good thing for them, because obviously only one team can win the division, the other 2 can still make the playoffs because they should be able to rack up a lot of wins against the A's and Angels.
So no problem with Alvarez in the 2-hole. It's good.
No,
it's all good.
It's fine. Again, we don't bunt the second guy anymore, Landry. I'm sorry.
Well, we should. We should be playing small ball all the time. But
play for the one. Play for one.
We will not do it. It's the most anti-bunting mofo I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, it's just logic. Sorry.
Hey, first and second, no outs. Babe Ruth's bunting for me.
Okay, well, enjoy the unemployment
about
line,
buddy. King Griffey, hey, here's the sign right here on the list, buddy. You're bunting. Spo, we appreciate you. Looking forward to it. Appreciate you very much, man.
Hey, it's almost March.
Yes, it is.
And I'm just grinding college basketball right now.
Yeah, we're gonna get into the tournament with you. You're gonna be our tournament expert.
Got leap day tomorrow, man.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start something. I'm gonna start a March Madness poll, but I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be the no ball poll. It's not. It's gonna be no ball and have a life poll to where after week one, $100 buy-in Sweet 16 bracket, so that people get a couple chances to scout.
Still fun.
Yeah, no,
that's what the conference tournaments are for. You scout during the season and during the conference tournaments.
We're not going to be pro Adam Spillane's watching Fox Sports 2 Chattanooga versus any of that. It's the no ball poll, $100 Sweet 16.
Watch South Carolina, Mississippi yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh boy, South Carolina can defend.
Look at this.
And Mississippi State, just watching them against Kentucky last night, they got a big, really good Toulouse Smith. Watch out for him.
This is what I'm saying.
I'm counting 16. On you. I'm counting on you, Adam.
Sweet 16. We'll wait for that. Coming up, are the biggest names being mentioned with the Texans, are they even going to hit the market? They might not. Talk about it next.
The NFL Combine. access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Joe Shane, GM of the New York Giants. We've talked about Saquon Barkley and the franchise tag, all that. I don't know if he's just partaking in lying season or what, but this was what he said. He was with Jonathan Jones of CBS Sports. This is what he said about Saquon Barkley.
Plan all along has been to meet with his representatives here in Indianapolis. Again, I've had conversations with Saquon. He knows how we feel about him. We've been going through this for quite some time since, November of 22 was the first time we've tried to get a longer-term deal done with him. So it's been a long process, and look forward to getting. He has a new agent, Ed Berry, with CAA, and he's got a great reputation. We have a good relationship, and I look forward to sitting down with him and let's get a feel. Does he want to be in New York? We want him to look like him. Again, we've went through this before. We've been through the song and dance. It shouldn't be a prolonged situation, and we'll see if we can actually get something done this time.
So a long-term deal is absolutely on the table from the Giants' perspective.
Yeah, that's on the table. I mean, everything's on the table. I know the franchise tag could be on the table. Again, where it was the franchise number last year to where it is now and what we owe him, it's $155,000 to $200,000 difference. If you were going to tag a running back first time this year, so it's really not much difference than what the original tag is this year on the second tag. So we're not going to rule anything out. Those are all conversations we're going to continue to have. And again, he means a lot to the franchise. He's been a really good player for a long time, and he's a guy we'll see if we can get something done.
All right, I don't believe that. I think Saquon Barkley is going to be on the market, but he is at least. I mean, I don't think he wants to put it out there that they're just completely going to move on. But we'll see. They're going to meet with his representatives, and then we'll see. The franchise tag thing appears to be something that is not going to happen.
A couple things that he said there that I thought were important if you kind of read between the lines, and that's what we do because it is, as you just said, for the first time this year, and I'm going to say for the first time this year, lying season. We're in the midst of it. It happens every year. But he said we started negotiating with him November 22nd of 2022.
That's a long time.
That is a long time. That is a long time. That tells you something, doesn't it? That tells you that they have been at odds. They have been they've had separate versions of what he's worth. And then he said something else that you can't let this slide. It's important. He just hired a new agent. When you hire a new agent in any sport, that's for one purpose and one purpose alone.
Good deal.
And what's the way to get that deal? Sure, he can go with the Giants, but free agency is the best way to get that big deal. So those two little elements in his comments there were kind of telling to me.
The projection yesterday that made the rounds on PFF was 3 years, 36 with $20 million guaranteed for Saquon Barkley. I would do that.
How about Sean doubling down? He
I would
is
do that.
dug in.
Pendergast, what'd he do? He said no.
Nope.
Yeah. Well, good for him.
Dude, $12 million a year?
I think he wants to bring back Daria Gumbawale. he seems to want to bring back every Texan.
And you got to save money for Dieter Iselin. You got to keep some aside.
He wants to pay Nico $25 and Dalton franchise.
But he won't
tag,
pay Saquon Barkley $12 million.
It seems rather, given the only $20 million in the potential impact, it seems like a decent deal. I would be down with that. Now, Mike Evans, another name out there, Mike Evans. I got to talk to you about something after this when it comes to Mike Evans.
Okay.
You need to come clean there, buddy.
Well, come clean about what? I'm always honest with you.
Let's hear from Todd Bowles first. This is Todd Bowles. He's talking to the great Peter Schrager of NFL Network. Good Morning Football. Here's Todd Bowles talking about Mike Evans.
Where do we stand with Evans as we head towards another league year?
Oh, he had a career year last year.
He sure did.
Obviously, he had a heck of a year. He's been doing it for a decade now, and, obviously we want him to retire as a Buck, and everything we're trying to do and put all our resources to sign him back as well, because Mike is great for the community, he's great for the team, he's great for the guys, and he's a heck of a ball player.
All right, there you go. Whatever. We'll see how that. I got some situations to handle in Tampa Bay. Money. It seems like everybody on their squad is leaving, or they're having to figure out, move stuff around. All that. It just doesn't seem like the ideal scenario. So we'll see what happens with Mike Evans and what the market speaks to him. Devin White looks like he's going to hit free agency. Shaq Barrett, he got released. So Tampa Bay's in an interesting. They're kind of in that tweener rebuild or keep it going type of situation. John, I got to talk to you, man.
I'm here, man.
You've got to just admit and just go all in. Don't tiptoe. You want Mike Evans no matter what. Let's just get this done. Let's just put it out there. Let's not let you have your cake and eat it too. You got to admit, you just want Mike Evans.
When we started this whole free agency conversation, shortly after the season ended, what was the first name I mentioned? And one that I said I would love because of his speed, because of his, separation. I think we heard that yesterday from the head coach. That was Gabe Davis.
Mm-hmm.
I said Gabe Davis from the start. But I am not opposed to Mike Evans. And there is you know how you kind of cheer for yourself in this business, pulling back the curtain? Like when you have an opinion that everybody, this is why you're saying this. Everybody is like, you're confronting with someone or two people who happen to have a morning show or whatever. You kind of start cheering for yourself.
Yeah.
Because you want to be right.
Yeah.
That's what we do in this
Right
business.
about what, though?
About being able to afford both these guys.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I have Gabe.
Yeah.
I love Mike Evans. I've said that from the start too. I would love for them to sign Mike Evans. I would be thrilled if they signed Mike Evans. So I'm not all in on Mike Evans by any stretch, and I've been consistent with that.
Yesterday
from
with
the
DeMeco,
very start.
though, you were. I mean, it was.
Well, yes.
It was blatantly obvious. Oh, he wants a receiver who can separate. Mike Evans.
Yeah.
Oh, he wants a good person. Mike Evans.
Yes. No, I mean, how can I not notice that when he said that? But I
sure
will,
it wasn't Gabe Davis.
No,
he was talking about.
I don't know, but I will admit this. If we're being completely honest, I will admit this. I am pulling for Mike Evans more just so I could be right. Like I'm pulling for me. We all do that. Like you make a prediction.
Just right about them being able to afford him, or what?
No, to show Sean and Seth a thing or two. Because like you with the 90 wins on the Astros, you were pulling for 90 wins.
No, I was pulling for 162.
No, I'm saying, but once. It became clear 162.
I was pulling for 162 dubs.
Okay, Astros Twitter. No, but like once it became obvious, you're like, dude, I predicted 90. You start pulling for yourself.
Well, I mean, I predicted the win total before that too, but it just kind of happens.
See what I mean, Figgy?
Yeah. I mean, it just happens.
You're illustrating
you hit the nail on the head twice. It happens.
You're illustrating it right now. You were pulling for yourself.
This happens, man.
When they got the 90, please don't win another game.
Somebody around here predicted 90.
I wasn't doing that.
Don't win no more games. I need 90 on the dot.
I wasn't doing that.
So to answer your question, it's two parts. Gabe Davis and Mike Evans, I'm all in. If they happen to sign Mike Evans and happen to sign Saquon Barkley, I'm going to walk in here with my chest out.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Now, John Lopez has a game of Would You Rather, free agency edition. John Lopez, the floor is yours. Let's play some games.
Let me ask you this question on Would You Rather. You're in on this. We got a lot of names that are out there. A lot of things, the decisions to be made, most of them on the free agency edition. All right? So would you rather Jonathan Grenard or Chase Young?
Probably Chase Young. He might be cheaper. I think Chase Young's the new Clowney. I think I saw the market value 1 year, $12 million, kind of unrealized potential. And I would love to see what DeMeco could get from him.
Yeah, I would say Chase Young, too.
That makes it unanimous. I would much rather have Chase Young and cheaper altogether. Steven Nelson or Xavier Howard?
Xavier Howard.
I'm going with X.
Me too.
Yeah, I want to move on from Steven
This is
Nelson.
telling, man. This is very telling about signing your own, etc. Would you rather tag Dalton Schultz or Jonathan Grenard?
Neither.
If you had to tag one.
I guess Schultz. I mean, Grenard's, that's $21 million. I mean, John Grenard, $23 million.
Yeah, I think it's 23.
That's terrible.
Yeah, I'll go with Dalton Schultz.
Dalton Schultz for that reason, and also because I think that'll give you another year to see what the tight end market might do. Acquire Patrick Queen. Why do I always say McQueen? Patrick Queen or draft a linebacker in the first round?
Draft a linebacker in the first round. I don't want to pay Patrick Queen that.
Yeah, I would draft a linebacker.
Dude, we're unanimous on all these. Sign Derrick Henry on a 1-year deal or Austin Eckler on a 3-year deal?
Derrick Henry.
Yeah, Derrick Henry.
Me too. This is crazy. Resign Dalton Schultz or sign Hunter Henry?
I guess I'll re-sign Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, I would re-sign Dalton Schultz.
All right, we're finally different. I think I'd rather sign Hunter Henry. I really do. I think a little younger. And you recall yesterday, DeMeco Ryans said, talking about Dalton Schultz, oh, he really helped us in the passing game. I think we need the blocking of Hunter Henry. I think he's a more complete tight end. I think I'd go with Hunter Henry over Dalton Schultz. All due respect. Gabe Davis or Mike Evans?
I guess Mike Evans.
Yeah, Mike Evans.
You know how I am. I said Gabe Davis from the start, but I think if
you know why you love him so much.
If you're looking at, because he can fly and he's really a touchdown machine. I'm gonna say Mike Evans though. I guess if I had to pick, like, who would you rather be here, right away and help the team right away, I would say Mike Evans is more proven. Would you rather run it back with Jalen Petrie or sign a safety, specifically Antoine Winfield?
I mean, that's expensive. That's $11 million. I would rather have Antoine Winfield. If they decide to invest heavily in safety, I think that's proactive. I would be good with it.
Yeah, I agree. I would take Winfield.
Give it to me. So it's telling because we're all in agreement on all of them except for the Derrick Henry or Dalton Schultz thing. Like Chase Young, Xavier Howard, tag Schultz, draft a linebacker, Derrick Henry. All these things point to one thing. You can sign Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley if you make these moves.
You won't let this go, will you?
No, I'm just saying you can.
You will not let this Saquon and Mike Evans go.
I'm not making the decisions, but I'm saying you can. Especially if you make these decisions. Chase Young is cheaper. All that stuff.
You will not let it go, Figgy.
I'm saying you can.
I'll move past it.
It's available. You know that you put
my new opinion with Sean with the Sean franchise tag thing. I think is interesting with Dalton Schultz because I think it's a good thing. But Lopez ain't going to move past this Mike Evans Saquon thing, is he? I told them, hey, I'm done with this. We've done this for 3 days. I'm done with this.
No, I'm not going down that road again.
You just did.
All I said was you can sign them. All I said is you can sign. I'm not picking on Sean and Seth.
You basically just played a game just so you could say you were right about it.
Yes, I did.
Yes, you started off with it, and then you just played a game just to double down on this. You're not letting this go.
I didn't know what y'all's answers would be.
You're not letting this go.
This was a
Mike Evans. We can't let this go.
This was a scientific study, an unscientific study, that would prove that you can do exactly what I've been talking about. Because Chase Young is cheap. Who knows with Xavier Howard? You can draft a linebacker. You don't have to sign Patrick Queen. You think I just did this willy-nilly? I knew exactly what was going on here. What I'm saying is if you make these decisions, and they're all on the table for the Texans, you have the resources to sign a running back like Saquon and a receiver like Evans. Like if you just make these decisions, you have the resources.
I mean, is that the optimal decision though?
Yes.
I mean, you can make do, but is that the optimal decision?
Absolutely. You agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that.
I mean, you've been saying running back from the start, and you need another receiver.
No, you need receiver, but I don't know if it's like the optimal decision.
I think it's the optimal. Help C.J. Stroud, man. Get C.J. Stroud all the help he needs.
Yeah, I think the offense needs to be figured out for sure, but I don't know if that's the optimal decision.
Yeah.
The optimal decision. I think signing a running back and then Singletary would be ideal for me. So we'll see how that whole thing goes. Landry Locker, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. We're going to hear from old Nick Caserio. I think they're going to get a recharged Nick at the Combine.
Relax, Nick.
Well, I mean, DeMeco's been to the NFL Combine like as a coach twice. as a head coach. Last year, he basically he was at least riding shotgun in the draft, so he kind of had the keys to the draft.
Mm-hmm.
This year, he's got the defensive and offensive rookie of the year, so he feels good about himself.
Yeah.
Caserio's had to take it on the chin a few times at the combine as a GM.
Yeah, he has.
I mean, he's had to go in there with the Deshaun Watson stuff. He's had to go in there
with a third-round pick.
With no first-round pick. He's had to go in there as the laughingstock of the league, and David Culley as his head coach, and then the ghost of Lovie Smith. Like, this is like walking into whatever the routine is at the combine. Nick Caserio walking in right now. I know he might sound the same, but my man's got to be feeling himself. He might be walking in there like Vince McMahon, which it might not be a good time to walk like Vince McMahon.
I almost said Vince McMahon earlier.
Yeah,
I went with chest out.
Maybe we can just say Conor McGregor.
Yeah,
because I don't know
George
if you
Jefferson.
Someone. I don't think you want to walk like Vince McMahon these days. Man, he's gonna be feeling himself like crazy.
I got the offensive and defensive rookies of the year.
Yeah,
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, I got this going. What's up,
I'm
guys?
big dog.
How y'all living?
Yeah.
Nick in the building. He's gonna do his thing. It's gonna be interesting to hear what old Caserio sounds like now that I don't want to say he's gonna have swagger or anything, but Nick Caserio he's
gonna have his kind of swagger.
He's gonna be kicking it a little bit.
You know, he talks kind of subtly, like, well, we've been very successful with blah blah blah. In other words, I'm a badass because we got this. You know what I'm saying? He's just very subtle with it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be in there. DeMeco's a right guy, though. DeMeco says right more than Caserio now.
He does.
But he
does it
like
real
spitting
quietly.
that fire, though.
He said smooth.
He says it quietly,
He's spitting that fire up there.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. We'll go to the combine. We'll hear from old Nick Caserio coming up at noon. Gonna get a little scouting reports on some of these prospects from Aaron Taylor. He's also got an interesting project I think is, I guess, I don't know where this is going, but there's 3 teams that have embraced it. They're teaching young kids football type of thing.
This is so
know what that
funny
is.
to me. This is so funny to me. You trying to sell this?
I don't even know what's going on.
Well, let's ask him.
I'm
about
sold
it.
on it.
Yeah, let's ask him.
Let's
about
ask Aaron Taylor. No, I'm not gonna
Landry
sell
selling me on it.
No, I ain't gonna sell you on nothing. What are you gonna sell, buddy?
Yeah.
It's not my job.
But he covers college ball, and we'll talk to him about the state of college football as well. That is next. Nick Caserio coming up in the next 40 minutes. We're getting you ready to hear Nick live at the Combine next.
All right, guys, D&M Auto Leasing, you know you're looking to lower your car payments.
right, let's talk to Aaron Taylor, CBS Sports. He knows a little bit about the Combine, knows a little bit about college football, and they got a pretty cool project going on up there. Aaron, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, brother. We are in full talking season. The Combine's underway, and we're already looking forward to this year's upcoming season. So things are good.
Do you were you a Combine guy? Like, do you like the NFL Combine? There's a lot more coaches that are not attending. How do you feel about the Combine as a resource?
It's interesting. It's starting to diminish its value, almost like we saw in the NFL a couple of years ago, where the running back position started to be less and less valued. And that's because guys are starting to hold out. There was the issue last year with C.J. Stroud and some of the information that leaked out about how well he could process information based on the intelligence test and the S2 and whatever it was. So none of the quarterbacks are throwing. It becomes an event where what it used to be, the utility that it used to provide, no longer is the case. And that's why I think we're starting to see people participate from afar and not show up at all. And there's this increasing importance on the tilt playing field a little bit better to the players' situation.
I mean, a lot better in some cases, especially quarterbacks. I mean, they drill, they have their familiar receivers. It's scripted, air quotes, but they know what's coming. I mean, can you get is it just a matter of film these days for you if you're scouting a quarterback?
No, not at all. The film's where you start. You want to see what a guy can do and can't do. But I played in the huddle with a Brett Favre, and when he came into the huddle, you knew it. When he was in the building, you knew it. There's a presence that a quarterback has to have, that the most important player in the sport has to have, and that's that guy that walks into the building. So the intangibles, what type of swag and demeanor does he have? Does he shrink in social settings, or is he the alpha and the guy that people kind of gravitate to and orbit around? Those are the things that you can start to get a little look into. Now, they've talked to the strength coach and the head coach and the position coaches. They've been to multiple practices for these guys, so they get a general sense of it. But you got to understand, this is a stressful environment. This is the moment that us as players, we look forward to. So there's some nerves that go on. So you do get to glean little intangibles about how a guy's going to show up and represent himself when there's a little bit of pressure and a lot of competition and unknowns. So those interviews play a role. The health exams and medical exams play a huge role. The intangibles and the measurables at some point will play a role if you need to differentiate between player A and player B. But largely the pro day has replaced the combine, and probably appropriately so. I was in the combine because I got hurt in my bowl game. And that's why we're now obviously seeing a lot of guys that are opting out of that because they're already looking forward. And that's just the world of NIL that we're looking at on the collegiate side. So there's a lot of things that are changing around the sport that we love.
I want to talk about that. Aaron Taylor joining us here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Do you think that with this expanding college football playoff, do you think we're going to see players perhaps opting out of actual playoff games?
Yes, and they're going to have to figure out a way to do some sort of revenue share to incentivize. Now, what we've seen with programs like Alabama and Georgia, those cultures require and extremely incentivize, if you will, their players to stick around. And that's because of who those coaches were and where they came out. So the Nick Sabans and the Bill Belichicks and that whole tree on that side is all about the process, and it's all about being fully bought in. But we're seeing players that are opting out of those experiences. And when you think about it, what's the value add to a guy that's a potential first rounder to go play in a bowl game that he doesn't directly profit from and has only downside for what it is he's doing? Mm-hmm. And you look at all the transfers and the portal and all the movement that happens in the bowl games once the window opens. These are teams that are largely not the teams that we saw play in the fall, so they're almost exhibition games to a certain extent. While it's still a very good and popular product, there are some things behind the scenes that people are starting to look at because they're threatening to the integrity and the fabric of what it is we've had. So yes, and I think we're starting to see an acceleration of college football, and that's just going to be one of the many ways, fellas, that starts to take place and become evident to those of us that are watching the sport transform.
I'm curious on your thoughts on the expanded playoff, and then almost immediately, they talk, well, instead of 12, let's maybe go to 14. I never thought I would like it, but I actually do like it, and for one reason more than anything else. College football is, in my view, the second most popular sport in this country, surpassing even baseball on a national scale and the NBA on a national scale. So why not just make the most of it? I think fans can't get enough of it.
There's no question about that. The sport's never been more popular than it's ever been. The premium that the sport has and athletics has on television, it's the only appointment viewing. Everything else gets downloaded, binged, DVR'd, TiVo'd, whatever it is you want to do. People are watching these things in different ways, but we all make sure we're sitting in that seat at 10 a.m. in California when the NFL's kicking off on Sunday and are watching all day Saturday if our alma mater or favorite team is going to be playing. There's not a bunch of other or any other content that's relevant that will put seats or put butts in the seats. So that's the premium. So the tail's kind of wagging the dog, and what we're starting to see is the networks, to a certain extent, driving the interest, driving the schedules, driving and playing a direct role in the expansion. And we saw it with the Big Ten, the successful model of the Big Ten partnering with 3 networks, one of which is CBS. Everybody overplays just to participate because there's a finite amount of content that you can generate massive revenue on. So that's why the conversations of, man, if we go from 4 to 12 and it's an exponential leap, what does 14 add? What does 16 add? When do we get to 32, or a nice round number where we can have a full offseason like we have in the NFL? I think that's just a matter of time. It's going to be when, not if, because of the money that's there to be made. And that's what I think, for those of us that are college football purists, is the saddest piece, because we're getting away from what I believe makes the sport at that level what it is.
Talking to Aaron Taylor, man, you just mentioned that 10 a.m. kicks.
Oh,
man.
that's the best.
Y'all live a crazy life out there in Cali, man. Noon's good enough for me. 10 a.m., man. Y'all are not watching pregame shows out there. I can assure that.
Hard to get your buzz on before the pancakes are ready.
Dude, y'all got the 9 a.m. college games too.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
It's brutal. But I tell you what, when I watch Monday Night Football on the East Coast, I got one eye open and I'm on the struggle bus, boys, trying to be able to watch those primetime games. So you give a little, you get a little. And I'm an early morning dude, so I love the early start so I can have my evenings and afternoons.
So you mentioned the expansion of the game. I'd read about this a couple of times. I think we've actually mentioned it on the show. Tell the people, because you can explain it better than I can, about this future fans thing, which I think I saw that maybe the Ravens and Bengals, if I'm not mistaken, they've kind of embraced this as well. Getting early in life.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm about anything that promotes the sport of football. I think we all are. And that's what Future Fans is. And I didn't know much about it. And a buddy of mine sent it to me. And he's like, man, this is a great way to connect with your kids and teach them football kind of in a down low way that they'll enjoy. And I was like, what? So he sent it to me. And it's basically an innovative way to reimagine how kids learn sports by making it fun and easy, by embedding the rules and concepts of the game into the storybook-led experience. So at night, I'm reading a story to my daughter. It talks about the concept and way it introduces 4 downs to get to the line to gain or get a first down. We played ring toss. We had 4 beanbags, 4 rings. If you get one of the beanbags in your 4 chances, you get to go stand in that beanbag. You get 4 more tries to throw a beanbag in the ring toss, and on and on and on. So in the end, it meets kids where they're at. It has fun. It speaks to them in a language that they understand, and it does it in a way that I think has been enjoyable for both of us. So if people are interested, if you're a girl dad out there or a caregiver or a grandparent and want to introduce the sport of football and you're looking to do that in a fun and creative way with a young person, go to Amazon.com or FutureFans.com. Put in the promo code FANS at FutureFans.com to get 15% off. It's only $60. You get a storybook. You get all these different 5 games. But more than anything, you get to connect with your kid over a sport that you love. And I'm now on Saturdays and Sundays getting a chance to sit down and watch games with my daughter, and I just never thought that was possible. So I'm all about what Future Fans brings to the table, and if you're a girl dad, I recommend checking it out. You won't regret it.
Aaron, we appreciate you. Thank you very much for your time. Enjoy that West Coast timeline, my friend.
Yeah, thank you, John. Appreciate you, Landy.
All right, thank you very much. There you go. That's Aaron Taylor here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Kids learning. Are we going to get to a point where there's like women's football?
There is women's football.
No, but like, come on, like real women's football.
There is real women's football.
No, like real, like
the WNFL.
Yeah, WNBA type thing.
Probably.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay,
dude. Football right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah, it's gonna be flagged though, right?
I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, some tackle women football.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, I'm not
I seen them out there with the shoulder pads. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I actually kind of like this. Like, you could do this with your daughter. It's not about playing football, but
if she wants to figure, she'll figure it out. She likes football, man.
Yeah,
she does. But yeah,
she'll learn it better.
Yeah.
There you go.
Imagine her being 5 years old. Be like, oh, he ran the wrong route right there.
Hey, Dad, the game's getting ready to start, Dad.
Yeah, that was a flag right there.
Yeah,
and she threw the flag motion.
Yeah.
That was a flag.
Yeah, the flag. Yeah,
I like when people do the flag
yeah,
motion.
the flag motion's the best.
That's a late hit.
That's probably my favorite complaint. Like in the stands, the flag. Is there anything else? That's
holding by a mile. They're holding.
No, the worst is the review in the NBA when they do this. That's so stupid, man. Yeah. Hurts me, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, begging for holding. Although, man,
God,
sometimes
I hate
they just don't call
the
it.
fans that call. They call holding all the time.
But sometimes
He's
they
holding
just don't
him.
call it. Sometimes they just don't call it though, man.
Well, it's true, but how do you know from the third deck? I mean, come on, man.
Sometimes it's blatant. Sometimes it's blatant. If the Chiefs are in the Super Bowl, it's blatant.
Yeah, well, that's a different story. Just ask Bosa.
They ain't going to call it that.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. We'll hear from Nick Caserio coming up in 25 minutes. I do want to hear what he's got to say about the running back position.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to have to say something, right?
He's going to be asked, so he'll have to say something.
Like, give us something, Nick.
A little meat on the bone.
I mean, just give me a little something, man.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of Saquon Barkley? Can he?
That's not. Is that tampering?
Yet, are they?
Yeah, they have to
I
be.
guess so because he's the franchise tag.
Hasn't started yet.
Yeah, we're in the tampering phase, right?
Yeah, that would be illegal tampering.
So if Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans walk by Saquon, it's just gonna be like, "Hey, what's up?"
Hey, do the head bob.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, not the down, the up.
I ain't seen you. What's up, man? How you doing, man?
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see yesterday at Rodeo? Rodeo has begun. Blake Shelton brought out Gwen Stefani.
I heard about it. Didn't see
we actually talked about that. We was wondering if she was actually going to come out.
Brought her out, man.
Mm-hmm. I mean, she's in town. I'm sure she's with him.
Brought her out in the truck.
Yeah.
He went up there and they sang.
Man, when I mentioned, that she was a home wrecker, remember? That reportedly she was a home wrecker.
Hey, I don't remember that.
Yeah. A couple of weeks ago.
We did a whole damn show. We brung it up every time we gave away tickets.
I got home, and my wife happened to be listening. She is not a Blake Shelton fan for that reason.
Why? Because he broke up with, who was it, Miranda?
Yeah. She's a huge Miranda fan. And she she turned on Blake Shelton like overnight. Overnight. I didn't know it was that big a deal.
Who cares?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, music artists aren't held to the moral standard.
Well, he is. Especially when it's Miranda. People love Miranda Lambert.
Do they?
Man.
I don't even know what she does.
She's a singer.
What's she sing?
Songs.
Give me one.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not my wife.
People love Miranda Lambert, huh?
Yeah, they do.
What does she sing Redneck Woman? Is she the one who sings that I'm a Redneck Woman song?
I don't know. Mama's Broken Heart. The House That Built Me. You've heard that one.
Never heard it.
Yes, you have.
Never heard it, sir.
The House That Built Me.
Never heard it, sir.
I've heard that one.
Never heard it, sir.
Yeah, If I Was a Cowboy, Bluebird. She's got a lot of hits.
Coming up next, did the Astros get favorable treatment on the national stage? The folks up 45 believe they did, plus the latest from the NFL Combine, including control of the draft. Next.
How did the Texans
610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All these carrots like I'm some kind of vegetarian. The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Man, I miss old Wayne. Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about Devin Singletary, who he says he would like to have back.
Yeah, very pleased with Devin. I remember sitting in a free agent visit with Devin and just, man, his personality, his demeanor, it was a guy I knew I wanted to work with right away. Right? Devin is made of the right stuff. He's a hard worker. He's a leader. He shows up every day in practice with a great attitude, and the guys around him feed off of that. Right? So Devin was a great guy. We'll see what happens in free agency, but would love to have Devin back just because of what he brought to our team. He was definitely a bright spot for us in the running back room.
That's your backup running back next year, Devin Singletary. It's going to go according to plan.
That was obvious, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's your backup running back.
That was pretty obvious.
He's not going to get a better opportunity than this.
And DeMeco was practically gushing, trying to be reserved, trying to keep it reserved, but he was practically gushing about Devin.
The thing that you see online, I like to pick little snippets, and we see it on the text line. Shout out to the Loopholes if you listen, you are one. Is the offensive better, the running back makes the offensive line better. It can be either one.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, it can be either one. Like Devin Singletary ran better behind that offensive line than Dameon Pierce did.
Right.
So I don't know where this tomato thing. It's either one can happen. The bottom line is, yeah, you need better offensive line play, you need better running back play, but it's not an either or type of situation.
It's not. But wasn't last year more obvious that it was the running back? Because you saw the comparison between Dameon Pierce and Devin Singletary and how they waited for holes and how they used the blocking scheme, et cetera. I thought, you're right, it can be either or. But I thought last year Devin Singletary made it very clear that he was making the line better.
What about Dalton Schultz? Dalton Schultz is also a free agent. Tight end market, pretty slim. DeMeco, how do you feel about Dalton Schultz?
Yeah, Dalton did a really nice job for us in the passing game. 2-minute drives where we were able to win a few games. Dalton really showed up in a situational football, third down. He showed up making big catches for us. So we'll see what happens with Dalton in free agency, but I'm very proud of what he did for us last year.
See, now that one was another, very positive about Dalton Schultz. But I think he also is more of a realist. Anything can happen here with Dalton Schultz unless they tag him.
Jonnu Smith, another tight end on the market. He got 50 passes for 532 yards, 3 touchdowns last season. Arthur Smith loved him. It was kind of a running joke with Falcons fan. Man, they like him more than Bijan Robinson. I wonder what the Texans think about Jonnu Smith. Once upon a time, he was in New England, ended up going to Atlanta. I think we saw him score a 65-yard touchdown against the Texans a few years back. I wonder what they think of Jonnu Smith. Really wonder what they think about this tight end market as a whole.
Well, they know that it's small. There's not a lot of pickings with the tight ends. I don't know. I think Jonnu Smith, obviously, he was very heavily used last year. But between he and Dalton Schultz, I would stay with the familiar.
I like to go with the checkers and chess thing.
Mm-hmm.
When you're looking at Dalton Schultz, in chess and in checkers, when you have a king, you can go backwards.
Correct.
Like when you have a king, you can go backwards.
Yes.
Do the Texans need to do that when it comes to Dalton Schultz? Because last year, when he was originally on the market, you didn't want to give him a 3-year deal.
Right.
Now, all of a sudden, because this market's thin, do you want to give him a 3-year deal now? Is it? I know it's more thin. I know that there's different situations. I know there's different layouts, but now do you want to go from one extreme to the other where you get the guy at a bargain and basically you're giving him a delayed version of the deal you didn't want to give him last year? Now maybe he played his way into that deal. Did he? Because that's my thing with the Texans when you talk about we got to keep Dalton Schultz.
Mm-hmm. What's the rush? I mean, you can tag him. You pay $3 million more than he made last year. But you're not committing to a 3-year contract. I'm much more receptive to that idea because then you can make this same decision next year. Maybe you want to sign him if he takes another step. But maybe the tape.
Do you get a sense that perhaps they're a little more frustrated by Dalton Schultz's blocking than...
Yes, you could hear it.
DeMeco said in the pass game.
Yeah, you could hear it.
Yeah. So I wonder if that's going to come into play where, okay, we can get better receivers, we can get tight ends who are serviceable, but the Dalton Schultz blocking, yes, at times it was better than we'd expected, but we need a guy who can at least block.
Yeah, especially with this offensive line that you're locked into.
Oh, wow. Laramie can hold it down.
No, well, I'm saying he's not always on that side. He could
what about Titus?
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, let's see about that. No, I'm very much more receptive to just tagging him and finding out the answers to what you just talked about. You know? Why commit to 3 years? It's a business, as everybody likes to say.
So you want to tag him?
He made $9 million. It's $12 million to tag him at tight end.
So you want to tag Dalton Schultz?
I would be more agreeable to that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Lopez wants to tag Schultz. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
What's wrong with that? I don't understand.
Nah, whatever your preference is. It's okay. If you want to tag Dalton Schultz, you can tag Dalton Schultz.
Okay.
Whatever you want to do.
Why is that funny to you?
Ryan Poles. He spoke on Justin Fields, the situation in Chicago. Here's what the GM of the Bears had to say.
What is your motivation to trade Justin before free agency starts, knowing that there might be a premium on that?
Yeah, again, it just depends on what opportunities pop up. I will say this. I think you guys know me. Well, if we go down that road, I want to do right by Justin as well. No one wants to live in gray. I know that's uncomfortable. I wouldn't want to be in that situation either. So we'll gather the information. We'll move as quickly as possible. We're not going to be in a rush and see what presents itself and what's best for the organization.
He's getting traded. Let's just be
he's gone.
Serious about it. He's getting traded.
Yeah.
The end. Bada bing, bada boom. Could it be Atlanta? Here was Raheem Morris with Jonathan Jones talking about their quarterback situation.
You want to go out there and find the best quarterback that fits best with you and your people and how you're building this team, right? You want to go get the best fit for your people. You want to go get the best fit for your coaches. You want to go get the best fit for our city. There's nothing ruled out. I forgot to mention trade. All of those things come into play. I know I'm all over the place with you right now, and it's good because we've really been tedious. We've really been going through the process of how we're going to acquire the best fit for us.
Looks like Atlanta, huh?
Yeah, and I don't see my reason for Atlanta is Raheem Morris is openly saying we need a new quarterback, and in the draft it doesn't even seem realistic.
No.
Like you're basically going to be going down the Desmond Ridder path again where you're either convincing yourself that Penix is the guy or you're convincing yourself that J.J. McCarthy is the guy. The fact that he's saying we want to aggressively go get a quarterback makes me think that Justin Fields is going to be that dude.
I don't see how you can come to any other conclusion. People have talked about the Steelers. Okay, but who knows with Justin Fields there? I think Atlanta's the way to go.
Well, he also said, and Jonathan Jones was obsessed with this. Well, we want a quarterback who fits our city. Where's Justin Fields from?
Yeah, from Atlanta.
From Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
So
not just Georgia.
I think it's,
Atlanta.
Yeah, he's right there.
Yeah.
So I don't see why a coach would say that if you're going to go draft J.J. McCarthy
fits our
or
city.
something. Yeah.
I wonder who that could be.
So it's a guy you can acquire, and it's a guy who clearly fits your city. So they're whining up 45 in Dallas. I thought this was weird. And I'm not a big fan of bashing Joe Buck. I think Joe Buck's a legend. I love listening to him call Astros games. But John Smoltz in Dallas, they thought that John Smoltz was an Astros homer.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of a thing. And they had him on yesterday on our sister station, 105.3 The Fan. Shout out to Gavin Spittle. Sean and RJ had him on. You're going to hear Sean Sharif talking to John Smoltz about perhaps him favoring other teams not named the Texas Rangers.
John, you know that we've had you on multiple times. We love having you on. But we do have an elephant in the room. Do you know what that elephant is?
Oh, I probably do. It's every year around this time after a World Series. Does it have something to do with the World Series?
Yes, it does.
and the ALCS and the ALDS.
It's the most ridiculous. It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball. But it's all right. I was told that's what's going to happen when I get into this job. People are so used to their local broadcast that they have no conceptual idea that we come in neutral. And our play-by-play guy, Joe Davis, is going to call a home run as excited for the other team as excited for the other team. And Joe Buck told me, he said, listen, when you get into this, don't pay attention to everybody thinking you're rooting for somebody else. Just do your job. It really is ridiculous. Atlanta in the World Series against Houston, I got more criticism from the Atlanta fans that I wasn't a homer and I wasn't rooting for the Atlanta Braves. So if that doesn't tell you all you need to know.
What is he supposed to say about the Astros? Like, seriously.
The other thing is this, like, if the Astros, like, let's say we're in the 90s and the Astros are playing the Yankees, dude, they've been on.
That's what I'm saying. What are you supposed to say about the Yankees?
It's been 8 straight times. Like, Rangers, where the hell have y'all been?
Yeah.
Y'all have been the ass of baseball for however long, and the Astros have been on the stage. So are they supposed to, like, be as excited about calling y'all's games as you are the Astros? Like, if the Texans go to the AFC Championship game, and Jim Nantz and Tony Romo are calling the game, and they're playing the Chiefs.
What are they
Am I
supposed
going
to
to
say about the
complain
Chiefs?
if they light up more about Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce than if they talk about C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins? No, it's like, have some common sense.
That's a better example because the same thing will happen. Let's say John Smoltz was calling that game, an NFL game. Is he supposed to say, hey, don't count out Patrick Mahomes? Oh, see, clearly he loves the Chiefs. No, you can't count out Patrick Mahomes.
And it's more exciting. Like, that's the guy. Like, they call their games. They're on that stage all the time.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It is absolutely ridiculous.
So now the Rockets, like, they make a run and they're in the Western Conference Finals and they're facing the damn Warriors. I'm supposed to expect Mike Breen to just beam up talking about Fred VanVleet as much as he does Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Like, have some respect for the damn game.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Has there been a more irrelevant championship than that one? Nobody cares about that World Series.
Mm-hmm.
They were asking me the other day. I was talking to them at Radio Row. They were like, oh, how about Bassick, my boy Bassick, held up the Rangers World Series.
Dude, they
thing.
were all wearing
like,
that crap.
And I was like, oh, y'all won the World Series. Good job.
Yeah.
Like, I had no idea.
I actually forgot they won it,
I'd
man.
forgotten about it. They're like, how did people take it when the Rangers beat them? I was like, honestly, I'm not. It was the same as they took it when the Nationals beat them and when the Braves beat them and when they lost to the Red Sox in the ALCS. Like, it was the same thing.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a little bit more. It really wasn't. Kind of moved on.
You're just disappointed that you lost.
It's just one of those, like, random ass.
They
like,
were all wearing their Rangers gear that week.
World Series champs.
Every day, man.
Dude, I thought I was in the locker room celebration. Every single person. Like, the hat, all that.
Get some Chick-fil-A. They had Chick-fil-A.
Yeah. We didn't mention that to you, Figgy. It's
Dude,
like every day
they were wearing full uniforms.
I don't know about that, but they were close.
Might as well have been wearing the damn cleats, man. It was crazy.
And walking by our table like we cared.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, I'm
That's
like,
great.
Oh, okay.
Coming up next, let's hear from Nick Caserio live from the Combine here on Sports Radio 610.
Landry's putting his...
Nick Caserio, talk to me. Talk to me. Nick Caserio live at the NFL Combine here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
How's everybody doing? Happy almost leap year. Good to be here. Hopefully it's a productive week for us. So excited to be here. It's really, the Combine's interesting because it gives us an opportunity to really learn the players' stories. I'd say that's really the big thing. The on-field workouts, I mean, I think that's more for you all to watch and figure out who runs fast and who doesn't. But the next time we use how fast an offensive lineman ran a 40 in our evaluation, will be the first. So, but excited about the opportunity here in front of us to try to continue to build a team. A number of players that we have on our roster that will be free agents. We probably have, I don't know if it's as many free agents as any team in the league. So we have a number of players that'll be free agents. So we're working through that process here currently and just working on building the 2024 team and roster. So excited about what happened last season. Players, the coaches, and the staff should be proud of what we accomplished. But at this point, we're kind of moving forward and looking ahead to the 2024 season and all the things that go along with it. So with that, take some questions and go ahead, Sarge. Start with you.
Nick Caserio live from the NFL Combine here on
I think the big thing with just this whole spring is just try to improve the team, build a team, improve the team. We have certain areas and certain players on our roster that made significant contributions. Happy they're on our team. And I talked about on a consistent basis, just trying to build as deep and consistent a roster, top to bottom. There's going to be certain players whose roles are bigger than others, but the roles that some players have are certainly going to be significant. So we're just trying to optimize our opportunities, try to take advantage of our opportunities to add players to our team. The free agency it's a process. Nothing's going to happen overnight. I'd say we've had constructive conversations with a number of agents. Start with our players. We'll have an opportunity to visit with some of the agents of other players that may want to be Houston Texans. Whether or not there's a mutual interest or not, we'll find that out here as we go. But I think it's just finding the right people with the right mindset and the right mentality to fit the program that we're trying to build. That's the most important thing. I haven't been able to keep track of all the moves, but anytime that you give up an asset, you're getting assets in return. And what you do with those assets is all about the decisions that you make. And we're fortunate that we've added players that have been able to help our team. Each year is going to be different, but that's in the past. And, where we are today, we have a number of players that we've been able to acquire that have helped our team. Hopefully that continues moving forward. But Cleveland, I have respect for Cleveland, their organization. They have a good football team. They've won a lot of football games. Deshaun's going to be a good player in this league for a long time. So we're focused on the Houston Texans and what can we do to continue to build our team so that we can put the best product out there on a weekly basis. You never really know. When you go back and kind of look at last year, there was a lot of new people, coaching staff, new players, but we felt comfortable with DeMeco did a great job. We did a great job putting the staff together, offensively, specifically starting with Bobby, coaches like Bill Lazor, Shane Day, Gerard Johnson. And when we put the staff together in February, we didn't know what our team was going to look like, who the quarterback was going to be. We knew that we were going to evaluate a number of players during the course of the spring. And you really don't know, and there's a lot of work that goes into it. You learn about each other from where we were in May to where we ended up at the end of the season, almost like night and day. And there's things that we learned this year that hopefully can utilize. There's some areas that we hopefully can improve, and some of the things that we didn't do as well. I think the one thing we're excited about is we're able to continue with some degree of continuity relative to seasons past. So even with our coaching staff specifically, we had a number of coaches interview for other jobs. Some of them made a decision to stay and be a part of our program, which is a credit to them. It's really a credit to DeMeco, and it's a credit to the players. So anytime you have continuity from one year to the next, it's important because at least it gives you sort of a foundation in place. Now, the team's going to be different. The opponents are going to be different. So there's going to be a lot of things that are different. But to be able to keep a number of things at least similar or the same, hopefully be beneficial to us.
Nick Caserio, Texans on time now?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what that means. I think our focus is just trying to put the best team together possible. And sure. Free agency is case by case. So you look at the player, you look at his role, what's the value of the player, have an understanding of the market, what are your options, is that the best thing for the football team? In the end, we're going to do what we think is best for the Houston Texans team. DeMeco has said this countless times. I've expressed this countless times. It's not about one person. It's not about one player. Every year is different. We're not really believers in windows, not really sure what that means. So it's about the 2024 season, trying to put the best team together. What are our options? We'll explore our options, and we'll try to make good decisions, good sound decisions that make sense for our team. Go ahead, Aaron. Yeah, every year is important. Every year is different. And there's going to be challenges that we face this season. Maybe we're going to play a lot of good teams this year. And even if you look at our season, there were, 8 or 9 one-score games. So a number of games could have gone either way. So it starts with the people. So do you have the right people with the right mindset, with the right mentality? They obviously have to have a certain level of skill to be able to go out there and perform their jobs at a competitive level. So the team building process, it's not one period of time. Free agency, the draft's the draft. There's a number of players that we added at the beginning of the season, during the course of the season, that helped our team. So I think just maintaining as much optionality, being adaptable, being flexible. Your circumstances may change. You may be forced to make a decision about a position or about a player. So the big thing that we emphasize is just good, sound, consistent decision making, and let the process play itself out, and we'll have a better understanding of what our team looks like probably once we get to training camp. Go ahead, Chris. Yeah, I'd say the league is always better when people like Bill Belichick are around. I mean, you look at this offseason, Coach Carroll, Coach Belichick, Coach Belichick is the best coach in the history of not only football, sport, in my opinion. He's a big reason that I'm where I am today, so I have a lot of respect and appreciation, admiration for him. There's a number of folks in New England that they have in place that they feel comfortable with. They have a lot of talented people, so they're probably out, like all of us. That's what we do each year. You just sort of try to figure things out. So certainly wish them nothing but the best. I'm appreciative of my 20 seasons that I had in New England. But the game's better when people like Bill are around or involved. So I'm sure he'll figure out whatever he's going to do here in the spring, and we're all going to benefit from it. Just repeat your question, please. In terms of what do I think is going to happen? We're all going to find out. So free agency is just, it's what does the market tell you? So, and then any player, what are you willing to pay that player commensurate with their role? So every year markets change, and I think sometimes what happens is, I'd say with some of the tender numbers, you sort of get pigeonholed or benchmarked, because once you establish a certain financial commitment level, that's almost used as a starting point. So you're either comfortable paying that level or you're not, and it's all about resource allocation. So our job is to try to find good football players and add good players to our team. We have a couple free agents at that position, so we're going to evaluate that position like we do other positions as well. And DeMeco talked about this yesterday. I mean, Motor had a great year, did a lot of good things for us. Motor's a free agent, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So there's a lot of good players that are out there. There's a lot of good players that are out there at a number of different positions, and our job is to evaluate and try to make good. Go ahead. We'll see. We'll start. Go ahead, and then we'll go here. Yeah, Nick is great to talk to. I mean, it's similar to Bill in some respects. They have such a library and a history of players that you can benchmark against one another. You're talking about two of the best minds in football. So I've had a number of conversations with Coach Saban before the draft, not only last year but previous years, and his insight is very valuable and useful. I mean, I think everybody who spoke on Will's behalf and the way Will was presented, we saw that in spades, and maybe it was even better than maybe we even thought. So we're happy that Will's on our team. Henry did a great job this year as well, kind of in his role. Kind of came in as a backup. He was forced to play in the middle of the year. I'm going to say weeks 4, 5, 6, where we had some players that were injured, and he went out there and had some productive plays. So excited about those two players and their growth, and really from year 1 to year 2, and try to improve on some of the things that they did last year. Over here. Really, Cody. Yeah, it's a part of it, and it's really a fixed number. So anytime you assign a tag to a player, it's essentially you're committed to that value. Now, it doesn't mean you can't work out a long-term contract extension with that player, but it's sort of a fixed number. And I would say, kind of like I talked about a little bit earlier, it's almost a starting point in a negotiation. So you have to figure out, is that valuable? Does that make sense? Or let the player get to the open market, let the market dictate what the value is. So honestly, it's a little cat and mouse game. So you just try to take the information in, try to have a general understanding of the market, and try to make a good decision. We have some flexibility relative to financial commitments that we might be able to make, but you don't necessarily have to use all your money up in 1 year. So we've tried to, and I've talked about this previously, really look at your team in sort of 2-year increments. So whatever you don't do this year, that money's going to be used in future years. I'm sure I'll get a question here very soon about Nico Collins. That's coming. So that could be a player that maybe he's a part of the future. So you're dealing with the present. You're focused on the short term, but part of our responsibility is to kind of think ahead a little bit. So, and just try to make good, sound decisions for the team and the organization. Yeah, I would just caution people this time of year to pay too much attention to narratives that are out there about players or what teams are doing. So I would just say, going back to last year, there was quite a bit of misinformation out there about what happened. So really the only people that knew what the Texans were going to do were Coach Ryans and myself. So I'm saying is we made the decisions that we feel are best for the Texans, and I'd say I'd be careful just to read into too many narratives about what a team is or is not going to do. This is, and I've said this is silly season, unfortunately. It makes for a lot of fun, makes for a lot of dialogue. Sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not. So we just try to focus on ourselves and trying to make the right decisions for our team. Brooks, go ahead. Yeah, it's interesting. So it doesn't necessarily change how we're going to approach this offseason. We were already in a decent position, so, and I would just say it's probably potentially could be more of a one-time thing. So depending on what the number is, maybe gives you a little flexibility. Could be add a singular player, could be add multiple players at a certain tier or level. Whether or not you use the money this year and push it to next year and roll it to next year. So I would say the result of what happened the other day doesn't necessarily change our thought process about how we were going to approach free agency. Go ahead here, and then Sarge will go back to you. Try to spread the wealth a little bit. Yeah, I mean, the receiver kind of has two jobs: get open and catch the ball. So, typically where that manifests itself the most is on third down, because typically there's a lot more man coverage played on third down. The coverage is going to be a little bit tighter. Some can win with quickness, some can win with their size, some can win with their speed. So I think it depends on the player and his skill set how Tank Dell gets open and run routes. I mean, it's very unique. How Nico runs routes and gets open is very unique to him. So how you're going to use that player, how you're going to deploy that player, do you need a formation a certain way? Can you only align them in one spot? So you just have to look at the player. But in the end, the job of a receiver is to get open and catch the ball however they do it. So however they create that space and separation is going to be unique to whatever skill set they provide to your team. Yeah, really just their background, who influenced them in terms of their development, who helped them the most, some of the things that they had to endure and overcome. I mean, without getting into any players in particular, but we had a player the other night that was talking about, his house was shot. He was in the house while there were shots fired on his home. Another player had a commute on a daily basis from one city to the next to go to a certain high school. So really what you're trying to do is kind of get a picture and a profile with the player, his mindset, his mentality, some of the things that have led to where he is at this point. And you're not going to get it in a 15 to 20 minute interview, but you kind of get a quick snapshot, and then you're trying to get a general picture, because when you bring the right people into your locker room, you want to make sure that they fit with the rest of the team and the rest of the program and the culture that you're trying to create. And I would say players are appreciative of one another's story, because in the end, this is a players' league. It's a people league. Players are very smart. Players are very perspective. And they know if a player is sincere, if he's authentic, if he's full of crap. So part of our job is to kind of sift through the noise and then try to create as accurate a profile as we can about what we think we're bringing into the building. And then once we have that identified, then a lot of these guys are starting from scratch. So if you find their baseline of understanding of football, what they were taught, what they were coached, they're kind of going back to square one. So there's 32 teams. Everybody has a different system. Everybody has a different coaching style. So we're trying to just understand a person, sort of what makes them tick, and then how that will fit with the rest of the players that we have on our team.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
It's interesting. It's a portion of it. Even if you're at a game, if you were to ask somebody, why do you go to a game? Well, you're looking at a number of different things. Maybe it's their habit or their routine pregame, how focused they are. They come off the field after a bad play. How do they react? How do they respond? What do they do on the sideline? So any little detail or tell that you can get, but you also have to be careful about jumping to conclusions too quickly, because you don't want to make snap judgment in a short period of time, because maybe he was slouched in his chair, or maybe you don't know what he'd been dealing with over the course of the day. But you can get some interesting things in how they approach it and just how intense or how focused they are. So we look at everything. So there's no question about it. Phil, go ahead. Good to see you.
Nick Caserio live from the Combine here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I don't think J-Lo's awake, man.
Yeah, at this point last year, we had seen CJ play over a couple seasons. We may or may not have talked to him already here at the Combine, but in terms of interactions with him, it was very limited from a one-on-one basis, because he was an underclassman, so you don't have access to the underclassmen. This is the first year. I mean, Jim Nagy changed this at the Senior Bowl, where they allowed more juniors to attend, and Jim's done a great job with the Senior Bowl, there's no question about it. It's another opportunity, because the underclassmen are typically the people you have to find out the most about. So essentially at this point, we're relying on our information from the school that we've gathered from the scouts, and then just from observing the player play. And then we interviewed him here at the Combine, and then we brought him into our facility. So this was sort of the beginning stage of the process. So there's probably more that we didn't know than we actually knew. And by the time we drafted, whatever day that was in April, we knew a lot more than we did when we were here. So I'd say this whole week, this whole spring, it is a process. It's a process for the players. It's a process for the teams. It's a process for the coaches. At the information, however we can do it, and just try to make a good decision for our team. Go ahead, Matt. One more. Yeah, have a lot of respect for Elliott. We actually interviewed Elliott. It was maybe the year I left or the year before. Elliott's been in a lot of good programs. He was in Green Bay for a long period of time. I think at the time he was in Seattle. Very astute, very aware, good understanding of basically the league. And it was just kind of another set of eyes because we had lost a number of folks that had gone on to other teams. I think Monty had left at that time. So I'd say Elliott is very respected. He obviously has a great pedigree in terms of his dad and has learned a lot of football. So Elliott understands football. I'd say he's got a great demeanor, a great personality, very perspective, very self-aware, and he has a good demeanor. And I think he'll be able to work in concert with the scouting staff. And then I think he'll be a great asset to Gerard as well as he kind of works his way through. All right, thanks.
All right, it's Nick Caserio here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get some lunchtime confessions. I think Lopez might need to confess about what we just heard as well.
Sorry, what?
Next.
What qualities are the Texans looking for in potential? Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sin. Lopez, wake up.
Huh?
We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I tried.
Tried what?
To get something out of that Nick Caserio availability. There's a few things.
I thought the 2-year window was the most important thing.
I thought there were
tomorrow
a few,
I want to look at the Texans through a 2-year window.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
That would be very good. Like I got, about we'll see if there's mutual interest on the free agents. About free agents interested in the Texans. That's obviously something we figured, but is new. He real happy with the continuity of the of the Texans coaching staff. Then he talked about a lot of misinformation and decisions and narratives, and it's silly season is his way of saying lion season, which is what we say. But boy, you want a confession or not?
Yeah, I want a confession. Get to it.
He is in mid-season form. He is in he's better than that. See, that's the thing. If this was him all the time, then he's better.
What about him trying to give the people some good questions? People were asking about Bill Belichick and how do you build on next year and what did you know about CJ last year and all that type of stuff.
Hey, ask me about Nico Collins, y'all.
Yeah, they didn't even do it.
Yeah. No, it was he was in mid-season form and
franchise tag he's not using.
Saying a lot.
Seems like he wants Schultz to test the market.
To say a little. That too. I agree with that. But that was mid-season form.
Now, we've moved past the 3-day beef with the morning guys, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. Shout out to them.
Yeah.
But I will say this. I just got to confess because that's the point of lunchtime confessions. I got to be honest with you.
Yeah.
The whole time that I was looking at you, falling asleep while Nick Caserio was talking, and I was having Figgy say in my ear, man, this is rough. I was just thinking, if this were a morning show interview, we'd still have 15 minutes left of that thing.
Oh, but it would be better.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
They do get the best of Nick Caserio, but boy, that was some of the national perspective on this. As you're looking on social, they're like saying much the same thing.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Have you ever seen this NFLPA survey that's making the rounds right now?
Yeah, it's J.J. Watt says it's the second most important poll that he took as a player.
Yeah, and but it hasn't ever really gotten as much run as it at least in my opinion, that it does today. By the way, the Texans have done a Player Association poll of just the facilities, everything. Yeah, life in your organization.
What'd that cafeteria get?
Cafeteria, A-. That's pretty strong.
I was expecting an A+.
The Texans as a whole, they pulled like a 3.2 maybe.
Yeah, their worst grade was B-, team travel.
They got like a 3.2.
They got a B on weight room.
Owner B+.
B+ training staff.
Yeah. But part of my confession is I never really paid attention to this that much.
Why would you?
Because it is pretty interesting.
Who cares?
But boy, I wouldn't want to play for the Chargers.
Did you see what they said about the Chiefs?
Well, let me say the Chargers, then you say the Chiefs.
It's L.A.
They charge players $75 for daycare during a game.
Stop.
They provide a family room at the stadium. They provide daycare, but not on site. In other words, you got to drop them off somewhere else, and the players have to pay $75 on the day of the game.
That's a steal.
For day. But they're playing.
That's a steal.
They're playing football for
so
you.
What? Do you know how expensive daycare is?
Dude, we're not talking about you and me.
$75 for 6 hours?
No.
That should be praised. I mean, they should. That
what
should
grade
be
did they get for the family part?
They got like a D on that. Like, you don't charge NFL players.
$75.
You don't charge.
What a steal.
NFL players.
That is a good-ass price.
Maybe for you when you're here.
That's a good price
but
right there.
But guys are risking their $25 a kid.
Yeah.
Come on, man. What are we doing? What about the Chiefs?
the Chiefs had the lowest graded NFL owner. It was Clark Hunt of the Chiefs.
Say that real fast.
Clark Hunt. Yeah, I don't know what you're trying to figure out. Clark Hunt. There you go. You like that, Clark Hunt? Does that work for you, buddy?
I just asked you to say it real fast.
See you next Tuesday.
Yeah, so what, dude? I'm saying his name clearly. I think he really dumped it.
I did.
Clark Hunt. Okay, owner Hunt. Apparently, his low grade was because of lack of follow-through on promises. Here's the example that Brooke Pryor uses. Mm-hmm. So, apparently the team promised a renovated locker room. However, when they returned this season, after winning the Super Bowl, only new chairs were added. Players were told the reason that there was not a renovated locker room was because, quote, listen to this crap. Mm-hmm. They went too far in the playoffs and they didn't have time to renovate.
Oh, brother. You're the Chiefs.
You can't renovate. You could renovate that hoe in a week.
Yeah, you can.
We didn't have time to renovate because y'all went too far into the playoffs.
Oh, my gosh. That's ridiculous.
Come on.
But this is really fascinating to me. It really is.
Fascinating? Yeah. Are you using the word fascinating?
I think I'm using it correctly.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Got up early, didn't eat anything, didn't have coffee, went for my 6-month checkup. I go every 6 months to the doctor to get a checkup. My confession is I can't believe how healthy I am. I've got a little bit of an issue with blood sugar.
Brother, you've seen me. I feel like I'm dying, and then I go to the doctor, and I get it back, and I'm like,
I told the doctor
it's time to drink.
Time to drink. Hand to God. I told her, I have a female doctor. I said, are you sure? Because, I always I take medication, full disclosure. I'm HIPAA. So for a little high blood sugar and pre-diabetes, but not diabetic, just pre. And she's like, you've never looked better. Everything looks good.
Now she's a liar, but okay.
No,
but that's not true.
No,
she's talking about the numbers.
Yeah, the numbers.
Oh, not the visual.
Not the
okay.
appearance.
Yeah, I was going to say that'd be a lot.
I would disagree with that.
I would have heard disbarred for that.
I would disagree.
Whatever the hell that is.
But I did chest X-ray, I did EKG.
Yeah.
I did blood work. Now that's not back yet, and then I did the exam, and she's like,
I think the blood work's going to come back with some. You probably need to watch sodium a little bit.
It always comes back the same. Little high blood sugar and pre-diabetic. As long as I stay pre-diabetic the rest of my life, I'm good.
Okay.
And so I was like, are you sure? Because I fully go to the doctor these days expecting something catastrophic. It's ridiculous.
But you're good.
I'm good. Knock on wood.
There you go. I'm very pleased about that.
Yeah, well, I am too. But I was surprised.
All right, my confession here. I think Figgy's slacking. And I think we need to have a station meeting
right
slacking
now.
We need to have a station meeting and figure out if Figgy's making the right decision or not.
All right, here we go.
Because I think he and I have the same philosophy. Full disclosure, me and Figgy, we pick each other's brains. The pre-show process, all that. We go back and forth. But Figgy normally, yesterday when DeMeco spoke, Figgy sent out an email of DeMeco cuts to the entire office, and it was like individual quotes.
Yeah.
It took a little bit. It took a little while,
some work,
because he's a multitasker, so he could probably cut an interview in, I'd say, 30 minutes. While still doing his job. I say that's but he learned from the best.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway,
wonder where that was.
He just sent out the full Nick Caserio chunk, and he basically told the whole building, hey, you're on your own. There's nothing to see here. I'm not going to waste my time on this lightweight.
No.
I'm not going to waste my time.
That ain't true.
I'm not going to waste my time on this lightweight here.
That ain't
I'm
true.
not even saying it's a bad decision. I'm just saying, confessing, it raises the eyebrows. We just got the full Caserio presser.
See, I did the same thing yesterday. I sent the full presser out of DeMeco yesterday, and then after the show, I got the audio.
So you're gonna do individual Caserio quotes.
I'm gonna try.
I can't wait to see this.
I might have to wait till they send the transcripts out.
I can't wait to see this.
I mean, somebody might complain like, "Hey, where's the cuts?"
Oh,
So I got to send them out.
Hey, you're good with
I got to
me.
send them out.
I don't need any of that.
You sure?
Hey, you're good with me. This show,
Y'all sure?
You're okay with us. We don't need it.
Lopez?
We don't need. We're okay.
Okay.
We're
All
good.
right.
I got my
That's the
notes.
only reason I'm cutting them up,
You
man.
see my notes right here. That's all I need out of Nick.
Yeah,
Caserio.
don't worry about us.
Yeah.
You don't have to do it for us.
Like if it was me, I would have got the important stuff. But
Yeah.
some people are like, "Hey, where's all the cuts?"
Yeah,
So
hey.
I gotta.
Hey,
Figure, can you play that cut about misinformation and narratives? Thought it was pretty compelling.
Watch this.
Hold on, I got to get this right on this. No, I'm just kidding. Checked in on the Rockets last night.
cut 7.
Jalen Green's got to go. He's got to go.
Oh,
Yeah,
shoot.
he's
You're
gotta
not
go.
even saying, he's got to go.
Well, out of the starting lineup.
They've been talking about it. I think they're scared to do it.
He's starting to make Ime Udoka look bad.
Yeah.
Like Udoka is all this discipline, and we're going to, make the most of it and hold them accountable and all that. And we agree. And I think he's a hell of a good coach. But it's starting. Jalen Green is starting to make Udoka look bad. I meant to ask Spillane about this because he's a Jalen Green truther, right?
No.
No?
Brandon Scott used to be.
Yeah.
Brandon Scott.
This dude is.
Brandon Scott used to be a long time
Did you watch
ago.
any of the game?
I don't want to bring it up. Yeah, I watched a little bit. I just got to tell you, I can't enjoy watching Jalen Green play basketball. Like, it's impossible. He's everything I hate about basketball these days. Like, he's everything I hate. I like what he brings to the table. I like his
Whitmore.
makeup. Shingun, you can give or take.
him.
There's going to be times where he's frustrating. It comes with the territory. You're never going to have like a perfect, complete player. I enjoy watching Amin Thompson play. I like what Van Vliet's made of. Dylan Brooks. I like these guys. I don't think any of them are like top tier, but I enjoy watching those guys hoop. Jalen Green is everything I hate about basketball.
I tried to have an open mind about it. I'm like, there's nothing on. Let's watch a little hoop.
It's awful.
And I was like, this guy.
It's bad, man.
And people say he makes good decisions.
Who said that?
I saw it like during the game. Like his decision making has really improved.
I hope
actually
not.
seen that.
You
I
saw
seen
that
somebody
one?
say. I actually seen Adam Spillane retweet.
Maybe
that,
that's it.
And pretty
Maybe
much
that's
said
what I thought.
he do some stuff that don't show up in the stats.
Okay.
Like that must have been it. Big guy said
yeah.
his decision making has really improved. I'm like, how?
He's hard for me to watch.
How?
I can't watch. He doesn't have any feel for like the speed at which the game's played. It's just so nonchalant.
He just makes the extra pass.
Not
now.
consistently playing hard. I think he's a bucket. He'll give you 30 once a week. But then he'll give, but then more times than that. He's everything I hate about basketball.
I tried to have an open mind. I really did.
Can't hoop.
And the other thing he does a lot of, and I hate this so much, is the garbage baskets in the fourth quarter.
Oh, he's the king.
He's the king of the.
He wants to get him. He wants to get the 18.
It's the worst.
Oh, and he's driving. As soon as he realizes that the defense ain't playing, he's going to the cup as hard as he can possibly go.
Yes.
Right there.
It's the worst. So
yes. Then he'll try to like take off from the dotted when there's no chance.
Oh God.
Like he pushed the wrong button. In 2K off. And coming up, we're going to talk to Cody Stuts live at the NFL Combine. But before that, let's talk about the two biggest names on the market and whether or not they're even going to be there. And if Nick Caserio is telling us, along with DeMeco Ryans, what they really think of Dalton Schultz next.
Payne and Pendergast.
That's
610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so Dalton Schultz. This is what I wonder when it comes to Dalton Schultz. Like, how phenomenal was last season for Dalton Schultz, like, based on expectations? We expected Dalton Schultz to have a good season. He had a good season. He didn't have a great season. He didn't have a epic season. It was a really good season.
Yeah.
The Texans, Dalton Schultz says, like, his premium market value before the start of free agency. They gave him the 1-year deal, and he did what he did. So I wonder if now, like, does what they thought of Dalton Schultz last year, has it increased to where now they would be willing to give him the deal that they didn't want to give him last year? Or do they look at some of these other guys and say, all right, C.J. Stroud is one of one with tight ends that hit the market and don't demand long-term deals. Perhaps we can go when it comes to smart money, and this goes back to the discussion during free agency that's always been talked about, smart money versus foolish money. I wonder if they really value Dalton Schultz as much as perhaps you do, I do, fans do, or if they look at this market and they see Jonnu Smith on the market, they see Noah Fant on the market, former first-round pick. They see Hunter Henry, who I think is actually ranked slightly above Dalton Schultz. And they see some of these guys and they say, you know what? We could maybe kick the tires on a first-round pick with unrealized potential like Noah Fant. That's a better blocker than Dalton Schultz as well and can still make some plays in the pass game. Jonnu Smith is a very athletic guy. I don't know how they feel about his blocking, but we could kick the tires on him instead of investing more money on Dalton Schultz and similar money that we didn't want to give him last year. We look at running back with Dalton Schultz. It was nice that we found a bargain, but we can perhaps do that again at the tight end position.
I think you just keep it a bargain. I really do. The problem with the
how do you do that?
You tag him.
Is that a bargain though?
I think it is.
That's a lot.
Or would you rather invest in 3 years?
I mean, I would
of Dalton Schultz.
I don't want to invest in 3 years. I think Dalton Schultz is fine.
Pay $3 million more.
Like, do you think the sky is falling if the Texans bring in Noah Fant?
No, nor and might even be better if you bring in Hunter Henry or Jonnu Smith. But you've heard the term the path of least resistance, right? Let's take the path of least resistance. The resistance here is you don't have a huge tight end market. You don't necessarily want to. If you want a big-time tight end, you're going to have to draft one in the first or second round, more than likely. That's a premium pick. It's a priority position in this offense. So you have a guy who's familiar with this offense, and the market is not that expensive for a tight end. So, like, we can move on from Dalton Schultz, but then you're going to be investing a higher draft pick or sign someone to a longer-term deal or whatever it may be, and you may not end up with someone as good or better. Dalton Schultz is not great.
No, he's okay.
Yeah.
He's good. And I mean, look, the middle of the field was open for him. I mean, they had Nico Collins and they had Tank Dell doing their thing. I'm not taking away from Dalton Schultz. I just don't. I mean, the Cowboys had, whenever the hell they took Ferguson, I think they took him in the 4th round 2 years ago.
Yeah.
They upgraded. The guy was a Pro Bowler. He was better than Dalton Schultz.
If you can get a 4th rounder, then yes, you can move up. If you think you can get the tight end you want in the 3rd or 4th round, yes. But the premium ones are going to be in the 1st or 2nd round.
And I would still try to do that. I would look at the 2-year window, and if the opportunity's there with the tight end, go ahead and do it. But all I'm saying is Dalton Schultz that much better than Fant or some of these guys? Furthermore, could it be a better option to kick the tires on someone who hasn't lived up to their potential?
Yeah, and what I'm saying is he's not great, but he's good. Now, is he good? Is he not good enough that you want to move on from him? I don't know if they want to go down that route.
Jonnu Smith just hit the market. He's already ranked ahead of Dalton Schultz on Spot Rack.
Yeah,
he's a year older. So you have that. I just wonder, like, in their scouting, do they look at any of these guys and say, okay, this would make a little bit more sense, and oh, by the way, this guy can block? Because that's the one thing Dalton Schultz can't do. And it does seem like even if you read between the lines of what Nico said yesterday about Dalton Schultz, it does appear that at the very least that the blocking is not something that he lists as a strength of Dalton Schultz.
And while he hasn't had a lot of drops, he had some crucial drops.
Oh, he almost dropped the touchdown against the Browns after dropping that
he had
one.
A big drop against the Titans
Ravens
that he made
too.
up for.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So it's not like, he drops the ball a lot, but boy, those are some crucial drops.
I don't know that they're as in love with Dalton Schultz as some of us may be.
I think he's a comfortable shoe.
Yeah.
You know, to use that analogy, that metaphor. He's a comfortable shoe. Do you really want to break in another, and it might not be what you like, you know? And I know that sounds insulting, but I think that's the best way to put it. He's a comfortable shoe.
I want to get you some of those blue newbies or Nikes.
I saw that.
The white ones with the blue in.
I'm gonna have to look.
The old man.
Oh,
newbies.
those?
Yeah, I want to get you some of those.
The New Balance?
Yeah, let me get you some of those.
God, you can put a bullet in my head if I.
Let me see those again.
Look at these.
Show me those.
Yeah,
if you're on the right ones.
Yeah, I'm doing the image. I know which one you're talking
and then
about.
there's Nike ones too.
Yeah. Oh, those are. I just switched to Nike by accident. But the big N, they're kind of lifted.
Big N, blue.
Yeah.
Get you a pair.
I will kill myself before I get those.
It's a little dramatic, but who knows? Let's go out to the combine. Let's talk to Cody Stuts. He was on hand with Nick Caserio. I also got to talk to him as he walked away. Let's get his biggest takeaways from what he heard from Caserio, as well as everything going on with the combine. My man's been on it since I woke up this morning. We'll go live to the combine. You don't want to miss this.
to Houston. Insider access. Exclusive play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go out to Indianapolis, the NFL Combine. Cody Stuts on the scene. My goodness. At Cody_Stuts on Twitter. He's been all over things. He was in front of Nick Caserio. Did you take anything away from Nick Caserio? What did you hear from Nick Caserio that perhaps stuck out a little bit?
My biggest thing is Nick Caserio has prepared everybody for a free agency that is not the free agency. It's not one where the Texans go out there and spend a whole bunch of this cap space that they have, and that's very much Nick Caserio's way of operating and way of doing things. I mean, he joked with one reporter, I don't really know what windows are, I don't care about that, but then when he was talking about, maybe how you use the franchise tag, how you allocate money, he's like, yeah, I've talked about this a lot. We talk about it in 2-year increments. And then you start to think about, okay, like, is there a team recently that had a whole bunch of cap space and then you made maybe one big investment and then rolled a bunch of that cap space over? The Bears are a recent example of that, and they thought they had their young quarterback. Now, the Texans actually do have their young quarterback, unlike maybe the Bears do. And so I wonder if Nick Caserio is looking at Nico Collins, the commitment that they have to make, and he brought up Collins as an example of like, hey, if you want to sign a guy like Nico Collins, you need to plan ahead, and maybe that's not a correction as much as, hey, we're willing to do deals in training camp over the summer in the future, so you sort of plan ahead. That's what really, to me, jumped out was, hey, the Texans have a lot of money, but the Texans don't have to spend a lot of money to accomplish what they want to in 2024. The same part of that is he very much focused on making sure that this team is better than it was in 2023 in 2024, and I feel like a lot of that is spending a little bit of money in the offseason. So he kind of talked around in a circle, as he's known to do sometimes, but I thought he really kind of made it clear, like, hey, this is not going to be some team that goes from $60+ million in cap space to all of a sudden like $6 million in cap space because they went and signed everybody they wanted.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody is thinking that, but you laid
don't?
Not from 60 to 6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but you laid out what he said, or did he? I mean, he's the king of subterfuge. He's the king of, and he even talked about that, in the press conference about the misinformation, and I don't buy into it, and you can't believe the narratives and the decisions, and it's silly season. So I mean, I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong, but I don't know if you're right because he does that constantly, and this is a totally different Nick Caserio toy than he inherited.
Well, and he's also, I would think that the way that the Texans operate is if DeMeco Ryans went and told him that he really loved a certain free agent or two or 3 or 5, they'd go out there and go get those free agents for DeMeco Ryans.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, all you have is Caserio's history and then the DeMeco Ryans factor in adjusting what Caserio does and how he operates. But I did think it was interesting that he brought up Nico Collins at the back end of a question about the franchise tag and how the tag is very much on the cap.
Yeah, he wanted y'all to ask about him, and no one asked about him.
Well, yeah, we did ask about Nico Collins after he's off the podium.
Okay, what did we get?
It's your typical Nick Caserio. Hey, we're going to work through the process. And
that's what I mean. Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Yeah. So and then he mentioned DeMeco Ryans talking about him yesterday, but he brought up Devin Singletary as well as a player that they liked, and so I feel strongly after DeMeco Ryans yesterday, Nick Caserio today, that they very much want Devin Singletary back in the fold with this team. And that was one of the big things that he just kind of, brought up Devin Singletary and, was unprompted in doing so. And then when further asked about free agent running backs, he's like, we'll see. He kind of had some fun with it from that standpoint.
Talking to Cody Stuts live from the NFL Combine here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So I see you got to speak to the guys in the trenches today. A little Byron Murphy out of Texas. What were some things that stuck out to you when it came to the guys in the trenches?
Byron Murphy just absolutely, he screams Texans to me. The way that he talks about football, what he said was important. How he said, somebody asked him, "What do you think makes you the best defensive tackle?" And he said, "I work harder than everybody. I'm going to work harder than everybody else." And I just feel like that, along with how much he talked about how he loves playing in a 4-3 defense, and he wants to stop the run and rush the passer. He just screams Houston Texans. The buzz around the combine right now, though, is he may not make it to the Houston Texans where they're selecting, because he's been really impressive. They have talked to some pretty freaky athletes. Murphy's going to test pretty well. DeMarcus Robinson, the Missouri defensive lineman, is a guy that is got a lot of versatility to his game, but he should have some pretty good testing. It's funny because Caserio said they don't really care about the workouts. They care about meeting the guy and the interviews and that. But when you start profiling like who they've talked to and who they want to talk to, and maybe who they could eventually bring in for a visit, Peyton Wilson, the linebacker out of NC State, huge injury history. He's had a shoulder injury and a knee injury in the season before, but he was one of the best players in the ACC last year, and he's going to be one of the freaky athletes that works out and tests well, and then it looks good on the field. And then hearing him talk, again, it just screams Texans. He talks about how I only got to be a better player when I started to understand the linebacker position a lot more. He was effusive in his praise for DeMeco Ryans. When I asked him about, hey, well, you met with the Texans, what do you think of DeMeco Ryans? He's like, you can kind of see why he's such a good coach and why he would be impressive. So they've talked to some Johnny Newton from Illinois is another guy that they talked to who's going to be pretty athletic. So, they're kind of leaning towards the athletic profile in a bunch of these guys that they have talked to.
Sounds like if you're trying to read between the lines, a lot of defensive linemen. You don't have to give us the whole list of who they talked to. That's extensive, but like a lot of defensive linemen, a lot of linebackers, that tends to be the trend there?
Yeah, so freaky athlete defensive linemen and guys with some versatility that could maybe on any given down bump inside if they're an end, bump outside if they're a tackle. And then sort of the smart linebackers. Wilson's kind of a do-it-all, do-it-everything. He's smart and he's super athletic. But Ced Gray is another guy who maybe the athletics aren't going to be there, but he'd get a lot better at the beginning or at the end of the year at North Carolina than at the beginning of the year, and that kind of shows the growth. And then he talked about, he's like, I idolized Fred Warner. And then I asked him, well, hey, you talked to the Texans? He's like, yeah. I go, hey, DeMeco Ryans coached Fred Warner. He goes, yeah, you kind of see what I'm thinking. I was like, yeah, it kind of sounds like a perfect fit. He's like, I'm not in control of it, but we'll see. So you're kind of that smart linebacker who can, play hopefully side to side with the athleticism. And then
say sideline to sideline. It's Lopez's favorite thing, sideline to sideline.
No, not quite that.
You sound so refreshed, and you're all over the place. What are your accommodations like over there?
We're staying at like a Airbnb that used to be a giant office building that transformed into apartment.
You got the Airbnb?
Well, no, I'm sharing it with some other media members to help spread out the cost. I have my own room and my own bed and my own bathroom.
Who are you sharing it with?
Sleeping with another media member.
Who are you sharing it with?
That's not important. The people don't care about that. They want to hear.
Care. No, the people care.
Figgy looks interested.
Figgy's interested.
They want to hear that the Texans are going to meet with Chop Robinson from Penn State tonight. That's what the people want to hear about.
Chop Robinson, okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have like 9 siblings?
He has 9 siblings. He's the 3rd youngest sibling. He's like, yeah, I have a younger sister and a younger brother, and then he was like, and then I have other siblings. And I was like, oh my gosh.
So y'all both have to share beds with other folks.
No, I have, again, as I stated clearly for your audience, I have my own room and I have my own bed that I don't share with anybody.
Mm-hmm. So who's in the house?
Well, it's an apartment, John. I don't know if you're listening.
Who's in the apartment?
Sharing my apartment is a former colleague of mine that I used to do radio with, Jake Asman.
Okay. Who else?
Well, in the same facility in a different unit is Aaron Wilson of KPRC.
Mm-hmm.
Cole Thompson of various outlets.
Okay.
And again, I have my own room and my own bed, so I don't know what you're trying to get at here, John.
You've heard. I know you've read some Shakespeare over the years. You doth protest too much about not sharing your own bed.
Well, you're the one that's trying to make it seem like we've all huddled up like it's the family in Willy Wonka in one bed. That's not the case.
I'm asking. I didn't infer anything. So Aaron Wilson, Jake Asman, Cole Thompson.
Uh-huh.
All right. What's it like?
I spend a lot of time working and finding out what the Texans are doing and analyzing the players they've talked to. So I don't spend a lot of time with those guys.
Yeah. Okay. I was just asking. I was like, because you sound refreshed and really, a lot of vigor.
I, again, don't know what you're getting at here.
What's on deck tomorrow? What do we got? Who are we getting to hear from tomorrow?
Tomorrow are defensive backs. So I think the most Texans player in the first round is Quinyon Mitchell, the cornerback from Toledo. He's basically the same approach and vibe and process-oriented guy as Derek Stingley, and he's probably even more quiet than Derek Stingley.
Oh, wow.
And they would,
more quiet than Stingley?
They would lead the league in shortest amount of press conference time and lowest volume if that was the cornerback duo, Quinyon Mitchell and Derek Stingley. He's a great story. He stayed at Toledo when SEC teams were offering him hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he, along with a bunch of other defensive backs and safeties, are really intriguing. It's a pretty deep cornerback class in this draft class, and then there's some interesting safeties. DeMeco Ryans was asked about the safety position yesterday, and he mentioned distant, and they've got to get guys that are durable to play safety.
And we're getting on the field tomorrow, right?
Yes, I believe the big fellas, the defensive linemen and the linebackers will start doing some of those workouts, and you'll start seeing some numbers come in, and then some of the the measurements and things like that.
Yeah.
I tell you what, everybody's waiting for the Tavondre Sweat scale number. Everybody's waiting for that.
Yeah.
And then he was set to be available this morning. Then there was an adjustment in the time of his availability, and there was a conversation about why he's not there. And one representative,
the weight is a problem,
fact
man.
that it might be the medicals that are keeping him from there. So the Tavondre Sweat conversation. I had somebody today tell me that they think he's for sure a day 3 pick and might even last way later than anybody believes he would last, because there are that many concerns about his weight. And then I had somebody else say that the NFL's foolish if they let him get out of the first round. So he's got a very wide range of where he can go based on a couple of different drafts.
That reminds me of Once Upon a Time. This is before your time, Stutes.
What?
There was a defensive lineman coming out of Texas by the name of Sean Rogers.
Oh, I remember Sean Rogers.
And there was talk about a chronic ankle injury and weight, and he fell to the Detroit Lions. He was a hell of a player.
Yeah.
That would be remixed right there. If the Texans could get him in round 3, or good Lord, day 3 of them.
There are not many guys like him in this draft. DeMeco Ryans talked about how it's a lighter draft from the weight of these defensive linemen. He's not light. Okay,
no,
he's not light, and there's not a lot of guys like him in this draft class. So, I mean, look, if he slips, I'd be fine with his name popping up next to the Texans logo on day 2, day 3, whatever the conversation may be.
That's awesome stuff. I do have one more question for you, though.
Oh boy!
Did you bring any towels from home? Did you bring any towels from home?
You're going to laugh. I thought about this. I thought about bringing my own towel.
You've done it before.
I thought about bringing my own towel because there's a washing machine and a dryer in the unit. And I was like, well, I could use it for a couple of days and then wash it, dry it, and use it again.
Or 4 days like you did on our Super Bowl trip.
I looked through the accommodations, and there's you'll be happy to know I've used a fresh towel every time I've taken a shower.
That's progress.
It's come a long way.
That's a long way. Well, enjoy making s'mores with the fellas this evening.
I don't like s'mores.
Okay, whatever it is y'all do.
I know it looks like I like a lot of things. I don't like s'mores, though.
Are you going to go get the shrimp cocktail at Elmo's?
So the thing that they do, I think, that is better than the shrimp cocktail is they have their own cherry vanilla whiskey Coke that they don't publicize as much as the shrimp cocktail.
I don't even remember
way
that.
Better.
Yeah.
It's way better than the shrimp cocktail. There's 100 places in Houston that have better shrimp cocktail than this place.
Thank you.
Don't take recommendations from John, though.
No, please do take them from me. Somebody text board said, "Why are you being weird with Cody Lopez?" It's not weird. This is
just asked the living situation.
Living situation, and you did in fact take a towel and use it for 4 consecutive days.
Get the Airbnb. All right, Stutz. We'll be straight ball tomorrow, man.
Hey, I'm happy to answer whatever you want to know, and I'll let you know how the s'mores are.
All right, man. Later.
See ya.
Cody Stuts here on Sports Radio 610. Just asking about the living situation.
That's my boy.
Yeah. Living sitch right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
4 days, same towel.
If you had to have the same room with Aaron Wilson, Cole Thompson, or who do you say, Asman?
Jake Asman.
So you got to share the same room. We won't say same bed. Let's say
I can't pick Cody. I like staying with Cody. I just give him a hard time.
No, just the 3. You got to pick one of the 3. And it's two twin beds. 2 twin beds.
I'm gonna go Asman. I think he'll be a fine roommate.
I think he snores.
Really?
Really bad.
Is that some intelligence you got?
Yeah, really bad.
You got some intel?
No, he just looks like a snoring dude.
Not Aaron Wilson.
Aaron snores like mofo. I can't even imagine what that sounds like.
I just think he'll
be on the phone all day.
I just think he'd never stop talking.
But his phone 4 a.m. You'd see the light, you know how you roll over and you see the light. Yeah,
and Cole's a good dude, good enough dude. I mean, yeah, I think
I'd probably go Cole.
Yeah, I think
I'd probably go Cole.
Yeah, I'd prefer to go with Cody.
He snores.
He's fine. No, I've roomed with him a couple times.
Yeah, and you were with him.
He had a pizza and wings watching WWE on his laptop
in the restroom.
Yeah.
I've been with Stutz when we were in college, and brother, we ate all day and drank all day, and then went to Whataburger.
Oh, after you ate and drank, you went to Whataburger?
Dude ordered a triple cheese and then another burger.
He did not. After dinner and drinking. I mean, after eating and drinking.
A triple meat, triple cheese, which is not even on the menu at the time, and then another burger. This was a while, though.
Oh, good.
He's on that grind now.
I'm glad he is.
24/7. He's covering the combine as well. Coming up, the internet is going nuts. The biggest knucklehead in the NFL is at it again. Would the Texans in any scenario ever bring in someone that acts like this? That's next.
The Drive with
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, what type of person are we looking for, DeMeco Ryans? This was DeMeco Ryans live at the Combine, talking about what type of player it takes to be a Houston Texan.
There is an advantage to, man, I know exactly who this guy is. I know exactly how he will respond. There's a lot that goes into it. It's like we're trying to gather as much information on these players and their backgrounds as much as we can to identify who they are as a person, truly figuring out, man, who is this person that we're bringing into our building. So for me, it's always person over player. Bringing the right person in is of high importance to me.
All right, let's hit the choir. Is NRG Stadium, is it Choir Boy Central? Is that what we're looking at?
No.
Choir Boy Central.
No.
That's all we're looking for.
Nope. I think they've found a good balance. And I think man, this music is kind of getting me in a mood here, man. I feel like talking like Nick Caserio. But no, I think they've done a good balance of bringing in the right type of people. These guys are choir boys. Like from the draft to the free agents they signed, these are good dudes. Denzel Perryman, like Jimmy Ward. I wouldn't call either of those guys, a choir boy, but they're good dudes.
This is their interview right here that they're doing right now. This is the audio. This is DeMeco and Nick interviewing one of their favorite prospects.
This is whereas like in the past the Texans were like it was a charade almost, like doing the right thing, having the right guys, and you're like whatever, you know. But I think they've struck a good balance. I really do.
I got the internet going nuts.
So we didn't get to this yesterday, and I meant to, and I think you had it as well. Travis Kelce.
Videos are circulating.
Yeah. So he was asked, I believe, he looked young. It was like 2016, 2017, something like that. He was asked the old kiss, marry, kill thing. Interesting answer.
Taylor Swift, Ariana Grande, Katy Perry. Kill, marry, kiss.
Damn, that's messed up. I don't want to kill any of them.
Well, you know, it's just a game.
Just a game.
It's going to be harder to find real love. You got to play this game right.
So what is it, kill?
Kill, marry, kiss.
Ariana is kill.
Okay.
Unfortunately. Love you, but you're gone.
Okay.
And then Taylor Swift would be the kiss. And then Katy Perry. What's the last one?
Katy Perry.
Katy Perry
Marry.
would be Katy Perry would be the
He's like, yeah.
Oh, wow. Taylor Swift, just a kiss. Is that revealing?
I mean, not really. I mean, he's just so
Swifties, man.
He's so unbelievably
Swifties dug this up.
annoying.
I think. Yeah.
At least they ain't say kill.
Yeah, that's true too. Poor Ariana Grande.
I'm just so disgusted by Travis Kelce.
He looks like he's 12 years old in that video.
Yeah, that was when he was doing that reality show where he was like basically like a poor man's version of Bret Michaels or Flavor Flav, whatever the hell their reality shows were called. Who am I kidding? Rock of Love and Flavor of Love. Come on, guy. You know I know that.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Tyreek Hill, it seems like it's something more and more outlandish every time we talk about this guy. He had the altercation at the marina, the multiple baby mamas, the divorce that was filed that he claimed wasn't filed that was actually filed. Then he said he had to fire someone because they filed the divorce. So this is a new one. So there's a social media influencer named Sophie Hall who has 2 million followers on Instagram. She is claiming that Tyreek Hill broke her leg in a fit of rage in his backyard during a football drill last summer. And now she wants him to fork over some serious cash for all of it. So the allegations in the lawsuit filed in Florida allege the incident went down a short time after she booked a ticket for her son to attend one of Tyreek football camps in South Florida. She claimed that after her purchase went through, she received some flirtatious messages from Tyreek on Instagram. One of the texts, and she actually put screenshots of this, one of the texts said the following, quote, "I've been known to be a good stepdad," whatever the hell that means. Hall says during their chat on the social media app, Hill also invited her to come a day early so me and mom can hang, quote, before he gave her his personal cell phone. In her suit, Hall says she went on to attend the camp with her son on June 17th, and while there, Hill asked her to come back and visit him at his Southwest Ranch's mansion.
Right.
Hall says days later, Hill purchased a flight and travel arrangements for her to reconnect with him on June 28th. She claims after she made her way to Hill's home, this is where it gets weird, he asked her to participate in some football drills during a training session he was having in his backyard.
Yeah.
Hill allegedly asked her to rush against him in a defensive line versus offensive line one-on-one style workout. According to Hall, she shoved the Super Bowl champion backward, which caused him to be a little bit embarrassed. She said, quote, Mr. Hill's attitude changed and he became angry. She alleges Tyreek then flipped the drill around so he could rush against her, and after a couple of reps, she said, Hill charged into her violently with great force. Caserio. She says she complained that she was hurt, but claims Hill has downplayed the severity of her injury, telling her to just rest on a bed and ice the leg. In her suit, Hall claims when she eventually got back home on July 1st, 2023, an orthopedist diagnosed her with a leg fracture that required metal hardware, a metal rod in her leg. Hall says she continued to suffer from persistent pain and weakness, and now she wants Hill to pay for her damages for her injuries.
Yeah.
This can't be true. But that is a pretty detailed story to make up.
I can't believe I just opened up her Instagram. She's got 2.1 million followers, man.
She's popular.
She's a plus size model, and she's incredibly popular with all the the fashion and all that stuff. So this is me being just me.
She had to get a metal rod in her leg.
There has to be some record of this, medical records, etc. But she said she hurt her right leg. She's using crutches and not putting any weight on her left leg in this video.
These lawsuits are getting crazy, man.
I don't know. It could be true. All I'm saying is my observation is, because I double-checked
She said
it.
right?
Yeah. She said
She
right
doesn't
leg.
look hurt there.
Yeah, she said right leg. Did you see the video, Figgy?
No, I didn't.
That looks like she's just got some crutches.
Yeah, as she's hopping around and not putting any weight on her left leg. I'm just an observation. Me being that's
Did she say it was broke or fractured?
had a rod put in it.
Eh.
Yeah. I've never been familiar with her work, but
No, I don't know anything about
she's
her.
incredibly popular. That's for dang sure.
Know nothing about her.
I got the internet going nuts.
Except maybe she needs to get in that 4-point stance instead of the.
Figgy, you want to cue up that McCown train, man? You ready for it?
Hold on, let me find it.
You ready for that McCown train?
I thought I buried it.
It should have been buried. But I think this is, while he's queuing that up, this is just another testament to how silly and dysfunctional and completely out of their element and overwhelmed this Houston Texans organization was. They interviewed Josh McCown for the first of 2 times for the head coaching job in 2020. He just got a quarterback coach job in the NFL yesterday. 3.5 years later,
Come get on
the guy
McCown train.
The guy that they interviewed to be the head coach of the Texans has just been named a quarterback coach 3.5 years later. Vikings, by the way. That's your guy.
I mean, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I was open to it, man. I mean, what we end up with, David Culley and Lovie Smith?
Yeah.
F it.
But nobody touched him for 3.5 years.
Yeah, I get it. It was wild. It was insane. And now he's in Minnesota
as a quarterback's coach.
QB coach.
Yeah.
Doing his thing. We're trying to do his thing. Who knows?
Yeah.
Sometimes just happens like that, man.
It didn't happen for him.
I got the internet going nuts.
Lib, Love is Blind. Mm-hmm. Love is Blind. The latest episodes are out today. Internet going nuts. I got to tell you, almost stayed up till 2 a.m. to watch them.
Oh, yeah?
Thought about it. Decided not to.
Mm-hmm.
But the new Love is Blind episodes are out. The woman who told the guy that she looked like Megan Fox, he is now, tonight, he's going to meet the hotter girl.
Has he met the one?
He's met the Megan Fox one. They've gone on dates. She seems a little crazy.
Did he say anything about it? You don't look like Megan
all that?
Fox?
Yeah, pretty much. But now he's going to meet the hot one that he turned down today. Those episodes are out. Some of you might have already watched them.
Yeah?
But they're out.
No spoilers.
Internet's going to go nuts.
Unless you want to text it and spoil it for Landry.
Internet's going to go nuts. No, you can tell me. I don't care.
Yeah.
Can't spoil my glory. If it gets spoiled, if you go on Twitter and complain about spoiler alert, you're a weasel.
A lot of people told me to watch that, including you.
I don't think you're. That's not good enough for you.
No, it's just.
No, it's not.
Why is it not good enough?
It's just not. You're like corny Seinfeld and like that type of stuff. You don't. This is too.
I've turned you on to shows that you've loved.
This is too like.
It's too advanced for me.
Yeah, this doesn't work for you.
Yeah.
You got to stick to like Seinfeld.
Yeah.
What else?
You realize most nights on I'm all doing
Hill Street Blues.
Yeah, sure. I am Mr. Documentary.
What else we got? MASH.
Man, I haven't seen MASH in a long time. I need to see that.
I Love Lucy. Dick Van Dyke Show.
Yeah. Happy Days. I'm cutting edge when it comes to my entertainment.
Nah, you don't need to watch this, though. You can stay out of this.
Well, now I'm going to watch
You'll think it's stupid.
Just to spite you.
You'll think it's stupid.
A lot of those I do.
It doesn't have to go in order, but if you're going to watch, you got to start at 6.
I mean, if we're being honest.
Start at 6. Well, obviously it's stupid.
The vast majority are stupid. Yeah.
You know the worst argument against something, though, is, and I like wrestling still like goes viral every once in a while. I haven't sat down and watched wrestling 20 years. Like as far as like actually sit down, I got to watch this unless it's like a special event. But the argument that, well, it's not real. Our reality shows are not real. Brother, you're watching Game of Thrones. Like
my question is, what do you watch that on TV that's real outside of the news?
There's always a balance, but it's not real. Reality TV is not real. Sir,
what is real?
You just waited in line to go watch X-Men. With the guy with claws coming out of his hands. It's not real.
Yeah, what is real?
That's what we're
now,
doing.
Are those people saying that reality shows ain't real?
There's always like that's stuff. Hey, like, what's your point? There's still like real life situations, and there's a certain level of real to it. Yeah. I don't defend it. I'm not proud of it. But you're watching. You're literally watching Tom Cruise jump out of a damn car and do 6 flips into an ocean and then swim and get back in that car and drive it off.
Maybe he's just that good.
What do we say? It's not real.
On Tom Cruise.
Nah, he's getting better with age. He's done a good job with some of his movies.
His own stunts.
Yeah. I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying.
But they're stunts.
They're
not real. Yeah.
It's not real.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what is real anyway, man?
Don't you sit around and watch a fake movie for 2.5 hours and then sit around through 15 minutes of preview so you can get a little 45-second snippet of what the next one is.
Yeah.
That's the weird thing to me. You ever went into the movies and watched a Marvel movie?
If I have, I can't remember.
Because I've gone with friends multiple times, and they're going on opening night, and we're just kicking it.
I'm like, I'm not a big...
And I'm like, hey, I'm going to go see another movie. They think it's a bit. No, I'm going to go see another movie.
Yeah.
Y'all can watch this stuff. I don't give a damn what it is. I don't care if it's a rom-com. Y'all go see Wolverine and Cyclops and whatever, that card-throwing guy. Do whatever y'all got to do. Gambit. Y'all do that. I'm going to go see...
You're doing the same thing people be saying about reality shows.
No,
You're doing the exact same thing.
No, I'm not saying it's real. I'm just saying it's corny. But so I don't need to see that. So I'll go see something, and then I'll go in, and their movie goes a little bit longer, and I'm like, okay, outside, kind of like hate watching, and then all of a sudden the credits go. Dude, these people are sitting in their seats waiting for like a 30-second trailer of the next Marvel
one.
movie.
Yeah, for the next one.
And it's like short as hell, and they're all like walking. Oh my God, did you see that?
Yeah,
the bad guy's back.
Texter brings up a good point. Those movies don't claim to be reality, whereas reality shows claim to be real. And that's
some of them are real-ish.
But it's all not scripted, but it's all sort of set up.
I think it's just kind of like reality type of situations. But that's a fair point. That's a logical.
Yeah,
it's a lot more scripts in reality show than what people think.
Yes, exactly.
Man. Let me see this 30-second trailer. That is the damnedest thing I've ever seen. Man.
Have there been any that you've liked?
No, I'm not interested.
He ain't into all that stuff.
No, I mean, back in the day, 5th grade, I think, when my mom would go to the grocery store, I would go to the comic book store and I would try to collect the X-Men cards. But, yeah, I mean, as soon as I got to 8th grade, sports, reality shows.
I would have to go back to
the
Star Wars,
No thanks there.
I did watch several of those.
Man.
Yeah.
That's crazy, too.
Now, Star Wars I liked.
The Force. Yeah. The Force is with you. I respect it, man.
May the 4th be with you.
Yeah,
I respect
every
it.
single year.
Oh, that I hate.
May the 4th be with you.
Oh, that I hate.
Hey, I respect your taste. I'm just the sitting around for the trailer is crazy to me. It's like let's talk about the combine quickly. Nick Caserio, do we have a clearer picture of what the Texans may or may not do. There were 3 words that Nick Caserio said that I think kind of stuck out that might change the way we approach this offseason. Next.
That's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so Nick Caserio said 3 words today, and I wonder what it means. I think it's kind of something that we've talked about, but he said 2-year window, 3-year window, when
2-year increments
evaluating players. And you know, when you think about that, you got to wonder, how much are they thinking about Nico Collins? What do they think of Nico Collins? Do they want to sign Nico Collins right now? How do they want to do that? Do they believe unquestionably that this time next year Derek Stingley will be a number 1 corner and maybe they should get something done there? Who knows? But Nick Caserio brought that up, and I thought it was interesting because I think that's a good philosophy to have. It's a healthy philosophy to have, and it's something that if the Texans are looking at things, what are the possibilities of things that they'll have to take into most consideration? I would say C.J. Stroud. 2 years from now, you're going to be paying him. Nico Collins, 1 year. Same thing with Will Anderson. So that's got to be something that they're factoring. Surely they're not ahead of themselves enough right now to where they're thinking about CJ, right?
I think they're thinking about it, but then know that as well. And why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Convince CJ to wait a little bit too, just so they can bolster his chances of winning bigger. The 2-year increments thing is interesting because you can interpret that a number of different ways. 2-year increments, as in we want to see in 2-year increments what our investment should be, or we should invest in 2-year increments and not beyond that. I tend to believe that's where they're leaning with that. So maybe they would be a little bit more, willing to sign some of these players in 2-year increments, or their own players in 2-year increments.
Do you have any 2-year increments in your real life? Is there any 2-year plan for you? You just living for the moment.
Plan?
You're just living day to day.
I'm not living day to day,
minute by minute, memory by memory.
I'm not living any of that.
Just every day is a blessing.
Well, that's true, but I'm not living day to day. But I'm also not. I don't have a.
You don't have a 2-year plan or anything?
No, I don't have a 2-year plan.
You don't in anything like fishing, anything. Didn't you just buy another boat, by the way?
I'm working on it.
Why do you need 2 fishing boats?
You selling one?
Yeah, it's not 2. I'm going to get rid of one. And
how long did you have that boat?
About a year and a half.
What is going on? Why are you getting rid of it already?
I just.
What was wrong with it?
Nothing. It's the best boat I've ever had.
Okay, so you're already getting rid of it?
Just want a better one.
What is your deal?
No, I just
What is going on here? Okay. You were so excited about that boat, and now you're already getting rid of it.
No. It's the best boat I've ever had.
So,
is it
about Dalton Schultz a boat?
It's an awesome boat.
Should the Texans treat Dalton Schultz like a boat? 713-572-4610. And John Lopez.
You ain't selling no lemon, are you?
No, it's a badass boat. I'll tell you what it's really about. My wife has gotten into a little bit more near-shore fishing, offshore fishing.
Okay.
So I'm getting a boat that has more of a cover, more comfortable for her, because mostly it's just me and my buddies fishing. But she's gotten into the kingfish and the dorado and the jackfish, which are near shore. So I'm like, all right, well let's kick up the comfort level.
Can you be honest with me though?
I'm always honest with you.
Do you like that your wife has taken on this hobby that's been your escape for so long?
Yes, because I wouldn't like it if she goes every time. But because she's more of like an offshore, that's mostly a summer thing.
Okay.
That's from like June to August.
Okay.
Like when I went fishing last week, I was by myself.
Yeah.
And one day I went with Captain Dean. And I'm probably going to do the same thing this week, and I'm sure it'll be with Captain Dean. But I wouldn't want her, and she wouldn't want to be out there every time.
Like you got to have your own thing.
Yes. I wouldn't want it, but she wouldn't want it either. But in the summertime, you got that cover, you're offshore, 90, 100 feet of water, all that stuff. It's really cool. Yeah, so she's into that.
So you're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's not.
I don't want to.
It don't bother you?
No, not at all. It's cool. Because I'm more of a bay fisherman, but since she likes that, I'm doing that more now. So it's kind of cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Catch some big old kingfish.
I just don't want your hobby to be ruined by.
You couldn't ruin my hobby, man. Well,
if I went fishing with you every time, it'd be ruined.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I would just complain. How long are we staying out here, man?
We'd have one life jacket.
I mean, my God. We're not catching anything. What are we doing?
See, that's the thing about it. Like, I was thinking about this the other day. like I was fishing Friday, and I caught like 2 fish in the span of about 2 hours, and I was like, Lord. Then I didn't catch anything for about another hour and a half. So could you catch 2 fish in a 4-hour span and be entertained?
No. Hell no.
I was absolutely
Hell
entertained.
no.
Because I like to hunt. I like to trying to figure it out.
You're not hunting for anything. You're chasing your tail.
No, you're figuring it out.
You're not hunting for anything.
You're looking at
you
wind.
telling yourself you're hunting.
No.
You're just chasing your tail.
My
brother.
favorite part of fishing. This is why I just catch and release. My favorite part of fishing is figuring out where
Isn't
the
it
fish
the
are
law?
and what they're. No, you can keep some, but I don't. Like the wind, the tide, the all these other things, water temperatures, salinity, and all that. I'm like, okay, I think they're going to be here. But then here's the kicker. So I went 4 hours, caught 2 fish. The last couple hours on the water, I caught about 10 trout. It was awesome.
Man's ability to convince himself that he's hunting when he's basically just sitting there not doing anything
There's
is
more
like
hunting.
fascinating.
There's more hunting and fishing than hunting because you do have to figure it out. And you're not there. There's no fish feeder. There's no like a deer feeder. Like you have to figure out where the fish are.
I would disagree because I think hunting is aggressive and fishing, sometimes the fish comes to you.
But there's a deer feeder.
Well,
And-
that's
and
cheating.
and
A
that's
lot
what
of
I'm
people think
saying.
that's cheating.
That's what I'm saying.
But there's some hunters who
That's-
don't use deer feeders.
Some, but mostly or whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
Whereas
you're laying out a lot of corn. Yeah.
I go out on my boat every day that I go fishing, and I try to figure out where they might be. And to me, that's more hunting than hunting. Because that's a huge base system out there, and I'm like, I think I'm going to start right here.
It's hard for you to believe. You would be unbelievably like shocked if you saw my dad's side of the family and how much they fish and hunt.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm talking like they're late to Thanksgiving and Christmas because they're hunting.
I know
like,
a lot of guys like that.
Like it's like I'm not like I speak ignorant to it because it just never interested me. Like I was just like I'm not into it.
Yeah.
But the thing that I think is just like from the discussion about fishing, hunting is like I could see like taking pride in like getting the perfect deer. Like when you get that perfect deer or when you get that perfect fish.
Yeah.
There's just no scenario where I can be proud of a bird. Like these people who duck hunt and dove hunt. Like I'm just like I almost feel like I remember the one time I saw the dove fall down. I was like, man, what are we doing?
Yeah,
here? Like,
I've
this crap?
I've
Like,
been
what are
hunting
we
and
doing?
I've been duck hunting, and it just doesn't do it for me.
Yeah,
because to me, it's almost the hunters are going to kill me. It's almost too predictable and easy.
Shoot. Now you're losing your mind.
No, because of deer feeders.
Now you're losing your
because
damn
of
mind.
marshlands in the winter.
Well, you use croaker or whatever.
No,
don't
I
you?
do not use croaker. In fact, all I use is artificial baits. That's why, to me, fishing is more hunting than hunting. Yeah, the way I do it.
Yeah, the way you do it. But I mean, I think it's give or take. Just depends how it's
like
done.
you sit there with, live shrimp or croaker, and you anchor up, and you're drinking beer, and you just lay out your line out there. That's not fishing.
Yeah,
that's not fishing for me. To me, I like to go figure it out, find it out, and then once you get on them, you're like, did it.
Yeah,
nailed it.
Put it on there.
Yeah.
How many fish are you allowed to keep?
Well, they just changed the rules. You can keep
How many people you think cheat on this?
Lots, and that's sad. You can keep 3 trout between 15 and 20 inches now.
A day?
Yeah, a person. And nothing over 20 inches. And it used to be a lot different than that. But I'm glad they're tightening up the rules because I don't keep fish anyway. Very rarely.
Never?
Very rarely. Like if I got
you never want to stuff one up there?
Well, I did my 30-inch trout, my big
Yeah.
one. You can see that on the Bite Me podcast on the YouTube. That's something that people just don't catch. There's like 2% of fishermen that can catch a 30-inch or a 10-pound trout.
Yeah.
And I was in that 2%. So I did get that one, man.
Man, I would get them all mounted.
No, God, no. God, no.
Put them up there.
But no, I don't keep them unless I like gut hook one and it's not going to make it anyway. Then I'll take it home and we'll have some trout for dinner. But no, I'm catch and release, baby.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, baby.
Right there.
I can't believe Lock Dog he doesn't cook more fish.
Yeah, he really doesn't, does he?
Yeah.
He's kind of.
I will. But I'm just not.
Yeah,
to me,
not very often.
Show was in here. You weren't in here. To me, fishing is more hunting than hunting. The way I do it, artificial bait, no cheating with chumming or anything else, and live bait. Not try to fix the water. Try to go find the fish. That's hard. Sitting in a deer blind with a deer feeder 100 yards ahead of you.
Yeah.
is not as hard as
I mean, you are, though. Let's just be serious. You're making it sound like you're Tom Hanks on Castaway. Like, you do have you do typically go out in the water with some of the top fishing guides in the game.
Well, I'm a great fisherman.
Yeah, but you have some pretty decent company
I'm
with
the
you.
guy, damn it.
I mean, he's acting like he's out there rowing and then just throwing a little line out there. You do have some help. And
Ron,
by the way, your fishing boat
They get to go with me too.
Your fishing boat is basically on autopilot.
They get to go with me too.
Hey, you know they're running though when you go out there, right? I mean, you don't just blindly go out there.
That's what I was saying. I like figuring out. Okay, well, the wind is doing this, the tide's doing this, the water's looking like this. I think they're going to be over here. That's where I start. So to me, that's more hunting than hunting.
So you don't have a single screen on your boat where you can see.
I've got my GPS.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's navigation.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Your depth finder's not telling you.
I don't use fish finders. I don't use any.
You don't have one on the boat.
No, I don't use it.
But you have it on the boat.
Yeah.
It comes standard on all boats.
On all the Simrad. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what you ought to do. Speaking of fishing, that fishing shirt you got on right now has got my name written all over it.
I made this myself.
Well, it's got my name written all over it.
On the back too.
That thing's got Coors Light on the sleeve and the back.
Yeah.
I saw him go to the bathroom earlier. I said, go take it to the house, wash it up, and bring it to bring it in a Walmart bag tomorrow. I'll take it.
Hey man, I was listening. You were saying all that. I didn't know what you were talking about.
Seriously?
When I first stood back here.
Were you talking about the wind?
No. He was saying all kind. I think he said something about bait.
Artificial lures. I don't use bait. I use artificial lures.
That I ain't got.
Croaker is like real polarizing in the fishing community.
I thought he was saying
very frowned upon.
Yeah, very frowned upon.
Like
using
very frowned upon
to catch trout.
I thought you were saying Kroger's at first. And I thought, that's not what he said. Yeah, man, I ain't get fishing. Not in my background. I think I've done it twice.
My neighbor will tear them trout up off the end of his pier now.
Oh, you can.
He's got a pier that goes way out there.
Yeah.
He'll get the redfish out there too now.
Now that's the best part when you get a big school of redfish. Whew. Fun. Now you guys got me all fired up.
What do you look for? You look for the water bubbling a little bit?
No, it depends on what the situation is. Like I look for
birds working.
No, I look for the little ripples in the water going in the same direction sometimes. For redfish, because that means they're schooling underneath. And so people call it bubbles. It's not really bubbles. It's like what you're doing. And then the bait jumping in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. If you want to hear from the king of fishing, though, Captain Mickey tomorrow morning. Screw this guy. Wow. The drive is live.
The drive is live. Never been into it, man. Never been into it. Got a lot of family that does it.
Well, probably don't have a lot of opportunity when you're living in Kansas City, coming up in Kansas City to get out in that bay now.
Now you'd be surprised. They fish. Yeah, Courtney said her grandma used to just sit out there and fish.
A little freshwater fishing?
Yeah. Now he's talking about it's different. No, I got people. I just never ever been into it.
I'm surprised that Lopez doesn't, because I do. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lopez. Hit that mic over there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like all the time we think of Mexican food as we see it. Mm-hmm. Call it Tex-Mex, call it authentic, whatever. Here in the States, there's not as much fish cooked in like authentic Mexican ways as there
the Pacific
is.
Side.
Right, but like
where Tyler is right now, I bet you he's eating fish like a mofo.
Right, but that is a fish is like cooked totally different. And, and like around here, it's
not a lot of fried, mostly grilled, mostly mixes,
completely different. So I'm shocked that you as much fishing as you do.
No, I eat fish like crazy.
I mean, but I need you cooking it. I need you cooking it authentic, spread.
I can do that.
Come on, man. Pacific Side.
Yeah.
Show me Pacific Low.
Yeah, I don't know how much Tyler's eating fish. I don't know how much Tyler's eating at this point. Although he has given us an update, and it is Tyler's last day in Mexico, last night in Mexico tonight. So apparently he's going to go balls to the wall. I believe his terminology was slingshot engaged for tonight.
Coming back, baby. Slingshot engaged. Yeah, I mean, look,
I would say Chris Santiago, who has been all week for him, just be ready Friday.
Oh, I think he's in Friday.
Now, are you?
Somebody's in Friday.
Tyler's in Friday.
Read them text messages.
Did Tyler get out?
Read them text messages.
far as I'm concerned, I work Area 45, so.
Oh, hell.
Read them text messages. That's one of them I did see. I'm pretty sure he said, he's out all week.
How long ago was that? I'd have to look at that.
I think it was from Mexico. Now I don't know how many old fashions in he was. So he may have been.
I was in. Well, hell, Tyler.
I'm just telling you. I don't know. Well, I don't know what we got coming down the pike here on Friday, boys. From a producer standpoint.
Hell, there we go. Oh, wow. All right, news to me as well.
But if you remember,
I'm going to look at this.
Well, maybe I've been wrong a time or two, but look, if
Greg will tell us.
Well, here's the deal, Ron. Is if you remember the last trip that Tyler made, I don't know that it was the first night he was there, but he ruined his last couple of nights by what he did his first few nights because he was sick. Remember, he didn't leave the room. Blah blah blah. Sounds like this one he made a couple of adjustments after that first day debacle, and now he's feeling pretty good for the final day.
He's going to go for it apparently, and why not? Why not? You're in Mexico at the number one resort. Why not?
Young, no kids,
bad knees,
on the company's dime.
Come on, man, on your wife's company's
dime. You didn't shave your chest, man. Why the hell not, man?
Why not? Let it go. All right, the drive is live. A lot to get to today. Nick Caserio. It was his day at the Combine. The general manager, he spoke. Now, listen, there's a lot to get to off of what he said, and you'll hear clips throughout. If you missed it, I know I listen later, right on In the Loop, so you can go back on the Odyssey podcast page and find that around noon is when he spoke to the media. But there's a lot of seriousness to get to, but I'm about the jokes to start it. I'm about what makes me laugh. Started.
As well you should.
And he talked about Steve Nelson today. Shout out to Big Sarge who pulled him to the side. I told you last year that this cat, Nick Caserio is a better man than me because I'd have shipped Steve Nelson's ass up out of here. And to be honest, they may not made the playoffs without Steve Nelson with everything that happened in that secondary last year and the decisions they made. So, he's a better man than I am, but everything that Steve called him MFing him, talking about his wardrobe, and we know how sacred those vests are, to Nick talking about his wardrobe and stuff, and he brought it back and gave him more money. Better man than I am. I don't believe Nick Caserio has forgotten about that. I just don't think you forget about that as a man. Big Sarge had him on the side. This is what Nick Caserio said about the cornerback situation and his free agent corner. Steven Nelson.
Steve had a great year. A lot of respect for the way Steve handled himself and the way he played this year. So I'd say similar to a lot of other players, we'll kind of work through the process there. There's a lot of good players that are out there in free agency, including some of our players. So we're going to have somebody out there playing the opposite Stingrays. So kind of work through it here.
Somebody else going to be playing opposite.
I feel like Nick's been waiting about 10 months to throw that jab right there, that punch right there. Yeah, somebody's going to be playing opposite.
You said somebody's going to be playing opposite.
Look, I like Steve. Personally, I like Steven Nelson. I think he's a good player opposite Stingley. I think he's a player that on the field, what you're going to get, and that's an above average corner that you can depend on. And
I do think that got away from him last offseason.
Yes. That's where it's going. Well, however, I do not believe that Steve Nelson is good enough to make those kind of comments and last about the general manager. I'm with you, Ron. I'm shocked that he lasted beyond training camp last year after making the comments. He has since been on his own podcast, and I believe he talked about those comments.
Going more, didn't he?
Oh yeah. So I don't foresee Steven Nelson being a Texan next year. I could be wrong, but this is, to me, this is something.
You think Steve's gone?
Yeah, I don't think he's back.
He certainly didn't make it seem like.
Look, I think
he's vital to find him. Somebody gonna play beside him. Somebody gonna play on the other side of
Nelson. Look, whether you're talking money or you're talking the comments, Instagram post about Nick Caserio, you had him against the wall last year in training camp because everything was right there at the end in training camp, and obviously Steven Nelson, is a guy that maybe or maybe not he would have not showed up and 8 to 5 or what happened there, but I know Nick and DeMeco always say, we do what's best for the Texans. At that point in time, the personal stuff with Nick, clearly wasn't what was best for the Texans. And are addressing the personal stuff with Nick wasn't what was best for the Texans at that particular time, because he was, without a doubt, your second best corner. And with Derek Stingley's injury situation, hell, he was your best corner. And so to me, that wasn't the right time to deal with the situation with Nick and Steven Nelson. So I applaud Nick for not making having a knee-jerk reaction there.
That I would have.
But now I think is the time that Nick says, okay, well,
somebody's going to play beside him.
Somebody's going to play opposite Stingley. There's a lot of really good options out there available.
See, I'm glad you brought up the Stingley injury part of it, because I have long thought, right, the Texans have picked 23, and they can go a lot of different ways. And this is, at least in the first round, a pretty good cornerback draft. We see that there are a lot of corners around the area that the Texans are picking, anywhere from Nate Wiggins from Clemson, Cooper DeJean from Iowa, who is a high prospect, the kid from Toledo that everybody likes, Mitchell, and they think he can run in the 4.3s. These guys are all late teens, and Alabama's Teron Arnold, Kool-Aid McKendry also is in the mix there. There's a lot of corners that could go in the first round. I have long thought of, all right, they could use that first-round pick in a starter spot at the corner position, but it does give you a little bit of pause when you talk about Stingley's injury issue. That, like, if we look at it, he has missed significant time his first 2 seasons, right? He missed the rest of the final 8-9 games of his first year, and then in the middle there he missed 6 or 7 games this year. Now, he played big time when he came back, right? Does it scare you off to draft? Because I've had to pause and think about it. Does it scare you off to draft a corner with that first-round pick with the thought of he's going to be my second corner because of the injury history of Derek Stingley, because that means he can quickly become your number 1 corner? And the thing with Steven Nelson, as you said, Clint, you knew what he was and you knew what you were getting. You get a rookie corner, you don't necessarily know. You may have him, highly touted, but you would not necessarily know what you're getting. Would that scare you off from going corner to be a starter in the first round, the injury history of Stingley?
Yeah, I don't. Well, I just don't like corner in the first round, period, for the Texans. No, I don't.
I like it.
No, there's too much of a need inside for this football team. And the head coach, regardless of what I think, the head coach has made it loud and clear they got to do something in the front seven. And I think that's going to be addressed in multiple ways, free agency and the draft. And so I would imagine that's the direction that the organization is going to go. Like, I would like to draft a corner. Now, we're not talking about a top 5 or top 10 guy. We're not talking about Stingley or Sauce. We're talking about a late first, early second round draft pick. I like that if, one, you didn't have the needs inside on the defensive front, but also if you had a Steven Nelson, so you bring that guy in and he's at least got a season of cushion to work his way. Now, if he's a superstar, if he's a stud, and he outplays everybody on the damn field, then he plays early on. But at least you got a little bit of a cushion with some veterans there to give him a chance. You can play him inside at nickel defender. You can work him in here and there throughout the season with hopes that by the end of the season he's going to be that dude. I don't like drafting a corner and banking on him starting right away, even if Stingley's healthy. But to your point, with Stingley's health issues, relying on your number 2 corner being a true rookie that you drafted that you had absolutely nothing about at the NFL level, that would scare the hell out of me. So to answer your question, yes. To answer your question,
he would potentially be your lead corner.
Odds are for a handful of games next year, he'll be the best corner you have on the field. Which, look, DeMeco did a tremendous job.
They're going to have to add a veteran.
No question.
Have to add, not Tavier Thomas.
Right.
And I don't feel like I treat Jake Myers and Tavier Thomas.
Well, no, there's.
I didn't mean to say it with such disdain.
Well, look, here's the deal. You blame the disdain on PFF and John McClain, and anybody else that that one to grab onto one of the highest rated corners in the league was Tavier Thomas. That kind of stuff gets me sideways a little bit. But yeah, no, I don't know, Ron. I like another veteran for sure. And I'm talking about a starting level veteran. I'm not talking about a guy that I mean, look, Steven Nelson or better. Then I like using that draft pick inside. But if you were going to use it on a corner, then you've got to also bring in
I just think to the point where I don't, Chris, you think Steven Nelson's coming back? I think Steve's played his last ball game.
I mean, according to what Nick said,
we'll find somebody.
Yeah, I don't think
somebody.
so.
We'll find somebody. So. We'll put Javier Thomas over there before we put 2-1 over there. But I don't think so. I think they are going to be in need for a starter. Now they could go that route in free agency, or they could say we're going to draft. And I just look at it. I think there is a very strong possibility, and I'm with you. Inside the Byron Murphys of the world, we talk about those guys from Texas. But I think there's a real shot that between defensive tackle or someone up front and a corner may be rated higher than somebody that's up front in the front seven. I think there's a real strong possibility of that, which would put them in a situation of where do they go? Because both of them could be a need in which way they go. So I think there is a potential decision right there with the corners in that spot if they want to go young with the corners. But Steve Nelson, do you think, Steve?
It's Nick's time, baby. It's Nick's time.
He had what's my man in Philly, the corner who he had on his last podcast.
Darius Slay.
Yeah, he had Darius Slay on there. Maybe have Nick if he'll invite Nick on there.
Oh, that'd be classic.
God, I would love it. They all wear sweaters.
Now, if Nick goes on the podcast, he's coming back.
Oh yeah, if he goes on, unless Nick wants to go on there and just cut loose and let him have it. I don't understand. I don't know if that is the case. All right. Also, Nick was speaking about his approach. He was asked about his approach this year. Has it changed because of how good last year's season was? Winning 11 games, winning in the playoffs, 11 games including the playoffs, Greg, winning in the playoffs and losing to the Ravens, really having a great season. And I would even guess a surprise even to them. If that has changed his mindset of how they approach this year, here's Nick Caserio on that.
Free agency is case by case. So you look at the player, you look at his role, what's the value of the player, have an understanding of the market, what are your options, is that the best thing for the football team? In the end, we're going to do what we think is best for the Houston Texans team. DeMeco has said this countless times. I've expressed this countless times. It's not about one person. It's not about one player. Every year is different. We're not really believers in windows, not really sure what that means. So it's about the 2024 season, trying to put the best team together. What are our options? We'll explore our options, and we'll try to make good decisions, good sound decisions that make sense for our team.
All right. They don't operate a window. No, I don't care what they call it. They may not call it windows. Increments. I don't care what they call it. Yeah, they operate in something. And Clint, I just cannot believe that there isn't some sort of a change or some sort of a
sense of urgency because you got 4 years right now of a top 5 quarterback on a rookie deal.
After what this team and particularly C.J. Stroud, as you said, has shown, there has to be a change of approach. Yeah. There has to be a level of aggressiveness or a different look. And listen, I don't care what he says there as long as the actions show it, right? As long as the actions show that, like, all right, we're going to go get a top offensive weapon, and it's different from the likes of Dalton Schultz and Robert Woods. Like, that has to change, right? Or our number one defensive weapon is, Jim Ward. Like, I would hope where they are financially and what the team has shown them, I just cannot believe that the approach isn't different.
Yeah, look, I couldn't hear the question. I didn't hear the question. I mean, was the question on that one?
Yeah, the question was DJ Bieniemy, ESPN, who covers the Texans. He said, has the success of last season kind of jump-started, I'm paraphrasing here, jump-started or changed your approach to the 2024 season?
Yeah, look, I think the obvious answer there is hell yeah, it has. The C.J. Stroud playing as well as he played, and C.J. Stroud, the number 2 overall pick, working out the way that it's worked out and working out so quickly, we are a little more inclined to be aggressive and put a supporting cast around C.J. Stroud that gives us a better chance to beat Baltimore and Kansas City and Buffalo and San Francisco and whoever's representing the NFC. Like, yeah, I mean, we've got the benefit, we got the luxury and the benefit of having a rookie quarterback playing extremely well.
It just has
on a rookie deal. Yeah, I mean, the answer is yes. I don't know why. I don't know why it's so difficult to answer, but the answer is absolutely yes.
I know. I'm with you. It is. It's just like, of course.
Yeah.
It is. But he's gonna be vague. That's kind of how he plays it, and it's cool as long as the actions match it. Right? Like last year, the actions matched it. The actions said we're going to go up to 3 to go get Will Anderson because we feel like we need to go do something.
It's not a big deal. I mean, look, it's not a big deal. It's just picking apart the question and the answer. And at the end of the day, it's just one of the most common, advantages and discussed advantages in the NFL today is when you've got a rookie quarterback, when you got a quarterback on a rookie deal, and the advantage that you have from a cap perspective. Like that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about a question that Nick needs to be vague on. I mean, at the end of the day, you've got you call it a 4-year increment, call it the next two 2-year increments, call it a 4-year window, call it whatever you want. You've got the luxury of doing things a little bit differently from a cap perspective and a roster building perspective over the next handful of years. And I think Nick had a tough time with that one.
We got a texter who believes him. Said I don't think it changed anything for Nick and DeMeco.
Wait, we don't think the like winning the division and going to the second round of the playoffs. God, if you're a fan. If you're a fan and you honestly say and honestly think or hope or want and desire Nick and DeMeco to not change their course of plan after the level of success that they had last year.
I don't know if this person thinks it or maybe they just don't think that Nick.
I got you.
Or maybe they do think it. I don't know. That's just exactly what the text was. I don't think it changed anything for Nick and DeMeco.
Oh, yeah, absolutely it has.
It has to.
Absolutely it has. I mean, for multiple things. Hey, not only did you have that level of success, but you got bumped up against the like you've got a game where for all the marbles you were matched up on the road with one of the best teams in the AFC, and you saw how you matched up. You should be more aggressive and driven to go go get better from a talent perspective, so you can compete with those guys because of the way that you got ran out of the playoffs.
And I believe they're operating that way.
Absolutely.
Coming up, Clint says this room for the Houston Texan, this room has to be addressed. Has to be addressed. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter, man. We're talking about protecting your family. I got to
Fitness Energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Back on it at the drive. By the way, shout out to my guy. Before we get to this room that needs to improve, it looks like fellas out there are following it. Clint,
what's that?
And it's not due to us. Now we play a role in it. Clearly, play a role in it.
What's that?
My man Kenny Smith, not to be confused with the Kenny Smith who won 2 championships.
You say Kenny? I thought you were talking about Low T.
Bad lick. That's right. My man Kenny Low T. You know what he said?
What'd he say?
Ron, we had a great month of February thanks to your referrals. When you guys were on Radio Row, our phones were ringing off the hook, and they haven't stopped.
Come on, man.
I appreciate all of you out there.
Absolutely.
Hey, fellas out there, you listening. Ladies out there getting your guys hitting up Low T. I'm telling you, man. My man, he's at the Katy location. Took care of me. He'll take care of you. Shout out to you guys out there.
Yeah, man. That. Hey, look, it should be. It is the real deal.
Say Holyfield.
I mean, well, that too. That too. I mean, I'm sure Holyfield is a Low T patient client, whatever you call it. Yeah, it's big time, man. It's big time. It's a game changer. And look, I mean, low testosterone is a problem now.
Yeah. No.
You want to become lethargic. You want to sit on that couch all day, not be motivated to do nothing, not have the ability to do anything, and just get to go in the wrong direction, or you want to do something about it?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
And it sounds like many of you all are doing something about it. Because it is something that changes. It is something that changes. Like Clint said yesterday, man, I didn't get it. I wasn't around the real Moody Clint.
Ooh,
he said.
Boy, neither was my wife. Thank the Lord.
Damn, Rick, I wasn't around the real Moody Clint, but
you can only imagine.
Now,
if it was worse than it is right now, you get the point.
Oh man, no man, we appreciate, love to hear that feedback from really good people we partner with. All right, Clint, you say there is a room that needs to change. There's a room, and when you say room, a position group that needs to be addressed coming up this offseason.
Yeah, look, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I think several rooms need to be addressed, but the tight end room just absolutely has to be upgraded in a big way. And look, everybody knows how I feel about Dalton Schultz. I think he's a good player. I just don't believe that he's the answer for the Houston Texans. If you do bring Dalton Schultz back, I think you got to bring him back with the understanding of, hey, we're going to pay you at a rate where we can also bring in somebody that can move the needle in the run game kind of deal. I've been that way from jump. The conversation with the Texans tight ends revolves around Dalton Schultz because he is a free agent. But ultimately, Ron, I think the quickest way to get better in the run game is through the tight end room at this point in time. And when I say tight ends, I mean the H-back as well, the fullback, H-back, tight end that lines up, in a three-point stance in the backfield, the guy that's moving all the time from tackle to tackle, the guy that's got his hand in the dirt at the end of the line of scrimmage as a traditional tight end, that guy. Like that room, I think is going to be, first of all, I think it's the number one chance for this team to get better. Outside the running back, obviously, but the number one room from a perspective of getting this run game better, much improved immediately, is in that room, and I think you got to get the right combination of guys in there. And as I said, I had my thoughts on Dalton Schultz, and seems like DeMeco Ryans has his thoughts on Dalton Schultz as well.
Speaking of that tight end room and the guy that started there, and was, like you said, was good. And DeMeco says, too, this was him. If you missed it, DeMeco at the Combine yesterday speaking about Dalton Schultz and the potential of bringing him back.
Yeah, Dalton did a really nice job for us in the passing game. When those 2-minute drives where we were able to win a few games, Dalton really showed up. In a situational football, third down, he showed up making big catches for us. So we'll see what happens with Dalton in free agency, but I'm very, very proud of what he did for us last year.
Yeah, see, Clint, when I look at it, I just like Jonathan Grenard put together a season last year where I'm like, yo, I gotta think twice about trying to replace that production. When I look at Dalton Schultz, I think, as I agree with him, he had a good year, a solid year, but it was nothing that makes him back. Like, I got to have him back, in particular to what it is that I think this offense wants to do. And much like the running back position, Clint, it is a position that you can improve, and it happens to be one of the cheap positions in the NFL, which means, like, this isn't one you have to break the bank at in improving that position. And they just have to, I think they've got to improve it with multiple guys, in my opinion, because they just had their top two guys, and some have had to do with the injury, but they had their top two guys that just didn't excel in terms of run blocking. They were much more closer to each other in terms of more dominant pass catchers than they are, full, well-rounded tight ends. So yeah. It just seems to be a group where there are people out there that can help you improve, and you don't have to break the bank there to improve.
Well, here's what I think. I think there are better all-around tight ends out there that are available, or I think there are better tight ends that don't necessarily embrace the physicality involved in the run game, but they are weapons in the pass game.
Better versions of Dalton.
Better versions, souped-up versions of Dalton Schultz. Yes, I do believe that if you're going to pay a tight end that the head coach points out, yeah, he helped us in the pass game and doesn't mention the run game. If you're going to invest in that kind of tight end, and that's the way to go, I believe that you can do better than we're talking about. Length and the ability to just make bigger catches, or you're talking about overall athletic ability, guys that can go make bigger plays and do more with the football after the catch. I think there's that.
Give me some names.
I think Gerald Everett's a good one.
I think Gerald Everett fits the better version. Like he is Dalton Schultz and Brevin Jordan on steroids. He's not a great run blocker.
Agreed. I thought that was a question, right? That was a question, right?
Yeah.
I think Gerald Everett's a good one. That would be a kind of a souped-up version of Dalton Schultz. And I think that Hunter Henry is – now, I know Hunter personally. I've followed his career closely. Obviously, him with his Arkansas background. Hunter Henry is I don't know, 15, maybe 20 pounds heavier than Dalton Schultz. Would bring as much to the pass game, but is a much more willing blocker in the run game. It has no problem being attached to the line of scrimmage, has no problem being in a two-point stance and blocking in the run game. Not saying he's a guy that's going to overpower the better defenders in the game, but I would think very rarely is he going to be detrimental to the run game, to the run scheme, because he just gets dominated. So I do think there are better tight ends regardless of whatever angle you're looking at. The other thing about Hunter Henry that I know Hunter Henry will bring, because I think a part of the appeal is we heard C.J. Stroud and him, their conversation during the Atlanta game that led to the touchdown the go-ahead touchdown, which they ended up losing the lead at the end of the game. But nonetheless, like, there is a veteran chemistry, communication dynamic with Dalton Schultz that I think is really good. You're going to get that with Hunter Henry as well. Hunter Henry is as schooled up in the game of football and knowledgeable about attacking defenses and offense and running and playing offensive football as anybody in the game. So you get that with Hunter Henry as well. So I think there's a couple of guys that I would, if it were me, and you want to go with that dude that's, hey, man, he brings a little something to the pass game but really doesn't do much in the run game, then go get Gerald Everett and let's just put C.J. in gun and let's sling this thing all over the park.
Yeah. Also, speaking of Atlanta, you talked about that game. Jonnu Smith, they just let him go.
There's another souped-up version.
He is available out there as well. So,
and here's the deal, Ron, is you made this point when we first started this segment. I agree with you. I think this is a two-man move. Right? There's nobody you want to go out there and pay huge money to. So how do you upgrade the room overall when we're talking fullbacks, H-backs, and tight ends? It could be a two-man move that I think would help this offense tremendously.
I mean, yeah. Well, you had like a Hunter Henry, like what that New England did. You give him Hunter Henry and Gerald Everett, Hunter Henry or Jonnu Smith with Brevin. That's a nice little crew. All right, coming up, a Justin Verlander update. update about him after he had a bullpen session yesterday. We'll give you the latest on that. That's coming up next, live on the Drive.
What qualities are the Texans?
ms.com/JOY.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Got to turn the mic on. Come on now. Got to turn the mic on.
We got to turn the mic on. Y'all got to turn the car on, baby. Let's ride.
Yeah, or you could turn on your computer on YouTube and Twitch.
Turn your phone on.
Or your phone on.
Turn your iPad on.
However you're doing it. We got plenty of ways. Odyssey app.
Hey, that's a damn true. If you ain't listening to the drive, it's because your ass don't want to.
No excuses. Zero excuses.
I mean, somebody that pissed you off.
If you got a heartbeat, you can find us. Damn it.
Any way possible to listen. All right, a little Justin Verlander update. And when I say this for me, and you know how I am, I'm not worried at all about this. This does not concern me one bit. Justin Verlander felt good after this, according to Chandler Rome, after his bullpen session yesterday. But manager Joe Espada said he is not ready to face hitters yet. Espada still isn't ruling him out for opening day, but he acknowledges, and I quote from Espada, "Obviously, we're kind of running out of days here." That's what he had to say about his right now ace, Justin Verlander. I'm not concerned or worried at all about this. I don't even think it's a big deal if he doesn't make it to opening day. Or if he doesn't, if he starts the season maybe on the IL or something, it's fine to me. Like, to me, there is no reason to rush or anything of concern to me with Justin Verlander. Get him good, unless this turns into some sort of a Lance situation where they're not being upfront with us about something. But it just seems like it is just potential arm fatigue is something that he's a slow starter here. And to me, if Verlander doesn't pitch for the first 2 weeks of the season, that's fine. You talked about it yesterday. Or the other day about around the 140, 150.
Well, there's an option. There's an option at the 140 or more inning, the 140 inning mark with Verlander. There's an option. There's an option year that if he throws over 100, the Astros could potentially have Verlander and for another year, and the Mets would pay damn near half of it. So that's the only incentive for me, which has absolutely nothing to do with whether Verlander should push it or not. But the only incentive for me, and I think for the Astros from a roster standpoint, is if he goes over 140 innings, you get him at half price again. I mean, ultimately, that's.
You understand that. That's a secondary thing, but
sure.
Really, the most. Like, to me, as long as you get him 2 weeks in, 3 weeks, as long as you get him and he's feeling right, that's cool. Because the first couple weeks of the season or month of the season is not when Justin Verlander is going to matter.
Agreed.
Really, it's going to matter towards the end, and you want him good. So I'm not concerned. Take your time, dog. I am. Take your time. Get it right.
I would like to see an opening day though with Verlander.
Would you?
I mean, obviously, again, non-factor as it pertains to this conversation, but the Verlander not being on the bump opening day, I mean, I'd still go down there and overindulge and have me a great time. But
Framber Day, baby.
Yeah, Framber with no extensions. That's a good point.
Framber Day, baby.
I am more excited about the no extensions than I should be.
Oh,
I really shouldn't care about a grown ass man whether he has extensions or not. But
I have not seen the hat off. I can see that he's got.
It's a mohawk.
He's got the hawk, but I want to see the full.
Oh, you ain't seeing that until it's edged up. Probably not in training camp. Spring training.
You think he at least got a touch of it. I hope he's not living the Kevin Durant life.
By the way, there's no excuse.
Durant.
Well, it's not just Durant. It's obvious in the NBA because they don't wear helmets, they don't wear hats.
He is ashamed.
I mean, I don't give a damn if you're the last guy on the bench. You're making enough money and you play a sport where you can't wear a hat or a helmet. Your ass ought to have a barber on the payroll, Chief.
Clint, there's not an excuse for any Division I basketball player.
I agree. I agree.
They ain't paying for them damn haircuts. There is somebody.
No, hell, they got a barbershop in the damn locker room down at Arkansas. I know everybody else got one.
I just watched Married to Real Estate. They put in a barbershop.
Real Estate.
Shout out to Egypt and Mike. They put a barbershop in Clark, Atlanta. I know there's a kid for Kansas who, by the way, got their asses kicked last night. Just awful to BYU.
They're getting ready for U of H.
There's a kid in Kansas who, and listen, I love KJ. He's going a month and a half without getting cut. And it's as my mom would say, you just look woolly. His hair,
that is a very accurate.
It just look woolly.
Yes.
I mean, it's just out of control. But Kevin's ridiculous. He pisses Courtney off every time she sees him.
It should.
It looks like the globe. It's like water all around, and then he's balding in some of these.
He's balding in some.
And then he won't cut. He just won't get haircuts. I mean, that's a guy that even if he couldn't afford it, he should be at the shop. He's a once a week guy. He should be. With the way his hair's growing, he's got to attack it, and he's not doing it.
But we're talking about guys that could afford to bring it to the house.
Oh God, yes.
I mean, just hey, look, man, hell, you could have them on the road if you're playing in Indiana. Say, hey, man, who's the barber out here? I need to get by the hotel.
I know if I can afford me and my three boys 100 to 120 every 2 weeks, I know he can.
Absolutely. There's nothing. In my opinion, there's nothing worse from a this is a guy that doesn't have real obviously, as I mentioned, my self-care habits aren't up to snuff here. But there's nothing worse than an NBA player that is just clearly, I mean, weeks on weeks with I'm not only no haircut, but I just said the hell with it. I'm gonna let it ride.
Save nothing.
I'm just letting it
Pisses
ride.
Me off.
And to your point, KD is. I'm blaming it all on KD.
He is the king of it.
I'm blaming it all on KD.
Those kids, when I see kids, the one that really gets me with the NCAA tournament starts, and you don't go out there and get your hair cut. You don't go out there Thursday and Friday, the first day of the NCAA tournament. This is it. You better have your ass at a barbershop. Everybody be the crisp line.
Ron.
White and black. Ron. Everybody.
Hey, Dirty Bay Bone Fade.
I'm telling you, you can't come on, man.
Come on.
I bet your ass in that Citrus Bowl had a haircut.
If I got caught with bad haircut. I don't know that I ever got caught with just. I was in them streets too much to not have my haircut.
Where you didn't say, I just I can't. I can't get it. By the way, I want you all to bear with me. I'm really in a fat place today. I am.
You had cardio day yesterday. How are you in a fat place the day after your cardio day?
I don't know. Like, I don't. Sometimes you just never had a moment where those days. I know people out here listen. It's them days. You're like, man, I just want to tear it down today, boy. I want.
Would you? And you've already made some poor decisions.
No, I haven't. I haven't.
Okay.
I've wanted to. Like, I don't know why. I have just been into. I just want some chili with all the fixings. I mean, everything that you can think.
Stay strong, man. You'll wake up tomorrow. Be proud of yourself.
And a cinnamon roll. That's what's.
A cinnamon roll. Would you start with the heart?
I want. All right.
Golly, man.
I just want some chili and a cinnamon roll.
That's a weird combination, but I'll be honest with you. I'd knock both of them down with you.
That used to be one of my favorite days in a cafeteria growing up.
Both of them?
Oh, that was a.
I mean, cinnamon rolls breakfast and chili.
Every time we had chili, we had a cinnamon roll.
Really?
Yeah, all the way from. I mean, middle school, elementary,
Kansas City,
middle school, and
weird up there in Kansas City, man.
The chili, it goes together.
Weird.
You ain't never heard of that combo?
Nope.
Chili and cinnamon roll?
Chili and cinnamon roll.
No.
God, I would love it.
I've done a pizza in a cinnamon roll.
I do that too, but I mean chili. I mean, I don't
think I've done either, boys.
I'm on that.
Y'all seen me come in here with some Schlotsky's pizza and a cinnamon roll.
Cinnamon twist, like a cinnamon roll is
like
cinnamon roll.
Yeah, like a cinnamon roll. Yeah, like a Cinnabon cinnamon roll.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I come in here with that sometimes.
And a pizza.
Yeah,
that's a strange combo right there, man.
So basically, KD walks in there looking like Fred Sanford. Yes,
absolutely. I agree with you. I'm blaming now that you've had this conversation. I'm blaming every bit of it on KD.
Somebody said y'all forgetting about Rasheed Wallace. Well, Rasheed had that thing.
He had a hole.
He had a herald, basically.
Yeah.
He had a that was a birthmark that just wouldn't go around. So I give him a bit of a pass. Katie's just out here trying to prove a point. Someone texted in, Ron, are you from Cincinnati? No, you have never heard of that? You've never heard of the combination of, I bet you could look it up right now. You could Senator roll. It was every cafeteria, growing up in elementary, middle school, high school, had a nice little
cinnamon rolls
chili
and
and cinnamon roll.
Never heard of it. What else? What was it the other day we were talking about that you eat that I had never heard of? Putting something like that together, bacon and a donut, something like that, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, bacon and donut. That's a clear combination there.
Like bacon bits on top?
No, straight bacon on a donut.
No,
you get a maple
what
donut,
was it?
put bacon on it.
Is that what it was? We were talking
We've
about
talked that before, but you ain't never heard of that either.
No, but I've seen like a donut with like bacon bits on top.
Yeah. No, that's a thing right there. Maybe just Missouri thing. Might have been. All right, coming up, Nick Caserio spoke about some of his free agents. He spoke about Nico Collins, wait till you hear Jonathan Grenard and Blake Cashman, in my opinion, two of his best defensive players last year. And the Rockets lose again, and last night was about their head coach. It was about their head coach. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
That's why I'm so averse.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Welcome in as we get back going here on The Drive. Nick Caserio spoke today. Big Nick Caserio spoke today at the Combine, and there are a lot of things he talked about. I want to go to some of the Texans free agents or free agents soon to be, guys that they might want to give extensions to. And the first one, Clint, on the side, he spoke about Nico Collins. This right here is his response to being asked about Nico Collins, who is now eligible for a contract extension. This is what he talked about when he
saw the players that are free agents now, and then once we kind of get through free agency and get a little bit later in the spring, we'll kind of see where we are relative to other opportunities. But I think you all have seen kind of our openness or propensity to have discussions at any point. Spring, training camp, during the season, mid-season, after the season. So we'll see how it all goes.
All right. He expressed openness to be able to get it done at any point. I don't know. I don't know where you are on Nico, Clint. And I think there are some people, because we've heard people respond to the Mike Evans situation or T. Higgins or any receivers that are high priced. The thought was, all right, well, you're not going to be able to pay Nico. You may lose Nico. I don't know where you are. I'm just not at a point where I'm like, all right, it is a priority to get him done right now. Get him done early. I don't get the sense that that's not where I am with Nico.
Well, to me, it just depends on where Nico's at. Like, if Nico's representation is coming in and going, hey, we realize we've had one good year, we've had one full year, and, we realize there's not a large sample size. We're not trying to, which obviously they're not going to say it this way, but I think what they are asking for and what they're willing to discuss is going to speak volumes, right? Hey, we know who Nico is. He wants to be here in Houston. Let's get a deal done now. Or are they
some real team friendly?
Well, call it Willie. Or hey, you've had one good year out of 3. You've had 1 year. And it was a really, 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 really good year. Don't get me wrong. It was a great year, top 10 in the NFL, yardage-wise. Don't get me wrong. It was a great year. Not minimizing it out there. Everybody relax. But it was 1 year. It was 1 year of being able to play, of having staying power in the NFL. It was 1 year. And is Nico and his people, are they willing to have a conversation knowing that that's the case? Or do they want to have a conversation like Nico is a top-tier wide receiver in this league, and he wants to be paid like a top-tier wide receiver in this league? And if I'm Nick, I gauge that, and if he wants to have a conversation because, damn it, he wants to be in Houston, he wants to play with C.J. Stroud, and he understands he's had one good, healthy year out of 3, and he wants to get a deal done and put it to bed, and the numbers are gonna reflect one of 3 good years. Okay, let's talk about it. But if Nico and his representation are out here wanting to get, Devontae Adams money, like he's come out here and had 1,000 yards every year and damn near 10 touchdowns every year and is doing this thing in a big, big way and has proven that that's who he is, then I'm gonna pump the brakes.
Yeah, to commit to where because see, what I'm thinking is, I had this type of year. I want to make this certain amount of money. I don't know if they're in the spot of, all right, well, we'll come to the table in the, all right, we had one good year out of 3. I think they come to the table of, hey, we just got C.J. Stroud here, and we had almost 1,300 yards, 8 touchdowns, and 80 catches, like in 15 games. That's what we did. And for me, boy, there is only one player to me on this roster where I'm like, what they've shown me in the time they've had to show me that I feel like I want to pay him early. I feel the need to pay him early. And it's CJ. He's the only person on the team to me where I'm like, boy, he has done something for his value, his position, and what he has shown that I want to pay early. I'm not saying you eventually may not pay Nico Collins, but boy, that what he's done, to your point, in the 3 years he's been has not made me say, boy, I got to pay this dude early.
I can't replace this guy. I've got to pay this guy early.
I've seen all I need to see before having to jump the gun to pay him before I have to.
Yep. I'm not a hell. I wouldn't have paid Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson 2 years earlier than their fifth year option. So I damn sure ain't paying Nico early if it makes sense, and Nico's people are very aware of the situation. Cool, let's talk about it. Let's be reasonable. And I'll be honest with you. Like at that point in time, if I'm Nick and DeMeco, how dude he is because of what you know about him, and you know the kind of pro he is. Maybe you overpay for a guy. Maybe you overpay a little bit for a guy that's had one year of 3 seasons in the NFL that even says he belongs in the NFL, right? Like as a starting receiver. Like maybe you pay a little bit more than that because you know who Nico is and you got confidence in him, and you feel like you're going to bet on the come. You feel like in the future he's going to have multiple 1,000-yard seasons and yada, yada, yada. Okay, cool. But, I mean, Nico's sitting at 6'4", 220, damn near 1,300 yards. I mean, he'd had 1,500 yards if he'd been healthy all year long. I mean,
and CJ was.
Odds are he's going to walk in there. His people are going to walk in there, and they're going to want big boy money.
Yeah, and to the scenario you just created, I could even be more apt to maybe spend it if he was up, but he's also not up yet. It's not like we're not in the pivotal year.
Right, yeah.
We're not in the Jonathan Grenard year right now. You don't have to. Someone just texted Clint that if Nico signs any kind of a significant contract before the end of the 2024 season, then this organization is lost and we're headed for a disaster.
I agree. I agree.
Unless now as Nick said, we'll sign at any point. Like if he has a first 8-game stretch where it is number, and they say, all right, well maybe we can work something out.
Well, you still got to me. There's not. I'll be honest with you.
I can even get with that. I wouldn't say they're a disaster.
I do. I mean, look, I think it would be a mistake on Nico's part to sign a team-friendly deal.
I do.
And I think it would be a mistake on the team's part to sign him to a lucrative deal right now after 1 year. So to the texter's point, I completely agree. I completely agree. I'll sign. I would, as an organization, as a Texans fan, hell, I hope he does sign a deal. I hope he gets a deal done this year before the season starts. And I hope it's team-friendly as hell.
Yeah, team-friendly as hell.
Team-friendly as hell. And then they look here. Go out there and for the next 3 years put up 1,000, put up 8 to 12 touchdowns, and then that next one will give you that big boy. But prove it. I would sign a team-friendly deal as soon as he would get to the building to agree to sign it.
It's crazy. His team-friendly deal would still be more than what Saquon Barkley would.
Yes, agreed.
Just wanted to put that out there. All right. He also spoke about Jonathan Grenard, Nick Caserio today, and Blake Cashman, 2 other guys. Here's his thoughts about other free agents, Jonathan Grenard and Blake Cashman.
Yeah, both really good football players that have helped us win a number of games. I think Cash's role has kind of grown sort of incrementally each year. We traded for him, I think, with the idea that he would have an impact in the kicking game, which he has. And I think when he's had the opportunity to play on defense, I mean, he led us in tackles this year, which I'm sure nobody had that in their bingo card. He's done a lot of great things for us. So, we'll work through the process. If we have the opportunity to bring him back, I think he'll, have a good role in the team. And JG, JG had as good of a year as he's had since he's been in the league. So I think the big thing with JG is just being available, taking advantage of his opportunities, and he's able to do that. And he had a lot of disruptive plays. So, he's a good young player. So, we'll work through the process with those players and kind of see where we are heading into, a few weeks from now.
All right, that's Nick Caserio on Jonathan Grenard and Blake Cashman. Blake Cashman, very easy nickname that's probably followed him right from
Cash.
Yeah, that's
strong.
How long
he looks the part too. He looks the part too.
Does, yeah. We've talked about Grenard a lot. Cashman, it just feels like a no-brainer.
No-brainer. No,
because he's not going to cost a lot.
It feels like a no-brainer. It sounds like a no-brainer, doesn't it?
Should.
Nickname. It sounds like, his role's expanded since he's gotten here. What does Nick always preach? The more you can do, the more depth you can add, the more ways you can help the team. And the thing is, Cashman, that's why I'm not real worried about the linebacker position. We've talked a lot recently about the holes. I think Seth in the morning has talked a lot about the holes on this team. Like, I know Cashman is a free agent, but one, I don't think the demand is going to be through the roof for Cashman. I don't believe that Cashman is going to go out there and have the pick of the litter in terms of where he wants to play football in the NFL next year. What part of the country do you want to play football in? And I think he loves it here with DeMeco Ryans. In fact, he'd be a fool not. I think Cashman, it's all but done. I think he's back. I think you look at this defense, and with DeMeco Ryans, and as long as you got Christian Harris, and you got Blake Cashman at that linebacker position. I think you've got a hell of a start on that linebacker room, building that linebacker room right.
Yeah, it just makes sense, and I don't think last year was a fluke. I've heard. I know some people wonder, boy, will Blake be able to replicate that year and lead this team in tackles? Well, I think Christian Harris may just go off next year, but I don't think what Blake Cashman did was flukish.
Well, it's hard. There's two things on this defense. There's several, but two of them that are very, very hard to deny is when a guy goes out there and game after game after game, pick a tape, throw it in. If he's healthy and playing, he's a tackling machine. That's Blake Cashman. Right, and then you turn the film on, get you a film from the first month of the season, and then get you one from the last month of the season, and watch the jump that Christian Harris made. You got those two guys at linebacker in this system with DeMeco Ryans coaching that position. I think you got a high upside with those two cats roaming the middle of the field.
Yep,
and Ron. The versatility.
Yeah, they can cover.
You look at Henry Toa. You look. What's my man's name? That was 6. That was in there. The veteran. Perriman, good player. But those guys in certain situations are ducks. Man, they're in trouble. They're going to get targeted by good offenses. Cash and Harris, no man, they can do it all.
At least give you a better chance.
Absolutely,
much better chance.
Absolutely.
So that's the latest where Nick Caserio, they potentially will have to pay or move on from.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the Rockets were on TNT last night. Late game at Oklahoma City. Last night for the first time in years since James Harden. They lost 112-95. They lost both of those games. They played 2 in a row with a night off in between, one in Houston and one in OKC. They are now losers of 9 of 11. And now are 25-33, falling further and further and further out of the play-in spot, the top 10 there. And Clint, for me, last night, it wasn't. I wouldn't say it was just Udoka's fault, but it was a reflection on him, the new head coach, because defensively, or just at least in terms of just playing hard like they did at the start of the season. That was out the window at times in that game, and like I know, there was a play. If you watched the game last night, Chet Holmgren, the center for, I guess he's a center. I don't know what he's tall. He ain't a big. He's a tall. But he was going up against Şengün 1-on-1. He shot a ball like a fadeaway from the free throw line, and Alfie never moved from the contest at all. And then he just walked around Alfie, and then he had the putback dunk himself. Shot the fadeaway, ran around Şengün and everybody else, and got to the rim. And then, I don't know if Alfie was playing 21. I don't know what he was doing, or anybody else, but nobody else got to the rim. And, I mean, it was just like the play hard is shot. And then I'm no longer looking at Jalen Green anymore for Jalen Green being out there. At this point now, it's on Udoka. You are making the decision. At this point, I think everybody could see Amin Thompson Whitmore should be getting the minutes and be getting more minutes than him, and he's just not a winning player. He just makes plays where he hurts the team in all that first half. So last night to me was about Udoka and how the team is responding to him now in this second half, and then what he's doing with Jalen.
What do you think happens down the stretch here? You think he makes any adjustments?
He has to. I mean, he's got. I mean, the Amin Thompson and Cam Whitmore and hell, I mean other players. I mean Holiday was better than him last night and has been the last couple of days. I think that move comes, but up to this point, like it's on him. They need to hurt. I mean they need to do it. They're now sliding. I don't know how many games are out of that 10 spot, but they've been sliding a lot. The playoff thing that I think that's out almost. You can move from that. Now it's about getting these young guys that you need to get minutes. We'll talk to our guy, Brandon Scott, who, by the way, is on fire. He told me he is ready to go at 4:40. Our Rockets report. Yep, he told me he's ready to go. So coming up 4:40, we'll get our Rockets report as well as anybody. So, yeah, man, that was a frustrating watch, especially on national TV for everybody to see. Just at times, just 95 damn points. At times, last night was an awful night for some offensive teams in the NBA. I think the Hornets scored 81. I'm certain they scored. Maybe they lost. Maybe they scored 85. There were about 3 teams in the low 80s.
Hornets had 85 and the Bucks scored 123.
Yeah, they kicked their ass, and I think Washington got their asses handed to them as well.
The Pistons got a win last night.
Number 9, huh?
Yeah, they got
yes,
it, baby.
Sir.
But somebody scored 81. Somebody scored 81 last night. I was watching the highlights. It might have been that Golden State Washington game where Jordan Poole had to be out on the floor with Draymond. And I'm telling you, boy, I'm just coming after his knees. If I'm Jordan Poole, I know I probably can't get him head up.
It was the Nets that scored 81.
Nets, yes, the Nets.
Against the Orlando Magic.
Yeah, Orlando. Yeah, they had it. But I'm
Didn't they just fire their coach?
Yeah, they fired Jock Vaughn, and they've come up to 81.
It was Jayhawk, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was. 81 points in the NBA.
Fire your head coach and then dip out there and get you 81.
They scored what they get 250 in an All-Star game? Cracking 81. 81 in this bad boy. All right, Mel Kiper has his latest mock draft he put out this morning. Wait till you see who he has the Texans going at 23. I cannot wait to get into this. So that's coming up.
Last night with some other.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Somebody texted, 5 years, $20 million guaranteed is the most I'd give Nico this year if he demands a contract. Yeah, 5 years, 20, huh? 5 years. 5 years, 20, huh? Yeah, it probably ain't.
That is what's crazy. I mean, I'm sure they're joking, right?
I hope.
I mean,
maybe throw some incentives in that could get him.
You throw 20 per?
No,
has to be 20 per.
20
right?
million guaranteed. Then it says maybe throw in some incentives that could get him up to 30 to 40 million. But they are going to have to be some incentives that are essential for him to repeat 2020 season.
Yeah, I just don't know that Nico's in the ballpark of signing that one.
Hell no. I would. Yeah, you know what? I tackled Nico. I wouldn't let him. I'd tackle Nico from side. Come on, man, don't do that to yourself.
Yeah, no, you can't do that. I mean,
no, you can't. Yeah,
not in today's game. I mean, today's game, you don't have to do. I mean, one good season like this, you got to capitalize on it.
Yeah,
I mean, odds are he's never going to be hotter and mean more to the Houston Texans than he does right now.
And if he comes anywhere close to that next year, anywhere comparable. I mean, if he even goes out next year and they add more talent and he's 70 to 75 catches, and he's over 1,000 yards, and he gets in the end zone, he's gonna make a ton of money. Not no 5 years, $20 million, $20 million. Hell. Yeah, that ain't happening. All right, Mel Kiper Jr. I can't wait to get people's response to what he has the Texans doing. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube or Twitch, you can chime in as well. But Mel Kiper had his latest mock draft come out, and I'm just wondering how you feel if the Texans did this. He has the Houston Texans, their first-round pick, number 23, which comes from the Cleveland Browns, selecting Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle. He writes, Houston is without its own round 1 selection due to the trade up for Will Anderson Jr. from last year, but it has a pick as a part of the Deshaun Watson deal in 2022. And even though the Texans are coming off a season that featured a surprising playoff win, I can see clear needs for them in the front 7 on defense and along the offensive line. So with Laramie Tunsil holding down the left tackle position, Guyton could step into the right tackle, where he started 14 games for the Sooners. I don't know who the hell the second highest paid player is at right tackle for the Texans currently, but as he said, as I wrote in my big board ranking, 6'7", 327, Guyton is physically what the NFL teams want in future Pro Bowl caliber right tackles.
The only position, Mel literally picked the only position.
Only one.
The only position on either side of the football. On all 3 phases of the game. You can throw a kicker and punter in there too. The only position that I would throw something through my TV. I guess we'll probably be up here covering the draft. I will throw something. I'll throw a coffee cup through that TV right there if they pick a tackle.
I would do. I would. That would be it. I don't even know how Mel got there.
I mean, this has got. Well, I mean, this has got to be one of those where it's to stir up. It's to stir up. This what we're doing right now, right? Surely, right? I mean, if you just do,
there's no way they could take a tackle.
If you just run, if you just do, he's got it up there. A tad bit of due diligence, you realize that they've paid 2 monster contracts to tackles on this team.
Just last year.
I mean, unless Mel has an insight over here, and then somebody's telling him that, hey man, you know the guy that's out here changing his Twitter profile that he's a tackle only, they're actually going to continue to play him at guard.
So Clint, you would break things if they rolled out here and said tackle. Sometimes I will say this with Mel, and I know some people have issues with these guys, and Mel has been wrong, obviously.
You just signed you just gave Titus the money.
I understand it. I will say for Mel and Todd and Daniel Jeremiah, a lot of these guys, like, these are I don't even want to say estimated, something with some knowledge of something. Someone has said something to them in many ways to make them think that they would go in this direction. Now, I cannot believe that the Texans would do this, but many times when we see some of these guys in their mock drafts, it's not just what they believe, but something that they have gotten from within the organization.
Well, that looks to me like a best available for a team that struggled to run the ball consistently throughout last year. I mean, what were the Texans? 28th, 27th, 28th in yards per rush last year? Something like that?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what that's got to be. I mean, that's the one position that I would think would be. I don't know how many positions are there on a football field. Obviously 22, but I mean, I'm not talking. Obviously, you're not counting all the wide receivers. So let's say there's 20 positions out there. You got 2 corners. You got 2. So let's say there's 15 positions out there. Tackle would be 15 on the list.
Dead last. Let's say
dead
someone
last.
Texted in, he realizes.
Well, quarterback would be dead last.
Maybe he realizes Titus Howard is a bust. I don't think that the Texans are prepared to move past.
You want to really start questioning Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans, because look, as good as last year was, if you pay Titus Howard the money you paid him and then play him at guard until he gets hurt and then decide in the offseason to draft a tackle and the thought is, well, he's a bust, he wasn't good enough, didn't deserve the money, Boy, you talk about a epic failure up at the top.
Yeah, I mean, as someone said, could Mel be looking for clicks? Well, hell, he could have gone quarterback here. He could have gone Bo Nix.
That's the only thing that would have been crazy.
He could have gone Michael Penix Jr. right there. Yeah,
Andre likes Jr. Penix Jr.
Does he?
Who, by the way, I think is
fifth on Mills.
Crazy
quarterback.
Now, look, that is leaning heavily into the injury bug, which I get it. I understand that. But boy, I would. Michael Penix Jr. is not. There's not four quarterbacks better than Michael Penix Jr. right now.
Some people have 5.
Who's the 5th?
Some people have Bo Nix. There's some ratings that have Bo Nix ahead of him in the ratings. Yeah.
Nah, boss.
Yeah. The Houston Texans can't draft a damn tackle. I thought he was going to say they struggle at left guard. They can now move Titus Howard full-time to left guard and then draft this kid to play right tackle. That's what I thought was going to be his explanation. Like, yeah, as you said, they got enough holes where tackle can't be the one. Can't be the one. They got. Now I will agree with that. They got holes where if they tackle, they got literally even any other spot on the offensive line.
Guard I can get down with.
Even guard or I can't get down with center either. I mean, you just drafted one in the second round last year, so I can't get down.
Guard I can get down with.
That one, that'd be a little shaky, but dog, that man said tackle. Straight up.
Come on, Mel.
All right, you were talking about the quarterbacks a little bit. I want to get your thoughts, people. You can chime in as well. Oh, we got a Tyler update. I want to get your thoughts on this. He's giving us. I love it. Tyler's giving us drinks. He's now just going numbers plus when it comes to shots. But I want your thoughts on any of these quarterbacks. Do you think anybody can even get in the ballpark of what CJ did last year as a rookie? Do you sense any of them can do that? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, are you in the business looking for a new?
All right, this it's Combine Week, and players are interviewing with coaches the first 2 days, coaches and GMs, and then they had some pressers today, a meeting with the media. But now, tomorrow, Clint, will be the day we get to see him. And I'm certain none of the top 3 quarterbacks are throwing. They're going to wait to their pro days to throw. I'm wondering, you watch college football, and I know you've seen a lot of these guys, Caleb Williams, and the way that Mel has his top 5, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, he has all 4 of them going in the top 12 of the draft, and then Michael Penix Jr. is his 5th with Bo Nix as his 6th. These guys, at least the top 3 are going to be drafted fairly high, and you could probably see 2 others go into the at least 4 in the first round. You envision anybody out of this group, when you look at them, anybody out of this group, potentially the situations they go to that could have, a similar in the ballpark type season as C.J. Stroud? Do you sense that from any of these guys?
Just not considering where they land, just in terms of what they could potentially do, huh, from a talent perspective.
And I mean landing obviously has something to do with it. I think CJ obviously benefited from the coaches and things that were placed around him. But I think for years, for a couple of years, I think people would have thought Caleb was a guy that was capable. Yeah. He seemed to be a can't miss guy, but. Any of these guys you think we'll be talking like we talked about CJ last year?
No, I don't think there's any of them that will be talking about that. What CJ just saw, what we saw out of CJ this year, I don't believe is. I think there's a reason why we've never seen it, or I've never seen it. But I just evaluating these guys and watching them play, and I think Caleb Williams is the one guy that transitions to the NFL better than any of them. More NFL ready. I do believe there's some validity to the comparisons between him and stylistically him and Pat Mahomes. I do believe that there's some of the stuff that Caleb does effortlessly that the other guys don't do. The arm talent alone, the ability to again, I'll revert back to some of the stuff just so the audience, the listeners can picture what I'm talking about. Opening his arm and throwing the ball sidearm and changing his release point and how effortless he does it, and how he, when he does it, he's still accurate. There's still pace and carry and velocity on the football. The way in which Pat Mahomes, his athletic ability is one thing, but the ability to maneuver in the pocket and have great feel in the pocket and patience in the pocket. It's very rare for quarterbacks to have, even at that level. It's very rare for quarterbacks to have. Caleb has it, and it's effortless. The sneaky athletic ability that I was trying to just get to with Pat Mahomes in terms of being able to infect the game with his legs. I just looked up some numbers this morning. Pat had over 300 yards rushing this year. And I don't know how y'all feel. It's one thing to look at Pat and all the success he's had and go, oh yeah, he's athletic. He any way you slice it. Like, he does things, and you're like, damn, I didn't know he was. To me, I do anyway. I watch him, I'm like, damn, I didn't know he had that. I didn't know he could split defenders like he did in the damn Super Bowl in that last run that he had. I knew he could move a little bit, but damn, Pat, there was a couple times where I felt like Pat was pulling away from NFL defenders when he's running the ball. Like, that's surprising, whether it's the dad bod, the build, the whatever it may be. That's surprising. Caleb has that stylistically that same thing to his game. So I think Caleb is the one that's more ready to jump in the league and jump on the scene and be rookie of the year. But I just don't believe that the Bears are ready. That's where when we start comparing these guys to CJ, you got to compare the Texans to whatever team they land with. And I think whoever goes to Atlanta has a real chance to.
Atlanta's trying to move up to get up there. The word is they're trying to get in that top 3 to get one of those guys. Yeah, I'm with you. Washington has rolling around right now. I don't love, and obviously New England. What you said the other day, their highest paid player was a defensive end.
Matthew
Judon. That's what they're putting out of there. I look at the Bears, and Clint, in some spaces offensively, and their defense really came on under Eberflus in the second half of the season. But I look at the Bears, Clint, and if Caleb goes there, it becomes interesting. I don't think that they will win to the level that the Texans did. And obviously the one thing that you really at this point can't really understand and factor in is, how he deals with adversity or how he handles this thing. And obviously CJ blew that portion out of the water, which I think was a big part of just how he just took over this team.
Right.
But you look at it, I mean, they got DJ Moore, and the word is, if you look at what Mel and a lot of people have, is they're getting another receiver at 9. They've got one, and they've got pick 9. Neighbors is the guy that I've seen a lot that they picked up, Caleb Williams and Neighbors. They just got Darrell Wright out of Tennessee this year, and they like him pretty good. Cole Kmet has been a pretty good tight end that can – Khalil Herbert has shown to be pretty good as a running back. I think they'll add there too. They look a lot better, and they've got more money to spend than the Texans.
Yeah,
they could look a lot better than I'd say we maybe looked at the Texans before we do. That Nico and Tank and that crew came together.
My hesitation with
and they've got a new coordinator, Seattle's the guy who ran things the last couple of years with Seattle has taken.
Well, that's where this thing goes, and it's more about Eberflus. We've seen a year of Eberflus in Chicago, and it was more of the same, really, if we're being honest with the quarterback situation. So, the way in which I spoke earlier in the week about DeMeco Ryans supporting the quarterback, putting all the right resources around the quarterback. The way in which the Texans treated the quarterback is a young quarterback, to me, is the blueprint, and I don't think Chicago Chicago hadn't given me any reason to believe that they can do that based on how they've treated Justin Fields.
That's the big thing is, do they have Bobby Slowick, Bobby Slowick, and Gerard Johnson rolling around there,
Bill Lazor, Shane Day, that whole deal, like where you just, and everybody's pulling the rope in the same direction. I'll give you one. I'll give you another one that could be sneaky here. Pittsburgh at 20.
Yeah.
If any of these guys fall to 20, which Michael Penix Jr. possibly could with this, because I'm gonna tell you right now, Michael Penix Jr. his film. And his arm ability, like arm strength, and what he has on film, it tells you he don't get out of the top 5. I mean, but now you got to factor in today's game with the athletic ability. A lot of guys now all of a sudden the injuries, right? He falls with the injuries and the athletic ability. Jaden Daniels, he comes up because of the athletic ability, which was sometimes this year freakish. So, but the Pittsburgh Steelers at 20, if they don't mess around and get Justin Fields or make some kind of move, but if they sit at 20 and Michael Penix Jr. falls to them and they like Michael Penix Jr. and they draft him, that is a fringe playoff football team that's got a lot of weapons, and I believe he is a pro-ready player. I believe mentally he's a pro-ready player from a skill set perspective, winning from the pocket, processing at a high level, throwing the football to any part of the football field with authority, with power, with accuracy. I believe that Michael Penix Jr., first of all, he's got the makeup in terms of the injuries and everything to possibly fall in the draft. And if
he probably will be there
at 20.
I don't know. We'll see what happens when he throws. There may be a run on quarterbacks. But as of now, a lot of the mocks we're seeing, he would be there.
When you look down here, there's just not a whole lot of quarterback needed to the rate of 13. There's not a lot of teams that now there's teams that maybe could. You can argue Seattle should. You can argue New Orleans should. You can argue that the Rams probably should do something with Stafford coming to the end there.
If you got a guy that he could sit behind,
there's a real good chance there's a chance that 2 of the top 5 could fall to Pittsburgh.
That's the thing.
The point being, Pittsburgh is, to me, Caleb's the quarterback that could overcome everything and have a comparable year. Pittsburgh is the team that could plug in a quarterback and protect him well enough and support him well enough to where a quarterback could have a hell of a year. Those are the two scenarios. Yeah. Caleb, just because he's Caleb, or one of the two more pro-ready guys fall into Pittsburgh.
I really am intrigued to see what the Bears lineup is going to look like by the time we get to the season, with what they can potentially add in the draft capital they have. All right, we got an update on Tyler. He texted us, and he may have been drunk then. I don't know, man. Clint, he referred to himself as Tiny Heine. I've never heard him. He texted Tiny Heine checking in. Party hard into the Mexican night. Awoke, surprisingly, not hungover. Had 2 mimosas at breakfast, and he said he was heading out to go whale watching. That was about 10 o'clock. He said last night, Clint, he had old fashions. Again, last night, old fashions, at least 8 old fashions, 3+ tequila shots. I'm going 5 to 6 at least. We shut the club down at the resort.
Now that's the Tyler I'm talking about. And by the way, that is the correct timing, place, all of the above for your
8, at least 8 old fashions.
For your old fashions.
3+ shots.
8 old fashions. I'd be cross-eyed with just them 8. That ain't talking about what he did at breakfast and what he did during the day. Good God.
He said,
his liver's got to be screaming at him.
I told him tonight is his last night there. I said, you got to go hard in the paint. And that fool responded, slingshot engaged. Oh, my God. 8 old fashions. Well, Tyler is a guy that sits down and just keeps ordering them.
Well, Tyler's a guy.
Club down, baby.
Tyler's a guy, which I've been guilty of this, though, right? I think we probably all have.
Clint. You know,
there's a good chance they are.
Rarely have I seen Tyler not order.
I mean, Tyler's too manly to order a single.
Yeah, well, that chest here.
Absolutely. We're all guilty of this. It's really about the only time that I probably overdo it is when you get in an environment, whether it's us going out and having a couple drinks, or like him, he's probably met some new people or is around some people doesn't see much, and now they're 3 days comfortable into this trip, and hey, it's that night, man. And you just get so excited that you lose.
Just keep ordering.
You don't realize what you've done.
Hey, we're just sitting at the restaurant bar, and I just kept ordering them daiquiris.
We get one more of them.
I do.
The best thing about that now is it would start me and you eating, and we'd have dinner, have a couple drinks, and then I'd ease my way in the casino. Ron don't gamble, so B. Scott would walk in.
That's how I have another one with you.
B. Scott would. I'd high five B. Scott on the way out. On his way in, he'd sit down next to Ron, and they'd go for second half.
And then I would walk past that one by the hotel room, and I'd get one again as well. All right. What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, a lot of talk about Nico Collins. We got some audio from Nick Caserio, the general manager, brought up Nico Collins randomly today from the Combine, which got me to thinking. So I did a little bit of digging, Ron, and I want to throw a couple of names and a couple of years out there on some players that might make you check up a little bit on what you do with Nico and how quickly you do it. We'll talk about that. I'll give you the details, and we'll discuss that next.
Before we do that, guys, and listen, if you missed it earlier, our guy Kenny, who is at the Low T location in Cape.
exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, Nick Caserio, Texas general manager, at the Combine. Yesterday was DeMeco Ryans. He had some football horny clips, no doubt about it. We played those yesterday. Nick Caserio speaks to the media today at the NFL Combine, and the way that works is obviously there's a press conference setting, all eyes on Nick, the scrum around him, boom, they're asking him questions, and then when he gets off, if he so chooses, he stops and talks to some of the local media that does make that trip, which is
Nick does it.
Yeah, well, hell, they should. Him and DeMeco both should. They should spend a ton of time with those guys. If you're from the city of Houston and you cover the team on a daily basis, your ass should be made priority over everybody else nationally, period. It's the way it should be. And so Nick and DeMeco, they both did exactly the right thing to do, and they stop and they talk to Sarge and Aaron. There's several people up there, but that's exactly what they should do. By the way, Will Kunkel, Fox 26, was at spring training with the Astros.
Did he make it
last week when he talked to him? In flight, on his way to Indy today. We will talk to him tomorrow, Ron.
Oh.
We'll talk to him tomorrow.
I like Will.
We'll catch up with Will on what his thoughts were about his remaining days at spring training with the Astros, as well as down there or up there in Indy. But nonetheless, clearly, the conversations with DeMeco as well as Nick have been draft-centric. A lot about CJ, a lot about Will, because they had so much success in the draft last year. But also, a lot of the conversations, a lot of the questions have been about free agency. And, today, Nick answered several of those questions. But Nick kind of brought up randomly one player that had a hell of a year, but I don't know. Tell me what you think about Nick bringing up Nico here. Here's Texans general manager Nick Caserio.
Focus on the players that are free agents now, and then once we kind of get through free agency and get a little bit later in the spring, we'll kind of see where we are relative to other opportunities. But I think you all have seen kind of our openness or propensity to have discussions at any point. Spring, training camp, during the season, mid-season, after the season. So we'll see how it all goes.
Is that Nico?
That's about Nico. Yeah, he was asked about Nico.
He was asked, but he didn't say his name, though, did he?
He didn't say, Nick didn't. But Aaron Wilson asked him about Nico Collins, asked him about what they're going to potentially do about extending him.
So he's asked about Nico in the middle of a free agency conversation, and at the end of the day, Nick sounded like there's a potential to get Nico a contract done with potentially.
And on his side,
sooner rather than later.
And his side, he's open to do it at any point.
Which after a monster season, Ron, it makes sense that Nico's people would want to get a deal done, and it would make sense that the Texans would want to get a deal done. The key is I guess the bigger point is I think the Texans would love to get a team-friendly deal done, and I would imagine Nico would like to get a monster deal done, and I think it's going to be hard to get to that point, or at least it's hard to get to that point for me. I know it seems like the text line, Twitter, Twitch, all of that, it seems like the fan base may be in a little different spot. They may want Nico here long term after one monster year. Ron, where are you at with Nico?
Well, I'll just say this: Nico has, for me, not done anything that says, "Yo, I gotta." Oh, let me pull that back. Not to say he hasn't done anything. He hasn't done enough in his time for me to say, I gotta sign him early.
Yeah.
I've seen everything that I need to see to feel comfortable to sign a receiver. Because look here, you ain't going to be in your early 20s in Nico Collins and come off a year where you get 1,300 yards and you get 8 touchdown passes and you're doing this and catching 80 balls and you're doing this where other guys are going down, and in the playoffs you are only to be, because if you look at it, that Colts game was basically a playoff game. The game against the Browns clearly was a playoff game, and the Ravens game, he was clearly their best weapon, and at times their only one, their best weapon, and he looked like a one. So you're not going to get a guy coming off a year with those numbers and that production that's going to give you some kind of discount.
Yeah. Look, I mean, he
just hadn't done enough for me to feel like I gotta jump the gun.
I agree wholeheartedly with you, Ron. At the end of the day, I need to see more from Nico, but that shouldn't surprise anybody. Hell, I wanted to see more from Lamar Jackson. I wanted to see more from Josh Allen. I don't know why. I wanted to see more from Dak Prescott. I wanted to see more from Kyler Murray. So, hell yeah, I want to see more from a Nico Collins or anybody in between. Here's the digging that I did. I mentioned in the tease, the digging that I did, I wanted to look back, Ron, at wide receivers that had a monster year and then tailed off, right? Because here's the truth of the matter. Here's the truth of the matter. I got a list down here that'll help you out. If you start looking back over the years of the regular season receiving leaders in the league, look, you've got your usual suspects, right? I mean, you got Devontae Adams, you got Mike Evans, you got guys that just year over year, Justin Jefferson now, Jamar Chase jumps in there, right? You got these guys that year over year, Tyreek, year over year, these guys are going to be in that 1,000-plus yard range in the top 10 to 15 in the league, and they're your usual suspects, right? But what I wanted to do was I wanted to go back and I wanted to check, okay, I'm looking for guys that had a monster year. Whether they got paid or not is irrelevant. They had a monster year, and then I've got enough time has elapsed since then to know that they fell off afterwards. My overall point is that one really good season out of 3 years is not anywhere near enough for me to feel the need to extend a player and overly commit to a player. Ron, I got a few. All right, one of them's pretty familiar to Houston fans. Let's go 2019. Devontae Parker, 1,202 yards, 9 touchdowns, almost 17 yards per catch. It's his only 1,000-yard season in I believe what is a 9-year career right now.
Did the Patriots give him some money?
Patriots gave him some money.
He did it with the Dolphins?
Yep, he did it with the Dolphins. Yep. 2019, and again, I'm going back into the late teens because I need to have 4 or 5 years beyond to make the point of, like, did these guys fall off or did they have success? Kenny Galladay, he went out there, 1,200 yards damn near, 11 touchdowns, 18 yards per catch in 2019. Hadn't sniffed 1,000 yards the 3 years since. All right, let's go to 2015. Allen Robinson. And this is 2015. I'm going way back. 2015 was his second year in the league. Over 1,400 yards receiving, 14 touchdowns, 17.5 yards per catch. Over a 10-year career, Ron, including that year, he's had 3 1,000-yard seasons.
Ooh, and the Lions paid him that big money. I remember that. Or the Giants paid him that big money.
The Bears is where he was. I'm talking about Allen Robinson.
Oh, Allen Robinson. Oh,
but Kenny Galladay was the Lions.
Yeah, the Lions got him.
How about this one? 2018, Robert Woods. Y'all know that name? 1,219 yards, 6 touchdowns, 14.2 per.
That with the Rams?
That was in 2018 with the Rams. He's had one 1,000 yards since. One 1,000-yard season since. And since that year, Ron, he's caught 13 touchdowns in 4 seasons. Now, one of those, to be fair, I believe was cut short by injury. But it's one of those where that's just a good sample size of receivers that went out and came out of nowhere, had a monster year. Some of them got paid, not all of them got paid, but some of them got paid big time, and then you don't sniff 1,000 yards again. Or you sniff 1,000 yards once every 3-4 years. Or you catch 13 touchdowns over 4 years. Like, I'm telling you, it's not as cut and dry. The overall point is it's just not as cut and dry with Nico Collins of, like, yeah, he had a hellacious year. let's say win in this league.
Yeah, I just don't know. And maybe some are confident with it. I just don't know if, for me personally, when I watch Nico, is Nico like a special one? Or is Nico hey, man, that guy, he's good, and he'll put up productive numbers with a really good system and a really good quarterback. I think he does have a special talent that looks real, and that is breaking tackles. I think his run out of the catch looks and feels real, but I don't know that I feel like he's can't go without.
Right.
And I think there was probably some thoughts with all of those guys, and now we look at them, and clearly they're obviously not. Like, there are some guys you look at and you say, boy, those are Justin Jefferson, can't go without. Like, guys like that. I'm not saying Nico can't get there and be that. I just don't know how anybody could be at a point right now and say, I know he can do that.
Yeah, and the thing is, you start looking through the top 10 or 15 receivers in the NFL, and I'm just looking at ESPN, guys. I'm just looking at the stat lines, right? And there are a couple of guys that you like, I didn't realize that guy consistently had DJ Moore. He's one that pops up in there multiple times over the last 3-4 years. I knew he was good, obviously, but I didn't realize the numbers that he was throwing up. But for the most part, I mean, it's the usual suspects, right? And right, is Nico one of these guys that's got? And I've said this a million times. Does he have staying power? Was that a great year? Absolutely. Is it a year that you can see year over year over year? And it doesn't have to be to the tune of 1,400 yards or potentially 1,500 yards had he stayed healthy. But just 1,000+ yards, 8 to 10 to 12 touchdowns. Is he that player or not? I'm just not ready to get there. But we'll see. Because again, there are some guys that have, they arrive. I tell you another one to look at, even though he's probably not getting the love that he deserved, is the kid that was in Atlanta that got popped for betting.
Calvin Ridley.
Calvin Ridley. I mean, he went for had a monster year. Then he got suspended, and then he went for 1,000 again this year, and he's still, up in the air. Well, he's a free agent, I believe, up in the air of what's going to happen. Is Jacksonville going to re-sign him? They're going to let him hit the. I mean, is he going to hit the street and go elsewhere? What's going to go on there? And Calvin Ridley's a pretty damn good player. Yeah. I mean, there's quite a bit more of a sample size with him than Nico. So we'll see how that pans out. Red 22. Let's change games real quick, boys. Have y'all seen this 42-year-old Little League coach that's actually had a Major League Baseball workout won? Y'all heard this guy?
I hadn't heard this.
42 years old.
He make a spring training roster?
No. Oh. But there's teams legitimately considering it.
This is like the real movie The Rookie.
Ron.
Dennis Quaid.
Dude's 42 years old and bumping 101 off the mound.
Good for him. What kind of roids he's on?
101.
That's terrible. I'm kidding.
He's a former. Look, he is Rob Cimarrano. Is his name?
Cimarrano.
You know Cimarrano? Osimi. Here's the interesting thing is he was coming out of a small school. Same time JV was coming out of a small school, and an Oakland A's scout. He got drafted by the Oakland A's. Never cracked a Major League Baseball lineup. He's been out 12 years. Running a baseball academy, coaching Little League Baseball with his kiddos, and he said there's one thing he just can't get out of his mind. Actually, it's his pops. Can't get out. He said an Oakland A's scout told him, I got 3 guys on the East Coast I'm looking at. I don't remember who the first guy was. The second one was Justin Verlander. The third one, Rob Cimarrano. And that scout told Rob, Daddy, your son has the livest arm of the bunch. And here JV is winning Cy Youngs at 41.
Best pitcher of the generation. Yeah.
And he's throwing off the bump in the backyard after working a long hard day.
And now he's got another shot.
He has thrown for one team. They didn't name the team, but he has thrown for one team. And he's drawing interest from others. I mean, apparently it is legit one moving. There's movement to it.
I think it might be the team might be the A's.
Is it really?
I don't know. They're looking for. I mean, they're just trying to fill.
Well, I did read an article that said should the A's sign this? He was an original prospect with the A's. They drafted him originally. Should they sign him?
If there was any team in Major League Baseball that I thought,
it's
if
the
you
A's.
told me, say, hey, they're going to pull this guy who's 42 years old off the streets from teaching, I would have said the A's.
You got to go look at the video, man. Rob can spin it now. I mean, he is letting it rip,
fastball?
son.
Does he have the hook? Does he have any other?
I don't know. I didn't get off. I didn't get off in the weeds on the. I know there's movement on the fastball, and I'm not talking about moving 101. I'm talking about leaning in on folks and.
Oh, so it's a little cut at.
Yeah. It's a pretty impressive 101. I'll be honest with you. It's not like he ain't falling off the bump sideways. He's not. I mean, he is in the backyard, but it's like it's not just some. It looks like it's legitimate, Ron. 42, 101 with movement.
Speaking of the guy who screwed Rob out of a job in Major League Baseball the first time in his career, we got an update on Justin Verlander. We got an update on Justin Verlander who screwed Rob. Rob would be in this league if Justin Verlander didn't exist. He would have been pitching now. Maybe he'd have been Verlander. Maybe he'd have been at the Astros. But an update on JV. We'll let you know that coming up next.
All right, before we go there, I got to tell you about Ron Kraft, baby. They got huge savings right now on select Chevy Silverado 1500s. Right now, you can save up to $12,000, y'all. That's $12,000.
on Justin Verlander. Justin Verlander, who is the ace, I'd say the ace of this staff right now. This is coming from Chandler Roan and also Joe Espada, the manager. Justin Verlander felt good after his bullpen session yesterday, but Joe Espada said he is not ready to face hitters yet. Espada still isn't ruling him out for opening day, but he acknowledged, obviously, we're running out of days. Does this make you nervous? About nervous? Does this make
Not
you
one
nervous?
bit.
Make you nervous about JV?
I got zero worries, big fella.
713-572-4610. You nervous? YouTube, Twitch. Him not being ready. They're running out of days. I'm good as long as Verlander doesn't talk. Verlander does the opposite of Lance.
He scares you a little bit when he talks.
He makes it sound worse. Like he's yeah, man, just arm in. That time he said, boy, just arm in, feeling good. You think you'll be ready for opening day? I don't know.
Next day he's throwing a bullpen.
He's off the mound. Yeah, right. He was off. They were talking about he's going to throw on flat ground. He said throwing some flat ground. My arm's just not feeling. I don't think it should make you nervous because for you, this isn't like the Astros to me aren't about. And even though I think they're in one of the toughest divisions in baseball, I don't think the Astros. It's like it is imperative they get off to a great start. Like it is imperative that they. I don't have enough guys to cover it. So even if he's not ready for opening day, Clint, to me, it's more about, hey, take your time and make sure you're good. Like whatever time, whatever routine you need to be on leading up to get you ready. If it's 2 weeks in, hell, if it's a month in, I'm good with it because Justin's going to matter late.
Yeah,
and that's what you're gonna need.
I mean, look, I do think there is a sense of urgency to get him back. I do believe that. I think this division is significantly better than it's been, and I think it's real. I don't think it's just a threat. I think obviously with the Rangers it's real. I think with the Mariners it's real.
Yeah. And then there's the A's.
Yeah, and then there's the A's and the Angels, who Tyler just refuses to believe in. But I
got to get with him now.
Yeah, fair.
If the Angels turn it around without Ohtani, I mean,
yeah. Look, I say all that to say I think there is a sense of urgency. Like I do believe he needs to get back sooner rather than later. But I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's not of the nature of where you want to push, a 40-plus-year-old pitcher into action earlier than need be, ahead of schedule. If he has had a setback, you want to do something ahead of schedule. So, I'm not overly concerned about it. I do think this is a different year, though, with the Astros and maybe what we've experienced the last handful of years of where you can somewhat coast. And let's be honest, more years than not, they've coasted to over 100 wins. I think those days are behind us, so it does. I'm not concerned, but I am aware of. I think the landscape of the division has changed a bit to where the Astros probably need to take heed and make sure that they got guys ready.
Yeah, from the text line, who cares about opening day? Take his time and get back for meaningful regular season games and playoffs. Yeah, I'm with it now. If we start rolling in here and he's not gonna be in. He's not gonna be in May. June. Then we get to June, late May or something. All right, now you're flirting with a Lance situation. But I don't think that is the case. Just don't rush your routine at all at that point. Now I ain't gonna say they're good to go without him for about 6 months or 3 months or whatever. But I mean you can roll with Framber and Christian Javier and Hunter Brown or Keedy in there, J.P. France possibly in the mix. Like you can roll with that crew for a couple of times through the rotation until he gets himself ready.
Yeah, you got plenty of innings eaters. I'm not overly I'm not overly concerned about it. You got plenty of innings eaters, but
no, I ain't concerned. You don't need to be concerned.
That's right. That's right. But the other thing with Verlander too, to your point earlier, Verlander's a guy that'll he'll scare the hell out of you and then throw a bullpen the next day. So you really don't know what to expect from.
Believed him when he had Tommy John. That was it. That was the only time. And then at that point, they tried to call Chandler a liar. All right. So that's the latest there. JV felt good after his bullpen session, but not ready to face hitters. And opening day it appears to be up in the air. As the manager says, they're running out of days, potentially. All right, Clint, I was talking to old Santiago, who is in for Tyler Milner, kind of talking about, workout stuff.
Okay.
Chris told me he's starting his weight loss journey on March 1st.
What are you going to do, man?
Just work out.
When is that,
I mean,
Friday?
you're already tall and lean. What the hell are you going to do?
Nah, I've gained a lot of weight, man, these past couple months.
How much do you want to lose? Speak up now. Say what your chest. How much you want to lose?
10, 15 maybe.
What do you weigh right now?
I'm probably about 200, maybe 195. I want to get to about 180.
Man, how tall are you?
6'1" on a good day.
Every bit of 6'1" on a good day.
Good day.
I mean, what do you want? You want to be 6'1", 170?
Well, I want to be fit, I don't want to.
You want to be cut?
Yeah.
So good 175, but cut.
Maybe so what's the plan?
Just work out, run.
That plan right there doesn't fit the I want to be fit. I want to get right now.
You need something more down. Like it's got to be pat.
Well, I mean, if you're going to draw like at your age, if you're going like your young ass, you can still get after it. Like you got to get after it. Like you got to get. I mean,
you opened a grilled cheese the other day.
in prep, yeah. He didn't even wait to sit down.
He didn't. He was unwrapping that thing as he was dropping his bag off. So you start March 1st.
Correct.
Is that Friday?
Yeah, that is Friday. Mm-hmm.
Well, there's another terrible decision. You're gonna start on a Friday?
I said a Monday.
You see, yeah, and so I talked to my girl, and I told her about how you said I should start on Monday, and she was like, all right, you should.
But
do
you looked at March 1st, the date.
Yeah.
I think you should take it Monday, and then obviously, what any person who has started and stopped the weight loss, and you got to either Friday or Monday to just really let it go. I mean, to really, like, that's why I would give myself Monday. Like, I mean, you got wherever you want to go. Whatever the foods that you love, you got it. Go order a whole pizza, just run through it. Go drink you about 8 daiquiris. That's maybe me speaking. Like, go do what you. I remember before I started, the last thing I had was Frenchie's chicken.
Yeah,
I'm definitely gonna cut down on the soda.
Yeah, but you might have to cut down. But you got until Monday to really let it loose.
I'm proud of you, man.
I am too. But
thank you.
Cut it loose. If I were you, and I knew I had to Friday or Monday, and I think we should just push this to Monday.
I think so too.
I would immediately leave here and go. At least on my way to the house, whatever dinner's going to be had. But I'd go and bang out maybe a couple of McChickens with cheese.
Fried peanut butter patties, Girl Scout cookies. I've been running through those.
Bang through some sweets, some cookies.
Well, I'm just proud of you because at your age, it really probably doesn't matter much. To be completely honest with you, it doesn't stack. But if you create some piss poor habits over the next 10 years, boy, when you start knocking on 40, and you've already spent 10 years creating bad habits,
Italian.
Boy, that metabolism slows down a little bit. Ooh, boy, you're going to be in a bad spot.
My pants don't feel like they used to. That bothered me a lot.
I would be in
that'll do it, man.
That's new pants I have to buy. I don't want to waste no more money.
I'm so happy for you for these next 5 days. Just cut it loose.
What are you going to do? I mean, are you?
I had ground turkey and spinach today. That's what I had for lunch. You got the next 5 days to cut it loose. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. If you had 5 days in this city, you had 5 days before you were going to jump on your weight loss journey, where the hell would you be? Where would you be eating? What would you do? I would have it mapped out all 5 of the days. I'd be eating, drinking, all of it. Oh, my God. Somebody just texted in and said, I would go get a big-ass bag of Doritos and cheese dip.
That's only going to last you 1 day. I think, all joking aside, you need to get you a better plan than I'm just going to work out. I mean, what the hell are you going to do?
Chest, tries, Monday.
Where are you going to do this at?
There's a gym. There's a gym right under my apartment. So all I got to do is just walk down the stairs.
You're on Monday, man.
Your gym, we got one here.
Nah, it's cool.
Go over to Twin Peaks and just let it ride, man.
I mean, he can't get past. I'm trying to have a serious conversation with the man about working out. You're over here.
I can't. No, he's got till Monday. This is great because it's going to be hell if he does it right. Now we got to get a game plan. It's going to be hell. Coming up, Rockets Report. Brandon Scott, and he is hot about these Houston Rockets. We'll discuss that with him coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here. I got to tell you about Mo Karam Law Firm, y'all.
It is Wednesday. It is 4:40. That means we have our Rockets report. That's one of the things I'm a demand from Tyler, who has got to be 6 sheets to the wind. Thank you. I usually say 3, but I feel like
turn it up a notch, man.
Tyler had 8+ old fashions and 3+ shots last night.
Skeezy, you drinking old fashions by the pool in the sun in Mexico?
I love me a good old fashioned. I did find it entertaining how much it bothered you, though.
Oh, it bugged the hell out of me. He gets
real mad about that.
Oh, man, how certain things can annoy you that seem small, but it's a big deal to you.
I mean, I
love that this was your thing or one of your things that you fixated on.
Smoking out about it.
I can't have the family out there running around the world and going on vacations and embarrassing me while they're out there, man.
I do agree with your point. Like the beach, tropical water. That's margarita land. That's tequila land.
Have you ever serious question? Have you ever sat next to a pool anywhere, but damn sure in Mexico, in the middle of the day? And I'm talking about laying out. I'm not talking about going to a pool bar and like a club that has a pool in the middle of it or a bar that has a pool. I'm talking about going and hanging out by the pool all day, sun beating on you. And have you ever heard anybody say, "Yeah, let me get an old fashioned"?
Only when money and access was an issue, which means I'm not ordering an old fashioned. That just means I brought whiskey with me or something like that. You know what I mean? Like if I'm broke and all I got is whiskey, all I got is brown,
you just gotta,
then that's what we drink it because that's what we got. But I'm assuming Tyler went there with some money in his pocket.
Oh,
and he's ordering the drinks. Yeah, no,
he is drinking.
If I get a choice, it's tequila.
He's drinking a lot of whiskey on this trip.
I'm a whiskey guy. Love me some whiskey. But at the pool, give me a tropical drink.
All right, Brandon. All right, Brandon. Let's get to it because I know you're on. I just want to give you the floor. I said it earlier. To me, last night, and this is the first time they'd been on TNT. Last night, for me, felt a lot of what I saw. They weren't playing hard. I talked about a play where Chet Holmgren shot a fadeaway from the free throw line, and Alfred Şengün just stood there, didn't box him out, didn't really do anything, and he ran around Alfie and then had a putback dunk, and everybody's just standing there. He shot it. Nobody's in the lane. Nobody goes over the rebound. That was just kind of a microcosm of they just weren't playing hard. They weren't playing hard, which is something that was very different from the start of the season. And then the Jalen Green situation, to me, was about Udoka and how the players are responding and the decisions that he needs to make. That's what I felt last night.
The gap between the young and rising stars around the league whenever you watch the Rockets play up against them versus what are supposed to be the young and rising stars of the Rockets is so wide. The gap is so wide that it's disgusting. Like I was texting with a friend about this watching the game last night. Look, I like Jabari Smith. But, man, Chet Holmgren is just so much better. I like Alperen Şengün. I think Chet Holmgren's probably better than him, and Alpie's got more of a body of work to go off of that might be unfair. But if you're just doing the eye test, and certainly Jalen Green is not even like in this conversation in terms of the upper echelon, again, rising stars. And I was thinking about this a couple of weeks ago when I came in here, Ron, and you were like, man, look, I guess I should just give up on the whole idea and aspiration of them making it in the play-in. And I barked at you a little bit. I was like, man, no, don't give up on them expectations. They are a better basketball team. I think unequivocally a better basketball team than they were a year ago. That was their plan. That's where they wanted to be. We should hold them to that standard. And then last night I'm just sitting there kind of having this realization of, hey, this basketball team is just flatly not good enough. And there are a lot of flaws with it. There are a lot of things that you can point to that are wrong with the team, not having enough shooting, not having a proper interior presence, not being physical enough defensively, especially when it comes to rim protection. But it would be a drastically better team. It would be a team competing for a play-in spot if Jalen Green simply was living up to the expectation and the original evaluation of what he was supposed to be. If he was more along the lines of
anywhere close
the trajectory of what are supposed to be his contemporaries. You look around the league, Tyrese Halliburton. Jalen Green is not supposed to be on a downward trajectory compared to Tyrese Halliburton, who has been in the league longer. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is a MVP candidate, not supposed to be better than Jalen Green. So is by so much far and a mile. other guys around the league. Anthony Edwards, Ja Morant when he's playing, when he's healthy and he's not suspended. Like all of these guys that are younger, a little bit older than Jalen Green, but still younger and on a trajectory of superstardom, you expected him to be along those lines, and he doesn't even look like he is on that planet.
No.
What is the whose feet do you lay this issue at?
Yeah, so primarily on Jalen, just for not being good enough. Like I think about it. Kelly Eco, both guys who cover the Rockets, Adam, obviously our colleague here, my co-host of the H-Town Hoops podcast, are pointing out how much better Jalen Green is at decision making.
Oh hell!
But the issue is whether he's better at decision making or not. We've moved past that. The issue is that he's not good enough in execution. Like the jump shot, inconsistent. The finishing around the rim and at the basket, inconsistent. Getting to the line, which he did a really good job of last season. It was part of his progression last season. Inconsistent. Doesn't really do it. And so his handle, inconsistent, loose with his handle. So what do you do with all of these things? At what point do you lay the blame at the feet of the player? I have to lay the blame at the feet of the player. Now, I think that there's enough blame to go around. You can spread it around. Look at this team and why it's not good enough overall, past and beyond Jalen Green, because you got issues beyond that. That is an Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone problem.
That's where
the reason why if Alperen Şengün doesn't have it going that night, and you could never really rely on Jalen Green to have it going on a specific night, what is their offensive identity? What do they do well? Ime Udoka is supposed to be in charge of that end game. Him and Rafael Stone together are supposed to be in charge of constructing a roster that looks better than what we've been watching over the last couple of weeks.
He's got to be on the hot seat.
That's where
Stone,
where I was going with it. Like it sounds to me, to hearing you talk, B. Scott, that it is a lot, and you, Ron, it's a lot deeper than just one player. It's a lot deeper than Jalen Green. I mean, you've had some premium draft picks, several flat out missed.
Yeah,
I mean, you spent a lot of draft capital and a lot of cap space I don't even know if it's been much of an improvement.
Yeah, well, it's been an improvement, but it's just not good enough. That's my issue. We look at the improvement, both as a team overall and then more specifically on the defensive side. And you can acknowledge that. They have improved. They raised the floor, didn't really do much for the ceiling. Raised the floor, and they are markedly better on the defensive side of the ball. We can acknowledge all of that. But the issue is it ain't good enough. Like not
that it's not just good enough, but Brandon, it doesn't give you any feel that, all right, this is the next step to, boy, we're taking the next step up. It feels like this may be as good as this thing can get.
Yeah, and for me, like I get Udoka is the defensive coach, defensive-minded coach, and that's sort of his specialty. And it's good that they are better as a defensive team. But the name of this game is to get buckets. You know what I mean? Like the name of this game is to get buckets, and you have to devise some sort of, either through your roster construction or through your actual scheme, you have to devise some sort of offense that looks better than what we've been watching from the Rockets over the last few years and including this year. And it's only like a little bit better. And it's only a little bit better because they did sign a couple of players who are a little bit better, and the guys that they have are a year older. But the improvement that they were supposed to make on offense, or that you would expect them to make on offense, I think, has a lot to do with the fact that Jalen Green has not progressed. But they don't seem to have much of a plan or identity or idea of what they're doing. Like, for example, we talk about Cam Whitmore coming off the bench. Why are there no Cam Whitmore plays? You see Cam Whitmore get in the game, and he's the same bat out of hell that Jalen Green was as a rookie. It's just exciting and new and fun and promising because you're like, hey, this guy's got skills, but why don't you like do something with this guy? Like there's just not enough of a plan.
No, I hear you on that. And with that, to me, you look at it, they've already got more wins than they had last year. And they have been better record-wise. And for the most part, especially the start they were. Has this been a success for Udoka? Has this been a successful season, first season with Ime Udoka, even though there's improvements all around the spot?
Yeah, I think they can spin it that way. They can spin it that way because they the things that we talked about. They've improved defensively. They brought in some players that certainly raised their floor. I think Udoka has done a good job of focusing the offense. This is kind of a difficult criticism because I want their offense to be better, But I do like the fact that they've put more of a focus on Şengün, emphasizing Şengün, even though it's kind of a throwback way. It's a throwback way of playing basketball with a traditional post player being the focal point of your offense. But no, man, I don't view it as a success because of the way that the roster was built. I'm seeing this on the text line, people bringing up, hey, look, they should have signed James Harden over Fred VanVleet.
This is where the hell we are now.
No,
this is where we are now. I'm seeing people on the text. I ignored it. I've seen people on the text Harden. I wanted to check the number.
And people can object to that, and I understand why. But there is no basketball explanation for, hey, we're a better team with Fred VanVleet over James Harden. James Harden is a better player than Fred VanVleet 8 days out of the week. And to me, I've got a problem with the logic of, hey, because somehow it's addition by subtraction. Because Fred VanVleet is a lesser player, the Rockets are somehow better off because of it, because they don't have to feed this greater player who's selfish and was going to take away from the development of who? Jalen Green?
Well, that was still a conversation then. Like, to me,
but that's not what was going to happen. He was not going to take away from the development of Jalen Green, no more than Fred VanVleet has.
I think there is a fair argument that he takes away, maybe not the development, as you're saying, on court, but that's the last person that I would have wanted in a make-or-break year for Jalen Green. That's the last person I wanted him to be around.
Yeah, well,
would be James, and I think, and I can make that's a fair
well,
thing.
Well, cheers to the stability of Fred VanVleet and Ime Udoka's heavy hand. Because that's working out great.
Now
for him.
Ime could stop playing him as much. I'm not even blaming him anymore. This is all. I'm not even blaming Jalen Green anymore. You keep running him out there. There needs to be a change. Clint asked earlier.
He benches him, Mo. He benches that. I mean, that's where we are. Aaron Holiday is out there getting minutes over Jalen Green. That's where we are.
Well, he still got too many last night.
Nate Hinton was getting minutes over him before he went back to the G League.
B. Scott, what is the thought of like? Because every time I go on to one of you guys, he's not getting as many minutes. Why keep starting him?
Yeah, well, because I feel like you could lose him. I feel like you could lose him if you don't. And honestly, we've had this discussion. I've already advocated for not starting him anymore. It does matter more who finishes the games and who plays more minutes. So I think it's a wash in that kind of way. But I think him starting is purely cosmetic and ego-driven.
Yeah, last night he played more. He had more minutes than Holiday, than Thompson, than Whitmore. He was out there 27 minutes. He just doesn't make winning plays. It is just really.
It's frustrating, man.
All right, Brandon. Well, we'll see what they do the next time we talk to you coming in. Maybe they go on a little streak here. We knew they were going to have a tough stretch these first 6 games coming out, and boy, has it been tough.
They got my blood pressure up, and I don't even have blood pressure problems.
I know you do. I know you don't. All right, that's B. Scott every Wednesday at this time. Rockets Report coming from him. All right, Nick Caserio, he spoke. He spoke on a couple of guys, including one guy, Clint. It's just a no-brainer. It is a no-brainer, in my opinion, that they bring back. We'll discuss that coming up.
Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, the Dolphin. Big D Santiago is in the building as Tyler is out. By the way, this time tomorrow, in this hour tomorrow, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Whiskey Myers at the Rodeo, Tuesdays and Thursday. All right, I got to come clean, man. Is it Meyer or Myers? Is there an S on there?
I think there's an S on there.
Okay, Whiskey Myers.
Myers, yeah.
I would say, is it Myers? All right, I was trying to trail it off just in case because I do have this propensity to just plural, to make things plural that don't need to be. I like to add S's. Fishes, Sonics, Walmarts.
Rockets. I'm going to be honest with you, man. I feel like there's a pretty good chance that my wife's not going to be able to make Whiskey Myers with me. I feel like you ought to go with me, man.
I knew it was coming, man. It's not. What night is that?
It's a night or two after. I think it's 11th. I think
the 11th because Laney's the 9th.
Yeah, so it's the 11th. I'm pretty sure because that's the deal. Is Lowe's afraid we're going to wear out our
Sunday because I think Carly's Friday. I think that'd be a Sunday.
Well, I mean, I just here's what I want you to do. I don't want to commit. If I what? I don't want to commit. I don't want you to commit. I don't want to make this thing official yet.
Yeah, make sure she can't go, or maybe.
Well, look, we can figure something out. If anybody, we can figure something out.
Whiskey Myers.
I want you to listen to Whiskey Myers. Here's the deal. If you like Kings of Leon the way you say you like Kings of Leon.
Well, the way you said that makes it feel like you have some.
I mean, if that's not something that just brings back memories or just is a good friend and maybe you got to hang out with them a few times and so there's okay. But if you legitimately like their sound.
Sex on Fire, great one.
Great one. Great song. If you really like their song, their music, their sound.
Whiskey Myers is in the ballpark.
I think there's a really good chance that if you give Whiskey Myers an open-minded, honest opinion, that you can like their song.
This person texting in doesn't help.
What happened?
Whiskey Myers is bomb. And we're still using that. We're still using bomb. I ain't heard that in a long time.
Well, I'm telling you, it's true.
That is the bomb.
It's accurate. It's accurate. I'm just telling you.
I hadn't listened to it. I hadn't heard it. I'll take a gander with Whiskey Myers. But
it is definitely more Southern rock
I can mess with that.
than country.
I can mess with that. All right, Whiskey Myers, your chance to win a pair of tickets, 3 o'clock hour
Damn, they're good.
5 o'clock hour. All right, the 11th. You hear that, Chris? Clint's trying to take me out on a date.
Yeah, man.
Got to take it.
Trying to open your eyes to a new world over here, Bob.
All right, so make sure you're listening tomorrow in the 5 o'clock hour. But
wait, Ron, do you have boots?
No, I don't have boots. I'm not.
Oh man,
what do you mean? Do you have boots?
Yeah, I have cowboy boots, man. Come on, man.
I'm not getting cowboy boots.
I may get him a pair of cowboy boots.
I'm just not ready. I'm ready to compete.
I may get you a pair of cowboy boots. Go along with it.
No, don't do it. Don't do that. You're gonna try to force me.
Come on, man.
A long conversation at the cookout in the VIP with somebody about cowboy boots.
See,
3 people about cowboy boots.
I'm just telling you, throwing a nice pair of, and you need to be exotic. You need to get some snake skin or something, and you don't need to come in with no just plain leather. I mean, that's just not your deal.
You know who wants to get some?
Who?
Courtney.
Absolutely, I know. I'm
tired of living here this long without having a pair.
Courtney's coming around.
God, somebody paid $475 for some boots.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, who ain't, baby?
I may or may not have paid close to that.
I was gonna say
a couple times this month.
I was gonna say
Hey, I'm telling you, man, we get you some. For some reason, I mean, you could definitely do the gator and the ostrich and all that, but you got there's a snake vibe to you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
There's a snake vibe to you.
Baby.
You can throw on black jeans, black shirt, and some
black
snake, and you can do any color. You can do any color snake skin. You could do the.
I like a little black on black on black.
Yeah, well, I refuse to let you do all black snake skins.
Why?
Because I got to be able to walk by you and know them snake skins. I don't want to think they might be lizard. No. I'm gonna walk up on you like you see them ones.
You want me to get like Jake the Snake?
No,
Roberts,
you see the ones McAfee always wears.
No, I ain't seen.
That's snake. Now we can get you a little. His are like white and black, damn near. We can get you a little more brown and black where it's not as. But that's the ticket. That's Ron right there.
Someone said, Clint, why don't you ease Ron in with a pair of ropers?
I don't ease nobody in. I don't ease nobody in. If we go, I don't believe
the
in
disgust in Chris's face. You ain't got no pair of boots. How much your boots run you?
About 300. Or I mean,
I just
they're leather though. My girl got them,
but that's a pair of J's. Maybe
one pair is all you need, Chief. They'll last you forever, man. Ooh wee. Hey man,
I have two.
You got two, huh? I just don't think that's in my journey. I didn't hurt.
I think I can get you one under 300. I'll pay the difference.
I'll
pay the difference.
I don't know why in my head, and I know we'll move on because I know there's somebody in here sitting around here just pissed about not hearing what Nick Caserio had. But
my bad, I forgot it was 5 o'clock fire. You got me excited about that damn Whiskey Myers, man.
Personally better than I think. Yeah, from the text line, Bubba, Ron, black dudes look awesome in boots and a hat. Try it, man. Nah, man, I'm good. It's not my journey right now.
I'm not gonna.
My journey.
I'm not gonna disagree with the texture. Well, I mean, I don't necessarily. I don't walk around thinking black guys, in particular, look great in hats and boots. I mean, I think a lot of folks do, but I do think for a man, black or white, that doesn't necessarily, or Hispanic, or what's your background?
Hispanic, yeah.
No, you got more than Hispanic in you.
I'm Puerto Rican and Mexican.
There you go, Puerto Rican. That's where I was going with it. Either way you go, a good pair of snake skins, bub.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I just.
You wear them anywhere. Rodeo. You can wear them.
I wore some boots the last time. They wasn't no cowboy boots, but I wore some to cook off.
What were they?
Just some regular nice boots and a nice pair of jeans.
Couldn't even tell it was boots.
You could. They just wasn't cowboy boots.
You were some Doc Martens?
No, hell no. No, Figgy had some on though.
Hey, Figgy push the envelope now. Figgy get out there with it.
He did. Yeah, not my journey right now. All right, Nick Caserio. He spoke about two of his free agents, and I would say not just two of his free agents. I know a lot of people were impressed by the season for good reason for Will Anderson, who won Defensive Rookie of the Year, and a lot of people were impressed by the second half of Derek Stingley. But for me, in my opinion, Jonathan Grenard and Blake Cashman were the most consistent defensive players this year, week in and week out, and I think Jonathan Grenard was the best overall defensive player. Blake, a.k.a. Cash, led you in tackles. Here's Nick Caserio talking about these two free agents.
Yeah, both really good football players that have helped us win a number of games. I think Cash's role has kind of grown sort of incrementally each year. We traded for him, I think, with the idea that he would have an impact in the kicking game, which he has. And I think when he's had the opportunity to play on defense, I mean, he led us in tackles this year, which I'm sure nobody had that in their bingo card. So, but Cash has done a lot of great things for us. So, we'll work through the process. If we have the opportunity to bring him back, I think he'll, have a good role in the team. And JG, JG had as good of a year he's had since he's been in the league. So I think the big thing with JG is just being available, taking advantage of the opportunities, and he's able to do that. And he had a lot of disruptive plays. So, he's a good young player. So, we'll work through the process with those players and kind of see where we are heading into, a few weeks from now.
All right, that is Nick Caserio talking about Blake Cashman and Jonathan Grenard. And listen, I'll say this. Jonathan Grenard, that one I think is a real conversation, whatever side you're on, because you're going to have to make a serious investment on Jonathan Grenard that could be in the range from 18 to 20 plus million, knowing you're going to have to make an investment on the other side with Will Anderson. I can understand that one, and maybe the trepidation for some people on making that move. Clint, Blake Cashman, that just feels like a no-brainer to me. I don't think he's going to be expensive. He knows the system. He fits more into today's linebacker that can play all 3 downs. And for the most part, in most defenses, Clint, most people are living with 2 linebackers and not 3. And he and Christian Harris, we talked to him in Vegas, that was really starting to come on between those 2 later on in the season. To me, for what he will cost and the impact, I think that's a no-brainer in bringing him back.
Yeah, I do too. And from the sounds of it with Nick Caserio there, I don't want to make too much of the tone and kind of the length of the comment, but it sure seems like Cashman is a Nick Caserio, DeMeco Ryans guy. Like you said, you trade for him, he comes in, he does a little bit of everything. He does it with a smile on his face. He gets better every year in, year out. And now all of a sudden he's gotten to a point where he is a guy that is going to make starter money at the very least. It sounds like a guy that Nick and DeMeco want back. And I'll be I'm not worried about the Texans linebackers. I believe that Cashman will be back, and I believe when that linebacker room is led by Blake Cashman and Christian Harris, I think you are in great hands. Now, obviously, there's some voids you got to fill there from a depth perspective. But now you're talking about backup linebackers that also play special teams, guys that sure they're going to be on the roster, but not guys that we're going to be talking about much. So I think Cashman comes back, and I'm going to be honest with you, I am stoked about the linebacker position with those 2.
We talked about it with him. I'm excited to see a full year, those guys with a year under their belt in the defense, now almost a year together with them playing with each other, and DeMeco understanding in the
system,
their ins and outs.
There's 2 things in the league right now that I think your linebackers have to be really good at, and I think both of these guys have a chance to be elite, relatively speaking. And one of them is corralling, containing mobile quarterbacks. You're going to have to do it in the league with Anthony Richardson. You're going to have to do it in the division with Anthony Richardson. You're going to have to do it in the AFC with Lamar Jackson and several others, but Lamar Jackson being the head of that snake, so to speak. I believe that those 2 guys at linebacker give you to corral those types of players. Then you look at covering the cover skills of linebackers. They're as good from a cover perspective as any pair of linebackers in the NFL. Now I'm speaking about Cashman like he's here. He's clearly a free agent, but I think they bring him back. Those 2 guys in 2024 NFL, are absolute money. Absolutely what you want. We've seen Blake Cashman cover receivers down the field. Hell, last season, week 1, he's covering Calvin Ridley down the field on a seam route.
It gives you a much better chance than the likes of Toa or
Perryman any of those guys. It's just like that. That guy that guy that can't cover is going to get exposed at some point in every single drive that he's in. And with Blake and Christian Harris, man, you don't have that problem. So I'm excited about them hopefully bringing back Blake Cashman. I'm excited about covering this defense with those 2 guys roaming the middle of the field defensively for DeMeco.
I'm with that. So Blake Cashman, we look at fixes, and you don't have to be great everywhere. And I think most definitely when I watched that team and that defense, I certainly didn't feel like the linebackers were, an absolute problem. And later on in the year, like that Ravens game, those two were probably coming out of that game. All right, speaking of rooms that maybe the linebacker room you feel good about, but one room that needs to be addressed. One room that needs to be addressed, and especially because it is out there easily available to address. We'll discuss that coming up then.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. It's that time of year, man. We got Rodeo.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Clint, on YouTube and Twitch, people are rolling in and listening. Someone said that Whiskey Myers and Kings of Leon are not even close to similar.
I mean, I don't. I just. I beg to differ. I mean, I beg to differ. I mean, look, they're not. I didn't say they were twinsies. I said if Ron's going to stray from hip hop and rap and R&B and like Kings of Leon, there's a really good chance that he would like Whiskey Myers, because Whiskey Myers is outside the country realm, a little more southern rock than most of your country bands, and more on the Kings of Leon track. You get the point.
I'll give a listen, and I'll see what you're talking about. It ain't like George Strait.
No, it's not country.
You know what I mean?
It's not. I would not.
Oh, you know Whiskey Myers, Chris shook it off.
I've heard one song. That's it.
I'll tell you this. Let me put it to you like this. Here's a good description. The band's early music is a blend of southern rock and garage rock and blues influenced. Who does that sound like? Could that potentially be? Could that potentially be? Okay, that's one.
There's southern
curious.
rock, yeah.
It's evolved throughout the years to include a variety of genres, a more alternative rock-based sound. In fact, it could be a little more similar to more similar to each other than I first thought, huh? I mean, I don't know, man. What teacher?
I'll take a listen to it. Yeah, I'll take a listen to it to see if I get what you're saying. I'll take a listen to it, see if I get.
I think you should. I think you should.
Yeah. All right, Clint. There is. We've talked about a lot of position groups, and I think the great part about what is going on with the Texans right now is not only do they have the funds and the money and the resources when it comes to draft and everything, they've got so many be able to get this done and fill in some of these important voids that they need to fill in. But, Clint, they also have areas to fill that could really improve their team that are not the most expensive to fill, that are not the highest ones to have to draft. They are in a position where we talked about running back to be able to fill. Some of you are losing your mind at linebacker. Linebacker is generally not one of the more expensive positions. The expensive positions, as you know, left tackle, they've got, whether you like them or not, but they've got somebody there. Right tackle, they've got somebody there. At quarterback, they don't have to pay. Corner, they have somebody there. Like receiver is probably the only other, and defensive end, defensive tackle, but they've got Will Anderson Jr. That is a high money spot that they haven't had to pay that they could maybe add. But other than that, like these spots, like running back and another one, tight end, is one that is not an expensive place and not something where you have to just spend all kinds of money to get better in. And, Clint, if we listen to what DeMeco had to say about Dalton Schultz yesterday, some of you may not have heard it. If you listen to what DeMeco had to say, at the very least, there are some things he praises him about, but I think you can see that he'd like to see some improvement in that position, and there are potential ways to be able to do that. Here's DeMeco talking about Dalton Schultz, the tight end from last year.
Yeah, Dalton did a really nice job for us in the passing game. Thought when that we were able to win a few games, Dalton really showed up in a situational football, third down. He showed up making big catches for us. So we'll see what happens with Dalton in free agency, but I'm very, very proud of what he did for us last year.
All right, we'll see. We'll see what happens in free agency. Talked him up, talked about him on certain third downs and was proud of his season. But if you just look at where he came from, and the tight ends he was around, obviously George Kittle, but just the way that they wanted to play ball, you get a sense that that's a spot where he could see improvement. And Clint, it is not a high-priced spot, and there's a pretty good free agent tight end class in which you could probably improve that position group.
Well, look, I think there's several things at play here, and I don't want to in any way, shape, or form minimize Dalton Schultz and the impact that he had on this pass game in particular, which became the identity of the Texans this past year when they won 10 games, the division, and a playoff game. So I tip my cap to what Dalton Schultz was able to do, but the reality of it is that if you in free agency this year, yes, there are no big fish in terms of tight ends out there that you can come in and one guy's going to change the game for you. I don't believe there's one of those guys out there, but I do believe that if you want to go the route of a more athletic, pass catching, receiving, run after catch tight end, which ultimately is what Dalton Schultz was this year, I think there's more athletic, more dynamic players just on the short list of free agent tight ends out there. Gerald Everett is one that comes to mind. Gerald Everett is a guy, I've always admired him from an athletic tight end perspective. Jonnu Smith is another one out there. We played against him. The Texans played against him when he was at Tennessee. I think he's been – where did he go? He went to New England, and then this year he ended up somewhere – Atlanta this year. Super athletic. Not going to help you much in the run game, but super athletic.
He had a pretty good game against the Texans this year. The two tight ends did.
Yeah. Good call. But those – if you're going to go the route of a guy that you're not really going to lean on in the run game but is going to help you in the pass game, there are more athletic, more dynamic, more explosive tight end / H-back type players out there, right? If you want to go with a guy that's a little bit more well-rounded, that's comfortable putting his hand in the dirt, that's a little bit bigger, a little bit heavier tight end that can hopefully help you in the run game, there's Hunter Henry's out there. He's very capable of that. So there's just other options that ultimately I think are better than Dalton Schultz here in Houston. The other part of this to me, Ron, is that there's two ways that if you look at outside of the actual running back position, there's two spots where the Texans can get better by bringing somebody in, right? That's left guard and tight end. But really, it's left guard in the tight end room, because when we talk about the tight end room, I'm talking about a Y, which is an inline tight end, hand in the dirt. I'm talking about your H, which is your move back, your move tight end, and or your fullback, which was Andrew Beck this year. That those three positions are usually filled by two guys. So we're talking about that entire room, not just one particular player. But if you want to get this run game better, if you want to be a more physical football team up front, I don't know that there's a whole lot you can do with Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil. I don't know if there's a whole lot you can do with that. I think Shaq Mason is going to get the job done at right guard. I think Juice Scruggs is going to be your left guard or your center, and I think long haul, especially run game, he's going to be fine. Left guard, tight end, halfback, fullback. Those are the places where you can bring a player in and become a more physical football team. And I think they've got to do that really probably at all of the positions, but they've got to do that at the tight end position.
And to me, it's much like the running back position. I think running back and tight end are two positions that they need improvement in, and they can easily do it. And it is not, and it is not cheap, or it's not expensive. Excuse me. It is something extremely doable that will not prevent them to be able to do any other big moves.
Yep.
Like it's not always the case. Sometimes you could be stuck really needing a pass rusher, and that's going to cost you big time. Or you could be stuck really needing a corner, and that could cost you big time. Like right now, the running back room and the tight end room is something very doable with guys out there. And to me, I think this is a multiple ad. Like I think they need.
That would be that, Ron. To me, that would be. Because you bring in like you said it earlier, New England Patriots did with Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry. A combination of that, or Hunter Henry and Gerald Everett, or something like that. Boy, you upgrade that room in a major way.
And then if you were to do that, say Gerald Everett and Hunter Henry or whoever, whatever combination, those two, a more of an inline blocker that has pass catching ability, and a Gerald Everett who I think is just a better, more athletic pass catching version of what Dalton Schultz and Brevin Jordan are. You bring those two in and you add one of these backs, Saquon is the one that I've talked about, you change your offense.
Oh, big time.
You change your offense.
Big time.
You change your offense, and those are starting to add the big-time threats, and you got mismatches potentially in the game.
Big time.
So it's available, it's there, and it's a spot where they can do that. All right, a couple of things coming up. Mel Kiper Jr. Has his latest mock draft. You don't want to miss where he says the Texans are potentially going. And some thoughts on those who are thinking, yes, go ahead and sign Nico Collins off of this first year, this one great year he has had. Some thoughts to maybe at least give you a place to pause on that idea. We'll discuss that next.
Peak Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron, I'm looking at an article right now, man. Kings of Leon.
You ain't gonna let that go. Cowboy boots.
Kings of Leon, more than just Southern rock. I'll be damned.
About that. I'm gonna listen to him. I'm gonna listen to Whiskey Myers and see if I get what you're talking.
Well, Whiskey's a little bit more rock, where Kings of Leon gets a
Would
little.
you not even consider whiskey country?
No, I would not consider them country. I would not consider. I would.
Are they labeled as? Are they kind of labeled as that?
I don't know what they would be labeled as, to be completely honest with you. Southern rock. There is, to me, they are true blues Southern rock, and don't vary much. Where Kings of Leon has a little bit more of what all the stuff I mentioned earlier. There's a blues, there's an alternative, there's a little different vibe to it. But Kings of Leon, to me the sound can be very similar in terms of how they approach music. Killer voices.
I'm gonna take it in. I'm gonna take it in.
Would have never compared the two if it wasn't for you and your love for Kings of Leon. My point is if you
try to get me to understand.
If you can come around to Kings of Leon, given your roots, your music roots, I would imagine you could come around to a little Whiskey Myers. That's the point.
Let's do it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to let you.
Somebody text line said Whiskey Myers is labeled as Texas country.
They're from, where are they from? Palestine. They're from Texas. I wouldn't consider it Texas country, but that's just me. It's Southern rock, and they happen to be from Texas.
Just happen to be Southern rock. I'm gonna take a listen.
They are influenced by a bunch of the older Texas country guys that kind of started creating red dirt Texas country down here. But whatever.
All right, we've heard from.
Come give them a listen. You can tell me if you think it's country.
I'm gonna listen to it. All right. I'll have it before tomorrow. I like to say that before tomorrow. Listen, we heard from DeMeco yesterday. Heard from Nick Caserio today, and Nick talked about. He was asked about Nico Collins. Asked about potential of a contract, and he talked about, hey man, we're open to do it anywhere. We're open to do it, down the line. We're open to do it now. We're open to do it training camp. We'll do it in the middle of the season. We've shown we'll do it whenever. And he did acknowledge during his press conference, he himself said at one point, I know you guys are going to ask me a question about Nico Collins. Like, he talked about himself. But there are people who are saying, one thing I've heard about receiver A, we talked about Mike Evans, T. Higgins, whatever, receivers not to potentially bring them on because if you sign those guys, you wouldn't be able to sign Nico Collins. And I know you got some potential numbers that at least made you pause a little bit. It makes some other people pause because, to me, signing Nico Collins, I mean, it's a fault thing. It's not a serious thing. For me personally, he has not shown nearly enough, and he had an amazing season, Clint, but he has not shown nearly enough for me to say, hey, man, I'm going to sign him early. I'm going to sign him before I have to.
Well, look, I think the Nico Collins conversation is better and more fitting if it's couched as, is Nico Collins good enough for the Texans to not pursue Mike Evans or one of the top-end receivers? But in this case, the Nico Collins conversation is couched as a new deal, an extension, if you will, because Nick Caserio randomly brought his name up in his meeting with the media today from the combine. So that brings you to the conversation of, where are you at with Nico? Here's when it comes to from a contract perspective, I believe Nico's people, his representation, after the year he had, are going to stand on the mountaintop and demand big-time top-tier money. And I think Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans are going to look at this thing and say, man, 1 year was a hell of a year, but it was one of three. And the sample size isn't big enough for us to crack you off a check.
Yeah.
And or tie us to you long-term, given that 1 year is really all we've seen. So I don't think that there is I don't even think there's a conversation about extending him at this point in time. I don't think either side is it doesn't make common sense on that deal. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's where I'm at. But my point is, Ron, when you look at Nico Collins, it's we've seen one really good year. And I know as fans, it's easy to look at it and go, I'm convinced he's the one, man. I'm convinced. Give him the money. When you look back over the years, there's been a handful of receivers that have had monster years that some of them got paid, some of them didn't, but they'd had monster years and then went on to do very little. So the point is, while there are the Devontae Adams and the receivers that are the usual suspects in the top 15 year in, year out statistically, that it's a bad year if they don't go over 1,000. It's a bad year if they don't catch 8 or more touchdowns. It's a bad year if they're not just torching the league, right? That you A.J. Brown, Mike Evans, as I said, Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill. I mean, these guys are just stacking.
Year in, year out,
right.
yeah.
But there have been over the years a receiver jump up and have a monster year and then fall by the wayside. I'll give you an example. Now, I had to go back a few years, obviously, because I needed 2 or 3 years of post-monster year to see that they fell off. Devontae Parker. Everybody remembers Devontae Parker in Miami. 2019, 1,200-plus yards, 9 touchdowns, damn near 17 yards a catch. Been in the league 9 years. It's his only 1,000-yard season.
And he looked it too, boy. He had the body and everything.
Yes, indeed. Kenny Galladay, 2019. Damn near 1,200 yards, 11 touchdowns, over 18 yards per catch. He hadn't sniffed 1,000 yards since then.
Yeah, one of the weapons they thought they were going to help Saquon with the Giants.
That's right. Allen Robinson, let's go back even further because this is over a 10-year career. Allen Robinson over a 10-year career. His second year in the league back in 2015, I didn't realize this. I knew he had big numbers. I didn't realize they were this big. 1,400 yards, 14 touchdowns, damn near 18 yards per catch. In 10 years, you know how many 1,000-yard seasons he's had? 3. You may know this name, Robert Woods. In 2018, Robert Woods had over 1,200 yards receiving, 6 touchdowns, over 14 yards per catch. You know what he's done since? He's had one 1,000-yard season since. In the last 4 years, Robert Woods has caught 13 touchdowns in the last 4 seasons. Right? I mean, it's when we start talking about how convinced we are in a player, it is hard to get to that top tier number 1 wide receiver, pay the guy the money, and let's pass on the other big timers that are out there.
And then when you get to that, it should even more. And I'm sure that DeMeco and Nick are looking at this, but it should even more get to the point. Yo, there's no reason we have to do this. Hell, Nico ain't gonna sit out. Nico ain't about to hold out or anything like that. You're not at a point where you have to. Now, maybe let's say if we sit here and it's mid-November or something, and he is on a tear and he is starting to replicate everything he did last year, and the run after the catch is a real thing, and we're sitting there and he's like at a Pro Bowl level or whatever, then maybe you might want to start the conversation.
Yeah.
And then at that point, Nico should wait until the year is over unless it's something that is just something he can't turn down.
Yep.
But yeah, man, with all of those examples, like you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it, and it shouldn't come into focus in your mind at this point anyway to even think about jumping the gun and paying him. There's only one player on the team to me that I look at and say, I've seen so much and the importance of his position and what he does. I'd be willing to pay before I have to, and that's CJ. It's the only person.
I agree wholeheartedly. Hell, I didn't want to play. I didn't want to pay Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson before. Now they were trying to pay them 2 years early. Dak Prescott, they're trying to pay him 2 years early. Like I didn't want to pay those guys. I damn sure don't want to pay a non-quarterback earlier than you need to. I'm with you on Nico, man. If he starts and he's balling out mid-year, and they can come to terms. Let's get it done. If not, get it done as soon as the season's over. I think at the end of the day, friendly, very wide receiver friendly offense in Houston, and you're going to have guys that want to play here. You're going to have the ability to go get that tier 2 wide receiver damn near anytime you want to. If Nico chooses to leave Houston after another good year, I would be shocked, to be completely honest with you.
From the text line, Cash is good enough in one season to not pursue Patrick Queen, but Nico is not good enough to not pursue Evans. Got it.
You are correct. You are correct. Even though I don't know where that came from. Did you ever say you wouldn't pursue Patrick Queen?
I never said it, but I will say it now. I would not pursue Patrick Queen for the cost of what.
Well, I don't know. I haven't heard a conversation of what the cost is going to be, or
I mean, numbers that I know in the loop has thrown around, and numbers you've heard: 5 years, $92 million, 18 plus a year for Patrick Queen.
Yeah, well, I'll get on that boat then. I'm out on that too. Yes, I would take Blake Cashman for what he's going to get, what he brings to the table, the position that he plays. Yes, I would take that.
Receiver and game-changing weapon.
Yeah, I would take that.
The positions of importance are different.
Yeah, it's just two different conversations. It's just two completely different conversations. So,
and Mike Evans has been the best player at his position on his team for years, and Patrick Queen's the second best linebacker on his team.
No, he's the other two. Ron
is
a good
player.
It's all like you're Blake. You're going to pay Blake Cashman what, no disrespect, but what Blake Cashman is worth.
Yep.
I mean, he's not even going to get in the atmosphere of what Patrick, of whatever that kind, 5 for 92. That's not even going to be. You're going to get Blake for what Blake is who he is and what he's done. Like if you paid Nico at this point in time, like he's had one good season. And you're going to pay him like if I were Nico, I'd be wanting to get paid like the top receivers in this league.
Yes.
Yeah, you should. That's crazy. You're not paying him like a guy that's been in the league for 3 seasons and 2 of them were non-factors.
And long term, you're talking 4 or 5 years at probably 20 plus.
Yeah, you're paying Blake. You're paying Blake Cashman because he's come in, been a good backup. He's played.